Hundreds of billions of individuals from around the globe have traversed into the realm of the game Glorious Era. Every participant has ascended to the status of a lord, endowed with their own domain. Recruit soldiers, gather resources, seize mineral veins, assault cities, and establish empires. Undoubtedly, the most crucial aspect of this lordly world lies in the ability to recruit troops from the breeding grounds. However, the potential of these breeding grounds is fixed. To acquire elite troops, one must vanquish formidable wild soldiers and conquer their breeding grounds. Yet, Richard discovers that he possesses the extraordinary ability to directly elevate the level of the breeding grounds. Consequently, an array of immensely powerful troops is cultivated under his guidance. While other players revel in the joy of obtaining a single advanced troop, Richard finds himself flanked by the Desert Pharaoh, the Scorpion King, the Mechanical Giant, the Demon Baron, the Blood Count, the multicolored Evil Dragon, and the Fallen Angel. From that moment forth, a prosperous and resplendent Oasis city emerges in the desert, and he becomes the sovereign of the sands. Chapter 1. Global Transmigration. Is this plausible? It is indeed plausible. The Glorious Era has officially commenced. Integrating world. Blue star. Integration begins. Ding world integration complete. Number of participants in this game, 20 billion. Welcome to Glorious Era. Here, magnificent deities dwell, magic abounds, alchemical technology thrives, and everything you can imagine exists. All shall become lords, engaging in this grand contest of myriad races. Each lord shall randomly receive an initial breeding ground. You may expend resources to recruit troops and form armies. Resources, troops, territories, heroes, and treasures. These are the 5 most vital resources in the glorious universe. Explore them freely. To live or die, to become a beggar or don a crown, to descend into the abyss as a demon or ignite the divine flame to attain eternity, all possibilities await. Just as Richard finished his workday, he heard the mechanical voice ringing in his ears. Before he could react, a dizzying sensation engulfed him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hall of rugged design. 12 evenly spaced stone columns supported a concave ceiling several meters high. The surrounding walls were constructed from gray stones, bearing the marks of centuries past. A long black table occupied the center, surrounded by over a dozen armchairs, each cloaked in a thick layer of dust, leaving conspicuous traces when brushed. On either side stood enormous wooden windows devoid of glass barriers, allowing blinding light to flood in, rendering everything within the hall vividly visible. The ambience was steeped in an ineffable exotic charm. It was only then that Richard regained his senses, reflecting upon the information he had just received, his heart racing with astonishment. Glorious Era is the first virtual game co-developed by the world's top 10 game developers. What is the meaning of this? Has the game merged with the real world? The reason he hurried home from work today was due to the long-anticipated game finally launching its public beta tonight. Now it appears that it has truly become a worldwide release. How utterly absurd. At that moment, the mechanical voice he had just heard resounded in his ear again. Ding! You have randomly acquired a desert territory and drawn the initial unit type. The Mummy Pyramid, ordinary 3-star. Ding! You have become the Desert Lord. The bloodline within you begins to awaken, granting you a unique growth talent. Desert Lord, current level, C grade. Accompanied by the notification sound, a status panel materialized in his mind. Richard, level 1, 0 out of 100. Identity, Lord of Dusk City. Faction, Desert Faction, lawful neutral. Territory, Dusk City, level 1 village. Unit type Nest, Mummy Pyramid, ordinary 3-star. Lord talent, Desert Lord, special growth talent, current level C grade. You are the master of the desert, capable of foreseeing the arrival of sandstorms and possessing the ability to turn to sand. Sand transformation, C grade, transforms the body into sand, reducing physical damage taken by 99, capable of devouring yellow sand to heal wounds, duration of 10 minutes, cooldown period of 1 hour. You may bestow your power upon the units you recruit. Upon bestowal, your subordinates will gain the D grade skill, Sand Transformation. Sand Transformation, D grade, transforms the body into sand, reducing physical damage taken by 99, capable of devouring yellow sand to heal wounds, duration of 5 minutes, cooldown period of 2 hours. Strategic treasure, none. Description, a desert lord endowed with some special abilities, otherwise unremarkable. Richard examined his status panel several times, his expression nuanced. Had he randomly acquired an exceedingly rare growth skill as described on the official website? This attribute seems rather decent. After taking a few deep breaths, he managed to suppress the shock within him. A hint of complexity flickered in his eyes. I never expected to encounter such an occurrence merely half a year into my job. The blending of the game and reality is utterly ridiculous. However, thankfully, I can satiate myself without worrying about others, unencumbered by ties. As a young man with a resilient heart, Seasoned by a plethora of peculiar knowledge, he swiftly adjusted his mindset beyond imagination. Regardless of how one plays, the real world is merely a more authentic game. A glimmer of excitement shone in his gaze. He had long yearned for the game Glorious Era. Ever since the project was announced, he had been endlessly preoccupied with it, having perused the publicly available materials countless times. Now, it seemed his wish had come true, though the process was somewhat alarming. He wondered what his territory would be like and what the unit-type nest would entail. With a heart full of anticipation, he exited the hall. Stepping outside, he found himself in a courtyard with a perfectly paved bluestone ground. A gray stone wall, towering over 3 meters, obstructed part of his view. Gazing at the sky, he could see an endless expanse of azure, clear and crystalline. Only the air felt slightly dry, making him somewhat uncomfortable as he breathed. Richard scanned the surroundings, his gaze swiftly captured by a pyramid structure approximately 3 meters high in the corner of the front yard. The exterior of the pyramid was rough, as if shaped by relentless winds over countless years, exuding an ancient and weathered charm. As he approached and focused his attention, the attributes of the structure directly appeared in his mind. Mummy Pyramid. Level: Ordinary 3-star. Recruitable units: Mummy, Ordinary 3-star. Recruitable quantity: 14. Weekly output: 7. Recruitment conditions: 4 gold coins for units of wood, for units of stone. Description: An ordinary desert unit nest. Is this truly the unit-type nest? Richard felt a surge of excitement. Just when he thought the pyramid's attributes were all there was to it, a line of translucent text suddenly appeared at the bottom of the attribute panel. Black Gold System initiated. Initiation successful. Mummy Pyramid, Ordinary 3-star. Consuming 10 ordinary desert faction unit nests can elevate it to Elite 3-star. Richard's heart jolted, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Black Gold System? Is this not a feature from a single-player game he previously played? That particular game was independently developed by a friend of his, who asked for his assistance in testing it. However, due to the game's formidable difficulty, he had complained a few times, prompting his friend to specifically implement this system for him. The functionality of this system is remarkably straightforward, allowing for limitless enhancement of various items. Has it actually been activated in this world? An intense surge of excitement welled up within him. He had perused the information regarding the game Radiant Era countless times on its official website. The unit nests are the most crucial elements of the game, possessing unique characteristics that prevent them from being leveled up. To acquire powerful unit nests, one must assault the wilderness's unit gathering points and reconstruct the nests once obtained. Yet now, he has the extraordinary ability to directly consume resources to elevate the level of the unit nests. Is this even reasonable? It is utterly beyond reason. Chapter 2. The forum opens, upgrading the troop nest as Richard eagerly delved into the intricacies of the Black Gold System. The familiar mechanical prompt of the system resonated beside him once more. Ding. The Lord's Forum has been activated. Please check it at your convenience. The Lord's Forum? This truly feels like a game. With a mere thought, a new panel materialized in his mind, divided into 3 prominent sections: Forum Chat, Trade Market, and Territory Rankings. At present, only the Forum Chat and Trade Market sections were illuminated, while the Territory Rankings remained grayed out, inaccessible. Curiosity piqued, Richard first accessed the Forum Chat, eager to comprehend the unfolding situation. Damn those top 10 gaming companies, you scoundrels. Have you been plotting this all along? Why has our world fused with a game? Who can elucidate this madness? The moment I opened my eyes, I saw my kindergarten son waving a skull wolf head in front of me, nearly giving me a heart attack. Science is dead. I might as well burn paper. I want to call the police, lodge a complaint, and curse the heavens. I randomly spawned in an orc territory, and the first troop nest I encountered was an orc laborer. Damn it, this thing can do nothing but work. Yet, outside my territory lurks a pack of wolves. Ha ha, my troop nest is a mixed breed griffin elite 1-star. Who will rescue me? There's a bear outside my territory. If it charges in, my feeble troops 1T stand a chance. Does anyone know how to get home? I live in Lujiang City, with 20 houses. I will grant 10 of them to anyone who can take me back. This must be a prank, right? I don't want to be in this hellish place. You fools, you still wish to return? To allow the entirety of the world to traverse through time is divine power. I have crossed into this realm, destined to become the protagonist of the world. Just wait. Once I ascend to godhood, I shall return you to your homes. Help. How can I acquire resources? I can only recruit half of my troops, and then I am unable to proceed. The chat channel's posts refresh at an astonishing rate, with tens of thousands appearing intermittently. A cacophony of voices expressing all manner of sentiments. Some individuals are adrift in confusion, while many clamor for assistance, clinging to the hope of returning. Others, emboldened, are eager to explore this new world. After observing for a considerable time, Richard's tumultuous emotions gradually settled. With so many people sharing this experience, he was not alone. Reflecting on his situation, he casually opened the trade market. To his surprise, rather than the barren landscape he anticipated, a dazzling array of items greeted him. Beast heads were priced at 10 gold coins. Bloodied fangs were selling for 5 units of stone. Special ores commanded a price of 8 units of timber. In just 10 minutes, he was left wondering how players had managed to acquire such an eclectic assortment of items. However, the predominant activity was the exchange of various resources. 10 gold coins for 10 units of timber, 10 units of timber for 10 units of stone, 10 units of stone for 10 units of iron ore. According to the official introduction of the Radiant Era, resources are categorized into common and rare types, primarily utilized for recruiting troops and constructing various edifices. Common resources include gold coins, stone, timber, and iron ore, while rare resources comprise gems, sulfur, mercury, and crystal. Different troop types necessitate distinct resources for recruitment. Lower-tier troops require only common resources, whereas higher-tier troops demand rare resources, and the same principle applies to buildings. Glancing at his attribute panel, Richard noted the resource section at the bottom: gold coins, 2,000, timber, 2,000 units, stone, 2,000 units, iron ore, 2,000 units. All 4 categories of rare resources stood at 0. Clearly, these were the foundational resources bestowed by the system. He contemplated that the mummy pyramid could recruit 14 mummies, each requiring merely 12 units of resources. Calculating, he realized he could utilize most of his resources. However, with the black gold system in play, direct recruitment seemed wasteful. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to upgrade the ordinary 3-star mummy pyramid to elite 3-star before recruiting? He promptly began searching in the trade market for the troop nest core. As he searched, a surge of information flooded his mind. Resources purchased in the trade market would be directly stored in the system-provided 10 cubic meters of space. Enlightened, Richard continued his exploration. Each individual's starting point was random, resulting in numerous fortunate players. Some had randomly received elite-level troop nests, while others had acquired one or even multiple troop nest cores, though their numbers were few, with a staggering data pool of 20 billion. Even a fraction of 1,000th equated to millions. Some chose to hoard their troop nest cores for personal use, while others planned to exchange them for resources. However, at the onset, prices were chaotic, ranging from several thousand to a mere few hundred units of resources. After some time, Richard filtered through the Desert Faction's troop nest cores, purchasing suitable ones directly. Would you like to spend 400 units of timber to purchase the troop nest core for the Desert Poison Mouse? Would you like to spend 500 gold coins to purchase the troop nest core for the Desert Lizardman? Watching the troop nest cores accumulate in his possession brought Richard immense joy. He had expended a total of 4,000 units of resources for 10 troop nest cores. Under his careful management, he retained 1,000 units of gold, timber, stone, and iron ore. With a thought, the 10 recently purchased troop nests appeared in his hands, each the size of a thumb, glimmering like pristine crystal. He casually picked one up. Desert Poison Snake Nest Level. Ordinary 1-star construction requirements. 200 gold coins. 200 units of stone, 200 units of timber. Description: upon construction, it can recruit the ordinary 1-star troop, Desert Poison Snake. Why had so many chosen to sell their troop nests when the resource cost for building was not exorbitant? Did they not wish to summon troops in the early stages? As he pondered, the black gold system once again presented a prompt. Mummy Pyramid, ordinary 3-star, requires 10 ordinary Desert Faction troop nest cores to be upgraded to elite 3-star. Conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? Richard snapped back from his wandering thoughts, filled with anticipation and excitement, and selected to confirm. In the next instant, the 10 troop nest cores in his hand transformed into a stream of white light, flowing into the pyramid before him. With a crisp crack, the 3-meter-high pyramid shot upward like bamboo sprouting, halting only when it reached 4 meters in height. Upgrade successful. Mummy Pyramid, elite 3-star, requires 10 elite-level Desert Faction unit nest cores to enhance to rare 1-star. Note 1: 10 ordinary nest cores can be synthesized into 1 elite-level core. Note 2: once upgraded, the unit nest can only be upgraded again after a cooldown of 7 days. Chapter 3. Elite Bandaged Mummy. Following the conspicuous notification, the black gold system fell silent once more. Richard erupted into laughter, his spirits instantly uplifted. However, the demands for the next upgrade had increased significantly, requiring precisely 10 elite-level unit nests. Synthesizing them from ordinary cores would necessitate a staggering 100 cores. Upon rereading the notification, Richard's lips twitched as he caught sight of the inconspicuous note 2. He almost overlooked this detail. That individual had deliberately added a cooldown period to the black gold system to prevent him from progressing too swiftly. Yet, this was not a significant concern. Cultivating a few more units would suffice. He suddenly felt inclined to express gratitude to his friend who developed the game. Had your skills been even slightly superior, I might not have acquired this advantageous tool. Opening the attribute panel for the Mummy Pyramid, he observed: Great Pyramid Level, Elite 3-star recruitable units, Bandaged Mummy, Elite 3-star, recruitable quantity, 14 weekly production, 7 recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. Description: a standard desert unit nest. After upgrading, the resource requirements for recruitment have significantly increased. Previously, it took only 12 units of resources and gold to recruit 1 mummy, but now it demands 120 units. However, The cost is well worth it. This is a tremendous profit. Richard beamed with delight, pondering how powerful the elite 3-star bandaged mummies would be. Without hesitation, he opted for full recruitment. Recruiting 14 bandaged mummies consumed 560 gold coins, 560 units of wood, and 560 units of stone. As the resources on the attribute panel plummeted sharply, the pyramid emanated a grayish glow, its exterior becoming hazy. It was as if the night enveloped the earth, twilight lingering on the horizon. The sound of cracking stones resonated through the mist. A hand, wrapped in white bandages, emerged from the pyramid, breaking through the earth. The mummy crawled out before Richard's eyes, followed by one mummy after another, totaling 14 in appearance. Richard's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this entrance a tad too flamboyant? Thankfully, they were not emerging from a television screen. Once the bandaged mummies materialized, they showed no fear of the sun. Their appearance was more terrifying than depicted in cinematic portrayals. Their entire bodies were tightly bound in white bandages, including their faces, which revealed only hollow eye sockets devoid of eyeballs. Their shriveled hands resembled desiccated tree branches, with nails sharp enough to rend armor. They exuded an ancient and putrid aura, as if they had just clawed their way out of a coffin. Even a mere glance from an ordinary person would instill fear. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Only a coward would prefer cute, beast-eared girls, while a real man should confront mummies. He opened the attribute panel for the bandaged mummy level 1 potential, elite 3-star skills, corpse of death, E rank, fearless of pain and death, immune to poison and plague. Wrapping bandages, E rank, reduces physical damage by 30, bandages carry plague, infectees will enter a weakened state with a 20 reduction in all attributes. If untreated, they will gradually perish. Claw rending, E rank, increases sharpness by 30, durability by 30, race talent, increases stamina and injury recovery speed by 50 when battling in the desert. Bond with mummies. If the number of mummies exceeds 10, all mummies' strength increases by 10. If over 30, strength increases by 20. If over 50, strength increases by 30, and plague infection rate increases by 30. Enhancing negative effects by 30. Description: if you attempt to hang yourself with their bandages, you will surely succumb to the plague. Though lacking specific attributes like strength and constitution, their attributes appear quite commendable. Richard nodded slightly. After all, they are elite 3-star units. After contemplating, he opened his own attribute panel. Lowering his gaze, Lord Talent, Desert Lord, Special Growth Talent, current level C. You are the master of the desert. You can foresee the approach of sandstorms and possess the ability to bestow the power of sandification upon your subordinates. Once granted, your subordinates will acquire the D-rank skill sandification. This is his special growth skill, currently at level C. His fortune was not inferior to those players who directly obtained elite or even higher level unit nests. His gaze shifted to the mummies before him. He slowly extended his right hand, and in an instant, a glow reminiscent of yellow sand radiated from his palm, enveloping the 14 mummies within. Ding! Under your bestowal, the 14 bandaged mummies acquired the new skill sandification, D-rank. Sandification, D-rank, transforms the body into sand. Reducing physical damage by 99, can absorb yellow sand to recover injuries, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Richard laughed heartily. Immune to 99 physical damage and capable of absorbing yellow sand for recovery, this skill essentially grants invincibility. Moreover, he was situated in the desert, making these bandaged mummies akin to indestructible cockroaches. More importantly, he could bestow the sandification skill without limits to his subordinates. Henceforth, his units would inherently possess an additional skill compared to those of other lords. Furthermore, as the level of his growth talent continued to rise, the skills he could bestow would also enhance. The potential was boundless. After calming his exhilaration, Richard gazed at the 14 mummies, their bodies wrapped in bandages, revealing only their hollow eye sockets. With a wave of his hand, he commanded them to follow behind him as he stepped out of the Lord's estate, which was surrounded by walls. The grand entrance stood ajar. Richard strode forth, and in the next moment, he was taken aback. At the entrance of the Lord's estate, over 100 anxious residents had gathered, clad in tattered garments made of coarse fabric, their eyes darting and their expressions exceedingly apprehensive. Upon seeing him, their breath slowed markedly. When the mummies appeared, many became frantic, clutching their garments tightly and bowing their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. In the stifling atmosphere, a white-haired elder clad in a long white robe staggered forth from the crowd, nervously approaching Richard and kneeling respectfully before him. Raise your voices in joyous acclaim. My lord, your humble subjects welcome you. Such was the peculiar language that Richard recognized he had never encountered in his 20-plus years of existence. As his bewilderment lingered, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Pronunciation, enunciation, and the meanings of words, all assimilated in an instant. It was the common tongue of the continent. At that moment, he comprehended the words being spoken. Richard felt somewhat disoriented, having mastered a new language in the blink of an eye. Was this a beginner's boon? Behind him, the crowd, led by an elderly man, abruptly awakened, hastily dropping to their knees, as if fearing they were tardy. We welcome you, my lord, Their voices rose and fell, imbued with a terror akin to that of a mouse confronting a cat. Just as Richard was about to speak, a notification from the system chimed in his ear. Ding. You have officially assumed control of the territory. You may freely view the territory panel. Chapter 4. Territory Attributes. Richard's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he promptly opened the territory panel. Twilight City. Level 1 Village. 2,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron required for upgrade. Buildings. Basic Lord's Manor, unique. Basic Residential Houses, 10 units. Basic Blacksmith, 1 unit. Basic Barracks, 1 unit. Special Buildings, none. Vacant Land, 10 plots. Residents. Humans, 100 individuals. Resources. Gold, 1440 coins. Wood, 1440 units. Stone, 1440 units. Iron ore, 2,000 units. Rare resources. Mercury, 0. Sulfur, 0. Crystal, 0. Gemstones, 0. Occupied resource points, none. Territory attributes. Land of Yellow Sands, under Lord Richard's protection. The residents of Twilight City shall not lose their way in the desert, and their stamina expenditure in the desert is reduced by 30. Unit Nest, Great Pyramid, Elite 3 stars. Units, Bandaged Mummies, Elite 3 stars. 14 units. Heroes, none. Description, an insignificantly small territory. Perhaps even a powerful creature's sneeze could obliterate it. The territory attributes panel displayed everything succinctly. Though modest in contents, the attributes appeared rather commendable. The residents would not lose their way in the desert, and their stamina expenditure would diminish by 30, which was decidedly practical. The prostrated residents gazed at Richard, who remained silent for a prolonged moment, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Their inner unease deepened. My lord, the leader among the kneeling figures, with a hint of trepidation in his voice, lifted his gaze slightly and called out, uncertainly. Richard was jolted back to reality, cleared his throat, and spoke in the newly acquired common tongue, his voice resonating. Rise, my subjects. This is Twilight City, my domain, and the home of each one of you. There is no need for such anxiety. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man visibly relaxed, bowing sincerely before standing upright. The other residents who had risen now looked at Richard with a mixture of worry, trepidation, and excitement. Does the Lord truly not mind our presence here? Are those mummies indeed soldiers summoned by the Lord? How magnificent! The Lord is exceedingly benevolent. Observing the fervent crowd below him, Richard was taken aback. And after inquiring with the elder before him, he understood. These individuals had wandered here 3 days prior. At that time, the doors of the Lord's manor had been shut tight, unyielding. With nowhere else to turn, they had taken refuge in this location. Just 1 hour ago, they had received word that the doors of the manor had opened. In their state of anxious anticipation, they had gathered here to await the appearance of their lord. This was evidently a gift bestowed upon novice lords by the era of radiance. The populace was a vital component of the territory, essential for resource extraction, construction, and agriculture. Each task necessitated human effort. Without these people, his territory would likely be inoperative. The elder took a deep breath and spoke once more. Esteemed lord, please forgive our presumption. We beseech you to grant us refuge. At this, the crowd's collective heart raced, their hopeful gazes fixed upon Richard, awaiting the response they yearned to hear. Noticing the lingering unease among the people, Richard stepped forward, his dark, profound eyes sweeping over the assembly. At that moment, bolstered by the presence of his mummy guards, his aura rendered the gathering utterly silent. After a brief contemplation, he spoke aloud with conviction. Do not be anxious, my subjects. In the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I formally welcome you to my territory, granting you the status of residents of Twilight City. Regardless of your past occupations, identities, or experiences, all of that is bygone, and I shall not hold your histories against you. From this day forth, this shall be your home, and your sole identity shall be that of residents of Twilight City. In the future, your lives, your work, and all that is beautiful shall flourish upon this land. My name is Richard, remember it well. With unwavering resolve, he continued, as your lord, I shall protect you, ensuring your safety. No matter how perilous the world outside may become, even if one day this world loses its light, I shall lead you through the long night. The anxiety and apprehension within the crowd dissipated in the wake of his impassioned and stirring address, their gazes subtly shifting at that moment. Was this truly their lord? Ding. You delivered a brief yet captivating speech, earning the respect of all present. Leadership skill comprehension increased by 20. Upon hearing the system's notification, Richard's expression shifted subtly. This is acceptable? Yet, he quickly regained his composure and turned his attention back to the elderly man. Where do you currently reside? The elder's weathered visage seemed to soften considerably, his voice imbued with excitement as he replied, My lord, we dwell in the houses over there. He gestured towards a nearby location. Richard turned to look and saw 10 two-story ochre houses situated 50 meters from the lord's manor. The architectural style was robust, harmonizing well with the desert's characteristics. Residential houses, occupying 1 plot. Level, basic, requires 500 units of stone and 500 units of wood for upgrade. Maximum capacity, 10 individuals. Characteristics, none. Description, ordinary residential houses. Suitable for common folk. The 10 basic residences, each capable of accommodating 10 individuals, were perfectly suited to house the 100 residents without leaving anyone behind. Richard nodded thoughtfully, suddenly struck by a realization. How much food do we currently possess? These individuals are living beings, requiring sustenance and basic bodily functions. In a territory, the most vital resources are undoubtedly water and food, especially in this arid and barren desert. Fortunately, the mummies he has recruited belong to the necromantic class of soldiers. Thus they do not require nourishment. The elderly man, with his hair as white as snow, displayed a hint of bitterness on his face. His previously erect posture now seemed significantly more hunched, revealing the weight of age. My lord, we only possess 3 days' worth of food supplies, all of which were brought from before. Despite our relentless efforts to search these past few days, the desert is fraught with dangers and offers little in the way of sustenance. As the leader, the elder bore the burden of providing for over 100 individuals, and the immense pressure nearly left him breathless. Richard nodded. I shall devise a solution for this predicament, with a trading market in place. As long as we obtain sufficient resources, there are myriad ways to procure food. Thus, the paramount task now is to locate resources. Have you discovered any resource points in the vicinity of the territory during your time here? Wood, stone, and other resources are acquired from these outdoor resource points. According to the publicly available records of the Radiant Era, resource points are classified into micro, small, medium, large, and colossal, depending on their reserves. Each resource point is guarded by wild soldiers, and to seize such a point, one must first eliminate the defenders within. Additionally, new resource points refresh periodically around the territory, alleviating concerns about depletion. Chapter 5. The Fantasies of the Sand Sculptor Players. My lord, during our search for food, we discovered 3 resource points. One is a lumberyard, another a quarry, and the last appears to be an iron mine, though we did not dare approach it for confirmation. Upon hearing the elder's words, Richard's spirits lifted immediately. Resources are the essence of the Radiant Era. With resources, one can purchase soldier nests, acquire food, recruit soldiers, and upgrade the territory. The foremost priority now is to seize the surrounding resource points to gather resources and rapidly strengthen the territory. The Radiant Era is no safe haven. It is a world of contention among myriad races, a theme that shall resonate in the days to come. Beyond the staggering 2 billion players, there exist formidable indigenous factions. And beyond the primary realm, countless dimensional planes await. Demons, angels, dragons, titans, these legendary beings are all present. Is there a map? He casually inquired, not expecting the elder to produce a map. Although the map, drawn with charcoal, appeared rudimentary, it marked several key locations. Ding, you have obtained a rough map. Would you like to synchronize it with the system map? Oh, it has this function? Richard exclaimed with delight. Synchronize. After making his choice, a system map emerged before him, largely shrouded in fog. The points marked on the elder's crude map appeared intact upon it. Excellent, you have done well. Yet, I remain unaware of your name. The elder, filled with excitement, responded, Esteemed lord, I am Carew, ever at your service. Richard nodded, recognizing that this elder was a highly respected figure among the 100 or so individuals. Curiosity piqued, he opened Carew's attribute panel. Carew level, 3 potential, D skills, internal affairs, D, capable of managing territorial matters more efficiently, management, D, better at overseeing subordinates, persuasion, D, able to more easily convince others, racial talent, can learn knowledge from other races. Bond, efficiency increased by 30 when handling internal affairs. Description, once a powerful hero unit, his strength has waned with age, losing the power of a hero unit. Upon reading Carew's introduction, Richard was enlightened. He had not anticipated that the elder had once been a hero, albeit now aged. Nevertheless, in the early stages, he was indeed a valuable asset. With a serious expression, he addressed the gathered residents. Carew, in the name of the Lord of Dusk City, I appoint you as the administrative officer of Dusk City. In my absence, you shall oversee the other residents and safeguard the security of Dusk City. Carew was momentarily taken aback, then raised his head in disbelief, as if rejuvenated by the honor. In a trembling voice, he proclaimed, My lord, I am grateful for your grace. I shall defend your glory with my life. Richard nodded. Dismiss them. You and I shall explore the territory. As you wish. After the crowd dispersed, Richard, under the protection of the mummies, began an inspection of Dusk City alongside Carew. Currently, the territory structures were exceedingly sparse, consisting only of a few buildings. The lord's residence, residential houses, a blacksmith, and a barracks. Beyond that, only 10 plots of land remained vacant. These vacant plots are fundamental for the construction of new buildings. Without them, new structures cannot be erected, with each plot measuring 10 by 10 meters. Depending on the type of building, the required number of plots varies. The lord's residence, 30 plots. Residential houses, 1 plot. Blacksmith, 4 plots. Barracks, 20 plots. When constructing buildings, it is imperative to occupy the designated number of plots, as future upgrades will expand outward. If the number of vacant plots does not meet the requirements, subsequent constructions cannot be upgraded. This is detailed in the publicly available information of the Radiant Era. The number of vacant plots within a territory increases as its level rises. Additionally, treasures can be utilized to expand the territory's area and increase the number of plots. At the center of Dusk City lies the Lord's residence. Exiting through the grand doors, to the west are 10 residential houses. To the east is the blacksmith. While the barracks are situated behind the Lord's residence, those 10 vacant plots are distributed within the blacksmith's area. As Richard approached the open doors of the blacksmith, he noticed a thick layer of dust, indicating it had not been used in quite some time. Blacksmith, occupying 4 plots. Level, beginner, requires 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone to upgrade. Traits, forging efficiency increased by 10 capacity. Minimum of 2 people, maximum of 10 people. Description, a standard blacksmith, where one can forge agricultural tools or low-level weapons. The upgrade requirements for the blacksmith were evidently higher than those for residential houses, and it also possessed special attributes. A minimum of 2 individuals was necessary for the blacksmith to operate. Richard's curiosity heightened as he shifted his gaze towards the attributes of the Lord's residence and the barracks. The Lord's Manor, occupying 30 squares. Level, beginner, upgrading requires 2,000 units each of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore. Characteristics, efficiency, office work within the manor enhances efficiency by 10. Stamina recovery, increases stamina recovery speed by 20. Capacity, 30 individuals. Description, the core structure of the territory, endowed with special powers. Richard was somewhat astonished to discover that the Lord's Manor possessed 2 highly practical traits. With a hint of anticipation, he turned his gaze towards the barracks. The barracks, occupying 20 squares. Level, beginner, upgrading requires 1,500 units each of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore. Characteristics, training. Units training here have a minuscule chance of comprehending an F-grade skill. Physical enhancement, improves training effects by 10. Slightly enhancing physical attributes. Capacity, 100 individuals. Description, a standard barracks. Quite remarkable, aside from residential housing, all other structures possess corresponding traits. However, the resources required for upgrading these buildings are considerable. After recruiting 14 mummies, Richard's resources dwindled from 4,000 to just over 2,000. Upgrading within a short time frame seems unattainable. Karu, immediately identify the skilled individuals among the residents, such as blacksmiths and tailors. I have great use for them. Going forward, ensure that similar statistics are maintained for any new residents. This task is entirely your responsibility. Karu, who trailed closely behind, promptly nodded in respect. As you wish, my lord. After imparting a few more instructions, Richard dismissed Karu. He pondered briefly before opening the forum, curious about the progress of others. The moment he entered the chat channel, he felt as though he had returned to the modern world, inundated with the banter of eccentric players. Wow, 300 refugees have arrived outside my territory. Damn it. They're all begging like paupers, insisting on seeking shelter with me. How can I possibly feed them? I can't afford it. Haha. I recruited a hero from among the residents, and she is an adorable girl. It's exhilarating. I must research stockings and train an army of cute girls in high heels. How do I procure food? My territory is on the brink of starvation and can only hold out for 2 days. Is it too late to start farming now? Everyone, please don't leave the territory. I'm so frustrated. There's a 1-month protection period for the territory. If I step outside, that protection period will be reduced to 7 days. This garbage game is ruining my life. I refuse to believe the developers will ignore us. Anyway, with the protection period, I want to go outside this month. I'm about to lose it. The monsters outside are incredibly powerful. My 10 human swordsmen were wiped out by a damn ogre. This is infuriating. I spent all my resources on food, and now I have nothing to recruit new units. What should I do? Why do orcs eat so much? They devoured all the food in my warehouse in 1 meal. Where on earth can I find enough food to sustain them? Haha, being undead is the best. I don't have to worry about food at all. But watching nothing but piles of bones can be a bit off-putting, and I can't even sustain maidens. What a nuisance. Haha, so many elven boys. I'm dying. I swear I want to return. This queen will have all the elven boys in my harem. I want to sleep with 10 of them a day. Many Lord players on the forum had transitioned from their initial sense of bewilderment to engaging in discussions on how to develop their territories. Some audacious individuals were even preparing to establish harems, yet they faced various challenges. The most common complaint was the scarcity of food and the insecurity outside their territories. After observing for about 10 minutes, Richard gained insight. It appeared that the food shortage was a widespread issue, not unique to him. The mention of the system-provided protection time also piqued his curiosity. Not stepping outside the territory grants a month of safety, while stepping outside reduces this period to 7 days. Did this apply to his territory as well? If everyone was in the same boat, then this system-provided choice could indeed become a pivotal point. Chapter 6. The powerful bandaged mummy captures resource points. Having gleaned a wealth of useful information, Richard closed the forum. Surfing the internet consumed too much time. Without hesitation, he led his 14 mummies to the outskirts of Dusk City. The level 1 village was not vast, lacking any walls, with pathways leading into the desert. It was midday, and as he gazed into the distance, the yellow sands sparkled under the sun, resembling a sea of gold. The heat waves rolled in. Richard looked down to find the ground of his territory paved with stones, while just a step away lay a vast expanse of yellow sand. The boundary was strikingly clear, as if a unique rule separated the two realms. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a transparent shield at the boundary, resembling an inverted bowl, safeguarding Dusk City. Richard understood. This was the protective shield mentioned in the forum. Extending his right hand, he felt a system prompt as soon as he touched the shield. Ding. Are you leaving Dusk City? The protective shield will provide a month of safety. After leaving, the shield will shatter in 1 week. Note, the protective shield is a product of the rules and cannot be shattered. If you fear for your life, you may remain within the territory for an entire month without concern for safety. If you leave now, the time will shorten to 7 days. Undoubtedly, this struck a chord with many. Yet, it was also a significant trap. The early development time was incredibly precious. Enjoying a month of safety here would equate to wasting a month. He did not hesitate and stepped beyond the shield. Crossing through it, he felt nothing, as if the shield was non-existent. Richard disregarded everything else and contemplated the resource points marked on the system map. With the information provided by Karu, he could seize all the resource points surrounding his territory. According to the map, these resource points were no more than a 20-minute journey from Dusk City. The lumberyard lay to the west of Dusk City, less than a 10-minute trek. The stone quarry was situated to the northwest, approximately a 15-minute walk. The suspected iron mine was located to the northeast, about a 20-minute distance. He decided to start with the nearest lumberyard. After meticulously comparing the system map, he clarified his objective. With a rustle, his leather boots sank into the sand, the fine grains flowing over the tops of his feet, radiating warmth. Lifting his foot, the sand cascaded down, returning to the vast expanse, leaving behind irregular footprints. Within a kilometer of Dusk City, the terrain was flat, while beyond that distance lay undulating sand dunes. The endless yellow sands stretched out, with no visible boundaries, evoking an ancient and desolate atmosphere. The scorching wind, mingled with a hint of fine sand, brushed against his face, leaving his mouth dry. The desert has long been regarded as a realm of death in the minds of ordinary people. However, Richard possesses the unique talent of being a desert lord, allowing him to traverse the arid expanse with effortless ease, akin to a fish returning to its native waters. The presence of mummies is even less daunting. Their racial trait enhances stamina and healing rates by 50 in the desert. This desolate land, often inhospitable to outsiders, is their domain. Richard commanded 4 mummies to scout ahead while he advanced under the protection of 10 others. However, as they ventured a mere kilometer onto the sandy dunes, the mummies in front became agitated, signaling Richard with their gestures. Intriguingly, despite their mouths being sealed, they could only convey information through their body language. Not wasting a moment, Richard swiftly ascended the dune with his 10 mummies. From this elevated vantage point, he beheld a verdant grove approximately 400 to 500 meters away, flourishing amidst the sands. The swaying shadows of trees exuded an inexplicable vitality, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation of the desert. Through the branches, he discerned what appeared to be wooden structures nestled within the greenery. Logging camp level, small capacity, 20,000 units weekly output, 100 units minimum occupancy, 2 persons, maximum, 10 persons. Description, a standard resource point. Upon occupation, a small logging camp can be established. A small logging camp? A reserve of 20,000 units? An output of 2,100 units weekly? Richard's eyes narrowed slightly, calculating the potential yield. He realized that securing this logging camp would provide him with a daily supply of 300 units of timber. His interest piqued. He urged his mummies to hasten their pace. As they approached the logging camp, a chilling roar suddenly echoed from within. Instantly, 2 to 3 dozen figures burst forth from the towering trees, which stood 5 to 6 meters high. Richard halted, his gaze sharpening. The creatures that emerged bore the grotesque heads reminiscent of wolves, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Their bodies were cloaked in thick gray fur, resembling armor in its resilience. With arched backs and claws that left deep scratches in the earth, they sprinted forward, employing their powerful limbs in unison. Their gaping maws revealed sharp canine teeth, and strands of saliva hung in the air like sinister threads. Desert Warg level 1 potential, ordinary 2 stars skill, brutality, F grade. Once they initiate an attack, their rage consumes their reason, rendering them fearless until their enemy is slain. Racial trait, possesses a keen sense of smell. Bond with wargs. If the number exceeds 10, all strength increases by 10. If greater than 20, strength increases by 20, activated. Description, beware of your throat. The number of these sudden adversaries exceeded 30, and they had activated an additional strength boost of 20. Their ferocity was palpable. Yet, instead of fear, Richard felt a surge of excitement at the sight. His mummies were of elite caliber. Attack. With a wave of his hand, 14 bandaged mummies surged forward. The mummies emitted a chilling low growl. Their claws were capable of rending steel. Despite being swathed in bandages, their speed remained undiminished. In mere moments, the mummies clashed with the horde of wargs. A warg lunged ferociously, attempting to rend a mummy with its teeth, eager to eradicate the undead that instilled fear in them. The mummy, with its heavily bandaged arm, struck forcefully at the warg's head. The warg whimpered, staggering back, nearly toppling over. This, however, ignited its primal instincts. With a guttural growl, it charged forward, jaws agape, aiming to sink its teeth into the mummy's arm. Deathly form, E-grade, unafraid of pain, unafraid of death, immune to toxins and plagues. The mummy felt neither pain nor fear. As the warg bit down, the mummy's sharp fingers, capable of rending steel, pierced into the warg's abdomen. Rending claws, E-grade, increases sharpness by 30, fortitude by 30. Blood gushed forth, staining the mummy's bandages with the warg's lifeblood. The warg howled in agony, its skin taking on a faint blue hue, while its strength rapidly waned. Mummified wrappings, E-grade, reduces physical damage by 30. The wrappings carry a plague that weakens the afflicted by 20 in all attributes, leading to gradual demise without treatment. After puncturing the creature, the mummy did not relent. Instead, it yanked fiercely, tearing the warg's abdomen as if it were a mere zipper, exposing a gruesome mess within. In the midst of its torment, the savage warg continued its assault, striking with its claws at the mummy. The blood-soaked frenzy drew the attention of nearby wargs, their eyes igniting with crimson fury as they charged at the mummy. Overwhelmed by 7 or 8 wargs, the mummy was ensnared, its bandages tearing, revealing its shriveled form beneath. Yet, in this dire strait, the attacking wargs suddenly shrieked in pain, their bodies suffused with an eerie blue light as their strength plummeted, retreating as if struck by lightning. The once besieged mummy now appeared as if grains of sand flowed through it. The claws of the attacking wargs met only the sensation of resistance as they penetrated the mummy's form, leaving no harm in their wake. Instead, the wargs found themselves afflicted by the plague, their vitality swiftly deteriorating. Sands of Time, degrade, allows the body to become sand-like, reducing physical damage by 99. Capable of absorbing sand to heal, lasting 5 minutes with a cooldown of 2 hours. In the absence of magical harm, for 5 minutes. The mummy standing on the sand became an immortal entity, with its sharpened fingers solidifying in the sand. The mummy swiftly tore apart the 2 wargs that dared to continue their assault. After this display, the fate of the wargs was sealed. Though they fought fiercely, the mummies proved to be an unstoppable force. Even without the use of sandification, the mummy could overpower its foes with sheer strength. Once sandification was employed, the mummy appeared invincible. One after another, the wolfmen were pierced through the heart and had their throats slashed by the mummy. The battle concluded in mere minutes. As the last wolfman fell, the system notification echoed, "Ding! The army you led has annihilated a group of wolfmen, achieving victory in a minor skirmish. You have gained 34 experience points." Richard, overseeing the battle from the rear, felt elated. Such was the combat prowess of elite units. Facing adversaries that outnumbered them several times over, they had executed a flawless slaughter without sustaining any damage. A glance at his level revealed, level 134, 100. His experience progress had visibly surged. The greater reward was that after exterminating the wolfmen, he could now claim this resource point. Chapter 7, Harvest. Acquiring the lumber yard once Richard's initial excitement subsided, he surveyed the ground littered with the carcasses of wolfmen, his brow furrowing slightly. Although wolfmen were wild monstrosities, the blood staining the yellow sand and the dismembered limbs provided a significant visual and psychological impact. It was the first time he had encountered such a gruesome scene. Nevertheless, he did not shy away, gritting his teeth as he walked through the blood-soaked area. In this world, larger conflicts were inevitable. If he did not adapt swiftly, no one would shield him from the storm. With each step leaving a bloodstain, upon exiting the grim zone, Richard's expression, though grave, bore an inexplicable air of distinction. "Ding. Do you wish to claim the resource point, the lumberyard small?" Taking a deep breath, he nodded. Confirm. The claim was successful. He had acquired a small resource point where he could dispatch lumberjacks to fell trees. Upon hearing the system prompt, Richard's pallor lightened slightly. He led the blood-stained mummies into the area. Turning to survey his surroundings, he noted the towering trees, 5 to 6 meters high, obscuring the sky. And the air suddenly turned cool. In the central area lay 7 or 8 felled trees in disarray. Beside them stood a small wooden cabin. Upon entering, he discovered a dozen rusted axes within. Not bad, he mused, realizing they had clearly not been used in quite some time. But they could be utilized immediately upon taking possession. In the world of Era of Radiance, resource points come in various types. Some are primitive, such as an untouched forest, necessitating the construction of a lumberyard. However, this type typically pertains to large resource points, while small resource points are readily exploitable, seemingly designed with novices in mind, thus saving Richard considerable trouble. After exploring the lumberyard without finding anything else of note, he did not linger, nor did he rush back to send workers to chop wood. Instead, he set off with 14 mummies towards the resource point in the southeast. The 2 resource points were quite close. After crossing 2 sand dunes, he beheld a rocky area. Quarry level, miniature, reserves, 10,000 units, maximum output, 1. 400 units per week, capacity, minimum of 2, maximum of 7. Description, a standard resource point, can be mined for stone once claimed. Compared to the small lumber yard, the miniature quarry had diminished attributes across the board, with a weekly output of 400 units, that equated to 200 units daily. Adding the lumberyard's output, that totaled 500 units each day. Richard's spirits lifted further. Excellent, a fruitful find. With the experience gained from the wolfmen, he was not eager to approach hastily. He sent 4 mummies ahead to scout. As expected, upon nearing the quarry, a cacophony of whistling stones erupted. Over 20 stones flew from the quarry. The mummies, unable to dodge in time, were struck. However, the stones lacked sufficient force. The mummies withstood the barrage without any significant harm. Ding. Your army has been attacked by a group of unknown foes. Richard's lips twitched. Throwing stones? Was that a touch amusing? With all mummies attacking, if the enemy was not formidable, he could spare a few lives. Using stones to assault him, and they were mere wilderness troops guarding a miniature resource point. Richard found it hard to fathom the strength of his adversaries. He retained 2 mummies for protection and dispatched the rest. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in an instant. The enemy's feeble stone projectiles, striking the pain-immune undead mummies, were as inconsequential as a mere nuisance. Upon the mummies' incursion into the quarry, a chorus of terrified screams erupted, but tranquility soon returned. Ding. The army you led has defeated a group of long-arm laborers, achieving victory in a minor skirmish. You have gained 30 experience points. Level 164, 100. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Just one more battle would suffice for him to level up. The harvest was promising. He stepped into the quarry's central area, where a group of fear-stricken, grotesque beings cowered on the ground, surrounded by 7 or 8 corpses. The mummies stood impassively nearby. These hideous creatures possessed pronounced canine teeth protruding from their lips. Their faces grotesque. Their physique was comparable to that of ordinary humans, yet they boasted sturdy, over-knee long arms, appearing quite robust. Long-arm laborer, level 1 potential, ordinary 1-star skill. Endurance, E grade, capable of enduring extremely harsh working conditions. Racial talent, quickly restores stamina when food is abundant. Bond, laborer. If the number of long-arm laborers exceeds 10, stamina recovery speed increases by 20. If it exceeds 20, stamina recovery speed increases by 40. Activated. Description, master. Please don't hit me. I will work immediately. What a peculiar type of unit. No wonder they were dubbed laborers. Their talent seemed perfectly tailored for toil. Upon Richard's arrival, the laborers immediately took notice. Seeing the respectful posture of the mummies, they snapped to attention. They promptly turned and knelt before him, pressing their foreheads to the ground, exclaiming fervently, "Great Lord, we are willing to submit to you. Spare us." Ding. A group of long-arm laborers, in awe of your might after their defeat, wishes to pledge their allegiance to you. Do you accept? So simple? Richard chuckled heartily. These beings were indeed suited for exploitation, truly a boon for capitalists. Accept. He gained 30 long-arm laborers. Ding. Do you wish to claim the quarry? Claim. You have acquired a miniature quarry, from which you may dispatch miners for extraction. With a wave of his hand, Richard pointed at the first of the long-armed laborers who had knelt in surrender. I appoint you as the overseer of this quarry, tasked with managing its production, and I shall allocate 6 laborers to assist you. You also possess the authority to manage additional workers. The long-armed laborer was instantly filled with joy, dropping to his knees once more. Great master, I shall certainly produce more ore for you. Ding. You have motivated a long-armed laborer through your words, enhancing the efficiency of his subordinates in mining ore by 20 for a duration of 3 days. Is this truly possible? Richard mused with amusement. By heavens, could I periodically send someone to provide encouragement and paint grand visions? After surveying the quarry and finding nothing else of note, Richard left 7 laborers to extract stone. He also appointed another laborer as the head of a lumberyard, directing 9 others to work at the recently conquered site. The appointed laborer was equally euphoric, also gaining the trait to boost efficiency by 20. With this round of appointments, not only had he secured 2 resource points, but he had also gathered a full complement of workers, all without expending a single resource, and even acquired 13 additional long-armed laborers. These gains invigorated Richard, yet as he pondered, a twinge of concern arose. While laborers were indeed useful, they also meant an increase of 30 mouths to feed. With only 3 days' worth of food left, his supplies were dwindling. Upon glancing at the trading market, he found no food available for sale. The few items listed were exorbitantly priced and sold out quickly, making purchases exceedingly difficult. It seemed that logistics would soon become a critical constraint on the development of his territory. Casting a wary glance at the mummies beside him, Richard felt relieved they did not require sustenance. Otherwise, he might truly be in dire straits. The resource point to the northeast was somewhat distant, traversing from the quarry. It would take approximately half an hour. The pace of the 13 laborers was painfully slow, hindering their march. These fellows struggled significantly in the sandy terrain. After crossing a low dune, Richard followed the map's markings and spotted the traces of a third resource point, an iron mine. The desert surrounding the mine had transformed into hard, dry ground, with piles of dark or conspicuously heaped together. Iron mine level, small, reserves, 20,000 units, maximum output, 2. 100 units per week, capacity, minimum 5, maximum 10 description. A standard iron mine, suitable for sending miners to extract ore, armed with the experience from his previous conquests. Richard wasted no time and signaled for 14 mummies to advance. Meanwhile, the remaining 13 laborers collected the scattered stones on the ground, forming a rudimentary formation with warriors at the front and ranged attack capabilities behind them. As the bandaged mummies approached the iron mine, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Over 20 arrows sliced through the sky, piercing the bandages and embedding themselves in the mummies' bodies. Ding! You have provoked a band of desert raiders. Chapter 8. Unexpected treasure chest. As beings of the undead, the mummies' vital weakness lay in their heads. Unless their skulls were shattered, they could not be slain. Once attacked, the 14 mummies emitted a fearsome low growl and surged forward with newfound speed, charging into the iron mine. Richard, witnessing this, promptly urged the 13 laborers to follow. He would remain behind to direct the battle. As a lord, it was prudent to command from the rear rather than lead the charge foolishly, risking immediate death from concentrated enemy fire. With so many formidable mummies present, his lack of combat capability was inconsequential. Though the iron mine was not particularly grand, its complex terrain obscured Richard's view of the ongoing battle. However, he surmised that a combined assault from 14 elite mummies and 13 long-armed laborers upon a small resource point would not pose significant difficulty. Minutes later, an uplifting chime resonated. Ding! Your troops have eradicated a band of desert raiders, achieving victory in a minor skirmish. You have gained 36 experience points, and your level has increased. Subsequently, Richard felt a warm surge coursing through his body, reminiscent of soaking in hot water followed by a soothing massage. He could distinctly sense his muscles and bones absorbing this warmth. Moments later, the sensation faded, leaving him feeling imbued with an indescribable strength. As if he could fell a calf with a single punch. Clenching his fists, he heard them crack. Was this the sensation of leveling up? It was exhilarating, far surpassing the effects of a 5,000 per hour massage. Would you like to occupy the iron mine? Occupy. After making his choice, Richard felt a surge of elation as he stepped onto the firm, dry ground and entered the iron mine. The thick scent of blood gradually wafted towards him, intensifying with each step. Not long after, he beheld a scene of desert raiders, bloodied and sprawled amidst the ore, clutching crossbows and daggers while their faces remained concealed. The mummies' razor-sharp claws had left deep gashes on their bodies, a sight that was quite gruesome. Richard furrowed his brow, while still somewhat unsettled. He found his mental fortitude had improved considerably since his recent encounter with the werewolves. He advanced step by step into the heart of the mine. Upon his arrival, the mummies and laborers immediately gathered around him. Great master, all those wretched desert raiders have been slain. Your light now envelopes this iron mine. Though the mummies were voiceless, the long-armed laborers eagerly sought to showcase their achievements before their new master. Richard nodded slightly, preparing to speak when another laborer dashed up excitedly from the side. Master, I have discovered a treasure chest. Praise the goddess of fortune. A treasure chest? His eyes sparkled with excitement. In the glorious era, hunting wild units occasionally yielded various resources and treasure chests were among them, potentially containing a plethora of valuable items. Lead me to it. The laborer eagerly guided him ahead. Winding through narrow passages, they finally halted at a constricted stone crevice. Richard focused intently and beheld a wooden chest radiating a bronze glow nestled within. Wooden chest level, 1-star status, unlocked description. Perhaps you might find something of little worth within. Good heavens, that description is rather blunt. The chest's lowest grade is 1 star, with a maximum of 5 stars. The higher the level, the greater the likelihood of uncovering precious treasures. However, given this description, the chances of obtaining anything of value appeared minimal at best. Indeed, what can one expect from a mere assemblage of ordinary desert bandits guarding their treasures? Richard's anticipation dwindled, and he extended his hand to unlock the chest directly. A flash of bronze light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a fist-sized pouch crafted from coarse fabric. Ding! You have opened a 1-star treasure chest and obtained a resource pouch. Resource pouch contains 500 units of stone. Upon opening, the pouch will be automatically destroyed. Having mentally prepared himself, Richard felt no disappointment. Moreover, 500 units of resources could purchase a troop nest, rendering this unexpected windfall a profitable venture. He opened the pouch without hesitation, and a burst of light ensued as the pouch shattered into fragments, adding 500 units of stone to his attributes panel. With this gain, Richard glanced at the long-armed laborers who were gazing at him with eager eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He pointed at the laborer who had discovered the treasure chest and declared, "You have performed admirably. Merit will be rewarded. I hereby appoint you as the overseer of the iron mine, responsible for the extraction of iron, as well as the management of the other workers." The promoted laborer was elated, dancing with joy and exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, great master. I shall strive to work diligently for you." Ding. Your command has greatly enhanced the enthusiasm of the long-armed laborers. The efficiency of the miners under his command has increased by 20 for a duration of 3 days. Richard chuckled heartily, bemused by how easily these individuals could be swayed. After confirming that there were no other treasures in the iron mine, he left 10 laborers behind to extract iron. He then prepared to return to his territory with the mummy and the last 3 laborers. The midday sun bore down with relentless heat, causing Richard's stamina to wane considerably. He licked his parched lips, realizing he had been careless by not bringing water. Although his unique growth talent as the Desert Lord had significantly reduced his consumption in the arid landscape, he still found himself quite thirsty after this excursion. The laborers, too, were in dire straits, their lips cracked and bleeding. With a growing thirst for water, Richard and his companions instinctively quickened their pace. The desert remained an expanse of desolation and barrenness, with the occasional sighting of a few cacti or resilient tamarisk trees being a rare stroke of fortune. However, surprises often lay just around the corner. "Master, there are monsters over there." As they crested a sand dune, several laborers suddenly shouted in alarm, their voices laced with fear. Richard halted, peering ahead. 200 to 300 meters away, near a cluster of tamarisk trees, a pack of over 20 massive gray wolves, akin to calves in size, lounged in the shade. No one could doubt the ferocity these beasts would unleash if provoked, even from a distance. Their exaggerated forms instilled a palpable sense of dread within him. Desert Wolf Level 3 Potential, Elite 3-star Skills, Pounce, E-Grade. Capable of unleashing tremendous force to strike down enemies. Bite, E-Grade, with razor-sharp teeth that inflict piercing damage. Race Talent, Highly Agile. Pack Bond. When the number of desert wolves exceeds 10, strength increases by 5 and agility by 10. When it exceeds 20, strength increases by 10 and agility by 20. Activated. Description: Awo. Chapter 9. Mummy Upgrade. Treasure Troop 3 Level. Elite 3-star Wilderness Troops. And there are as many as 25 of them. Richard's pupils narrowed. This was not comparable to the ordinary troops found at resource points. Though the mummy was also Elite 3-star, it lagged behind in level and was outnumbered by a full squad. Charging in recklessly would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to retreat so easily. Glancing at the mummy's attributes, deathly body, bandages of the dead, claw rending, sandification, he noted that the mummy's inherent skills did not provide a distinct advantage against the desert wolves due to their agility. Only the skill of sandification granted by him stood out. Immune to 99 of physical damage, this ability allowed the mummy to seize a position of absolute strength. Moreover, after sandification, it became easier for enemies to succumb to plague. Having just battled the gnolls, this combination had proven to be quite effective. Richard observed that all the mummies had their sandification skill restored. While it was indeed overpowered, charging head-on was not a viable strategy against the highly agile desert wolves. Was there a method to restrict the desert wolves' movements? Not necessarily to confine their actions entirely, but merely to slow them down would suffice. The mummy's plague could diminish their attributes by 20, which was entirely achievable. Thus, how might he infect the desert wolves with the plague prior to battle? As Richard observed the desert wolves sprawled out on the sandy ground, a cunning thought surfaced in his mind. He turned to the nearest mummy and commanded, "Immediately utilize sandification and merge with the desert." The designated mummy emanated a faint golden sand glow, transforming into a blurred figure composed of countless grains. Its bandages took on a dark yellow hue. Under Richard's watchful gaze, the sandy ground began to sink as the sandified mummy gradually integrated into the yellow sand. In the end, it vanished completely, leaving only subtle traces on the surface. Haha, this truly works. Richard felt a surge of exhilaration. He cast his gaze upon the desert wolves still resting beneath the tamarisk trees, plotting his next move. In the afternoon, the sweltering weather rendered the desert wolves rather lethargic, delaying their hunting instincts. It was only under the veil of night that they would strike. As they lounged in a hazy stupor, the pack suddenly sensed a rustling beneath the ground, as if something stirred below. Most of them paid little heed, merely raising their eyelids slightly before resuming their rest. Only a few stood, lowering their damp noses to sniff the air. However, the underground disturbance was obscured by the yellow sand, rendering it undetectable. After some time, the desert wolves lost their vigilance, returning to their languorous positions. Just then, the ground trembled violently, sending plumes of yellow sand soaring into the air. The more than 10 desert wolves lying on the ground felt a sudden pain in their abdomens, their strength swiftly waning. Blood sprayed forth, staining the sand crimson, which absorbed the liquid and coalesced into a mass. Grr! The desert wolves let out agonized howls, springing up like springs from the ground. Of the 25 desert wolves, 12 bore deep claw marks across their abdomens, with only 2 managing to escape unscathed. It was at this moment that the desert wolves finally recognized the true nature of their assailant. The sight of the mummy rising from the depths of the earth drove the desert wolves to the brink of madness. They immediately launched a ferocious assault upon the resurrected figure. Despite suffering grievous injuries, the mummy showed no sign of retreat. However, To their astonishment, the claws capable of shredding a bison merely passed through the undead beings as though piercing through sand. The attack was utterly ineffective. With a rustling sound, the combined ferocity of 25 desert wolves failed to inflict any harm on the mummy. Instead, those wolves that had penetrated its form found their bodies tinged with an eerie blue glow shortly thereafter. The mummy's curse had diminished their attributes by a staggering 20%. The vitality of the desert wolves immediately waned. Under normal circumstances, even if a mummy could vanquish these wolves, it would sustain considerable damage in the process. Alas, their adversary was a mummy endowed with the power of sandification by Richard. Once transformed, these mummies became indestructible beings. No matter how fiercely the desert wolves clawed and bit, the mummy's forms swiftly regenerated. It was akin to attempting to cleave through quicksand with a knife. Withdraw the blade, and no trace remains. As the mummies arose from the yellow sands, they entered a frenzied mode of slaughter against a horde of cursed foes, devoid of fear or pain, driven solely by the instinct to attack. They exchanged wounds for wounds, and with each swipe of their claws, they achieved victory. 4 or 5 mummies would surround a single wolf, and within just a few exchanges, they could dispatch one of the desert beasts. Although the wolves fought back with wild abandon, they were helpless against a throng of invulnerable enemies. The battle concluded before the mummy sandification skills expired. The last desert wolf was overwhelmed by a multitude of mummies, its body riddled with scars, blood pouring forth in torrents. With this victory, Richard's forces annihilated a pack of desert wolves, securing a small-scale triumph and earning him 50 experience points. Level 2, 501, 1000. Each elite unit contributed 2 experience points, resulting in a commendable yield. However, the experience required to ascend from level 2 to 3 had increased tenfold, causing the rate of progression to come to a sudden halt. Yet, there was further cause for Richard's delight. The bandaged mummies, having engaged in numerous battles, experienced a rise in their levels. Following the system prompt, the auras of the 14 bandaged mummies surged, and their previous scars healed completely. Even the recently utilized sandification skill was refreshed. With each upgrade, the units significantly enhanced their basic attributes, a process colloquially referred to as gaining health and defense. Though not visibly quantified, the strength was undeniably substantial. Richard's spirit soared. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Moreover, the most significant bounty lay before him in the form of the fallen desert wolves. These creatures, resembling young calves, represented an excellent source of meat, an enticing resource for the food-scarce city of Dusk. However, the issue at hand was that the corpses were tainted with plague, a perilous circumstance. Contemplating this, Richard turned to the nearby mummies, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Could you purge the plague from the wolf carcasses? The mummies hesitated, seemingly unaccustomed to such a task. After a brief moment of uncertainty, one stepped forward and pressed its hand against the wound of a wolf. After a few breaths, the eerie blue curse upon the skin seemed to come alive, shifting toward where the mummy applied pressure. Moments later, the bluish luminescence vanished, and it was evident that the wolf carcasses had returned to normalcy. Richard's eyes sparkled with delight. This mummy unit was an absolute treasure. A tremendous profit indeed. Chapter 10. A bounty of riches. Richard was exceedingly satisfied with the mummy unit. Not only did they exhibit resilience in battle, unfazed by pain or the specter of death, but their combat prowess was formidable, complemented by the sandification technique that allowed for cunning ambushes from beneath the earth. Most importantly, they required no logistical support and consumed no sustenance. Could one ask for more? Cows consume grass to produce milk. Mummies required no such input, yielding their bounty directly. In stark contrast, the 3 long-armed laborers beside him, their lips cracked, struggled to endure the harsh desert environment. Given the treacherous conditions of the desert, the future of the Dusk City's army would prioritize units that required no logistical burden. Richard, deep in thought, confirmed the developmental trajectory for the forces of Dusk. They would bring the desert wolves back to their territory. Once the plague was dispelled, the wolves would undoubtedly become invaluable sustenance. For a city with only a few days' worth of provisions, this was akin to a lifeline. The long-armed laborers erupted in cheers, hurriedly heaving the desert wolves onto their backs. However, even 3 laborers could barely lift one, necessitating the mummy's involvement in this critical task. Observing their size, Richard estimated each desert wolf weighed over 200 pounds, with some of the larger ones exceeding 300. With such a bountiful harvest, his spirits soared ever higher. As the carcasses of the wolves were laid at the entrance of the Lord's mansion, it immediately caused a stir among the residents. They clustered together, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. My heavens, what colossal wolves! These beasts must be elite level. They are desert wolves, exceedingly ferocious. 10 ordinary individuals would stand no chance against even one. Our Lord is truly formidable. It is awe-inspiring. Carew, recently appointed as the administrative officer, pushed through the crowd to stand beside Richard. His aged frame seemed rejuvenated upon witnessing the multitude of wolf carcasses. With respect, he clasped his hands to his chest and bowed. Good day, my lord. Richard nodded slightly. Have the wolves processed, store the pelts, make some into jerky. and allocate a portion for the residents. Karu immediately responded with enthusiasm. Thank you for your generosity. It is an honor to encounter such a great lord as yourself. Richard paid little heed to the gratitude expressed. The populace represented the wealth of Dusk City. It was no strange matter to feed his flock with fresh grass. As he awaited their yield of milk, no need for excessive formality. As the lord of Dusk City, it is my duty to protect you. There are still 10 wolf carcasses yet to be retrieved. Send some individuals with 4 mummies to fetch them. Karu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, There are still more? Indeed, my lord. Richard nodded, continuing his inquiries. How goes the census of the residents? Reporting to you, my lord. There are a total of 15 individuals with special skills, 5 junior blacksmiths, 3 junior carpenters, 5 junior tailors, and 2 junior builders. The various professions in life are categorized into junior, intermediate, advanced, elite, master, and extraordinary levels. The higher the rank, the greater the quality of items one can produce. Although all are considered novices, having 15 out of 100 individuals in this category is quite commendable. Richard glanced at the nearby residents. Assign 5 blacksmiths to the forge. I have secured a mine, and it won't be long before we can yield a substantial output. Have 5 tailors process the pelts of the wild wolves and explore the best methods of utilization. After making these arrangements, he pointed to 3 somewhat reserved long-armed laborers. I have already conquered all 3 resource points you mentioned. Additionally, I have subdued 30 long-armed laborers in the quarry. 7 have been assigned there, 10 to the iron mine, and another 10 to the lumberyard. The remaining 3 will be tasked with transporting food and water to these resource points. The territory of Dusk City possesses particularly unique attributes. Under his protection, the residents will not lose their way in the desert, and their stamina consumption is reduced by 20. The surplus of laborers will be put to good use. Karu immediately responded, As you wish. Soon, the residents who received the orders began to bustle about. Over 30 robust individuals, guided by 4 mummies, proceeded to transport the carcasses of the wild wolves. Meanwhile, 4 or 5 residents, accompanied by 3 long-armed laborers bearing provisions and water, set off for the resource points to deliver supplies. Those remaining within the territory began their work. Processing a wolf weighing 200 to 300 pounds is indeed a laborious task. The residents moved the wild wolves to the front of the only well in Dusk City and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a large pot to begin boiling water. Richard stood to the side, quietly observing the scene. The lively atmosphere resembled a festive celebration from his childhood. The smiles on the faces of the residents were particularly infectious. The more genuine they appeared, the more they resonated with him. His initial sense of alienation in this world gradually dissipated. After a moment of observation, his gaze was drawn to the well. Water, in the desert, is undeniably a lifeline. The construction method of this well in Dusk City is quite primitive. A deep pit is dug to reach the underground water, and stones are used to line the pit to prevent the soil from collapsing. Once the groundwater seeps through, a rope is tied to a wooden bucket, lowered down to collect the water. This well, located in a typical resident's home, suffices for the needs of 10 or so individuals without issue. However, this is Dusk City, his domain. With only this one well, how will the city develop in the future? Richard felt a twinge of unease. While he pondered, the silver-haired Karu approached his side. The elderly man wiped the sweat from his brow, his frail body resembling a tree stripped of leaves in winter. Yet, his age could not diminish the fervor in his spirit. My lord, I have just estimated that after accounting for the fur, bones, and entrails, each wild wolf yields approximately 150 units of meat, which means that 25 wild wolves could produce nearly 4,000 units. According to the system's calculations, 1 pound of food equals 1 unit. Moreover, the entrails and bones are also consumable. These provisions alone could sustain us for 3 days. The meat can be dried for preservation, and 4,000 units would be sufficient to last us for 20 days. By this calculation, combined with our existing food supplies, we now have enough reserves to last us for 25 days, and with some conservation, we could easily extend that to a month. Karu's tone was particularly exuberant, and the wrinkles on his face appeared significantly softened. Richard nodded. The spoils from this excursion were indeed bountiful. 3 resource points, 30 long-armed laborers. The mummies had leveled up to level 2, and the immense food obtained from hunting could be considered a substantial profit. However, at that moment, his thoughts were drawn elsewhere. Pointing at the well before him, he asked in a serious tone, Are there any water sources around the territory? Karu shook his head. None have been found. We decided to remain here precisely because we discovered this well a few days ago. After speaking, his expression turned slightly hesitant. My lord, we might consider sending a portion of our people to search for additional water sources or to construct another well. The output of this well is limited, and with over 100 people relying on it, the supply is quite strained. If this continues, I fear the well may run dry. Richard raised an eyebrow. A lack of water is a dire situation in the desert. While one can hunt for food, the absence of water could be fatal. The exhilaration from hunting over 20 wild wolves diminished considerably. I will devise a solution for this matter. Meanwhile, see if anyone knows how to locate water sources or dig wells. Yes, my lord. Once Karu departed, Richard immediately accessed the forum. He searched the keyword territory lacking water sources. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of posts surfaced. My territory is on a high mountain, and there's absolutely no water around. What should I do? Am I going to die of thirst? Help! How do I solve the lack of fresh water on an island? Don't mention distillation. The efficiency is too low, and the little water produced wouldn't even suffice for a round of drinks for my residents. There's a level 10 giant bear outside my territory blocking me for half a day. I'm going to die of thirst. Can anyone send me some water? Most of these posts were cries for help, and after sifting through many, Richard finally found one of value. I just found a 3-star treasure chest in the wild. But when I opened it, all I got was a fragment of a treasure, spring water fragment. 3 fragments can be combined into a 1-star resource treasure, spring water. What use is that? I stepped out and found a river. I regret it. Had I known I could sell it for some food, I wouldn't have bothered. Damn it. Just when 200 refugees arrived in my territory, we're going to run out of food tomorrow. 1-star resource treasure? Spring water? Richard's eyes immediately lit up. These misguided players indeed possess some worth. Chapter 11. Ancestors, save me. Richard read that post several times before opening the trading market. He searched for resource treasure spring water. To his disappointment, there were none available. Following that, he searched for several similar terms, but the results were bleak. It seemed that at this stage, obtaining 3-star treasure chests was still far too rare, and even if one were to acquire it, there was no guarantee of similar resource treasures. After closing the market, he returned to that post. After adopting the name Qingxiu, he initiated a private chat. Qingxiu, hey there, I just saw your post. Are you considering selling the spring water fragments? His message was quickly met with a response. Where's your Italian canon? How much resource can you offer? Upon seeing that name, Richard couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Qingxiu, the initial resources are exceedingly precious, and I cannot spare much. However, I have just hunted down a wild wolf. You damn Italian canon, a wild wolf? Is that the creature that is hardly larger than a dog? What use could that possibly serve? Richard approached the residents who were still occupied with their tasks and selected a medium-sized wild wolf. Ding. Is the desert wild wolf carcass for sale? Please set the price. 100,000 gold coins. After confirming, the desert wild wolf before him vanished into thin air. Richard reopened the chat channel and sent a message. Qingxiu, I have listed the wild wolf for sale. You can search for it in the trading channel under desert wild wolf, priced at 100,000 gold coins. Shortly after sending the message, the other party replied. You damn Italian canon. Impressive. Even a 3-star elite wild wolf could be defeated. I'm currently being blocked at my door by a pack of 1-star elites. Why on earth did I draw the farmer's unit nest? Oh, esteemed one. What level is your unit nest? Qingxiu, let us focus on the transaction. You damn Italian canon. We can trade, but one wolf isn't enough. Besides, wolves are social animals. You must have taken down more than one. Qingxiu, my territory is also in dire need of food. I cannot trade too many, and yours is merely a fragment. I don't know when it can be synthesized. So if it's too expensive, I'll have to pass. After a prolonged silence, Richard thought the other party was no longer interested in trading. But then a message came through. You damn Italian canon. Esteemed one, you have hunted a desert wild wolf. And you are willing to exchange such precious food for a resource treasure, the spring water fragment, at this time? Your territory must be located in the desert, correct? Richard raised an eyebrow, about to dismiss the chatter, when another message arrived. I understand that a spring water treasure fragment cannot be exchanged for much food. But what about this? Jujube Grove, resource treasure, level, 1-star range, 10 acres characteristics, must be planted in the desert and requires ample water for irrigation, maturing once a month. Description, a resource treasure exclusive to the desert. Richard's eyes widened. Jujube Grove? It matures once a month? Furthermore, this is not a treasure fragment like the spring water, but something that can be utilized directly upon acquisition. Qingxiu, can a 3-star treasure chest yield 2 resource treasures? You damn Italian canon. Who said it can yield 2? One chest can yield 1 item. I opened 2 chests. Qingxiu, this fellow is extraordinarily lucky. Isn't he? In such a short time, he acquired 2 3-star treasure chests? Is he cheating? You damn Italian canon. Esteemed one, are you interested in this treasure? I don't ask for much, just 30 wild wolves will suffice. Qingxiu, are you still half asleep? Resource treasures may seem precious, but for every desert lord, they are a significant burden. How much water does a jujube tree consume daily once planted? How many can endure that? Moreover, the maturation period is far too long. Do you not understand what a month signifies? I would not only need to expend energy caring for it, but also delay the development of my territory. Surely, more treasures like this will emerge in the future, and their prices will inevitably drop. Currently, this holds little value for me. Let us discuss the trade for the spring water fragments instead. Upon reading this, the other party fell into a prolonged silence. Richard ceased to respond, waiting for the other to speak. A 10-acre jujube grove maturing in a month was a tempting prospect for him. Securing it would mean a stable food source for Twilight City. As for the investment, that is merely a given. Without investment, where lies the harvest? Yet, the essence of negotiation is to conceal one's cards. The one with lesser needs holds the reins. Moreover, The other party's posts had already revealed their extreme lack of food. Now, the initiative lay in Richard's hands. It was only the first day of the game, and finding a suitable seller from the desert faction was no easy feat, you damn Italian cannon. No, this is something obtained from a 3-star treasure chest. Every bit counts. I have already listed it. You may purchase it yourself. Opening the trading market, Richard found the listings for Jujube and Spring Water Fragments. Jujube Grove. 1-star treasure priced at 5,000 units of food or 30 desert wild wolves. Spring Water Fragment. 1-star treasure priced at 1,000 units of food or 10 desert wild wolves. Richard chuckled. Little one, are you trying to fish in front of me? Did you truly think you could deceive me? He promptly closed the forum, removed the desert wild wolf from sale, and allowed the residents to continue their work, ignoring the other party altogether. The other had exposed their own vulnerabilities. Now, it was Richard who was fishing. It was not until nightfall that the residents completed their tasks. After processing over 20 wolves, they were all utterly exhausted. A middle-aged man clad in a short robe, after confirming that the food was ready, entered the Lord's residence with a respectful demeanor. However, under the hollow gaze of the mummy guards, he dared not step into the hall and could only call out softly, "My lord, good evening. We have prepared the food. Please partake." Richard, hearing the somewhat anxious voice from outside, couldn't help but chuckle. Rising, he exited the Lord's residence. In the open space outside the main gate, hundreds of residents gazed longingly at the bubbling pot of meat. The aroma wafted through the air, making even the children nearly weep with desire. Richard, who had gone a day without food, felt his appetite awaken. Upon seeing him, the residents reluctantly turned their heads to bow. "My lord, good evening. My lord." Observing the crowd, whose eyes seemed ready to leap into the pot, he smiled faintly. Taking a few steps forward, he scanned the area and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "My people, today marks your first day in Twilight City, a day of significance. For today, you have become a part of Twilight City, my subjects. From this moment forth, we shall share in the glory and disgrace of Twilight City. In the future, this land will brim with hope due to our collective efforts. The lives you each dream of will be realized through our hard work. Remember this day. In the future, you shall take pride in it. Now let us dine." The final declaration instantly stirred excitement among the residents. "Long live the Lord. Praise you, great Lord. Thank you for your bounty." Following the fervor, it was a delightful mealtime. The innards and bones of over 20 wild wolves ensured that everyone enjoyed a hearty meal, each receiving a generous bowl, with the promise of 2 more delectable meals to come the next day. Richard was no exception, although the seasoning was sparse. The taste of the wolf meat was remarkably exquisite, and a mere sprinkle of salt was sufficient to conjure a dish of superior quality. After a satisfying meal, he leisurely returned to the Lord's manor. The night was fraught with peril, and he had no intentions of venturing outside. Safety was paramount. Upon entering the hall, he was taken aback to find 2 rosy-cheeked young maidens, about 17 or 18 years of age, with flowing golden locks awaiting him. After inquiring, he learned that they had been sent by that old codger Karu to attend to him. "Is this your idea of testing my subordinates?" After freshening up, he dismissed them. The 2 girls departed, glancing back with evident regret. The following morning, Richard awoke, and after completing his morning routine, he recalled something and opened the forum. In the next instant, hundreds of private messages flooded in. At 6 o'clock in the evening, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Why haven't you bought it yet?" At 7 o'clock in the evening, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Where are you, big shot?" At 8 o'clock in the evening, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Is the price too steep? We can negotiate." At 9 o'clock in the evening, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? How about 25 wolves? I can revise the price right now." At 10 o'clock in the evening, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? I was wrong. Please don't ignore me. 20 wolves, 1 fixed price. It absolutely cannot be less." At 11 o'clock in the evening, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Just reply to me. I'm really in a hurry." At midnight, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Can I call you brother? 20 wolves truly cannot be less." At 1 o'clock in the morning, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Please buy it. Those refugees will wipe out my food supply tonight. And I've already promised them a solution by tomorrow. I cannot afford to lose credibility." At 2 o'clock in the morning, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Please, reply to me when you wake up." At 6 o'clock in the morning, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? I beg you please buy it. If those residents do not see rice in their pots today, they might revolt." At 7 o'clock in the morning, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Grandpa, are you awake? Those residents are already up. Please respond." At 8 o'clock in the morning, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Ancestor, I need you to buy those 15 wolves immediately, no more words." At 9 o'clock in the morning, "Where the hell is your Italian cannon? I'm dying. Those folks keep asking about food, and I'm running out of excuses. They said if there's no food today, they'll leave. Those burly refugees are really going to start a riot, and my few farmer soldiers won't be able to handle it. Ancestor, help me." Chapter 12. A Bountiful Harvest. 2 resource treasures. Richard couldn't help but chuckle at the messages from that individual. This fellow was quite the character, lacking a strong hand, yet daring to fish for deals. He opened the trading market. At that moment, The price for the 1-star resource treasure, the Sanjujube Grove, had plummeted to 2,000 units of food or 15 desert wolves. The fountain treasure was even more ludicrously priced at 500 units of food or 3 desert wolves. Clearly, that fellow was on the brink of desperation. Nevertheless, no one seemed inclined to take the bait. Who among them had surplus food to purchase such trifling treasures at this hour? He further searched the forum for posts regarding the Sanjujube Grove and the fountain fragments, only to find that they were all authored by Where the Hell is Your Italian Canon? Clicking on one, he was instantly amused. Act fast. Selling precious strategic treasures from 3-star chests. Sanjujube Grove, 10 acres, matures once a month. Once purchased, you can harvest a batch of food every month. The unmissable choice for desert lords. The cornerstone of your empire. Fountain fragments. Collect 3 pieces to obtain a spring. A must-have for any water-deprived desert lord. These 2 treasures could easily be found in the trading market. Where the hell is your Italian canon? Boasting to himself was one thing, but the replies below were far more entertaining. First floor, are you out of your mind? Selling a worthless treasure for 2,000 units of food? And it can only be planted in the desert. Do you even know the current food prices? Second floor, as a lord randomly placed in the desert. I can only say the original poster is an idiot. That Sanjujube Grove is indeed decent, but the description clearly states it requires ample water. Who can cultivate that? Setting a ridiculous price of 2,000 units of food aside, do you even understand what 15 desert wolves mean? They are level 3, elite potential 3-star pack monsters. Who has the capability to slay 15 desert wolves on the very first day? You're a real piece of work. Third floor, I actually want these treasures. Can you lower the price a bit? I'll offer 300 units of food for the Sanjujube Grove, which I begrudgingly obtained after killing a wild camel. Fourth floor, selling at such exorbitant prices, these 2 treasures are nothing but useless trinkets. They look good, but have no practical use. Wouldn't it be better to trade these resources for something more beneficial? Fifth floor, where the hell is your Italian canon? Initially attempted to argue, but eventually faced nothing but backlash, no longer daring to retort. No wonder he was in such a frenzy. This fellow had been thoroughly flamed by the trolls. They still favored sharp tongues, even in a different world. After some contemplation, Richard decided to respond to that individual. Chinchio, the desert wolves harvested yesterday have already been processed. You're too late. Instantly, the reply came. Where the hell is your Italian canon? Ancestor, you have finally appeared. Please don't scare me. I've inquired, and desert wolves usually appear in groups of 7 or 8. Such a large beast, even after skinning and gutting, would yield at least 2,000 units of meat. It's impossible to consume it all in a single day. Just buy it. Chinchio, I can only offer 800 units of processed desert wolf meat. Where the hell is your Italian canon? Is the Sanjujube Grove only worth that little? That is far too cheap. Chinchio, who told you the Sanjujube Grove is worth 800? I'm referring to the 2 treasures, 800 total. Where the hell is your Italian canon? You're ruthless, but I am steadfast and will never yield. I'd rather die than sell. Chinchio, let me finish. Where the hell is your Italian canon? All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Chinchio, I will offer 800 units of meat for your 2 treasures, followed by another 800 units in 2 weeks, and an additional 800 units 1 month later. Where the hell is your Italian canon? Was momentarily stunned. Are you suggesting an installment plan? Chinchio, 800 units of wolf meat should sustain you for a while. This is meat, not rice or flour. Moreover, my food supply is limited, as I have hundreds of people to feed and cannot afford to trade extensive resources with you. If you disagree, so be it. I possess food, and with a population of 20 billion, surely similar resources and treasures can be procured. The Italian canon, in a sudden flurry of urgency, was anxious for rice to cook. If those refugees fled, his territory would be rendered desolate. Please, brother, I agree. However, we must formalize a contract. Chinchio replied, no problem. The system contract required 100 gold coins for each signing, ensuring the interests of both parties. Should either side breach the agreement, penalties as discussed therein would be enforced. After sealing the contract with his counterpart, Richard retrieved 800 units of wild wolf meat from the storeroom. The 2 treasures procured from the 3-star chest also materialized in his hands. Spending just 800 units of meat in exchange for 2 resource treasures proved to be a lucrative transaction. As for the remaining 1,600 units of food, the impending scarcity would undoubtedly be resolved with the passing of time. In other words, the 800 units of meat, a high-value commodity now, would not retain such exorbitant worth in half a month's time. Purchasing power would inevitably depreciate. Richard examined the 2 resource treasures in his possession. The Sanjujube forest resembled a seed of the Sanjujube tree, emanating a gentle glow. The spring water fragment was about the size of a small palm, resembling shattered crystal, yet it bore no sharp edges. Sanjujube forest, resource treasure, level, 1-star range, 10 acres, characteristics, must be planted in a desert, requires ample water for irrigation, matures once a month. Description, a resource treasure unique to the desert. Spring water, resource treasure, level, 1-star, water output, small scale condition, fragmented, 13, characteristics, once placed, will form a spring that does not dry up. Description: a fragment of a resource treasure, usable only when complete. As he grasped the sand jujube forest treasure, a surge of information flooded his mind. By selecting an area and placing the sand jujube seed at its center, 10 acres of jujubes would rapidly flourish. Richard's spirits soared. This sand jujube forest represented a stable food source for the city of Dusk. Stability was paramount for the territory. Nevertheless, the most pressing issue remained unresolved: the water source. The sand jujube forest required ample irrigation, and the small well in the city of Dusk could barely supply the drinking needs of the 100 inhabitants, rendering cultivation impossible. He needed to find the other fragments of spring water. Since it was a one-star resource treasure, and a fragment at that, the chances of acquiring it must be significant. Although 3-star chests were rare, with 20 billion players, it was not unusual for someone like the Italian canon, who had the fortune to open 2 chests, to possess 3 to 500,000. Money can indeed move mountains. With sufficient resources, he could issue bounties for the 20 billion players to assist him. With his objectives clear, Richard promptly summoned Karoo and gave him instructions. Today, I will patrol the surrounding territory in search of resource points and edible game. Arrange for the residents to clean the territory. No one is to venture outside. The territory will be absolutely secure within this week. No monsters, not even dragons, can breach our land. Chapter 13. The Knack giant monster that raises bees. After finishing his instructions to Karoo, Richard placed the prepared food and water into the system space. He then meticulously examined the system map. He decided to commence his exploration from the lumberyard to the west, planning to proceed in a clockwise direction over the next few days. Having made his decision, he departed the territory accompanied by 14 mummies. Although it was only his second time traversing the desert, Richard had already adapted significantly since yesterday, displaying a calm demeanor. Desolate, vast, and majestic, the desert was perpetually awe-inspiring, igniting a sense of grandeur within him. The hour was still early, and the sands had yet to be scorched by the sun. With a clear goal and direction, they moved swiftly. They soon passed the lumberyard, where the long-armed laborers were diligently at work. Richard did not linger and continued his exploration. However, less than 5 minutes after leaving the lumberyard, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound near his ear. Turning to look, he saw several black and yellow bees dart past him. Bees in the desert? His expression showed surprise. Yet those bees moved rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving him no opportunity to investigate further. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and pressed on. Yet, after less than 10 minutes, the scouting mummies abruptly halted and retreated, signaling him with gestures. In the desert, devoid of obstructions, Richard quickly noticed something unusual. Confirming that there was no imminent enemy attack, he stepped forward to investigate. Approaching the alerted mummies, he climbed atop a small sand dune about 10 meters high. Crouching down, he peered ahead. Not far away, he spotted 3 small squads of wilderness soldiers on a sand dune. These humanoid beings were covered in rock-like muscles, each bulging out prominently. Even the most fit person would feel inadequate in their presence. Standing at 2 meters tall, every movement exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Their backs were slightly curved, adorned with 3 rows of dagger-like spikes, appearing both menacing and fearsome. Even more astonishing was the swarm of bees fluttering around these peculiar beings. The bees he had seen moments ago had evidently departed from this very spot. Knack giant monster level 4 potential, elite 3 stars skills, rock solid, degrade. Body as hard as rock, can withstand the bites of ordinary beasts, full power strike, E-grade, after charging. The next attack can unleash 200 points of power, rock body, E-grade, will not perish unless the head is severed. Racial talent, possesses exceptionally strong defensive capabilities. Ordinary weapons cannot penetrate. Bond with bees. The Knack giant monster feeds on honey. If it raises more than 3 hives of desert bees, it gains 10 experience points daily. If it raises more than 5 hives, it gains 20 experience points daily. If it raises more than 10 hives, desert bees will give birth to a desert queen bee, producing golden honey that enhances the Knack giant monster's potential. Description: I love honey. La la la. Richard's eyes widened. What a peculiar wilderness soldier. So fearsome in appearance. Yet it subsists on honey. In this vast desert, where do those bees gather nectar? The world is indeed full of wonders. After glancing at the Knack giant monster's bond, he suddenly felt intrigued. The ability to gain experience from consuming honey explained why these creatures had reached level 4. Uncertain about whether these bees could be relocated, Richard felt a surge of excitement at the thought of honey's sweetness. Although the notion of beekeeping in the desert seemed peculiar, if even wild creatures could be sustained, why not he? His skepticism was palpable, yet the challenge lay in the formidable opposition, comprising no less than 3 squads. Each squad consisted of 10 individuals. A company encompassed 10 squads, a battalion comprised 10 companies, and a legion was composed of 10 battalions. This structure, intrinsic to the game Glorious Era, followed a base 10 system. Simple and memorable. Faced with such overwhelming numbers and potential elite-level threats, Richard found himself in a rather precarious situation. Though mummies were undeniably powerful, the question remained whether they could breach defenses effectively. His current strength felt insufficient. and he resolved to gather more resources to construct a second unit nest. As his thoughts meandered, Richard glanced once more at the mummy's attributes. Mummy Wrap, E rank, reduces physical damage by 30. The wrap carries a necromantic curse, causing afflicted targets to enter a weakened state, with a 20-point decrease in all attributes. If left untreated, the curse will lead to death. Murmuring softly about the potential for untreated curses to lead to demise, his eyes began to glimmer with renewed determination. The enemy's defense was formidable, and traditional methods would likely prove ineffective. While his sandification skill was powerful, its duration was limited to 5 minutes. A concerted assault within that time frame could provoke a fierce counterattack, spiraling the situation beyond his control. Thus, he resolved to test this passive strategy. What capability did wild creatures possess to dispel the mummy's curse? The enemy's resistance was rooted in physical defense, devoid of any apparent magical resilience. With this clarity, Richard solidified his resolve. He had always been a man of action. Setting aside the tempting allure of honey, even the prospect of slaying the Knack behemoth for substantial experience was worth pursuing. Perhaps treasures lay hidden within as well. With the mummies in tow, Richard circled the dunes, gradually approaching the Knack behemoth from the leeward side. Once they were at an appropriate distance, he commanded the mummies to initiate sandification. The 14 mummies seamlessly melded into the desert, leaving no trace. Moments later, the Knack behemoth, lazily basking in the sun among the foliage, was suddenly startled by a rustling sound. However, these honey-guzzling creatures were far less vigilant than the desert wolves. It was only when a mummy emerged from the ground, even passing through their forms, that the grotesque behemoths awoke with furious roars, rising to their feet. With fists the size of sandbags, they struck the mummies with tremendous force, the impact generating sonic booms. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of their attacks, the mummies absorbed the blows as if they were mere grains of sand, offering only the slightest resistance before the strikes passed through them. The direct contact with the mummies caused the behemoth's rocky skin to shimmer with a ghostly blue hue. Their formidable presence was abruptly diminished. The mummy's curse had taken effect. Yet, paradoxically, the more weakened they became, the more frenzied the Knack behemoths grew. 3 squads of Knack behemoths surged forward in a whirlwind of aggression, surrounding the 14 mummies with relentless assaults. The mummies retaliated without mercy, but their claws, which could effortlessly rend the bodies of desert wolves, merely left white scratches upon the behemoths, failing to penetrate their defenses. The Knack behemoths, with their attributes heavily skewed towards defense, proved far more challenging than the desert wolves. After a full 2 minutes, once Richard confirmed that all the behemoths had been infected with the curse, the mummies swiftly merged into the sands, vanishing without a trace. No amount of roaring or rage from the Knack behemoths could halt the sandification process. After the mummies departed, the behemoths vented their frustration by furiously pounding the ground, creating enormous craters and sending clouds of yellow sand into the air. The desert bees, sensing the behemoth's fury, buzzed loudly in response. Once the mummies re-emerged from the yellow sands, Richard promptly led them away from the area. He ascended a dune several hundred meters away, carefully observing the movements of the Knack behemoths. After wreaking havoc upon the sand, the enraged creatures gradually regained their composure, though the ghostly blue aura around them remained, deepening in intensity. However, the behemoth's robust physique showed no immediate signs of change. After a prolonged observation, a smile crept across Richard's face. The plan had succeeded. The behemoths were indeed devoid of any means to dispel the necromantic curse. Now, he merely needed to wait for the curse to consume them. Yet, given the Knack behemoth's resilience, it would likely take several hours for the curse to take full effect. He deemed it unnecessary to squander time. Confirming there were no unforeseen complications, Richard continued his exploration westward with the bandaged mummies, eagerly anticipating what they might encounter next. Chapter 14. Exceptional Goblins. Eccentric Temple. Leaving the vicinity of the Knack behemoths, Richard became increasingly cautious. The initial reconnaissance unit of mummies expanded from 4 to 8, forming pairs in a fan-like formation, each group spaced 300 to 400 meters apart, ensuring swift recall in case of unforeseen events. This significantly broadened the search radius. Before long, this strategy bore fruit. Your troops are under attack by a horde of desert goblins. Richard had forewarned his mummies. Upon encountering the enemy, they swiftly retreated rather than engage. He promptly summoned the scattered mummies back together. As the enemy approached, Richard beheld the wild units that had initiated the assault against the mummies. Standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, they wielded dry wooden sticks, their green skin marred with yellow spots, blending seamlessly with the desert surroundings. Their features were grotesque, resembling dough that had been carelessly dropped onto uneven ground and subsequently trodden upon. Desert Goblin. Level 2. Potential. Ordinary 1-star. Skill. Whale. Boosts their own morale through shouting. Racial trait. Bully the weak. Fear the strong. They are cowardly and self-preserving. Escape mechanism. If outnumbered by 10 or more, their escape speed increases by 20. If outnumbered by 20 or more, their escape speed increases by 30. Description. Stay back. If you come any closer, I might just run away. Such attributes were utterly absurd. Richard couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He had anticipated a formidable foe, yet here was a diminutive horde of green-skinned beings, frantically pursuing two mummies with their sticks. Their numbers exceeded 4 squads, presenting a seemingly substantial threat. However, upon witnessing the gathering of numerous enemies, the goblins' initial charge, filled with shrill cries, quickly faltered. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Richard, fearing these ruffians might flee, gestured with a commanding wave. Eliminate them. The mummies surged forth like unleashed tigers. Their throats emitted a hoarse, chilling roar, sending shivers down the spine. The green-skinned desert goblins were momentarily stunned, glancing at their comrades and realizing they were vastly outnumbered, which instantly bolstered their morale. With a cacophony of cries, they charged forward. The first mummy to engage the desert goblins unleashed its dual-wielding prowess. Its withered fingers were sharper than any razor. In its sweeping motions, the goblins fell like lambs lining up for slaughter. Each claw claimed a life, under the overwhelming force. Even when the goblins attempted to defend with wooden sticks, the only outcome was the shattering of their feeble defenses, their bodies torn asunder. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the ground as lifeless forms crumpled to the earth. In a mere exchange, 4 squads of desert goblins were reduced to just 2. Witnessing the grim fate of their companions, the remaining goblins were paralyzed with terror, abandoning all thoughts of escape, instead kneeling and bowing their heads. Great being, we are willing to submit to you and become your humble servants. Ding. The desert goblins have been defeated by your forces. You have gained 40 experience points. Due to your overwhelming strength, the remaining desert goblins are willing to submit to you. Will you accept? Richard observed the goblins disintegrate like paper at a mere charge, his lips twitching in bemusement. After some contemplation, he realized that despite their cowardice and ineffectual combat skills, they could still be of use for labor or as fodder. After opting to accept their submission, he waved his hand, commanding the mummies to cease their assault. As the Grim Reapers halted, the desert goblins finally dared to take a deep breath, though beads of cold sweat streamed down their foreheads like tears. Richard approached, furrowing his brow at the pervasive stench of blood, but that was the extent of his concern. After several battles, his capacity for psychological endurance had undergone a significant transformation. He was adapting to this world with remarkable resilience. Fixing his gaze upon the desert goblins, he inquired, "From whence do you hail, and why did you attack my army?" The queried goblins trembled, their voices quaking as they replied, "Great Lord, we were compelled by desperation. Those accursed temple guardians have seized our territory and driven us out. We are in dire need of sustenance. Need food to attack mummies? What sort of reasoning is that?" Richard was taken aback for a moment. You are quite indiscriminate in your appetite. However, the mention of the temple guardians piqued his interest. Was this a quest or a dungeon? Temple guardians? Is there a temple nearby? Indeed, my lord, there exists a most terrifying temple. Where is it located? Upon hearing this, the goblins shuddered uncontrollably, their eyes filled with dread. They are far too fearsome. All our kin have been slaughtered. Enough chatter. Startled, the goblins hastily responded, "It is in our territory. Half a sun's journey from here." What do you mean by half a sun? Richard considered delivering a sharp reprimand to these creatures. How many are there? What is their strength? Uncertain. They are far too many and too powerful. Our kin have all perished. What does the temple look like? We only glimpsed it from a great distance. We do not know its details. Richard shook his head, realizing these green-skinned beings were truly inept. They had survived only by the bonds of their kind. He felt no inclination to delve deeper into their ignorance. Lead the way. At this, the goblins' expressions darkened. Yet, under the oppressive gaze of the mummies, they had no choice but to acquiesce. One of them licked its cracked lips. "Great master, do you have any water?" Richard, somewhat irked, retrieved a wooden barrel filled with water from his system space. He watched as the 20 goblins drank greedily. Once satiated, the previously listless desert goblins sprang to life, leading the way with renewed vigor. As they proceeded, they incessantly recounted the horrors of the temple guardians, desperately attempting to dissuade him from exploring. Naturally, Richard paid them no mind. However, he gleaned valuable information from their fragmented discourse. These desert goblins were natives, not the product of a recruitment mechanism. They had resided in the area for decades. The temple had materialized just days prior, subsequently overtaken by the guardians. Not only were they formidable, but they were also numerous, having decimated hundreds of goblins in a single skirmish. The more they spoke, the more Richard's curiosity intensified. This appeared to be a high-level wild creature stronghold. What treasures might be unearthed if he were to conquer it? With a hint of excitement, Richard urged the goblins to quicken their pace. It must be said that the goblins' instinct for self-preservation was remarkable under their guidance. They encountered no other wild creatures along the way. However, with the allure of the temple drawing him in, Richard paid little heed to anything else. Approximately 40 minutes later, the leading goblin anxiously pointed towards a sprawling thicket ahead. "Great master, the temple lies within that grove." Richard's senses heightened. Chapter 15, Rare Class Creatures. The terrifying temple before him lay an endless expanse of thicket, a rare sight of greenery amidst the desert. There is a water source within the grove. which is why we have resided here. The temple is at the heart of the thicket. Great Master, you must exercise caution. The temple guardians are exceedingly powerful. We shall remain outside to protect you. Hearing the goblins' incessant murmuring, Richard shot them an exasperated glare. Enter with me. The green-skinned beings instantly wore expressions of despair, yet dared not protest, and instead stood dejectedly to the side. After a moment of contemplation, Richard selected 5 goblins while dispatching 4 mummies to scout ahead. Find a safe path to the temple. Wealthy heirs do not dwell in perilous halls. With so many troops at his disposal, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The chosen 5 goblins nearly wept. Richard scowled at them. You 5 shall guard the entrance once you discover a safe route. Next time, different goblins will be sent for the task. Only then did the goblins manage to muster some semblance of spirit, compared to the potential unknown dangers facing their brethren. Exploring a path seemed trivial. After all, they were swift of foot. They stealthily crouched down, comically leading the mummies into the thicket. Richard remained silent, exercising patience as he awaited their return. 20 minutes later, in the midst of the dense thickets, a rustle of footsteps echoed, yet the vigilant mummies ahead offered no alarm. Moments later, several exuberant goblins emerged before Richard. Master, we have discovered a safe passage to the temple. Richard glanced at the mummies trailing behind the goblins, who displayed no sign of dissent. Only then did he feel reassured. When compared to these green-skinned beings, the mummies were tenfold more reliable. Leave a small squad here to maintain order. The rest shall accompany me to the temple. You 5 are responsible for overseeing this area. Until my return, no one is permitted to leave. Should anyone attempt to flee, you may execute them on the spot. The 5 designated goblins erupted with excitement, exchanging proud glances with their companions as they puffed out their chests. Great Master, we shall vigilantly guard the others. Richard nodded, refraining from further comment, allowing the mummies to lead the way while he followed suit into the thicket. With a multitude of individuals, chaos was likely to ensue. Thus, bringing along a small squad of goblins not only facilitated management, but also provided expendable support in case of unexpected events. The thickets were quite tall, with some dense bushes reaching 2 to 3 meters, allowing for concealment. Fortunately, the bushes grew in clusters with ample space between them, not forming a continuous mass, which made traversing them somewhat circuitous yet manageable. Under the guidance of the mummies, they advanced at a steady pace. However, to avert any potential mishaps, Richard moderated his speed. In the winding thicket, even with a map, one could easily become disoriented. The territorial attribute of the City of Dusk granted its inhabitants an innate sense of direction in the desert, a trait that proved invaluable at this moment. Richard felt a remarkable clarity of mind, unaffected by the labyrinthine surroundings. After approximately 10 minutes, the leading mummy came to a halt. The goblins sensed a change. Their mouths clamped shut in silence, their legs trembling. Richard signaled for 2 mummies to keep a watchful eye on the goblins while he proceeded forward under the protection of the remaining mummies. After covering about 50 meters, he gently parted the bushes before him, and his vision abruptly widened. Before him lay a clearing adorned with yellowed grass. At the center stood a towering tree, over 20 meters high, its leaves spreading like an umbrella. This grand tree cast a vast shadow upon the earth. Beneath its lofty branches, an ancient temple came into view. Before the temple stood 9 colossal stone pillars, each intricately carved with depictions of ancient deities in vibrant hues, emanating an aura of profound reverence. Behind the pillars, the temple, embraced by the tree's shade, displayed an inviting entrance, flickering faintly with torchlight within. Though the details remained elusive, an air of mystery enveloped the scene. In front of the temple, 4 squads of temple guards stood resolutely, numbering 40, effectively sealing off the area. Clad in black armor emblazoned with the visage of a lion-headed man, they wielded peculiar weapons with curved blades and straight handles. Adorning their heads were pointed hats festooned with 2 colorful ribbons. Richard concealed himself and quietly opened his attribute panel. To his astonishment, the dark temple was shrouded in question marks. Frustrated, he glanced at the guards nearby. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Ankum Temple Guard, Level 8. Intermediate Unit, Strength 15. Potential, Rare 3 stars Skills. Temple Guardian, a grade. As protectors of the temple, they gain divine protection, increasing their strength by 200 and enhancing stamina and healing speed within a 100-meter radius of the temple. Divine Blessing, a grade, upon death. If the body is placed within the temple, it can resurrect after 1 day. Body of Faith, B grade. Immune to mental control, curses, plagues, and poisons. With a 60 reduction in magical damage. Battle Hymn, B grade. Morale never falters, granting all attributes 70 when facing intruders. Combat Master, B grade. Proficient in various combat techniques. Race Talent. In combat within 100 meters of the temple, all attributes are increased by 50. Bond with the temple. Within 200 meters of the temple, all attributes are increased by 10. Within 100 meters, by 20. Within 50 meters, by 30. Description: a unit born to guard the temple. Good heavens. Richard instinctively slowed his breathing. with a staggering level of 8 and an alarming potential of rare 3 stars. Their formidable skills imposed immense pressure upon him. The potential of the bandaged mummies was only elite 3 stars, which could only reach rare status upon promotion. And rare units would ascend to the level of rare after further advancement. There was a significant gap of 2 tiers between them and the temple guards. Not to mention the latter's level of 8. In the glorious era, the difficulty of leveling escalated exponentially, with the official lore stating that deities were at level 30. If a deity is merely at level 30, one can only imagine the value of level 8 in the early game. Moreover, there were at least 4 squads of guards stationed outside. The hidden forces within could easily surpass a full company, amounting to over 100 individuals. What manner of place was this dark temple that warranted the protection of a company of rare units? If it were to be conquered, it could lead to unimaginable wealth. Chapter 16. Tremendous Gains. The stifled behemoth reluctantly. Richard cast one last glance at the temple and waved his hand. Withdraw. Without a trace of hesitation, he turned and departed from the thicket. Though the allure of the temple was undeniable, promising precious treasures upon conquest, the disparity between their strengths was still too vast at this stage. Even the combined might of 1,000 players would likely prove insufficient to take it down. For the foreseeable future, the combat prowess of those guards surrounding the temple would remain invincible to players. Master. The goblins sighed in relief upon Richard's return, eagerly approaching to greet him. Richard waved his hand, urging them to leave this place. Only after he had distanced himself from the thicket did he allow himself to relax. He turned to the goblins and inquired, "Are there any other structures akin to the temple nearby?" The goblins shook their heads vigorously. "No, only the temple. What about other wild units?" Richard pressed. "Every dusk, the guards within the temple slaughter all life surrounding it. And resource points like lumberyards? There are some, but they too fall within the patrol range of the temple guards." Richard shook his head, dismissing the thought of seizing nearby resource points. Without mentioning the temple, it is indeed a considerable distance from the City of Twilight. A glance at the system's clock revealed that it was already 2 in the afternoon. I wondered how the cursed knack behemoths were faring at this moment. After contemplating for a brief moment, I decided not to linger any longer and turned to lead the goblins and mummies back. This time, however, I did not allow the goblins to take the lead. Instead, mirroring my previous strategy, I scattered the mummies in a fan-shaped search pattern. The goblins also joined the exploration party. As a result, we discovered several clusters of wild military units. Ding. Your command has successfully eradicated a group of serrated black rats, earning you 20 experience points and a micro-resource pouch. Ding. Your command has successfully eradicated a group of clawed sand hares, earning you 15 experience points. Ding. Your command has successfully eradicated a group of black-backed halflings, earning you 20 experience points and a micro-resource pouch. On average, we encountered a group of wild military units every 10 minutes. However, these units were of low level, yielding little of value. The most significant discovery was that the hunted wild creatures, both serrated black rats and clawed sand hares, were edible. This brought considerable joy to Richard, who immediately instructed the desert goblins to carry them back. Among these clusters of wild military units, he obtained resource pouches akin to those from previous treasure chests. Resource pouch, level, micro, traits, opens to randomly yield a small amount of resources. Description. You can open it to see, otherwise. How would you know if opening this thing is a waste of time? Richard grimaced at the absurdly casual description. Upon opening, he acquired 2 resource pouches. One yielded 100 gold coins, while the other produced 100 units of stone. A modest gain, to be sure. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment that he did not find any unit nests within these wild military strongholds. After meandering around and encountering several more clusters of wild military units, Richard returned to the location where he had encountered the knack behemoths earlier that morning. As the sun began to dip in the west, he instructed the goblins, burdened with their prey, to wait at a distance while he and the mummies stealthily approached the behemoths from downwind. Once atop the sand dune, the sight before Richard nearly provoked an uncontrollable laugh. There, in the distance among the bushes, the knack behemoths, with defenses as tough as stone, lay sprawled on the ground. Their skin's eerie blue hue now starkly visible. Despite their futile attempts to rise, the strength in their arms was utterly depleted. The desert bees buzzing in the air became increasingly agitated, seemingly lamenting for their fallen comrades. Opening his attribute panel, Richard discovered a new entry, Knack Behemoth, level 3, potential, elite 3 stars, status, near death, cursed, skills, stone-like resilience, full force strike. He meticulously examined all 3 squads of Knack Behemoths, finding them uniformly in a state of near death. The mummies were indeed the eternal gods. Nodding with satisfaction, he waved his hand. Go forth and end the lives of these behemoths. With a hoarse growl emanating from his throat, the bandaged mummies eagerly advanced. The unique sound of their footsteps crunching on the sand drew closer. Sensing the unusual presence, the Knack behemoths turned their heads, and upon recognizing the arrival of their nemesis, their grotesque forms were immediately consumed by rage. They unleashed a roar that tore through the air, attempting to rise with all their might. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not lift their massive forms. Without hesitation, the bandaged mummies sprinted forward, claws flashing like lightning. The behemoth let out a muffled grunt, swinging its arm in a desperate defense, the clang of metal reverberating through the air as it barely blocked the attack. With renewed ferocity, the mummy executed a swift maneuver, raising its arm high as if coiled like a spring, then suddenly unleashed its power. The claws descended with a ripping sound, piercing directly into the behemoth's throat. Crack! Splat! Unable to mount a second resistance, the behemoth succumbed to the devastating blow, its blood spraying forth like a geyser under immense pressure. One by one, the knack behemoths, boasting a level of 4 and elite 3 stars with nearly absurd defenses, were slaughtered by the mummies. As the last behemoth fell, the system notification chimed in prompt succession. Ding! Your commanded army has successfully eradicated a group of knack behemoths, achieving victory in a micro-battle, earning you 60 experience points. Richard felt a surge of joy and approached the mummies. The ground was littered with the corpses of the knack behemoths, and as he drew nearer, he could sense the terror these grotesque units instilled. Their formidable bodies could likely fell a calf with a single blow. In a direct confrontation, even the bandaged mummies would require at least double their number to consume one, and that would necessitate the use of sandification skills. Otherwise, thrice that number would be in jeopardy. Indeed, the intellect is the mightiest weapon. Suddenly agitated by the presence of unfamiliar intruders, the low-flying swarm of bees began to dart chaotically, their buzzing intensifying as if an aircraft were soaring overhead. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Richard's eyes. These bees were his spoils. He wondered about the taste of honey from the desert. Following the bee's flight path, he arrived at another thicket and easily discovered the hidden beehive within. Though it was but a single hive, it was abundant in number. A dense cluster that could inflict 1,000 points of real damage to those afflicted by a fear of crowds. Upon opening the attribute panel, the hive's details appeared before him. Desert bee level, special, queen bee. Junior, can be promoted to intermediate queen bee. Capable of producing higher quality intermediate honey. Traits, can produce uniquely fragrant desert honey, which significantly accelerates stamina and injury recovery when consumed. Minimum weekly yield, 8 units. Description, a rare bee found in the desert, exceedingly scarce. Special item. Richard's eyes lit up upon reading the attributes of the desert bees. The designation of special often denotes unique characteristics, indicating rarity and preciousness. This was further evidenced by the description of the honey. Once consumed, it could greatly restore stamina and heal injuries. This was simply extraordinary. Was this not akin to an alchemical elixir? And it was naturally sourced. Moreover, the quality of the honey could be enhanced. The queen bee was currently at the junior level. When promoted to intermediate, the quality of the honey would also elevate. Was there an advanced tier beyond intermediate? Perhaps a superior? At that time, how much would the attributes be enhanced? The elixir of immortality? The bones of the deceased? Living a second life? Richard laughed heartily, unable to contain the joy bubbling within him. Just then, the black gold system unexpectedly displayed a notification. The desert bee, special, can consume 10 bug-type species nests to elevate the queen bee's level. Chapter 17, The Plump Chef. The hive can also consume species nests to enhance its level. Richard was greatly delighted. Indeed, a life of extraordinary fortune had led him to curiously open the trading market and search for bug-type species nests. The giant ant nest, a common 1-star, was priced at 400 gold coins. The scythe wasp nest, a common 2-star, was priced at 500 units of wood, and the venomous locust nest, a common 1-star, was priced at 400 units of iron ore. After searching, Richard discovered that the prices of species nests had generally risen. What could once be acquired for a mere 300 units of resources yesterday had escalated to 400 or 500 units today. Some powerful species were even selling for thousands of units. Clearly, many lords, like him, had ventured out to explore, resulting in a new influx of resources and a subsequent decline in purchasing power. Moreover, as time progressed, players became aware of which species were formidable and which were feeble, leading to even greater disparities in prices among different species. Fortunately, he did not require the superior nest for his upgrades. Satisfying the same type was sufficient. Alas, the water fragment, a precious treasure, could not yet be synthesized. Otherwise, he could have set down the jujube forest. Then he could place the desert bees within it, allowing them to directly gather nectar, creating a perfect process. Richard glanced at the hive, but did not rush to act. It was not that he feared being stung into a swollen visage by the now agitated bees. Rather, the distance to his territory was merely 10 minutes, and there was no suitable place in Dusk City to accommodate them. It would be prudent to wait until everything was prepared before relocating them and enhancing their levels. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze to the approaching desert goblins. The goblins followed 2 mummies back to the territory. When the residents inquired, they informed them that he had gone to inspect the resource points and would return shortly. The resource point they had captured yesterday had already yielded results today. Yes, master. The goblins responded eagerly. After bearing the burden of their catch for so long, almost exhausting themselves, they were more than willing to return early. Upon their return, The residents erupted in excitement at the sight of the bountiful catch. Each one was filled with joy. By the gods! Our lord must have been favored by the goddess of fortune. These spoils are simply exquisite. Will we feast on meat again tonight? It's sheer bliss. Praise the Lord. Just days ago, they had fled in terror to this territory, with only a few days of food remaining, and all were filled with despair for the future. Yet everything changed after their lord's arrival yesterday. His gaze was so profound, and his resolute words imbued them with strength. His decisive actions and the mountain of spoils provided them with an unprecedented sense of security. This was the lord they had always dreamed of. Hail Dusk City! Hail Lord Richard! Richard, accompanied by 12 mummies, first ventured to the lumberyard to collect the day's yield from the long-armed laborers. The small lumberyard had a maximum weekly output of 2,100 units, equating to 300 units daily. With the long-armed laborers motivated, their efficiency improved by 20 over 3 days, resulting in a harvest of 360 units of wood. The micro-quarry produced 200 units, with an additional 20 yielding 40 units, totaling 240 units. The small iron mine had an output identical to that of the lumberyard, yielding 360 units. Today, the 3 resource points collectively produced 960 units of resources. The current resource details were gold, 1,440 units, wood, 1,900 units, stone, 2,280 units, iron, 2,360 units. Half an hour later, Richard returned to the territory, thoroughly satisfied. Good evening. My lord, you have worked hard. The kitchen has prepared dinner for you, and you may take a hot bath first. The silver-haired Karoo had been waiting at the edge of the territory and immediately approached him with respect upon seeing him. Richard nodded slightly. Upon entering the territory, he noticed the residents still busily processing the catch. How many units of food can today's haul produce? Not yet tallied, Karoo replied apologetically. Please rest. I will report to you as soon as I finish. Out of the corner of his eye, Richard noticed the desert goblin, awkwardly standing aside. He waved his hand, instructing the goblin to rest in the barracks, as they would now be under Karoo's management. With that, he paid no further heed to the others and returned to the lord's residence with the mummies. At night, the mummies, who required no rest, made for the finest guardians. Within the residence, the 2 chefs, reappointed by Karoo, had prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. Richard observed the chefs, whose garments barely concealed their ample forms, and his lips twitched in amusement. Particularly, their trembling as they served raised doubts about whether Karoo had intentionally dismissed the 2 overly voluptuous chefs. Afterward, Richard enjoyed a lavish meal of wolf meat, hare, and sand mice, all of exceptional quality and remarkably delicious. Outside the lord's residence, Karoo regarded the 2 chefs, who hung their heads in apparent regret, with a touch of dissatisfaction. My lord, truly no hints were given? Seeing them shake their heads in unison, he sighed. It seems our lord does not favor your type, but at least you were not dismissed like those 2 girls yesterday. You may serve our lord for the next few days. Remember, whatever the lord desires, you must provide. Since this is your choice, you must be diligent. We are without support and must seek a sufficiently powerful ally. From what we have seen these past 2 days, our lord is a rare candidate. If you are accepted by our lord, it will be beneficial for everyone, especially since he is so handsome. The chefs' faces flushed slightly. We understand. In truth, the opportunity to serve the lord was one they had seized from over a dozen competitors. Regardless of gender, excellence would always attract willing admirers. The pursuit of exceptional partners is an instinct of life. Richard was unaware of the scene outside the lord's residence. After finishing his meal, he began to contemplate the resources in his possession and the harvest of the past 2 days. Chapter 18. Harvest Summary, New Species Nests. It had been 2 days since his arrival in the Radiant Era, and they had proven to be remarkably fruitful. First and foremost, regarding sustenance. The current stockpile contains over 3,000 units of meat and approximately 500 units of ordinary food. With today's hunt, the reserves will swell by another 1,000 units. This directly alleviates the food scarcity afflicting Dusk City, ensuring that there will be no shortages for at least the forthcoming month. Secondly, concerning the types of troops. This forms the bedrock of his territory. He currently possesses an elite 3-star nest, from which the bandaged mummies he recruits exhibit formidable combat prowess, synergizing beautifully with his sandification talent, resulting in a combined effect that exceeds the sum of its parts. In the future, troop selection can continue to evolve in this direction. Thirdly, in terms of resources, he has laid claim to 3 resource points, yielding a steady daily income of around 800 to 900 units. The total resources at his disposal exceed 7,000 units. While not opulent, this is certainly a commendable amount. Fourthly, regarding external exploration. He has discovered a temple in the west, guarded by formidable sentinels. Once Dusk City fortifies its strength, capturing this temple is bound to yield tantalizing rewards. Nearby the lumberyard, he has stumbled upon a rare nest of desert bees, which he can cultivate in the future. After meticulously calculating his gains, Richard felt a wave of comfort wash over him. It was only after a considerable time that he refocused his attention on the troop nests. Upgrading his elite 3-star pyramid to a rare 3-star will require 100 troop nests, which, at current prices, translates to a staggering 40,000 resource units, along with a 7-day cooldown period, making an immediate upgrade implausible. Conversely, elevating a standard nest to elite status demands only 10 troop nests and 4,000 resource units. By investing all his current resources into new troop types, he could directly acquire a new elite troop nest. Additionally, should he find himself short, he could sell a portion of his food to procure resources. First and foremost, bolstering his troop strength is essential for establishing a foothold in this world. With his thoughts clarified, Richard sprang into action. He opened the trading market and searched for desert faction troops. The listings were as follows: Desert Scout, ordinary 3-star, priced at 1,000 units of wood. Desert Halfling, ordinary 1-star, priced at 500 units of wood. Stinking Hyena, ordinary 2-star, priced at 6,000 units of iron ore. Richard scrutinized the attributes of these troop nests, but most were quickly dismissed. The bandaged mummies had set a high standard with their battlefield performance. He also needed to consider how these troops would complement his sandification skills, logistical issues, and whether they could synergize with the mummies. Most importantly, he needed to evaluate their potential and whether they warranted the investment of substantial resources for their development. After 2 hours of rigorous filtering through countless troop nests, Richard finally identified a single promising candidate: Poison Scorpion Nest, level, ordinary 3-star, recruitable troop. Poison Scorpion Warrior, ordinary 3-star, recruitable quantity, 14 weekly output, 7 recruitment conditions, for gold coins. For units of wood, for units of steel, description: a standard desert troop nest, priced at an impressive 3,000 units of iron ore. The attributes of the Poison Scorpion Warrior captivated him. Poison Scorpion Warrior, level 1, potential, ordinary 3-star skills, undead form, F grade, reduces physical damage by 15. Immune to plague and poison. As long as the head remains intact, it will not perish. Venomous tail, F grade, capable of dealing armor-piercing damage while inflicting poison. Mighty Iron Claw, F grade, sharp claws enhance attack power by 15. Racial talent, gains 30 strength when battling in the desert. Scorpion Bond, if the number of scorpions exceeds 10, all scorpion strength increases by 10 and toxicity by 10. If the number exceeds 20, strength increases by 20 and toxicity by 20. If the number exceeds 30, strength increases by 30 and toxicity by 30. Description: a necromantic life sealed within the Pharaohs pyramid. One would not wish to be stung by it. With a potential rating of ordinary 3-star and 3 highly practical skills, the Poison Scorpion Warrior was an enticing prospect. Moreover, Richard appreciated that as an undead being, it would not impose logistical burdens. Although the bandaged mummies were exceptional, they suffered from a lack of offensive capabilities. The Poison Scorpion Warrior, with its powerful attack skills, already boasted impressive attributes, and once promoted, it would undoubtedly see considerable enhancement. After further contemplation, Richard conducted another search and confirmed that the Poison Scorpion Warrior nest was indeed the only viable option. Without hesitation, he proceeded to make the purchase. The expenditure of 3,000 units of iron ore left that resource category depleted, compelling him to trade some of his other resources for a few hundred units to cover the cost. He continued searching for troop nests, this time for synthesis purposes, seeking any desert faction nests, as their affordability was enticing. After acquiring 10 troop nests, his initial stock of over 7,000 resource units had been entirely exhausted, leaving a series of zeros on the attribute panel. The construction of the Poison Scorpion Warrior nest required 400 units each of wood, stone, and iron ore, and at that moment, Richard found himself devoid of any supplies. He sighed in exasperation. He was indeed impoverished. Selling food would be necessary to replenish his resources. Curious about the current food prices, he opened the trading market. And the sight that met his eyes was staggering. 100 units of wheat priced at 2,000 units of iron ore. 50 units of fresh fish priced at 1,500 units of wood. 10 units of wild boar meat priced at 400 gold coins. The prices of food had skyrocketed. Each unit of meat could be exchanged for 3,040 resource units, and listings vanished within moments of being posted. Wheat and rice were also selling for around 20 units each. Richard's thoughts immediately turned to the over 1,000 units of meat in his warehouse. He felt an exhilarating sense of fortune. It turned out that food had been the most valuable haul of the past few days. With over 1,000 units of meat, he could potentially sell for 30,000 to 40,000 resource units. Coupled with today's gains, the meat in his warehouse certainly exceeded 4,000 units. This represented a staggering wealth. If he sold everything, disregarding the 7-day cooldown, he could even elevate both the mummy pyramid and the newly acquired Poison Scorpion nest to rare status. However, regrettably, he could only afford to sell a portion of the food, as supplies in Dusk City were also quite limited. Every day, the needs of over 100 individuals must be met, alongside 30 long-armed laborers and 20 desert goblins, all struggling to survive in this harsh environment. Each person consumes at least 2 units of food daily. Although the warehouse may appear abundant, the reality is that without purchasing food from outside, they are barely managing. Richard shook his head. The current food stock could only sustain them for a little over 10 days, which is far too scant for a territory, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the City of Dusk would be utterly incapable of withstanding the pressure. Contemplating his course of action, he concluded that hunting would undoubtedly yield greater benefits than capturing resource points at this stage. In the short term, he would prioritize hunting as his main exploration objective. With this thought, he rose from the Lord's mansion and made his way to the well. The residents had just finished processing their catch for the day. Richard took 200 units of food in exchange for 8,000 units of resources. He evenly traded the gold, wood, stone, and iron ore for 2,000 units each. After encouraging the hardworking residents, he returned to the mansion. He placed the newly acquired scorpion nest beside the Grand Pyramid and chose to construct it. In an instant, 600 units of resources were consumed. Simultaneously, the unit nest he had placed on the ground began to swell as if inflated like a balloon. Within moments, it transformed into a 3-meter-tall earthen structure, its surface coated in ancient yellow clay, adorned with bas-reliefs of scorpions with human faces, while a thick layer of straw atop formed a distinctive pattern. This edifice exuded an aura of ancient mystery, resembling a relic excavated from the earth. Scorpion Nest, Ordinary 3 stars. Requires 10 Ordinary Desert Troop Nest cores for upgrade to Elite 3 stars. Conditions met. Shall it be upgraded? The prompt from the Black Gold system appeared as expected. Upon confirming the choice, the 10 troop cores in his possession shattered, merging into the Scorpion Nest in a burst of light. A gray luminescence flickered as the bas-relief of the scorpion human figure became increasingly prominent under the influence of mysterious power. Once the light receded, the attributes panel underwent a transformation. Scorpion Nest Level, Elite 3 stars, Recruitable Troops. Scorpion Warriors, Elite 3 stars. Recruitable Quantity, 14. Weekly Production, 7. Recruitment Conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron ore. Description: an ordinary desert troop nest. The upgrade was successful, and Richard felt a wave of satisfaction. However, the resources required for recruitment had also significantly increased. Regrettably, after each troop nest is upgraded, there is a 7-day cooldown period. Otherwise, had he sold more food, he could have directly elevated it to a rare level. Recruiting a single Scorpion Warrior required 120 units of resources, totaling 680 units for all 14. As he selected the option, a surge of gray energy enveloped the Scorpion Nest. Moments later, this energy began to flow into the bas-relief before the nest. The relief gradually became animated, filling out as if infused with flesh and blood, and eventually came to life. When the energy coalesced to a certain degree, the relief suddenly opened its eyes. With a single step, it detached from the wall of the Scorpion Nest and stood firmly on the ground. This spectacle was extraordinarily dazzling, reminiscent of a scene from mythology. Richard nodded in approval as the Scorpion Warrior, towering at 2 meters, bore a human upper body and the lower body of a scorpion. Its muscles appeared forged from steel, with sharp contours. The elongated scorpion tail was infinitely sharper than any spear. Its arms were not human hands, but rather pincers shimmering with a chilling gleam. When they clamped together, they emitted a crisp metallic sound, leaving no doubt about their lethal potential. The pincers, when closed, revealed iron hooks reminiscent of a butcher's tools, capable of inflicting exaggerated damage even without opening them. Most chilling of all were the Scorpion Warrior's cold brown eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, which instilled considerable psychological pressure. Filled with anticipation, Richard opened the attributes panel. Scorpion Warrior, Level 1, Potential, Elite 3 stars. Skills: Undying Body, F grade, reduces physical damage by 30, immune to plague and poison. Will not die unless decapitated. Venomous Scorpion Tail, E grade. The scorpion tail can inflict armor-piercing damage and carries potent venom, causing immense toxic damage upon striking. Mighty Iron Pincers, E grade. Pincer sharpness increases by 30. Attack strength boosts by 30. Racial talent. Strength increases by 30 when fighting in the desert. Scorpion Bond. If the number of scorpions exceeds 10, all scorpions gain a strength boost of 10 and a toxicity increase of 10, activated. If exceeding 20, strength and toxicity increase by 20. If exceeding 30, strength and toxicity increase by 30. Description: a necromantic entity sealed within the Pharaohs' pyramid. You would not wish to be stung by it. Richard's mood brightened considerably. Indeed, with the elevation of potential, the Scorpion Warrior's skill levels had also improved, and attributes significantly enhanced. 14 Scorpion Warriors, each 2 meters tall, with imposing pincers and curled tails, stood in formation before him, radiating an intense sense of pressure. This troop was far more ostentatious than the bandaged mummies. Master, we thank you for granting us new life. The Scorpion Warriors proclaimed in unison, bowing with the utmost reverence towards their sovereign. The troops recruited from the nest would remain eternally loyal to their summoner. Richard inclined his head slightly, extending his right hand. A golden dust-like light began to rise from his palm, akin to a storm sweeping across the desert sands. The light surged into the bodies of the Scorpion warriors. Under your bestowal, the 14 Scorpion warriors harnessed a fraction of the desert's power, acquiring a new skill, sandification degrade. Once the light faded, Richard eagerly opened their attributes panel, and the sandification skill appeared. This skill immunized against 99 of physical damage, synergizing perfectly with the Scorpion warriors' formidable offensive capabilities. Richard found himself exhilarated by the prospect. This was akin to unlocking unparalleled might. Faced with wild units like the Knack Giant, he could now confront them directly without hesitation. Richard's spirits soared. Thus, he now held 2 elite-level troop nests in his possession. The Grand Pyramid could recruit elite 3-star bandaged mummies, adept at curses, capable of significantly diminishing enemy attributes, and even cursing them to death. In the lair of the Scorpion, elite 3-star Scorpion warriors can be recruited, boasting formidable offensive capabilities and excelling in direct confrontations. The total number of troops from both units amounts to 28, forming nearly 3 squads. This is merely the second day since entering this world, and the future looks promising. Chapter 20. The envy of players. After assigning the Scorpion warriors to stand guard alongside the bandaged mummies, Richard returned to the hall and instinctively opened the chat channel. 2 days had passed, and he wondered how the other lords were faring. Damn it. Today, while attacking a small lumberyard, I encountered elite 3-star monsters, and I was utterly floored. Why would an elite monster appear at a small lumberyard? All the troops I recruited are gone, completely wiped out. You might not believe it, but today I stumbled upon an NPC caravan, the indigenous people, whom you haven't seen. They used earth dragons to transport goods. A truly rare class of units. It made me green with envy. What's more, the NPC caravan I encountered intended to trade with me, but my territory lacks any special products, and they merely glanced around before departing. Bah, this is blatant discrimination. Humph, those arrogant brats will come to know their place. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate a youth in poverty. Where on earth can I procure food? My population has already surpassed 300, yet I truly cannot afford to sustain them. It was the first time I realized how much food 300 people consume daily. Can anyone lend me some grain? I assure you, once I flourish, I shall repay tenfold. Ha ha ha, I finally possess an elite-level troop nest. I sacrificed half of my population as cannon fodder and finally conquered that wild troop stronghold. However, it seems there's little to celebrate, as the residents have all fled. Damn it, life has become exceedingly harsh. Those wretched game designers, may I never find you. Why develop such inhumane games? My territory's residents revolted simply because they were hungry for a day. Damn it, is it really a reason to rebel just because they missed a meal? And to top it off, they looted my territory. Can I even continue living like this? It's incredibly tough. Why is this world so challenging? How can I sustain my territory amid a shortage of food, water, and resources, with powerful wild units lurking outside? After scrutinizing the chat for a long while, Richard discovered that most players were enduring similar hardships. Only a select few managed to get by, but they too faced numerous issues. In comparison, Dusk City felt exceedingly comfortable. Merely 2 days had passed, yet it had already established a foothold in this desolate desert, a place devoid of life. Although food is scarce and water resources are still a pressing concern, it is infinitely better than the tragic existence of other lords. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly had an idea. He retrieved 2 resource treasures, the Sand Juju Grove and Water Fragment, which he had exchanged for 800 units of food. A 10-acre Sand Juju Grove, undoubtedly maturing once a month, represents a stable food source that should be planted as early as possible. While hunting yields high returns, it is inconsistent, making it an unsuitable long-term development strategy for the territory. However, the challenge lies in the fact that the Sand Juju Grove requires sufficient water for irrigation. And with only 1 water fragment in hand, how could he obtain the other 2? Opening treasure chests was evidently unrealistic. Purchasing from other players was the only solution. As Richard's thoughts whirled, a plan began to take shape. While ensuring that Dusk City's consumption is met, he could spare a portion of food to trade for water fragment treasures, thereby accelerating the planting of the 10-acre Sand Juju Grove. A reliably producing Sand Juju Grove would hold immense significance for Dusk City, situated in this arid desert. Deserts are not bountiful places. Stable food production is of utmost importance. Dusk City cannot rely on hunting indefinitely to resolve its food issues. In the early stages, hunting is feasible with a smaller population, but as it grows to 3,000 or 4,000, or even tens of thousands, how many prey would need to be hunted daily to satisfy them? For the territory to develop, farming is essential. After making a decision, Richard summoned Karu. Without waiting for a greeting, he immediately inquired, Karu, after processing today's hunt, how much food do we have left? Karu's somewhat murky eyes fixed on Richard, his voice imbued with the gravitas of age. My lord Richard, after today's hunt, we still have 300 units of meat remaining, along with 200 units stored in the granary, totaling 500 units. However, there will be significant loss when drying the fresh meat into jerky. Additionally, We originally had 500 units of coarse wheat. All food combined can sustain the territory for half a month. If we conserve, it could stretch to 20 days. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. A half-month inventory is far from sufficient for a territory. It presents a weak risk resilience capacity. Yet, during this precious early development phase, there is no need to stockpile excessively. A portion can be utilized for growth. Leaving a buffer of 10 days would suffice. With a plan in mind, he promptly rose and headed to the warehouse of the Lord's estate, where all resources of Dusk City are stored. Karu had arranged for several individuals to guard it day and night. Richard retrieved 1,000 units of fresh meat and posted a bounty request in the trading market's reward section. 1,000 units of fresh meat in exchange for resource treasures, water or water fragments too. This information instantly appeared at the top of the bounty section. The reward area is ranked according to the value of the items on offer. Clearly, the system determined that Richard's 1,000 units of fresh meat outweighed all other rewards. In the vast market, countless materials were up for bounty. However, this was the first instance of someone offering food and meat at that, in exchange for resource treasures, and to top it off, it was a staggering 1,000 units. This immediately made many food-starved lords green with envy, igniting a flurry of discussions in the chat channel. I just saw a big shot named Qingxiu directly post 1,000 units of fresh meat in exchange for a worthless resource treasure. What is the use of this water? My territory's water flows away uselessly every day. I can't afford it. Why only exchange for treasures? Oh, 1,000 units of meat could feed my territory's residents for 10 days. A bowl of meat soup daily. What bliss it would be for them. People are dying over comparisons. To start off with 1,000 units of meat. And this is just the beginning. Who is this extravagant? What kind of life is this Qingxiu living? Why do some have such ample food at this stage? It's infuriating. Why must I settle for porridge today? These two messages quickly triggered a wave of lamentation among the food-deprived players. While they were still troubled over their food shortages, someone exchanged an abundance of meat for a precious treasure, a spring water, which many considered mere refuse, evoking envy and jealousy among them. Chapter 21. The Desert Oasis, 10 acres of jujube forest. After Richard finalized the trade, he retired to rest, never anticipating the fervent discussions it would incite. At this juncture, what new lords lacked most was undoubtedly sustenance. Each lord needed to support hundreds of residents, some even as many as 300 or 400. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with the sight of these inhabitants eagerly awaiting food and drink, which left most in a quandary. The era of glory was not akin to the modern world where one could simply purchase several truckloads of rice. The most direct means of obtaining food currently was through hunting. Yet, hunting came with its own perils, potentially endangering lives, making it a high-risk endeavor. In the past 2 days, it was remarkable that 70 of people had mustered the courage to explore this unfamiliar world. Meanwhile, agriculture, even for fast-maturing plants like jujubes, required time. Consequently, most individuals had scant means of securing food, barely managing to sustain their territories. A select few with exceptional capabilities were reluctant to part with their meager food supplies. The minuscule portion that could be offered for sale was a mere drop in the ocean for the market of 2 billion lords. Those as affluent as Richard were exceedingly rare. Amidst the fervent discussions of countless individuals, he drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, Richard completed his morning routine and, after enjoying breakfast under the attentive care of 2 remarkably imposing cooks, leisurely opened the forum. His private mailbox displayed 2 messages. Ding. The item you sought has been traded. You have received 1-star resource treasure, spring water fragment 1. Ding. The item you sought has been traded. You have received 1-star resource treasure, spring water 1. A cursory glance confirmed Richard's suspicions. The jujube forest was indeed secured. However, upon a closer look, he noticed the message indicating he had obtained 1-star resource treasure spring water, devoid of the fragment suffix. Someone had directly exchanged the treasure of spring water for 500 units of food? Upon realizing this, Richard chuckled heartily, recognizing it as a pure stroke of luck. Even an ordinary 1-star treasure, in his view, was worth at least 2,000 units of meat. To his astonishment, the counterpart had sold it for merely 500 units. Were they in such dire need of grain? This unexpected boon prompted him to contemplate further. Perhaps he could capitalize on the high demand among other lords in the early stages, trading his quarry for even greater treasures. Now that he had acquired the spring water treasure, he also possessed 2 fragments. With just 1 more fragment, he would hold 2 spring water treasures, effectively resolving the water supply issue for Dusk City. This fortuitous gain filled Richard with exhilaration. He pondered for a moment before instructing the cook to summon Karu. Before long, Karu hurried into the hall. Good day, my lord. What are your commands? Richard smiled faintly, producing the jujube forest and spring water treasures, elucidating their functions. Upon hearing this, Karu was nearly brought to tears with excitement. Is this the fabled divine gift? By the gods, you must be the divine son sent to rescue us. Under your leadership, Dusk City shall undoubtedly become a beacon in the desert. 10 acres of jujubes, maturing once a month. This was of immeasurable value to Dusk City. As an elder seasoned by countless storms, Karoo understood that while hunting could yield substantial rewards, it was inherently unstable and fraught with danger. In contrast, the returns from farming were remarkably reliable, even if it required a significant amount of time to cultivate. You shall personally lead a team to select the planting area for the jujubes. Remember, Dusk City will expand rapidly in the future. The chosen area must not be too close, yet not too far, to avoid unforeseen incidents that we cannot promptly address. Karoo nodded enthusiastically, the wrinkles on his face seeming to come alive. As you wish, I shall arrange it immediately. In no time, the entire Dusk City buzzed with excitement due to the news relayed by Karoo. Our magnificent lord, favored by the gods, has acquired the divine gift of 10 acres of jujube forest, an extraordinary plant that matures once a month. This news invigorated the residents, who had just risen, each eager to assist Karoo in selecting suitable locations. Through the collective efforts of many residents, within an hour, 5 potential sites were presented to Richard. My lord, these locations are flat, neither too close nor too far from Dusk City, making them ideal for the jujube forest. Please make your decision. Richard compared the rough map with the system's map. After a moment, he pointed to a location marked as a lumberyard on the crude map. Tapping it twice with his index finger, the jujube forest shall be placed here. This site was approximately 15 kilometers from Dusk City, featuring a relatively flat terrain, and notably, desert bees were also nearby, facilitating future transport. Yes, my lord. Richard rose, beckoning the residents. Let us proceed to plant the jujube forest. The furrows on Karoo's face eased considerably, as if a crumpled piece of paper had been smoothed out. They had long been awaiting this moment. As Richard and Karoo stepped outside, they found the residents of the entire territory gathered. Good day, my lord. The inhabitants bowed deeply, placing their hands over their hearts upon seeing him. Richard nodded, and under the protection of the mummified soldiers and scorpion warriors, he strode directly toward the lumberyard. The sight of the formidable scorpion warriors sparked another wave of fervent discussion among the residents, elevating their respect for him yet again. Those must be the new troops recruited by our lord. Their presence is truly imposing. That scorpion tail is thicker than the arrows from the siege crossbows I've seen. In a desert rife with peril, Richard stood as the sovereign of Dusk City, its sole ruler. The stronger he became, the safer they would undoubtedly feel. Thus, as Richard's army grew more formidable, the residents felt genuine joy. After a brief 10 minutes, the group arrived at the lumberyard. At that moment, the long-armed laborers were busily felling trees, and upon noticing Richard's arrival, they immediately intensified their efforts, akin to employees caught slacking when their boss arrives for inspection. Richard paid them no heed, traversing the lumberyard until he reached the opposite side. This area was incredibly flat, devoid of noticeable dips or rises, making it perfect for the jujube forest. Moreover, the desert bees resided just a 10-minute walk from here, facilitating future transport. You all wait here. Richard proceeded alone for several hundred meters. Then, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he gradually halted, bending down to bury the jujube seeds into the golden sand. Drawing forth a jug of water from the system's space, he poured it generously onto the sandy ground. The sand, moistened by the water, quickly coalesced into clumps, darkening in hue. As Richard emptied the kettle, he stored it within the confines of the system space and turned towards the residents. Yet, at the very moment he took his first step, the jujube seeds accelerated in growth, akin to a video fast-forwarding hundreds of times, sprouting roots and leaves. That fleeting glimpse of green marked the inception of a transformation, as dozens of tender shoots simultaneously emerged from the sandy terrain. In the astonished gazes of the residents, with each step Richard took, a plethora of new sprouts unfurled behind him. This scene resembled a miraculous event from mythological tales. At that moment, he appeared as a deity wielding dominion over life, each stride nurturing hope and the promise of a brighter future. The endless expanse of yellow sand was gradually cloaked by the verdant green. The jujube saplings thrived at an astonishing pace, while the ground's sandy surface, under the influence of a peculiar force, began to coalesce into clumps, transforming into fertile soil. Upon Richard's return to the logging site, the 10 acres of jujube forest had flourished vibrantly. The gazes of the residents were filled with fervor and frenzy. In that instant, it felt as if he were the very embodiment of divinity. Richard turned to face the jujube trees, which had now grown to half the height of a man and continued to ascend at an extraordinary rate, a miraculous testament to life in the desert. Chapter 22. An exquisite delight success. The jujube forest, 10 acres, has been established. The jujubes will mature once a month. Please ensure ample water supply for irrigation. Richard surveyed the lush expanse of jujube trees before him, his spirits soaring. This was the future. He reached into his resources and retrieved the precious spring water, placing it directly at the entrance of the jujube grove under the residents' eager and fervent gaze. In the next moment, the crystalline treasure seamlessly melded into the earth. Mere breaths later, the ground began to swell as if something was emerging. The surrounding residents were taken aback. What is this? Suddenly, a plume of spring water erupted from the yellow sand, soaring several meters high. The shimmering water column cascaded down, refracting vibrant hues in the sunlight, a desert rainbow. The onlookers gasped in awe. Water is flowing. It's really gushing out. Incredible. After the spring water shot several meters into the air, it gradually subsided, settling into a normal flow, yet the rainbow still lingered in the air, breathtakingly beautiful. The parched sandy ground, upon receiving the water, began to reveal intricate, web-like patterns. The surrounding yellow sand eagerly absorbed the moisture. Once the subterranean water reached saturation, the spring began to flow into the jujube grove. Witnessing this spectacle, Richard's smile radiated brilliantly. He turned to face the excited and exhilarated crowd, proclaiming, "My people, this is merely the beginning. The city of dusk shall become an oasis in the desert, a beacon of hope and a promise for the future. You shall join me in witnessing this miracle." His brief, yet passionate words elevated the atmosphere to an entirely new level. Long live the Lord. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon everyone joined in with fervent enthusiasm. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. Their cries were filled with respect for Richard and brimming with hope for the future. In that moment, they released their pent-up excitement through their voices. After a considerable time, the exhilarated crowd finally dispersed. Richard retained Karoo, assigning him a new task. Have your people construct a reservoir near the spring. The sand cannot retain water and must be built with stones. Additionally, appoint 10 residents to manage the jujube grove, ensuring proper channels are established for the spring water to flow in. Each jujube must receive sufficient irrigation. Yes, my lord. I will personally oversee this to ensure there are no errors. Karoo replied resolutely. This is the foundation of the city of dusk. If anything goes awry, the jujube grove cannot be compromised. After issuing his instructions, Richard traversed the jujube grove and returned to the site where he had vanquished the Nak giant the previous day. Despite the absence of the giant, the desert bees continued to buzz around. He could only wonder where these little creatures sourced their honey. With the jujube grove established, it was time to relocate these rare bees. Otherwise, should a beast disturb their hive, it would be a significant loss. However, before that, he needed to elevate the bees' levels. Currently, the desert bees were still familiar with him, and should any dare to disturb their hive, they would certainly be stung mercilessly. Having prepared in advance, Richard retrieved 200 units of fresh meat from the system space, exchanging it for 8,000 units of resources. He then accessed the trading market, consuming 5,000 units of resources to acquire 10 insect-type troop nests. Upon detecting that the desert bee hive met the promotion criteria, he was prompted, "Would you like to consume 10 ordinary insect nests to upgrade?" Confirm. The 10 troop nests in his hand shattered, transforming into a stream of radiant light that surged into the bush's hive. Moments later, the brilliance was absorbed by the hive, and a swarm of bees buzzed forth, surrounding Richard in a display of affection. Desert Hornet Hive Level, Special, Queen. Intermediate, upon promotion to a high-level queen. The hive will produce higher quality premium honey. Traits, capable of producing medium-quality desert honey with a distinctive aroma. Consumption significantly accelerates stamina and injury recovery while slightly enhancing magical recovery. Swarm size, small, yield, minimum of 10 units of medium honey per week. Description, a rare breed of bees found in the desert, exceedingly scarce. With the upgrade, the desert honey now possessed an additional property for magical recovery, truly a premium delight. Richard laughed heartily. It was time to savor the honey's exquisite flavor. He stepped forward, parting the leaves of the bushes, and reached into the hive to extract a piece of comb honey. The honey was already capped, and even from a distance, a uniquely delightful fragrance wafted through the air, far exceeding any honey he had previously tasted. His mouth watered in anticipation. Unable to resist, Richard took a bite. The honey stretched into a long thread, glistening like crystal in the sunlight. As he chewed gently, the somewhat sticky honey glided across his tongue. In the next moment, an indescribable sweetness erupted in his mouth, filling him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With a gulp, he swallowed, feeling a warm sensation radiate from his abdomen, swiftly spreading to his limbs. He felt as though he were immersed in warm water, his entire being relaxing. After consuming a small piece of comb honey, Richard lingered in a state of bliss, savoring the extraordinary flavor for a long time. Eventually, exhaling deeply, he reveled in the comfort coursing through his body. His eyes filled with wonder and admiration. This was nothing short of a culinary explosion for the taste buds. Before traversing to this realm, this exquisite item was worth a staggering 100,000, no, even 1,000,000. How could there exist such delectable honey in this world? And this is merely the honey produced from a novice beehive. The queen has now ascended to an intermediate level. How astonishing will it be when the intermediate honey is harvested next week? What sensations might arise if it were to evolve into high-grade honey? He glanced at the requirements for the desert bee's next ascension. Much like the other 2 species nests, the upgrade prerequisites had escalated to 10 elite level or 100 ordinary level units, with the cooldown period remaining unchanged. The next enhancement could only occur after a week's time. Overwhelmed with excitement, he retrieved an empty barrel from the system space and personally detached the beehive. He then proceeded to the center of the jujube grove, temporarily placing the hive there. Summoning Karu, he instructed him to have the carpenter construct a hive for the desert bees. Richard's commands were ironclad and prioritized above all else. Within the hour, several carpenters arrived, bearing a specially crafted, enormous beehive. Richard carefully placed the beehive inside, while leaving behind 2 sealed jars of honey as sustenance for the bees. He joyfully collected the remaining 10 units of honey. Once the beehive was secured, the desert bees capable of producing exceptional honey had truly established their home in the jujube grove. Henceforth, they would provide Richard with 10 units of honey weekly, and that was merely the minimum. In a few days, once the jujube grove blossomed, the yield would undoubtedly increase. Observing the water gushing into the jujube grove, Richard felt a surge of elation. This spring had revitalized the entire ecosystem. Jujubes and honey were rapidly transforming into a burgeoning industry. The flavor of the jujubes remained uncertain, but the quality of the honey was assuredly exquisite. Should he manage to cultivate several more hives of desert bees, turning them into a specialty of Dusk City, it would not be a mere dream to lie back and reap profits in the future. Chapter 23. Unforeseen Events. Heroic units. Though Richard had never kept bees, the information explosion era had filled most individuals with a plethora of bizarre knowledge. As the population of bees increased, new queens would emerge. The newly born queens would instinctively lead a portion of the bees away to establish new hives. Generally, swarming occurs more frequently in spring. However, considering the desert bees' rate of producing 10 units of honey weekly, their reproduction speed was undeniably brisk. It may not be long before a second and even a third hive could be established. If this truly scaled up, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for Dusk City. Richard was confident that anyone who had tasted desert honey would never forget its stunning flavor. After arranging these matters, it was already noon. The once barren expanse of sand had transformed into a verdant jujube grove, with spring water flowing abundantly and bees buzzing about. It had become a paradise amidst the desert, a verdant oasis of life. After enjoying lunch, Richard did not linger within his territory, but set out to explore with nearly 3 squads of troops. His objective for the day was hunting. The exorbitant price of food had piqued his interest immensely. If he could obtain a few treasures akin to the jujubes of the grove, it would be of immense value to Dusk City. Today, he ventured northward. With nearly 3 squads of elite-level troops, Richard felt emboldened. Following yesterday's reconnaissance experience, he left 4 mummies and scorpion warriors to protect himself, while the remaining 2 squads dispersed to search extensively. This strategy proved remarkably effective. Within 10 minutes, a group of scorpion warriors 200 meters ahead suddenly raised an alarm. They had detected enemies. With the seasoned acumen of Richard, he promptly consolidated his forces and gathered the main contingent. Silencing their footsteps, he stealthily approached the vigilant scorpion warriors. Following their cues, he ascended a low sand dune to discreetly observe ahead. There, within the passage formed by several adjacent dunes, over 100 desert bandits mounted on steeds, wielding curved blades and donning white headscarves, were fervently assaulting a carriage protected by a dozen guards. The clash was fierce, with hooves pounding the sand, stirring up clouds of dust amidst the cacophony of battle cries and frenzied chaos. Suddenly, an alert triggered an unforeseen event. A band of desert marauders was in the midst of plundering a caravan, and he was free to choose his course of action. 1. Join the desert bandits in ambushing the carriage. 2. Align with the carriage's defenders to repel the marauders. 3. Remain passive, standing by, or simply departing. Note: rewards from unforeseen events are uncertain. Please explore at your discretion. Unforeseen events? Richard mused over the system's sudden task notification with a hint of amusement. He had not anticipated the option to attack the caravan alongside the desert bandits. However, since he had the freedom to choose, a child would pick sides. He desired both. Opening his attribute panel, he examined the desert bandits. Desert bandit, level 2, potential, ordinary 3 stars, skills, pillage, E grade. Increases all attributes by 20 when robbing a caravan. Agility, F grade. Increases agility by 30 while fighting mounted. Race trait. Increases speed by 15 while running on sand. Robbery bond. When initiating a robbery and holding the advantage, all attributes increase by 10. When at a disadvantage, speed increases by 20. Description: quick, quick, quick. Hand over the money, money, money. Richard could not help but chuckle at the attributes of the desert bandits. Indeed, they were a breed born for thievery. In contrast, the caravan was decidedly more respectable. Human warrior, level 5, intermediate unit, strength 15, potential, elite 1-star human swordsman, level 5, intermediate unit, strength 15, potential, elite 2 stars human archer, level 5, intermediate unit, agility 15, potential, elite 3 stars. The caravan boasted 14 soldiers, all elite level. However, the numerical disparity was vast. The desert bandits outnumbered them by more than a squad. Moreover, there were bandits at the rear armed with crossbows, providing suppressive fire. Though the caravan guards fought valiantly to break through the blockade, they were met with futility, leaving behind nothing but corpses. If not for their superior equipment, they likely would have succumbed long ago. Just as Richard was preparing to intervene, he suddenly spotted a short, stout middle-aged man, clad in an opulent robe. Emerging from the carriage, he was round-bellied, resembling a short sausage, and was furiously shouting commands amidst the fray. The attributes of that short sausage piqued his interest immensely. Onyx. Hero unit, potential, C grade, profession, merchant level, level 5, intermediate hero, negotiation ability increased by 20, skills, negotiation, intimidation, diplomacy, trade, insight. Intelligence gathering, heroic trait, possesses an uncanny ability to accurately assess the value of goods. Racial trait, capable of acquiring knowledge from other races. Bond with the Phoenix Tail Flower Merchants Association. When collaborating with members of the Phoenix Tail Flower Merchants Association, earns an additional profit of 20. Introduction. Your artifact is but a counterfeit. I can only offer you 10 gold coins. O God of War. What a remarkable sight. This caravan boasts a hero unit. However, the affiliations of the opponent piqued his curiosity. The Phoenix Tail Flower Merchants Association? The terms NPC and indigenous people surged forth in his mind, igniting considerable interest. Other Lord players had mentioned in forums that they, too, had encountered indigenous merchant caravans recently, which he had thought were non-existent in the desert. To his surprise, here it was. Observing the deteriorating situation as the caravan began to crumble, Richard no longer hesitated. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, everyone, heed my orders, eliminate all desert bandits. Do not harm those within the wagons. The long-restrained mummies and scorpion warriors charged towards the battlefield with fervor. The 8-legged scorpion warriors advanced with swiftness, their formidable pincers crashing into the ranks of encircling desert bandits. The bandits reacted immediately, sending forth 5 squads to retaliate. They were on the verge of securing their target and would not allow others to snatch their prize. Thud, thud. The broad hooves of the desert horses thundered upon the yellow sands, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. The desert bandits swung their curved blades fiercely, the velocity of their mounts amplifying the lethality of their strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Closer, closer. The cold visage of the desert scorpion revealed a chilling smile. Its pincers opened wide, striking like lightning. As they raced towards one another, they converged at an astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, clang, splat, blood gushed forth. The body of a ranger was cleaved in two, propelled by the momentum and crashing to the ground, saturating the sand with its crimson essence. A swift execution. What had seemed like a valiant charge now appeared as little more than a death march. The desert horse, once ridden by the ranger, now galloped forth in its own tragic fate, the scorpion warrior's pincers transforming into instruments of slaughter. When closed, the protruding hooks resembled the iron claws of a pirate. Razor-sharp and deadly. Screech. The iron hook sliced through the side of the desert horse, tearing a gaping wound. Flesh was violently torn apart, revealing stark, white bones. Crumbling with each passing moment, the desert horse let out a mournful wail before collapsing lifelessly. As a creature of the undead, the scorpion warrior knew not the meaning of mercy. After the first desert bandit was slain, more bandits surged forward, hoping to leverage their numbers and the momentum of their mounts to vanquish these terrifying foes. Yet, the scorpion warrior, far from being intimidated, became increasingly exhilarated, launching a countercharge against the desert bandits. One bandit swung his curved blade from the side, the weapon glinting with a chilling gleam in the sunlight. He aimed to slay the scorpion warrior on the spot. However, the scorpion warrior paid no heed, its tail arcing like a bow, striking out with lightning speed. The advancing bandit had no time to evade. Splat! The sharp tail pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth. In his final moments, the bandit struck ferociously at the tail with his powerful blade. Sparks flew as the blade chipped, yet the tail remained unscathed. With a swift retraction, the ranger fell from his horse, lifeless. The scorpion warrior let out a sinister laugh, opting not to employ its pincers, instead attacking with the hooks that were more fearsome than a butcher's iron claw. Whoosh! With each swing, the air crackled with ferocity. Clang! A desert bandit's blade was knocked aside upon collision. The scorpion warrior's left arm swung down violently, the iron hook piercing the ranger's neck, and with a forceful tug, a head soared several meters into the air. Utterly brutal, the confrontation between the desert bandits and the scorpion warrior revealed an overwhelming imbalance. It was less a siege by the bandits against the scorpion warrior, and more a massacre perpetrated by the scorpion warrior upon the bandits. 5 squads of ordinary 3-star troops, bolstered by the speed of their mounts, collided with the scorpion warrior yet remained utterly bewildered. They stood like a wall, impervious to the relentless charges of the desert bandits, who could not force them back even a single step. The desert scorpion had descended into madness. Chapter 24. The Phoenix Tail Flower Merchants Association in a mere few minutes. The 5 squads of desert bandits were entirely decimated by the scorpion warriors acting as the main force. Though the bandaged mummies remained formidable, their killing pace paled in comparison to that of the scorpion warriors. Once the desert bandits suffered a grievous blow, the situation shifted dramatically. The caravan guards, previously teetering on the brink of collapse, rallied with renewed vigor, unleashing their final reserves of strength to withstand the relentless onslaught of the desert bandits. After the Scorpion warriors dispatched the 5 squads, they exhibited no signs of satisfaction, instead grinning wickedly as they charged towards the caravan. The desert bandits, witnessing their 5 squads fall with such ease, were filled with dread. Nevertheless, the tempting prize before them was not to be relinquished lightly. They gritted their teeth and pressed their assault on the caravan, much like gamblers desperate to turn the tide with their last chip. The pincers of the Scorpion warriors became the reaper's scythe, commencing the harvest of their enemies' souls. The desert bandits, having barely held their ground against the Scorpion warriors, were now tasked with splitting their focus to assault the caravan. Blood soon stained the parched sands. As the bandit numbers dwindled to a mere 2 squads, their morale shattered completely. Unable to suppress their terror, they spurred their horses and fled. In a desperate bid for survival, the desert bandits possessed a speed advantage of 20. In mere moments, they vanished into the distance, thwarting any thoughts of pursuit by the Scorpion warriors. Ding! Your army has annihilated a group of desert bandits, achieving victory in a minor skirmish. You have gained 120 experience points. Ding! The Scorpion warrior, having engaged in considerable combat, has leveled up, now at level 2. The remaining 7 or 8 guards of the convoy watched as the desert marauders fled in disarray, their hearts finally easing with relief. However, their taut nerves remained unrelaxed. The terrifying soldiers who had suddenly emerged, though they had not attacked, instilled a greater sense of pressure than the desert bandits with their fearsome appearance and formidable combat prowess. The rotund merchant hero, resembling a plump sausage, mustered his courage to step forward and directly confront the Scorpion warriors surrounding the cart. Esteemed warriors, we are members of the Solon City Phoenix Tail Flower Merchants Association. We express our profound gratitude for your rescue. The Phoenix Tail Flower Association shall surely reward you handsomely. Silence. A deathly silence. The Scorpion warriors regarded him with cold, indifferent gazes, uttering not a word. The atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. The already exhausted guards felt their hearts grow heavier with trepidation, forcing themselves to remain vigilant against a sudden onslaught from these fearsome beings. Just then, new figures appeared in their line of sight. A dozen mummies accompanied a handsome young human as they approached slowly from afar. The merchant hero's eyes lit up with excitement upon recognizing Richard. As Richard drew nearer, he hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully placed his hand over his heart in greeting. Honorable Lord, I am Onik, a merchant of the Solon City Phoenix Tail Flower Association, and I extend to you my highest respect. Thank you for saving us. The Phoenix Tail Flower Association shall forever remember your friendship. Richard inclined his head slightly. Greetings to you, Lord Onik, from Richard, the Lord of Dusk City. Upon receiving his response, Onik still could not fully relax, bowing once more. Where is Solon City? How far is it from here? Onik straightened his portly belly, which stretched his robe, and hastily replied, Respectable Lord Richard, Solon City is on the edge of the desert, one of the largest cities in the Death Desert. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he exclaimed, You are unfamiliar with Solon City? Could it be that you are the God-chosen Lord from another world? Oh, merchant God above, I never imagined I would encounter a God-chosen Lord deep within the desert, chosen by the deities from another realm. Was this not the very background of players in the glorious era? The Death Desert, indeed, was where he found himself. It was said that there were dozens of deserts in glorious era, but only 3 were prominently featured on the official website: the Death Desert, the Lost Desert, and the Endless Desert. The Death Desert lay at the heart of the main plain of glorious era, vast in scope, requiring 5 to 6 months to traverse even under the best circumstances. However, his knowledge was limited. Yes, Lord Onik, but why are you so astonished? Onik composed himself and responded, Because you are a lord chosen by the gods. Is that not exhilarating? Richard's lips twitched. Were you aware that there were 2 billion so-called God-chosen lords? You might not be so thrilled. He diverted the topic. What is the distance from here to Solon City? Onik's expression fell, and he retrieved a map from his robes, examining it closely. After a moment, he muttered in dismay, It will take another month to reach there. By the gods, we have strayed too far from the trade route. Richard, intrigued, inquired, How did you come to be here, and why were you attacked by desert bandits? Onik regained some composure and began recounting the tale of his journey. Despite the terrifying nature of the Death Desert, its central location in the main plain meant it was surrounded by powerful factions. Those who could traverse the desert could exchange their goods for profits that were tenfold or even 100-fold. Merchants willing to risk execution for a mere 100% profit would dare to trample all laws for 300%, lured by the promise of high profits. The Phoenix Tail Flower Association, a formidable force in Solon City, invested significant resources to establish a trade route. However, a week prior, a sandstorm had struck their convoy, causing them to become separated from their companions. Once the storm passed, they encountered the desert bandits. At that time, they had 3 small teams of guards. But after several days of entanglement, they had suffered heavy losses, leaving only the 7 or 8 remaining. Richard nodded. It is fortunate you survived the sandstorm. What are your plans now? Will you return directly to Solon City, or attempt to reunite with your convoy? Onik shook his head. After the separation, we are unsure how many remain alive. We plan to return directly to Solon City. He then looked at Richard with pleading eyes. Esteemed Lord Richard, may we rest in your territory and replenish our water supply before continuing? Worried that Richard might refuse, he quickly added, I am willing to offer compensation. Furthermore, you saved us. I represent the Phoenix Tail Flower Association in expressing our gratitude. If agreeable, we could establish trade relations in the future. Ding. You have saved the Phoenix Tail Flower Association's convoy, earning their gratitude and respect. Your relationship with the Phoenix Tail Flower Association is now friendly. Ding. The Phoenix Tail Flower Association requests to survey your territory. You may establish new trade relations with them. Chapter 25, Special Building. Heroic Altar. Upon hearing the system prompt, Richard fell into contemplation. Although he could currently trade with players through the marketplace, it was indisputable that the indigenous people, who held dominion in Glorious Era, were the true gold mine yet to be unearthed. Establishing trade with the Phoenix Tail Flower Association would undoubtedly be a splendid opportunity. Onik, seeing Richard's prolonged silence and increasingly indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of unexplainable anxiety. Although the Phoenix Tail Flower Association held a formidable reputation in the Death Desert, this god-chosen lord was unaware of it. What if a dark thought crossed his mind, and he ordered his subordinates to slay them? In this vast desert, the merchants could not possibly comprehend the peril they faced. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became at Richard's impassive expression. Casting a furtive glance at the menacing scorpion warriors, he noted their cold, emotionless gazes fixed upon him, as if, in the next moment, they might use their powerful pincers to sever his head from his shoulders. The unease escalated to an extreme. In this bizarre atmosphere, he clenched his teeth, reached into his robes, and produced an item, presenting it to Richard. Esteemed Lord Richard, we have lost contact with our convoy and have most of our goods. All that remains is this treasure we salvaged from the sandstorm. To express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention, please accept it. I believe your territory could benefit from it. The guards surrounding the carriage observed Onik's actions with a flicker of hesitation in their eyes. They seemed to be on the verge of speaking, yet glanced at the surrounding scorpion warriors and ultimately fell silent. They, too, were reluctant to meet their demise in this place. Richard, momentarily taken aback, noticed the trepidation in their eyes and cast a look at the scorpion warriors encircling them. Was this the real-life version of the pact beneath the city? However, he would not be deterred. He extended his hand to accept the offering. Ding. You have received the Hero Altar Construction Blueprint from the merchant of the Phoenix Tail Flower Guild. Blueprint? At last, he had laid eyes on it. Opening the attributes panel, he found Hero Altar Construction Blueprint, level, special building, traits, capable of constructing a hero altar, which allows for the resurrection of heroes using resources upon their death, with a revival quota of 5 per month. Footprint, 4 spaces, required resources for construction, 10,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of gold, 10,000 units of wood, 500 units of crystal, 500 units of gems, 500 units of mercury, 500 units of sulfur. Description, an exceedingly rare blueprint. Even dragons would be tempted by it. Richard's eyes widened in astonishment. The hero altar, a special building. Good heavens, the official materials provided by Glorious Era were scant. Yet they specifically mentioned the hero altar as a rather precious item. To his surprise, he had obtained this treasure from a member of a beleaguered merchant caravan. It gave him an exhilarating sensation akin to purchasing a beverage for $2.50 only to discover he had won a laptop. Was this reward not a tad excessive? Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Are the rewards for such unexpected events so capricious? What a lucrative windfall. The only regret was that the hero altar required numerous rare resources. At present, he possessed not a single unit. Construction would likely be unfeasible in the near term. But there was no need for haste. The hero altar was clearly a late-game structure, and the game had only just commenced. He did not even have a hero yet. Ha ha ha, he would keep it as a treasure. Suppressing his excitement, Richard patted Onik's shoulder, which resembled a short sausage, and expressed his admiration. Lord Onik, I am quite pleased with this token of our meeting. Without a doubt, the City of Dusk requires allies and needs to engage in trade with the outside world. Please accompany me back to my territory for some well-deserved rest. In my capacity as the Lord of the City of Dusk, I assure you that even dragons will be unable to harm you within my domain. Upon hearing Richard's words, Onik finally exhaled a breath he had been holding, relief washing over him. Thank you for your trust. We are truly honored. They had managed to preserve their lives. With such a significant gain, Richard was no longer eager to explore other areas. He instructed the mummies and scorpion warriors to assist with the cart and returned to his territory with Onik and his few guards, promising to help bury the bodies of their fallen companions. When Richard returned so swiftly, Karoo was somewhat astonished. However, upon seeing the prominent phoenix tail flower insignia on the carriage parked at the Lord's residence, he was taken aback. My Lord Richard, this is the emblem of the Phoenix Tail Flower Guild. Are they esteemed members of the guild? Upon seeing someone familiar with their group, Onik felt entirely reassured. As long as there were individuals who recognized the Phoenix Tail Flower Guild, he was confident they would receive a warm reception. The assistance rendered to the guild's caravan would yield substantial rewards, a testament to the excellent reputation they had cultivated over decades. Indeed, These friends will undoubtedly initiate trade with us in the future. You must treat them with the utmost hospitality. Moreover, we recently vanquished a band of desert marauders, and their steeds, the desert horses, have been slain. Please send someone to retrieve the horses. They can be found following the tracks of our returning cart. Karu's eyes lit up. Yes, my lord. He immediately turned with enthusiasm to summon others. When it came to matters of sustenance, he was more eager than anyone. Anik observed the modest territory with a nuanced expression. This was indeed the domain of divine grace, crafted by the rules of the gods. Who else would be so idle as to establish a territory in the depths of the Death Desert, with the territory still in a safe period? Richard was not concerned about Anik and his group causing any trouble. After some reassuring conversation, he tasked a few residents with looking after them and prepared to venture out once more. It was still early in the day. Remaining in the territory felt like a waste. However, just as he was about to depart, Anik seemed to remember something and hurriedly spoke. My lord Richard, while evading those marauders, we inadvertently discovered a one-way teleportation portal. I wonder if you might be interested. We did not explore it and are unaware of what lies beyond. He said this with a wry smile, raising his hands in defeat. Given our current state, we have no opportunity to explore it. A one-way teleportation portal? Richard's interest was piqued. Where's that portal? Anik produced an ancient map from his pocket, unfurling it on the table and pointing to a specific location. It is approximately a 2-hour journey from your territory. Richard glanced sideways at the map, which appeared to flow like a dynamic image. The point Anik indicated bore a marking of a door. Magical map, level, special, traits, capable of recording traversed areas, enabling the holder to know their current location. Description: a magical item crafted by a powerful spellcaster. No wonder Anik was so aware of his location. This was essentially a different version of a system map. Observing Richard's intrigued expression, Anik's face fell. My lord, this magical item is a restricted item of the Phoenix Tailflower Guild and is not permitted to circulate. Richard waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. The gods have bestowed upon us a superior map. I am merely curious. Anik finally relaxed. Richard reached for the map, and once the system notified him that the sharing was complete, he returned it to Anik. Lord Anik, you and your companions should rest in my territory for a few days. Once you have recuperated, it will not be too late to depart. There are still many unknown areas surrounding the territory that I need to explore. Anik promptly replied, you need not be so courteous. It is our honor to be in your territory. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Richard departed the territory alongside the mummies and scorpion warriors. He felt a burgeoning curiosity regarding that one-way teleportation portal. Where might it lead? Could it be yet another area akin to a temple? Chapter 26. What specialties do you possess? By the gods, this honey is simply too delicious. Lord Anik, the architectural blueprints of the hero's altar are of such immense value. What compels you to part with them? Shortly after Richard's departure, several escorting carriages, sensing a moment of solitude, cast puzzled glances at Anik. Seated in an oversized chair that seemed to constrict him, Anik shot a scornful glare at the onlookers. Who was it that saved us just now? They murmured among themselves. While it was indeed Lord Richard who rescued us, do we truly need to offer such a precious item as recompense? We salvaged it from the wrath of the sandstorm at great cost. How foolish. A hint of disdain flickered across Anik's plump visage. If, at that moment, the adversary had commanded an attack, what do you suppose our fate would have been? Remember the first tenet of the Wanwei Flower Merchant Guild. In the desert, life takes precedence. Do not presume that the loss of a valuable blueprint signifies the end of the world. The weak possess no choice. Even if there were only a 30 chance of them striking us, we would never take that risk. At this juncture, Anik's tone inexplicably grew somber, and a glimmer of reminiscence passed through his eyes. 15 years ago, I accompanied young Master Oko in transporting a shipment. You may not know who young Master Oko is, but you must be aware of the Wanwei Flower Guild's acquisition of the dwarven weapon production for 50 years, an endeavor orchestrated by young Master Oko. Shock swept through the room. On that occasion, we faced a predicament eerily reminiscent of today's events. A tempest scattered our caravan, and upon our escape, we were encircled by a band of desert marauders. Young Master Oko refused to surrender, fighting valiantly until he fell to the blades of those desert brigands. Anik was filled with regret. That time, the Wanwei Flower Guild was poised to negotiate with a formidable empire to establish trade relations. The death of young Master Oko led to the collapse of those negotiations, allowing competitors to seize that opportunity, resulting in immeasurable losses for us. From that day forth, the guild adopted the ironclad rule. In the desert, life takes precedence. Had young Master Oko survived, I dare say the Wanwei Flower Guild's strength would have multiplied tenfold by now. Therefore, you must remember that in the desert, survival is paramount, for it provides the opportunity to earn greater profits for the guild. I shall personally convey this matter to the president. Should there be any repercussions, I will bear them alone. The group fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this revelation. After an extended pause, someone finally spoke. Lord Anik, what shall we do next? We shall recuperate before returning to Solon City. Remember, do not stir trouble within this territory. Our lives are in the hands of others. After much discussion, Onik and his companions had already arranged for someone to transport their quarry when Karoo, with a beaming smile, stepped into the room. Two men followed closely behind, bearing tightly covered trays. The kitchen staff of the Lord's mansion exclusively served Lord Richard, and these outsiders were not privileged to gaze upon them. Lord Onik, I am Karoo, the governor of Dusk City. The Lord specifically instructed me to bring forth the most exquisite specialties of Dusk City for your esteemed guests to savor. Specialties? In this desolate locale, what could possibly qualify as a specialty? Though the escorts wore faint smiles, they quietly disparaged within. Onik, rising courteously, laughed heartily. I am deeply grateful for your hospitality. It is an honor indeed. However, his gaze barely brushed upon the items carried by the two men. As a merchant of the Wanwei Flower Guild, an esteemed entity, he had encountered countless grand spectacles, and there was little that would capture his attention. Karoo, seemingly perceiving the indifference of the group, paid it no mind and gestured for the two men to unveil the snugly fitted wooden lid of the trays. The moment the cover was lifted, an indescribably enchanting fragrance surged through the room. Gulp. Onik and his entourage collectively swallowed, the sound conspicuously audible to all. Instantly, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they exchanged awkward glances. Just a moment ago, they had been dismissive. Now, they found themselves in a most humiliating predicament. Fortunately, they had withheld their true sentiments. Otherwise, they might have faced social ruin right then and there. Onik, however, was beyond caring. He stepped forward eagerly, gazing at the grayish pottery bowl containing a crystalline substance tinged with a hint of golden hue. At that moment, the humble bowl seemed to transform into something extraordinary. This is honey? Observing Onik's astonished expression, Karoo beamed with pride. Indeed, Lord Onik, this is the specialty of Dusk City. A supreme delicacy brought back by the Lord. The flavor of desert honey is such that those who have tasted it will never forget. It is the epitome of earthly delights. May I have a taste? Onik swallowed hard, feeling a touch of embarrassment, despite his extensive travels. This was indeed his first encounter with such uniquely aromatic honey. Of course, this was originally meant for your esteemed company. However, due to its rarity, the quantity is limited. And I beg your understanding. Thank you, Lord Richard. Onik, unable to restrain himself, eagerly lifted a pottery bowl filled only to the bottom with honey from the tray. He brought it to his nose, inhaling the distinctive aroma that sent him soaring with joy. This is undeniably a rare treasure. His eyes glimmered with enchantment. Anxiously, yet savoring the moment, he raised it to his lips, focusing all his attention as if partaking in a sacred rite, delicately tasting the desert honey. As the honey touched his tongue, Onik was overwhelmed by an explosion of indescribable flavor. He felt as though he had been transported to another realm. How could something so delicious exist in this world? Is this a divine blessing? Once he finished the honey, gazing at the remnants in the bowl, he hesitated not a moment and licked it clean. When he finally regained his composure, he recalled that he was in the presence of others, and his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How foolish of him to pride himself on his worldly experience, only to succumb to such a trivial pleasure as honey. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a warm sensation coursing through his stomach. Instantly, he found himself enveloped in a comforting warmth, as if he were immersed in a bath of soothing water. His energy surged, and the fatigue he had felt dissipated almost entirely, with even his injuries healing considerably. He was increasingly exhilarated. Not only was this honey delicious, but it also possessed restorative properties. By the gods, what an earthly marvel this is. In his excitement, he glanced at his companions, only to find them all fervently licking their bowls. Onik's mouth twitched in disbelief. Had they no sense of decorum? He turned his gaze to Karoo, who now commanded his full attention, his tone imbued with fervor. Karoo, might I inquire how much of this honey you possess? How much can be produced each month? I, on behalf of the Wanwei Flower Guild, earnestly beseech to establish trade relations with Dusk City. Chapter 27. Is there a dragon's nest nearby? At this moment, Richard was blissfully unaware that the desert honey had already captivated Onyx. He was intently studying the system map, accompanied by his bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors, as he made his way to the one-way teleportation portal mentioned by Onyx. Such unique structures typically conceal treasures of considerable worth, much like that formidable temple guarded by powerful sentinels. Capturing it would undoubtedly yield immense rewards. Along the way, he traversed the area where he had recently vanquished the desert bandits. Dozens of residents were fervently transporting the desert steeds back home, while the corpses of the bandits lay heaped together like a small mountain. Richard found this gruesome scene quite fascinating. His spoils extended beyond mere blueprints for the heroic altar. The dozens of desert steeds represented a lucrative fortune. Though the desert steeds were not particularly large, possessing more bones than meat, their sheer number could be exchanged for precious strategic artifacts. A few water springs or patches of jujube trees in return would be nothing short of heavenly bliss. The more Richard pondered, the more he felt this harvest was bountiful. The level of the Scorpion warriors had risen to level 2 due to combat, and they had also acquired 70 or 80 steeds for sustenance. Furthermore, he had established a rapport with the Wanwei Flower Merchant Guild and obtained an exceedingly valuable blueprint for the heroic altar from them. Ultimately, He also gleaned information regarding a one-way teleportation portal. He suddenly felt that Onyx was truly a stroke of good fortune. He resolved to treat this fellow well upon his return, for there could be more opportunities for collaboration in the future. After all, he was a person who cherished friendships. Perhaps he could inquire with Onyx about where to find dragon eggs. Though his current objective was the one-way teleportation portal, Richard remained vigilant, continuing to scout the surroundings. He dispatched both squads to conduct a thorough search. The portal lay approximately 2 hours from the City of Dusk, yet he found himself taking twice as long to arrive. After battling through numerous adversities, he had amassed considerable rewards. The most evident manifestation of his efforts was that both the bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors had ascended to level 3. Meanwhile, Richard's experience points had reached 900. Just a mere 100 points shy of another level up. The greatest contribution came from a group of desert half-ratmen that had hollowed out a sand dune, with 4 full squads of mummies and scorpion warriors wreaking havoc upon them. The endless yellow sands always evoked a sense of desolation and grandeur. Yet too much of it could become rather tedious. Surely, they were not far from their destination. Richard's spirits lifted as he observed the markers on the system map drawing closer. After crossing another sand dune, the terrain before him began to harden, revealing a multitude of gravel. He heightened his vigilance and slightly regrouped his forces. Cautiously, they traversed the 1,000-meter-long rocky expanse, only to find the ground suddenly dip downwards. As Richard approached, a riverbed, long dried up, came into view. The pebbles at the river's center had weathered and cracked. The yellow sands seemed to mimic the flow of this parched river. Yet, even in such a state of desiccation, traces on the riverbed and the stone walls on either side revealed the once turbulent waters that had surged through here. After admiring this magnificent sight for a few moments, Richard stepped towards the dry riverbed. How had Onyx made his way down here? The scattered stones made progress challenging, and having mummies ahead to clear the path did little to ease the journey. After stumbling for about 10 minutes, Richard suddenly halted. In a concave section of a cliff, an arch-like structure stood erect. This archway towered 5 meters high, with its center not a door, but a translucent shield radiating a shimmering light reminiscent of rippling water. An ancient aura enveloped him. The one-way teleportation portal. A surge of excitement welled within him. This structure was undoubtedly remarkable. Once the mummies and scorpion warriors had thoroughly scanned the vicinity to ensure safety, Richard cautiously approached. Standing before the 5-meter-tall edifice, he felt an inexplicable sense of insignificance. The undulating translucent ripples hinted at destinations unknown. He opened the attributes panel. One-way teleportation portal, level, special, characteristics. A one-way teleportation leading to an area known as the Burned Village. Entry requires task completion to return. Difficulty, 1 star. Description: perhaps you will be transported to a dragon's treasury, or perhaps to dine with demons in hell. Before using the portal, pray to the goddess of fortune. A dungeon? Richard's eyes brightened. According to the background lore on the official website of Glorious Epic, the origins of dungeons stemmed from the last war of the gods, where deities shattered the flow of time, scattering countless fragments throughout various dimensions. Each fragment contained a miniature world from which entrants could harvest diverse resources. The requirement to complete tasks arose because each time fragment adhered to its own rules. Only by adhering to these can the fragments be restored to the continuum of time. This premise was quite intriguing. Now that it had become reality, it seemed plausible, without significant flaws. Dungeons were indeed treasures, as some time fragments dated back to the ancient epics, containing items unattainable in the outside world. However, the problem lay in the fact that this particular dungeon provided only a simplistic introduction, lacking any other valuable information. This left Richard apprehensive. Although the difficulty was merely rated at 1 star, what criteria were used for this assessment? Was it simply against ordinary troops, or perhaps only a singular dragon? While he pondered, the black gold system illuminated with an upgrade notification. Dungeon, Burned Village, dungeon level, 1 star, average strength of troops, rare, presence of heroic units. Yes. Faction allegiances, demons, undead, church, humans. Note, cannot upgrade dungeon level. Richard was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a stroke of luck. Thanks to the black gold system. Thankfully, he had not acted rashly. The average troop strength being rated as rare, with the presence of heroic units and involving 4 factions, meant that had he recklessly rushed in, it would have been a futile endeavor. While these forces were weaker than those found in the temple, exploring them now would be tantamount to courting death. To be prudent, he decided to return to gather strength, aiming to amass a wave of troops before returning. At the very least, he needed to secure a full squad of rare units. After making a note of the location on the system map, Richard did not linger any longer and turned back towards his territory. It was already afternoon, and he still had a 2-hour journey ahead of him. The dangers of the desert night were exponentially greater than those of the day. Just a few minutes into his return, still barely having left the riverbed, a wave of indescribable terror descended from the heavens. It felt as though he stood beneath a collapsing mountain range, as if the very fabric of the world was unraveling. A thunderous roar, akin to muffled thunder, reverberated from the heavens, causing even the parched riverbed to tremble. The oppressive force surged exponentially. In the next heartbeat, a colossal shadow was cast upon the riverbed under the sun's rays, enveloping the earth. Richard instinctively lifted his gaze skyward, where he beheld a terrifying creature. Its body adorned with scales so formidable that even a siege crossbow might struggle to pierce them, soaring gracefully through the air while brandishing its menacing wings. The creature's size was staggering, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. Its robust limbs were equipped with claws that glimmered with a deadly sheen, capable, perhaps, of effortlessly demolishing a city wall. This dreadfully fearsome entity swept across the riverbed. His pupils constricted sharply, and a word that left one breathless flickered in his mind: dragon. Is there a dragon's lair nearby? Chapter 28. The crown of the desert. The dragon in the sky flashed past, its wings beating furiously as it traversed the valley in mere blinks. Recovering from his astonishment, Richard promptly opened his attributes panel. Desert dragon level 15 potential. Skills: racial talent, bonded dragon. Description: the apex predator of the desert. No one can withstand its dragon breath head-on. Good heavens, level 15, and the rest of its attributes remain shrouded in mystery. While level may 15 seem low in other games, the official website of Radiant Era states that the divine level is 30. Every 5 levels marks a significant threshold. The higher the level, the exponentially greater the difficulty of advancement. At level 15, it is already formidable enough to reign supreme. Even the powerful level 8 temple guardians cannot hold their heads high in its presence. As Richard remained lost in thought, the fierce and imposing dragon had already vanished from sight. After a considerable time, he exhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He must capture a dragon to ride. The dragon's fierce and domineering visage struck a chord deep within him. Merely appearing atop such an ostentatious creature would be the pinnacle of grandeur. Emerging from the valley, Richard quickened his pace, eager to return to his territory before sunset. Upon arriving, he immediately felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. That reassuring sensation brought him peace. Reflecting on the day's events, they had indeed been quite remarkable. First, he rescued the caravan of the Manhwaedit Guild, subsequently acquiring the exceedingly valuable blueprints for a heroic altar and a substantial amount of food, along with the discovery of a dungeon map, and finally, an encounter with a level 15 dragon. After such a busy day, all he desired was a hot bath. Welcome back, my lord. As dusk descended, Karu, who had been waiting for Richard, immediately sighed in relief upon seeing him. What is it? Richard inquired, noticing Karu's evident eagerness to speak. Is it about those from the Manhwaedit Guild? Karu nodded, his tone brimming with excitement. They are utterly enchanted by the honey and instructed me to discuss trade matters with you as soon as you returned. Richard smiled faintly. Who could resist the allure of desert honey? Is the kitchen prepared with food? Let them come to me only after I have dined. They have already been waiting for you. Then let them continue to wait. Disregarding everything else, Richard returned to his mansion, where he enjoyed a sumptuous dinner served by 2 bustling chefs. Following that, he indulged in a hot bath, washing away the weariness of the day before finally summoning Onik, who had been waiting for quite some time. In the ruggedly styled hall, 12 stone pillars adorned with oil lamps made from animal fat cast a dim light. The bright moonlight poured in through the unglazed wooden windows, adding an extra touch of illumination. Good evening, esteemed Lord Richard. The rotund Onik entered alone, immediately placing his right hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. There is no need for such formalities, Lord Onik. Please, take a seat. After expressing his gratitude, Onik promptly sat down, then eagerly continued, Lord Richard, thank you for graciously treating me with such precious honey today. The Manhwaedit Guild is sorely lacking in such delectable products. Might we have the honor of establishing a long-term cooperative relationship with you? Richard chuckled softly. Lord Onik, the Manhwaedit Guild is a vast enterprise capable of traversing the Death Desert. Surely, you have encountered my desert crown honey before? Forgive my ignorance. I have indeed never encountered it. My lord, is this exquisite honey called desert crown? Richard nodded matter-of-factly. I obtained desert crown honey from a hidden chamber, where I also beheld murals that have endured for countless years. In the endless expanse of time, a powerful emperor unified the Death Desert, conquering the sands. His legend resonates throughout the entire prime material plane. This great ruler cherished this honey above all treasures, likening it to his crown. And only the most noble may wear a crown. Thus, it was named Desert Crown. As Richard spun this tale, Onik was already enraptured. Only the most noble could wear a crown, and this honey, named Desert Crown, implied that only those of high status could savor such exquisite flavor. In that moment, a sense of sanctity arose within him, as if he too had become one of noble stature, rivaling that of kings. Lord Richard, might I have the privilege of viewing that mural? I wonder what manner of grandeur the great emperor who once ruled the Death Desert possessed. Richard's face remained impassive. You are too late. A recent sandstorm has erased all traces. You ought to know what the desert is like. Without awaiting Onik's response, he continued, Lord Onik, the production of Desert Crown is exceedingly scarce and immensely precious. What price would the Manhwaedit Guild be willing to pay? At this, Onik's heart skipped a beat, not due to the price, but rather the mention of its rarity. Lord Richard, might you disclose the specific production quantity? With a hint of regret. Richard replied, currently, we can only produce 5 units per week. He added, however, there is potential for increased production in the near future. Scarcity breeds value, and rarity begets prestige. Given the exceptional quality of desert honey, it is only natural to pursue a high-end market. With limited quantity and extraordinary origins, what price could possibly be low? As for whether the Wanwei Flower Guild believed his fabricated tale, that mattered little. If the other party were astute, they would craft this tale into a more exquisite yet succinct narrative, thereby exerting greater control over the pricing. With a deep sigh of relief, Onyx thought to himself, thank goodness, thank goodness. If only 5 units were produced in a year, that would indeed be rather scant. Producing 5 units a week amounts to 20 units a month. Though still pitifully few, such delectable food would be acceptable. Rising to his feet, he proudly proclaimed, my Lord Richard, the Wanwei Flower Guild possesses everything you require. Even a dragon's breeding lair can be procured, provided you are willing to offer an equivalent in desert crowns. Richard found this assertion credible. The guild's capability to traverse the entire Death Desert was beyond question. Your Grace Onyx, how do you believe we should price the Desert Crown? Onyx hesitated momentarily. The exquisite taste of the Desert Crown was undeniable, yet he had never purchased it externally, making it difficult for him to propose a specific price. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, my Lord Richard, would it be possible for us to take some Desert Crowns with us? Upon our return, we could allow the market to validate their worth before determining a price. Richard smiled faintly and waved at Karoo, who had remained silent until now. Karoo promptly turned and departed, returning shortly with a tray bearing 2 somewhat worn glass bottles. Through the glass, one could see them filled with half a jar of glistening honey. Richard picked up one bottle from the tray and placed it on the table. This bottle is for you to take back to the Wanwei Flower Guild for pricing. He then lifted the other bottle and placed it before Onyx. Your Grace Onyx, you have presented the construction blueprint for the hero's altar as a testament to our friendship. In return, I shall gift you the treasure of the Twilight City, the Desert Crown. May our friendship endure. Onyx was overjoyed, and any lingering regret about gifting the hero's altar blueprint vanished entirely. Thank you for your generosity. Richard smiled gently and continued, Your Grace Onyx, if possible, I hope that when you next visit, you might bring more blueprints necessary for territorial development. Ideally, resources such as the sausage forest. After their conversation, Onyx, enticed by the allure of the Desert Crown, readily acquiesced to Richard's request. For the Wanwei Flower Guild, these demands were easily fulfilled. The indigenous people had developed countless eras in the glorious era, possessing resources far superior to what current players could even imagine. Once Onyx retired to rest, Richard turned to Karoo. Have the desert horses been delivered? They have been brought back, a total of 92. But there are too many to process at the moment, Karoo replied. Richard nodded. No need to process them. I have other uses for them. Contemplating, he opened the chat channel and sent a private message to you damn Italian cannon. I'll return the food to you. He still owed the other party 600 units of food from when he purchased the sausage forest and spring water fragments. After sending the message, he approached the well, selecting 6 larger desert horses from the heap to fulfill his contract and directly traded them back. The moment the transaction was successful, the contract the two had signed vanished without a trace. You damn Italian cannon suddenly received a system notification stating he had received 6 desert horses, rendering him momentarily bewildered. Once he regained his composure, he promptly messaged back, Holy crap, Master Chinchio. Have you struck it rich again in just one day? Incredible. Honestly, I admire you. I'm still struggling to find a food source, and you casually handle thousands of units of food. Can you lend a brother a hand? If you do, you'll be like a father to me. Richard was left speechless. Contact me if you have any valuable treasures in the future. With that, he ignored the eccentricity and opened the trading market, starting to post bounty information. Bounty for 1-star resource treasure spring water or spring water fragments. Bounty amount, 3 desert horses. Quantity, 4. Bounty for 1-star resource treasure sausage forest, 10 acres. Bounty amount, 15 desert horses. Quantity, 2. Bounty for the special lair, desert bees. Bounty amount, 20 desert horses. Quantity, 1. After posting these notices, only 24 desert horses remained from the pile. After some thought, he decided to post another bounty in the trading market. Bounty, useful resource treasures or other treasures from the desert. Bounty price, 20 desert horses. This bounty requires mutual agreement for trading. With this, the once mountainous pile of desert horses had dwindled to merely 4. Several residents, who had just finished their dinner and were eagerly preparing to process the desert horses, stared in shock at the now empty ground. Had Richard not been present, they would surely have cried out in alarm at the theft. Good evening, my lord. We greet you, my lord. What has become of those desert horses? Richard waved his hand dismissively. I have other uses for them. You may handle these few remaining ones. Thank you for your hard work. The residents, somewhat apprehensive, quickly agreed. Not at all. Not at all. It is our honor to serve you. Richard nodded and made his way back to the Lord's manor. The Lord's forum was once again ignited by his bounty information. Holy crap. Did you see that? That Master Qingxiu is selling food again. This is outrageous. I just calculated that he sold over 80 desert horses in one go. I must ask, are you the horsekeeper? Which wild horse herd did you plunder? Why is it so absurd? Damn, my territory has run out of food today. How can Qingxiu have amassed so much? Casually producing over 10,000 units of meat? Isn't the desert supposed to be resource scarce? My territory is in the desert. And I can tell you clearly, Qingxiu must be located next to a resource-rich oasis. For territories in ordinary deserts, it's practically a hellish start at level 10. Absolutely right. This wretched desert is no place for humans. Lacking water, lacking food, lacking everything. Fighting monsters in the desert, within 2 hours. One would be utterly exhausted. Moreover, those wild troops are stronger than the last. Just yesterday, I barely managed to kill a dozen desert giant rats, and on the way, I encountered a band of desert bandits numbering in the hundreds. Had I not fled quickly, I would have lost my life. Boo-hoo. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Damn it. Why don't I have resource treasures? I'm so tempted by those 20 desert horses. There are quite a few players thriving, but none like Richard, who traded over 1,000 units of meat yesterday and today directly sold over 80 desert horses for more than 20,000 units of food. He stands alone. This sparked envy and admiration from countless others. How many lords can manage to overturn 100 desert bandits in just 3 days of development? After a long day, Richard enjoyed a comfortable sleep. The following morning, he was roused from his slumber by the clamor outside. After rising and completing his morning routine, he stepped out to find a throng of destitute refugees huddled in the surrounding open space. The gray-haired Karoo was engaged in conversation with them. As Richard emerged, the previous tumult seemed to have been paused, vanishing in an instant. The overwhelming presence of the several dozen soldiers trailing behind him was palpable. In particular, the scorpion warriors, towering at 2 meters, with their whip-like tails arched menacingly and fearsome pincers, instilled a palpable dread. The mummies, while lacking such imposing physiques, were equally terrifying with their stark white bandages and desiccated hands. Life always evokes a peculiar fear in the undead. Amidst the apprehensive gazes of the refugees, Richard surveyed his surroundings. What is happening? Karoo promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Good day, my lord. Upon straightening, he gestured toward the anxious crowd. These are the refugees we discovered this morning outside the Jujube Grove. They are affiliated with the Luanwei Flower Merchant Guild. Richard nodded, his keen gaze sweeping across the assembly. You there, who is in charge here? Step forward and speak with me. At his words, the crowd instinctively turned to look behind them. The sound of boots striking the ground echoed crisply. A slender girl parted the throng and stepped forward. What drew attention was the fact that this frail girl bore a bronze hammer taller than herself upon her back. Her delicate features met Richard's gaze directly as she slightly inclined her body. Esteemed lord, I am Andal, here to greet you. Chapter 30, A-Class Hero. The girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, donned black knee-high leather boots, marked with traces of her journey through the sands. Her fitted brown trousers accentuated her long legs, and paired with the boots, she exuded a distinctive aura. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and her complexion was as fair as jade, a striking contrast to the surrounding desert. Though her physique was somewhat gaunt, it served to make her large black eyes all the more expressive. The presence of the hammer transformed her from a delicate neighbor girl into a figure of striking valor. Andal? Richard nodded slowly. From where do you hail? Andal's gaze remained fixed on him, her tone laced with sorrow and gravity. The armies of the Rhinoceros Empire have ravaged our homeland, and left with no choice, we sought refuge with the Luanwei Flower Merchant Guild, intending to traverse the Death Desert to settle in the Empire of the Sanctum. However, a sandstorm a week ago obliterated our plans, leaving both us and the guild lost in the tempest, and we have lost the majority of our companions. Before she could finish, Onik and his companions emerged from the Lord's residence. They had been sheltered there the previous night, under the watchful eyes of the mummies and scorpion warriors. Onik was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the girl, soon overtaken by joy. Miss Andal, you're unharmed. By the merchant god, this is indeed momentous news. Lord Onik. The girl was equally surprised, but her joy quickly dimmed, the sadness in her eyes unmistakable. Observing this, Onik hesitated before speaking. Your father. Andal fell silent. A sigh escaped Onik, and his earlier elation faded. Richard began to piece together the situation. It was likely that the leader of these refugees was the girl's father, and after the storm, she was all that remained. Curiosity propelled him to open Andal's attribute panel, but a mere glance sent his heart racing. Andal Hero Unit Level 4 Potential, A-Class, Occupation, Blacksmith, Advanced, Skills, Breath Forging Method, A-Class. Grants additional skills when forging strategic equipment and a chance to create higher-level weapons. Weapon Enhancement, A-Class, can enhance strategic equipment to acquire additional characteristics. Blood of Solin, A-Class. Increases physique and strength by 200. Heroic traits, 30 increase in research speed and success rate for territorial attack technologies. Racial traits, exceptional talent for forging weapons, with a 30 increase in success rate. Bond with the hammer. When forging with the long-handled bronze hammer, forging skill level increases by 1. Description, Clang, clang. Your artifact is ready. Care to test its power? A hero unit. An advanced blacksmith? And a hero of A-class potential? Richard's pupils dilated. Such attributes and potential were extraordinary. In comparison, Onyx's transition to a merchant hero unit seemed trivial next to Andal. He inhaled deeply to quell the excitement bubbling within him. Meeting her gaze, he spoke slowly. Miss Andal, I believe your father may be stronger than you. The sandstorm, while fearsome, could not have claimed his life if you have emerged unscathed. There is no need for excessive sorrow. Perhaps he is searching for you just as you are for him. Her eyes brightened at his words. Is that truly so? Richard nodded without hesitation. Of course. He then turned to Karoo. Have the guest rooms in the Lord's residence prepared. Looking back at Andal, he added, you may stay here for the next few days to recuperate, and also to seek your father. His tone grew more serious. If you require assistance, I can dispatch someone to help you, Miss Andal. Trust me, the residents of my territory are more familiar with the desert than you might be. Your companions need not hurry across the vast sands. You are welcome here. This hero must not be let go. However, as they had just arrived, and with the distress of her father's disappearance, he could not directly recruit her. He needed to approach it more subtly. To gain, one must first give. That is the fundamental philosophy of social conduct. Yet, to his surprise, Andal was even more eager. Like a drowning person grasping at their last lifeline. She implored, my lord, if you can find my father, I am willing to give everything. I can become your subordinate and work for you. Just find my father. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion, evoking an inexplicable sense of compassion. A system prompt quietly chimed. Ding. Andal Solon has issued a hero recruitment quest to find her father, scattered by the sandstorm. Upon completion, she will join your territory. Richard was momentarily taken aback, then felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The tasks are indeed delightful. He relishes the opportunity to engage in them. However, upon witnessing Andal's mournful gaze, he swiftly subdued the joy swelling within his heart. Drawing in a deep breath, his profound eyes locked onto hers. I shall exert every ounce of my strength. At this moment, these words resonated from the depths of his soul. He had experienced the anguish of losing a loved one. Noticing the shift in Richard's tone, Andal's expression softened considerably. Only Onyx felt a pang of regret, as he was acutely aware of the girl's exceptional craftsmanship. He had initially planned to introduce her talents to the Wanwei Flower Guild. Yet now, he found himself at a loss for words. Especially after just receiving a precious desert crown from Richard. Miss Andal, how many companions have you brought? A total of 150. The others, like my father, have become lost in the desert. Richard nodded, turning to Karoo. Prepare breakfast for them. Yes, my lord. After providing comfort to Andal for quite some time, he personally guided her into the Lord's manor. Subsequently, he excused himself, leaving Karoo and Onyx to accompany her. His gaze shifted towards the 10 residential houses located on the western side of the manor. Previously, the number of residents had been manageable, but with the addition of over 100 more, it was evident that accommodation was insufficient. The construction of new houses would necessitate appropriate blueprints. Yet he only possessed the plans for the Hero's altar. To accommodate more residents, the only feasible solution was to elevate the building's level. Residential house, occupying one space. Level, basic, upgrade requires 500 units of stone, 500 units of wood. Maximum capacity, 10 individuals, traits, none description. A standard dwelling for commoners. The 10 houses required a total of 5,000 units of stone and 5,000 units of wood for an upgrade. He glanced at his dwindling resource panel, sighing in contemplation. No matter how much he earned, it was never sufficient. He had to ensure these residents were settled. Acquiring over 100 refugees in the desert was no small feat currently. The territory was small, and these residents were burdensome. Yet once the territory expanded and labor was needed, they would transform into creators of wealth. Regardless, he could not let this opportunity slip away. After a moment of thought, he retrieved 200 units of food from the warehouse and sold it at a premium, combining it with his existing resources to total exactly 10,000 units. He then stepped before the 10 residential houses, ready to initiate the first upgrade of Dusk City's structures, feeling a flicker of anticipation within. Ding. Do you wish to consume 5,000 units of wood and 5,000 units of stone to upgrade the residential houses? Chapter 31. Upgrading the houses. As he confirmed the upgrade, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Please vacate the residential houses. Richard gestured for the nearby residents to call out those still within the houses. Moments later, about 20 individuals emerged, looking bewilderedly at Richard, unsure of why they had been summoned outside. However, they dared not question further, obediently standing by to await instructions. In just a few days, Richard had established his authority within the territory. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he selected the upgrade once more. This time, there were no surprises. The resource panel immediately reset to 0. Then, before everyone's eyes, a golden sand-like radiance erupted from the ground, enveloping the residential houses as if caught in a sandstorm. The crowd's vision blurred, only faintly perceiving the changes occurring within. The once two-story buildings rumbled as they ascended, revealing a third floor. All 10 houses rose simultaneously, causing the very earth to tremble. The tremendous commotion instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. By the gods, this was a power reserved solely for a lord. Legends spoke of deities bestowing unparalleled abilities upon each lord, with rapid construction being one such gift. Regardless of how many times one witnessed it, the spectacle remained breathtaking. Amidst the rising excitement, the refugees were drawn into the scene, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. They had lost their homes. The golden light of the sand persisted for a full 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. Ding! Residential houses upgraded successfully, accompanied by the system announcement. Brand new residences materialized before Richard. The 10 buildings expanded from 2 stories to 3, occupying 70 of a 1,010 square meter area. From the outside, the once rugged walls had become considerably more refined, hinting at a nascent elegance in their architecture, though the desert's rawness remained apparent. Residential house, occupying 1 space. Level, intermediate, upgrade requires 5,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of wood. Note, current level has reached its maximum. Can be further upgraded once the territory expands to a small town. Maximum capacity, 30 individuals, traits, none description, a standard dwelling for commoners. After reviewing the attributes, Richard felt a surge of delight. Each house's capacity had increased from 10 to 30 individuals, a 3-fold increase, effectively resolving the housing dilemma for the newly arrived refugees. However, the resources required for upgrading from intermediate to advanced levels were significantly greater. The next upgrade for the 10 residential houses would necessitate 100,000 units of resources. The Lord's household had no surplus provisions either. At that moment, he finally grasped the hardships faced by other Lord players. Despite hunting extensively for food to exchange for resources, he still found it challenging. One could only imagine the plight of those who relied solely on resource points to accumulate their supplies. Turning to the refugees, who cast envious and complex glances towards the Dusk City residents, he contemplated stepping forward. As he became the focal point, Richard immediately captured the crowd's attention. Yet those who met his gaze quickly lowered their heads in trepidation. Before the sovereign of this land, they felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. A single word from him could dictate their fates, a haunting reminder of how their destinies lay in the hands of another. Richard remained silent, merely observing them with an indifferent gaze. Over 100 refugees transitioned from discomfort to growing anxiety, ultimately culminating in profound fear. Could it be that this lord intended to expel them outright? They dared not even entertain more dire possibilities. New arrivals, I am Richard, the Lord of Dusk City. Richard's sudden declaration sent a wave of tension through the already anxious crowd, their hearts rising to their throats. They perked up their ears, hanging on his every word. I understand your fear and the feeling of helplessness regarding the uncertain future. No one can remain unmoved after losing their home and loved ones. After all, those were once our anchors, our beacons of hope. The anguish of shattered hopes is a pain we have all experienced. The gazes of the crowd subtly grew more intimate as they turned their attention towards Richard. His words flowed unceasingly. But must we succumb to despair, relinquish our aspirations, and lose all hope? His tone suddenly soared. No, absolutely not. These tribulations are the thorny path that each of us must traverse. No matter how great the suffering, we must look forward. This is undoubtedly the desire of our loved ones, our kin. If you were to face peril, would you wish for your beloved and family to remain forever mired in despair? At this poignant moment, Richard's resolute voice resonated with an inspiring force and fervor. What does not kill us ultimately fortifies us. As we tread upon the thorns, ahead lies the light that pierces the darkness. As long as we harbor hope, we shall always gaze upon the resplendent starry sky above. In that moment, the crowd fell into a profound silence, captivated by his upright figure. Emotions within them began to tumultuously churn, rising like tidal waves. His impassioned rhetoric infused them with a powerful energy, and the feelings of despondency and confusion swiftly dissipated. The indigenous people, untouched by the deluge of information, possessed little resistance to such motivational words. Even modern individuals, having weathered countless waves of information, can still be stirred by certain phrases. For we are not yet old. Our blood still runs warm. With a long-handled copper hammer in tow, Andal did not recall when she had stepped out of the Lord's manor. She gazed blankly at the silhouette of the youth, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Softly, she murmured, as long as we harbor hope, we shall always gaze upon the resplendent starry sky. What does not kill us ultimately fortifies us. In that moment, the dimness in her eyes gradually began to glimmer with light. Richard's words resumed, punctuated by a brief pause. My friends, we stand in the city of Dusk, a settlement birthed from the desert. Though our territory is but in its nascent stages, it brims with vitality, hope, and promise for the future. Regardless of your past identities, professions, or ages, the city of Dusk shall embrace you. If you are unwilling to spend months traversing the desolate desert, risking encounters with sandstorms, then I welcome you to join the city of Dusk. We need each and every one of you and can offer you a safe haven. Moreover, I pledge to exhaust all efforts to help you locate your companions lost amidst the sandstorms. Of course, for those who wish to depart, I shall not compel you. I will provide food and water for your continued journey through this deadly desert." With this, Richard paused, surveying the crowd. "My people, welcome to your new home." He bowed slightly to everyone and then, without uttering another word, turned and re-entered the Lord's manor. As he passed by Andal, he did not spare her a glance. Once Richard's figure vanished, the residents felt the flames within their chests ignite at that moment. The Lord had actually bowed to us. By the gods, am I dreaming? I feel as if failing to contribute to this territory would be a crime. Indeed, why should we not remain in the City of Dusk? Why venture across the desert fraught with unknown threats? I do not wish to encounter death again. Yet, is this not a desert? We are bound to face sandstorms ahead. What do you understand? Did you not witness the strength exhibited by our Lord just now? Those sturdy houses can withstand the tempest's threat. Furthermore, the territory will undoubtedly expand. With our Lord's prowess, we shall surely be protected. Mother, the Lord is so handsome. I shall marry such a gallant hero when I grow up. Ha ha ha, indeed. Mother, I wish to as well. Get real, you're a boy. Wake up. What shall we do? Stay here or head to the Holy Empire? Let us consult Miss Andal. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, the older residents grew somewhat displeased and began to interject. A young man addressed those nearby. You people are truly unaware of your fortune. To become a part of the City of Dusk is an honor beyond measure. A middle-aged man retorted, "What do you mean by that?" The young man scoffed. "Do you not realize what is most vital to a territory?" The middle-aged man hesitated. "Prosperity and strength?" The young man dismissed him. "Prosperity and strength have nothing to do with us. The flourishing belongs to the Lord and those nobles. We are merely their oppressed slaves. Have you not felt their oppression?" Another chimed in. "Then what do you propose it is?" The young man's pride shone through. "The most important aspect of a territory is its lord." The middle-aged man pondered this but continued to probe. "Why do you say that?" The young man's voice rose. Lord Carew stated that the Lord is the soul of a territory. The nature of a territory, be it brutal, insane, or warlike, entirely hinges upon its lord. And a capable, open-hearted, and benevolent lord, even if currently weak, is infinitely superior to those who wield prosperous lands yet treat the common folk like swine. The others immediately fell into contemplation. "You make a valid point, yet where can we find such a lord?" The middle-aged man began to speak, but fell silent, as several instinctively turned to gaze at the spot where Richard had vanished. "What does not kill us ultimately fortifies us." The phrase echoed once again in their ears, and the flames in their chests burned ever brighter. Their blood, too, remained warm. Chapter 32. The Flame Dragon Rabbit. Miss Andal. After our deliberations, we have decided to remain in the City of Dusk. After lunch, once everyone had been assigned their lodgings, this group of drifters, who had wandered the desert for an indeterminate time, finally resolved to settle. The warm meal provided by the City of Dusk and a place they could truly call home had broken down their defenses. They were unwilling to lose their loved ones and friends again, unwilling to step into the boundless, deathly desert. That endless sea of sand instilled a fear more profound than hell itself. No one could guarantee that they could cross that deadly desert, and even if they did, what awaited them? It would ultimately be a foreign land, where no one would welcome them or care for their plight. Andal gazed at the elderly man before her, his beard flecked with gray, and after a moment of silence, she sighed deeply. "Grandfather Duke, you need not overthink it. The Father led everyone across the Death Desert with the purpose of seeking a land where we could live in peace. The City of Dusk may not be the most idyllic state, yet the Lord of this place is a figure deserving of respect. Establishing our homes here, though the environment is harsh and life may be somewhat arduous, still constitutes a commendable refuge." After a prolonged silence, the elderly man with grizzled hair spoke slowly. "Miss Andal, perhaps you are unaware, but I have inquired with others. The residents here have been feasting on meat for several days now, with no other sustenance in sight. They've told me they've gained weight from their diet. Life here, in truth, is not as miserable as one might think." Reflecting on this, the old man continued. "As for the conditions in the City of Dusk, on the other side lies a spring, and adjacent to it is a vast grove of sand jujubes spanning 10 acres. I have visited it. The leaves are indeed crisp. The other residents claim it is a divine gift, maturing once a month, which is truly astonishing. Moreover, there exists the exceedingly precious desert crown honey, which, according to ancient lore, was once the exclusive tribute of the rulers of the Death Desert. The merchant from the Phoenix Tailflower Guild has already beseeched our lord to establish trade routes, and it may not be long before a wealth of resources begins to flow in. Other residents have also mentioned that our lord has privately indicated there will be more divine gifts in the future, with plans to cultivate various crops around the territory, transforming the City of Dusk into an oasis amidst the desert." Miss Andal gazed at the animated elder, and in that moment, she felt a reluctant shift in her desire to go to the Holy Empire. Remaining in the desert might not be so bad after all. Once the displaced individuals had settled, Richard promptly instructed Carew to gather 30 robust residents, preparing them with 5 days' worth of provisions and water. They were to immediately venture into the desert in search of the missing refugees, particularly Andal's father. Simultaneously, he summoned another 30 newcomers to join the expedition. To bolster their strength, he even offered them half a jar of desert crown honey mixed with water, restoring their vitality to peak condition. The 60 individuals were organized into 6 teams, each tasked with searching in a different direction. To fulfill the hero recruitment mission, Richard resolutely assigned 2 mummies as guards to each team, totaling 12. These search teams would be spending the night in the desert, facing considerable risks. Yet, one must sacrifice to gain, and mercy does not govern military matters. Witnessing Richard's decisive actions, Andal felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. And her affection for him soared. Keeping his word is Richard's principle. Not only is he committed to finding Andal's father, but he will also endeavor to help others locate their missing kin. Once all arrangements were made, it was already midday. Richard approached Andal to bid farewell. Miss Andal, due to the influx of new residents, the food supplies in the territory are critically low, sufficient for no more than 10 days. I will be heading out to hunt, and I kindly ask you to remain in the territory. Should any troubles arise, please assist as needed. The graceful Andal looked at the handsome youth before her, her gaze resolute as she nodded firmly. Rest assured, I shall stand with the City of Dusk through thick and thin. She hesitated momentarily. Lord Richard, why can't I partake in this rescue mission? I am unafraid of danger. Before she could finish, Richard raised a hand to interrupt. Your safety is one consideration, but primarily, it's for the residents' sake. You bear the fate of hundreds. You cannot act recklessly. I have dispatched 60 individuals for the search. Do you truly believe your solitary efforts can surpass the strength of 60? Observing her intent to protest further, Richard's expression hardened. Obey the orders. Andal was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of grievance, yet found herself at a loss for words, reluctantly nodding in silence. After successfully placating the girl, Richard refrained from further discussion. Seizing the early hour, he departed the territory with 14 scorpion warriors and 2 mummies. This time, he chose a different direction, searching eastward from the City of Dusk. Remarkably, he had yet to set foot in this particular area. The desert was vast, and no direction could be thoroughly explored in just a few days. Following the established protocol, he kept 2 mummies close for protection while sending the 14 scorpion warriors out to scout. After several days, he had become quite adept at this routine. Within 10 minutes of leaving the City of Dusk, he encountered his first wild outpost. This group of wild creatures resembled humanoids, covered in long gray fur, with sharp claws that appeared quite fearsome. However, what intrigued him was that this band of wild creatures was confronting a group of rabbits. Initially, he assumed the wild creatures were hunting the rabbits, but upon closer observation, it seemed the rabbits were the ones driving the wild creatures away. This was indeed curious. Opening the attribute panel, he noted, Claude half-human level, 2 potential, ordinary 3 stars. The attributes of the half-human were rather mundane, causing Richard to lose interest. Instead, the rabbits piqued his enthusiasm. Flame Dragon Rabbit level, 4 potential, special skills, Flame Burn, C grade. When enraged, it ignites in flames. Rapid Sprint, E grade, can unleash a burst of incredible speed in an instant. Racial Talent, can rapidly restore magical energy while basking in sunlight. Bond with Sun, its fur can store vast amounts of energy under sunlight, enhancing the magical limit by 50. Description, a unique natural life form of the desert. Their fur is highly coveted, resulting in their scarcity. In the Radiant Era, aside from creatures recruited from outposts, there exists a plethora of naturally occurring life. These beings cannot be recruited from outposts. They reproduce naturally like the indigenous residents. The elves residing in the forests have long been dedicated to protecting these naturally occurring lives. Richard's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Natural life? A magical rabbit? How fascinating indeed. The system's description also prompted him to ponder the value of their precious fur. Reminiscent of luxurious furs on Blue Planet, a thought crossed his mind. Could these rabbits be domesticated? He had raised rabbits in his youth, and they thrived on grass and vegetable leaves, not to mention they were quite palatable. If bees could be raised in the desert, raising rabbits should not be unreasonable. His interest surged. 2, 4, 6, 23, 24, 25. With 2 half squads, the Scorpion Warriors should be able to manage. Launch a flanking attack. Leave a few alive. The adorable rabbit, so charming in its demeanor, inspired the decision to ensure it received enhanced protection. The clawed half-beings were disregarded entirely. A mere charge could easily dispatch them, thus failing to pique his interest. Towering at 2 meters, the venomous Scorpion Warrior launched an assault on a group of half-sized, fluffy white rabbits, resembling oversized plush toys, which appeared rather peculiar. However, once these rabbits ignited in flames, such thoughts vanished entirely. The flame dragon rabbits transformed from innocuous creatures into colossal fireballs, their accompanying heat capable of incinerating anything in its path. As the venomous Scorpion Warrior wielded its massive pincers and curved tail, the flame dragon rabbit erupted in fierce flames, becoming an enormous fireball. Instead of retreating, it mounted a countercharge, moving with the speed of a lightning bolt, leaving a charred trail in its wake. The clawed half-beings, caught in the fray, nearly lost control in their fright and fled without a backward glance. Both factions ignored these insignificant creatures, focusing their efforts on their true adversaries. Within mere breaths, the two sides collided. The iron pincers of the venomous scorpion warrior could shatter boulders, yet the flame dragon rabbit evaded its attacks with remarkable agility. The flames enveloping its form ignited with a ferocity akin to gasoline being ignited, engulfing the scorpion warrior in a blaze of orange. Although the warrior lacked the capacity for pain, it still sensed an overwhelming discomfort, its very soul warning it of impending doom. The scorpion tail, curved like a bow, lunged forward in an attempt to ambush the foe. Yet, the flame dragon rabbit, too nimble, deftly dodged the attack and utilized its extraordinary agility to maneuver around, inflicting damage with its flaming body while avoiding direct confrontation. Despite the venomous scorpion warrior's relentless assaults, it was unable to achieve any success. Yet, true to its undead nature, it remained steadfast, impervious to the flames that assailed it. The characteristic of fragile skin against robust flesh allows the latter to err countless times, while a single misstep for the former equates to death. As the scorpion warrior made a swift strike with its tail during a moment when the flame dragon rabbit paused, it was met with a near-invisible speed. Although the rabbit instinctively evaded the frontal attack, it could not entirely escape the brush of the scorpion tail, resulting in a grievous wound. Moments later, the flame dragon rabbit, which had just managed to escape, suddenly stiffened and convulsed before collapsing onto the yellow sands. The scorpion tail harbored a lethal venom. After a period of stalemate, the venomous scorpion warrior began to gain the upper hand. The numbers of flame dragon rabbits dwindled rapidly, either felled by the iron pincers or pierced by the scorpion tail. However, some of the scorpion warriors could not withstand the damage inflicted by the flame dragon rabbits and activated their sandification skill, which granted immunity to 99 of physical damage but could not negate magical harm. This ability possessed a potent feature that allowed them to absorb sand to swiftly heal their wounds, effectively granting them remarkable regenerative capabilities. As the last 7 or 8 flame dragon rabbits succumbed to injury and fell, the system's announcement rang out, declaring, "Ding! You commanded your forces to triumph over a group of flame dragon rabbits, achieving victory in a minor skirmish, earning 50 experience points, and capturing 8 flame dragon rabbits." Nearby, Richard's spirit soared. The sandification skill had demonstrated exceptional utility in the battles over the past few days. A divine technique indeed, allowing the venomous scorpion warriors to effectively manage the flame dragon rabbits and prevent these adorable creatures from launching surprise attacks. Curious, he approached the sunlit grassland where the flame dragon rabbits faced off against the clawed half-beings. His gaze swept over the surroundings, soon spotting 7 or 8 rabbit burrows with only small openings visible. Richard's eyes sparkled with excitement. He refrained from acting hastily and instead directed the mummies to thoroughly inspect the area. Moments later, 30 newly furred rabbit pups emerged before him. It was no wonder the flame dragon rabbits fought with such ferocity. They were fiercely protective of their young. Turning to a nearby idle venomous scorpion warrior, he commanded, "You are to return to the territory immediately and inform Karoo of the situation here. Have him send someone to retrieve these flame dragon rabbits." "Yes, master," the scorpion warrior replied, promptly turning to head back. With a hint of curiosity, Richard picked up one of the flame dragon rabbit pups from the ground. He discovered that these little creatures radiated warmth, akin to holding a hot water bottle on a winter's day. It was no surprise that the system's description noted the exceptional desirability of the flame dragon rabbit's fur. Even these young ones, still in their infancy, felt so delightful to the touch, making one wonder how luxurious the adult's fur must be. Gently placing the newly awakened pup back onto the grass, he stepped onto the sandy ground and reached out to touch a flame dragon rabbit that had already been dispatched. Its striking white fur was particularly conspicuous. As his palm made contact, an indescribable, exquisite sensation coursed through him. Not only was it remarkably smooth, but it also carried an unusual warmth, reminiscent of a girlfriend's black stockings in winter. He gathered several strands of shed rabbit fur in his hand. Long after, the warmth still lingered, indicating that the sensation was clearly not merely the body temperature of the flame dragon rabbit. Richard contemplated placing the fur in sunlight. After a brief exposure, the warmth intensified. Not only did it retain heat, but the rabbit fur, once detached from its body, continued to store the sun's energy. It was no wonder that these rare creatures were not hunted to extinction. Their scarcity was a miracle in itself. After studying the fur for a considerable time, Richard's enthusiasm surged. He had a strong inkling that if this creature could indeed be domesticated, it might prove to be as valuable as desert crown honey. While large-scale beekeeping posed challenges, rabbits could undoubtedly be raised. They could produce several litters a year, with each litter yielding around 10 pups, allowing for exponential growth in a short span. As the soul of the flower-growing family, he possessed an innate fascination with cultivation and husbandry. However, given their magical nature, raising them might present significant challenges. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. If successful, it would be splendid, and if not, he could always resort to various culinary methods: braised, steamed, sauced, or fried. Each approach would still yield a delightful outcome. Not long after, Karoo arrived personally, accompanied by a group. Short Sausage Onik and the towering Andal, bearing a massive copper hammer, trailed behind the crowd. Upon sighting the flame dragon rabbits, Karoo's expression was filled with exuberance. My lord, I never imagined you'd encounter flame dragon rabbits. I wager the goddess of fortune has surely smiled upon you. Onik, puffing out his round belly, exclaimed in awe. The flame dragon rabbit is a specialty of the Death Desert. This is the only place in the entire main plain where they can be found. Their fur possesses remarkable insulating properties. Basking in the sun for merely a few hours during the day ensures warmth for several days. In the frigid realm of frost, garments crafted from the pelts of flame dragon rabbits are exquisite luxuries reserved solely for the nobility. Furthermore, when fashioned into robes, they significantly expedite the recovery of magical energy, rendering the flame dragon rabbit exceptionally coveted among mages. Consequently, due to rampant hunting, these creatures, a testament to nature's proliferation, have become exceedingly rare. Richard was somewhat astonished, realizing that these creatures were worth more than he had initially anticipated. He promptly inquired about the most pressing question on his mind. How should one nurture these flame dragon rabbits? The expressions of those around him shifted to a peculiar mixture of awkwardness. Anadel's crisp voice broke the silence. The difficulty of raising flame dragon rabbits is extraordinarily high. Countless individuals have attempted to rear them, only to meet with failure in the end, as they inexplicably perish, leaving no understanding of the cause. Karoo nodded repeatedly. Indeed. My lord, Miss Anadel speaks the truth. Flame dragon rabbits cannot be domesticated. Richard felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Goodness. Has my breeding plan met its demise before it even began? He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, then. For tonight, I shall resort to braising, followed by daily stir-frying and steaming, and the day after, perhaps frying and dry sautéing, culminating in a hearty stew. After contemplating the culinary possibilities, his spirits lifted once more. It seems that not being able to rear them may not be such a misfortune after all. However, just as he finished speaking, a timid voice emerged from the back of the crowd. My lord, I know how to raise flame dragon rabbits. Richard whipped around to regard the speaker, narrowing his eyes. Is this lad attempting to thwart my ambitions? Chapter 34. The medium-sized gold mine and its stalwart guardians at the back of the crowd. A dozen desert goblins shrank under the scrutiny of the onlookers, instinctively retreating a step. Yet, among them, one particularly diminutive desert goblin, though visibly anxious, stood his ground. Master, I know how to raise flame dragon rabbits. The goblin mustered his courage once more, though his voice lacked conviction. Richard did not rush to inquire further, casting a glance at Onik before smiling. Apart from you, do any other goblins possess this knowledge? The desert goblin's excitement surged as he proudly surveyed his companions. No one else knows. This was told to me by my grandfather. Excellent. Do not disclose this to anyone. He then addressed Karoo. Karoo, take the flame dragon rabbits back and allocate a separate room for this goblin. No one is to converse with him without my command. Yes, my lord. Although Onik was immensely curious, he quelled his thoughts upon hearing this. If it were indeed possible to breed them, it was evident that these creatures would become a specialty of Dusk City in the future. Investigating further would only invite trouble. Moreover, how credible could a goblin's word truly be? Even if it were factual, they would ultimately need to negotiate, placing him in a position of profit. Given Richard's generosity in offering him a vial of desert crown honey, if successful breeding were to come to fruition, he might even find himself donning a robe fashioned from flame dragon rabbit fur. How splendid it would be to wear such attire during winter. For a moment, Onik found himself hopeful that this development might indeed be true. Anadol's expression, however, was somewhat nuanced. She recalled the words of the elderly man who had accompanied her that morning. Under this young man's leadership, Dusk City seemed to possess boundless potential. While the goblins pondered, they swiftly bound the flame dragon rabbits, previously subdued by the scorpion warriors. Initially, Richard harbored concerns about the rabbits harming anyone. However, upon witnessing the goblin who had spoken douse the rabbits with water, rendering them drenched and extinguishing their flames, he felt reassured. This diminutive desert goblin indeed possessed a certain expertise. After Karoo and the others returned with the flame dragon rabbits, Richard did not hurry back, but continued to explore further afield. As for Onik and the others, they merely came to witness the novelty. They had no interest in accompanying Richard on his hunts. As a merchant, he preferred not to court danger. Upon departing from the territory of the flame dragon rabbits, Richard increased his pace. The bounty he had gathered from the rabbits invigorated his enthusiasm. Discoveries such as this, akin to stumbling upon treasures, significantly uplifted morale. Ding. Your command of troops has triumphed over a horde of swift sand rats, achieving victory in a micro-battle and earning 30 experience points. Ding. Your command of troops has prevailed against a pack of fanged rattlesnakes, securing another micro-battle victory. Ding. A particularly dense gathering of wild units appears to be present in the eastern wilderness, resulting in a delightful slaughter by the scorpion warriors. Within the span of an hour, Richard's level rose to 3. Level 3, 325000. Yet, to his dismay, The experience required to advance from level 3 to level 4 skyrocketed to 5,000. According to the information on the official website of the Radiant Era, a transformation begins at level 5, as it is only upon reaching this level that one can learn new skills. The potency of these skills is evident from their performance in combat. A single skill can dramatically enhance the combat prowess of a unit. 2 hours later, after another battle concluded, Richard stored over a dozen flower-tailed sand rats, each weighing several dozen pounds, within his system space. Following this series of explorations, his 10 cubic meters of system space was completely filled. Eventually, anything he could no longer accommodate was directly placed on the trading market for sale. After a considerable effort throughout the day, the resources he had emptied that morning had swelled back to 10,000 units. The distance from here to Dusk City was roughly an hour in a straight line, and the vast, boundless desert was indeed taxing. Richard glanced at the system map with a sense of nostalgia. Currently, the furthest point he had explored was the one-way teleportation portal, a 2-hour journey away. It was not that he lacked the desire to venture further. Rather, the desert posed unique challenges compared to other terrains. If the distance became too great, it would not be worthwhile to seize resource points, as the logistical support required could prove overwhelming. In flat regions, an ordinary person could endure a 10-hour trek without rest, but in the desert, even 2 to 3 hours would be a considerable challenge, especially with his Desert Lord talent. Others would fare even worse. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was already 6 in the evening. The sun, as large as a grinding wheel, was slowly sinking into the sands. However, just as he prepared to return, the scouting Scorpion warriors emitted a warning signal. Richard adeptly recalled the other Scorpion warriors and proceeded to investigate. After maneuvering through a patch of low shrubs, a rugged mining site came into view. The colossal boulders of the quarry tower over 10 meters high, a staggering accumulation of hundreds, standing prominently against the vast expanse of yellow sand. A quarry? Richard instinctively activated the system panel. Gold mine level, medium, reserves, 100,000 units, maximum output, 14,000 units per week, capacity, minimum 10 people, maximum 50 people. Description, a medium resource point, once occupied, can yield gold. A medium gold mine. His eyes sparkled with interest. The production capacity of this gold mine is substantial, yielding an average of 14,000 units per week, which translates to approximately 2,000 units daily. This figure surpasses the combined output of the other 3 resource points. Instantly, his interest was piqued. Although the initial profits from hunting significantly outweighed those from occupying a mine, the inevitable scarcity of food over time, coupled with the unrealistic expectation of sustained high prices, would eventually lead to a decline. Resource points remain a vital source of sustenance. Thus, he had seized the opportunity to offer rewards for resource treasures while food prices were soaring. This was the true currency of value. The prospect of this gold mine, with its daily output of 2,000 units, was immensely enticing. If he could secure 8 or 10 of these, he could effortlessly accumulate tens of thousands of resource units each day. Moreover, this income would be stable, provided the resources did not deplete. Just as Richard was about to send a Scorpion warrior to gather intelligence, an unforeseen event transpired. From within the gold mine, a colossal figure, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, emerged from the boulders. This being radiated a faint golden glow, as if it were sculpted from solid brass. Its robust arms were more intimidating than a battering ram, capable of shaking the very earth with a single punch. Even from hundreds of meters away, the oppressive presence of its size was palpable. Richard instinctively opened the attributes panel, and, upon glancing at it, his eyes widened in shock. Half-metal giant level, 5, intermediate unit. Defense increase, 15. Potential, rare 3 stars skills. Golden body, degrade, as resilient as gold. Defense increase, 60, immune to poison. Mountainous weight, degrade. Each punch delivers a force equivalent to its weight of 200. Heavy armor, E-grade, metal infused into the skin. Defense increase, 30, race talent. Power gradually increases when within a gold mine. Bond with metal giants. If the number of half-metal giants exceeds 10, defense increases by 20. If greater than 20, defense increases by 40. If greater than 30, defense increases by 60, activated. Description, little brat. If I stand here and let you hit me for 3 minutes, if you can break through my defenses, I'll concede defeat. Chapter 35. Is this a solar charging panel that has come to life? The potential of the half-metal giant has reached rare 3 stars? Richard's eyelids twitched. The most significant difference in the potential of unit types lies in their skills. Higher potential translates to more skills and higher skill levels. An F-grade skill can only increase strength by 15, but once upgraded to E-grade, it can augment strength by 30. The disparity when skills are stacked is readily apparent. Thus, the greater the potential difference, the more pronounced the disparity in combat power. These rare 3-star half-metal giants already possess D-grade skills, surpassing the Scorpion warriors by 1 level. Furthermore, they are at level 5, activating the characteristics of intermediate units, which increases their defense by 15. In the glorious era, Every 5 levels marks a significant threshold, beyond which additional enhancements are granted. The Scorpion Warriors remain at the initial level, lacking any attribute bonuses, and their potential is inferior by 1 tier. The Half-Metal Giantess talents are entirely directed towards defense. This is utterly catastrophic, a super-enhanced version of the NAK Giant. Moreover, it is immune to both poison and curses, rendering the Scorpion Warriors' lethal weapons ineffective. A tiger biting a turtle finds no point of attack. Richard cast a deep glance at the golden-hued behemoths and promptly turned away. This resource point could only be approached once his strength had sufficiently increased. Simultaneously, he began to strategize. If he possessed a rare level unit, he would not find himself in such a passive position. The one-way teleportation portal, this medium gold mine, and the more formidable temple. All these tantalizing opportunities require considerable strength to claim. It is time to elevate his power further. After marking the gold mine on the system map, Richard contemplated as he returned to his territory from another direction. However, his return journey was not as fortunate, as he encountered a gathering of 2 monsters. By the time he arrived back at his territory, dusk had already fallen. Karoo awaited him, as steadfast as ever. Upon seeing the weathered, wrinkled visage, Richard felt a warmth in his heart. Yet, he said little, merely patting Karoo's shoulder. Sensing the trust in Richard's gaze, Karoo immediately broke into a smile. Working under a considerate lord was indeed a pleasant experience. Upon returning to the lord's residence, a feast prepared in advance was served, featuring delectable dishes crafted from flame dragon rabbits. The ones poisoned by the Scorpion Warriors were no longer edible, but those slain by iron claws were still fit for the table. The various cooking methods, braised, fried, stir-fried, and clear soup, were all as Richard had instructed. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching the residents passing outside the lord's estate. Richard did not indulge alone. He summoned Andal, Onyx, and several leading residents to partake in an authentic desert feast. This rare banquet of flame dragon rabbit delighted both hosts and guests alike, significantly strengthening their bonds. After everyone departed, Richard instructed Karoo to bring forth the desert goblins he had ordered to be protected. He was exceedingly intrigued by the prospect of raising flame dragon rabbits. As he ran his hand over the several tailors cleaning the pelts of the flame dragon rabbits, he requested a special blanket made just for him. He felt immensely satisfied. Such a rare treasure, of course, he would be the first to utilize. The desert was scorching during the day, but the nights were delightfully cool, particularly in the later hours, necessitating some form of covering. The blanket made from flame dragon rabbit fur was snow white and fluffy, exuding an indescribable comfort and a unique warmth. Remarkably, it could automatically adjust its temperature according to the external environment. It was even more effective than air conditioning. Only after experiencing it did Richard understand why the flame dragon rabbit was so precious. The more he learned, the greater his interest grew. Before long, a somewhat anxious green-skinned creature stepped into the hall. Upon encountering Richard, who sat in the seat of honor, the desert goblin trembled and bowed in trepidation. "Great master. Good evening," it stuttered, its voice quivering as though it had just emerged from a frigid winter's bath. Richard nodded, gesturing for it to rise. No need for formalities. Once the desert goblin stood upright, it dared not meet Richard's gaze, lowering its head as if wishing to withdraw its neck into its garments. Perhaps there was no more quintessential embodiment of cowardice than this. "You claim you can rear flame dragon rabbits? Have you done so before?" The desert goblin shrank back, glancing at Richard before quickly averting its eyes, akin to a thief caught in the act. "My grandfather once raised over a dozen flame dragon rabbits, and I have learned how to care for them." The mix of timidity and pride in its tone left Richard both amused and bemused. "Pray, tell me more." "Yes," replied the desert goblin eagerly, and then it animatedly recounted the process of rabbit husbandry as taught by its grandfather. The entertainment standards of this world were indeed woefully inadequate. Lacking a mobile device, Richard found the goblins boasting rather amusing. After 10 minutes of discourse, the goblin finally arrived at the crux of the matter. To rear flame dragon rabbits, one must allocate a substantial area in the desert and place dragonleaf grass at the center, as these creatures are particularly fond of this plant and will nest there. However, it is imperative to surround the area with wisteria thorns. Flame dragon rabbits harbor a profound aversion to this flora due to its distinct scent, which ensures they do not escape. At this point, the green-skinned creature lowered its voice slightly, puffing up with pride. "My lord, I shall share a secret that others are unaware of. Flame dragon rabbits shed their fur monthly, rendering them unnecessary to kill. Moreover, they do not require food. Basking in sunlight is sufficient. However, if they do not receive ample sunlight, they will crave sustenance. Should they consume anything else, they will perish within a short time. Thus, aside from dragonleaf grass and wisteria thorns, nothing else may inhabit their domain. My grandfather was unaware of these details. They were my own observations. He even rewarded me with a rabbit leg for my efforts, which was quite delicious." Richard was taken aback by this revelation. Such a peculiar creature exists? It requires only sunlight and dies if it consumes food? This must be akin to a solar-powered entity. No wonder flame dragon rabbits proved so difficult to cultivate. Others, upon acquiring them, would undoubtedly tend to them with utmost care. Feeding them multiple times a day, no wonder mishaps would occur. Enlightened by these secrets, Richard felt a surge of elation. Indeed, this world harbored no waste, only resources misplaced. Had he not considered the prospect of additional laborers and brought back these desert goblins? The endeavor of rearing flame dragon rabbits, so ripe with potential, might have remained forever beyond his reach. Very well, you may now disclose your name. The desert goblin paused, momentarily at a loss. My lord, I do not have a name. Richard raised an eyebrow. You have accomplished a great feat. You cannot remain nameless. Today, I shall bestow upon you a name. After a moment's contemplation, he noticed the goblin's green teeth. From this day forth, you shall be known as Green Fong. The desert goblin stood in astonishment. Green Fong. Green Fong. After muttering the name several times, it finally regained its composure and knelt before Richard, fervently bowing its head until it drew blood from its forehead. Yet its expression remained one of unbridled excitement. I have a name now. I have a name. Green Fong, haha. The Lord has granted me a name. Richard nodded slightly. Green Fong, I, in the name of the Lord of Dusk City, appoint you as the head of the Flame Dragon Rabbit breeding facility, assigning all goblins under your management. However, remember, the methods of rearing flame dragon rabbits must not be disclosed to any third party. Additionally, I shall assign 2 bandaged mummies to assist you in this endeavor. During this period, should you require any materials, you may request them from Karu, and should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to approach me. Although this goblin could not entirely shed its timid nature, its keen observations marked it as a talent in its own right. Overwhelmed with exhilaration at the weight of its new responsibilities, Green Fong nearly prostrated himself in gratitude, eager to share his joy with his companions. Once matters were resolved, Richard felt quite pleased. After some reflection, he opened the forum and searched for troop nests. Stimulated by the rare semi-metal giants within the gold mine, he sought to purchase a new troop nest to bolster his forces. Chapter 36, Magical Troops, a new pyramid ding. Your requested item has been successfully traded. You have lost 12 desert horses and acquired 4 spring water fragments. Upon opening the forum, Richard discovered that a previously dormant bounty had now been fulfilled. However, unlike before, this time he had not encountered such fortune. The rewards merely consisted of spring water fragments. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied, for with these, he now possessed a total of 6 fragments, sufficient to synthesize 2 sources of spring water. The meager well that barely sufficed for 100 individuals now faced the daunting prospect of accommodating an additional 150. Merely providing drinking water was swiftly becoming a grave concern. With the acquisition of these 2 additional sources, this pressing issue could finally be addressed. Yet, just as he prepared to synthesize the spring water fragments, the black gold system emitted a notification. Consuming 3 fragments allows for the synthesis of a 1-star treasure, spring water. Consuming 10 fragments enables the creation of a 2-star treasure, medium spring water. Consuming 30 fragments yields a 3-star treasure, large spring water. Richard was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected information, soon feeling a surge of excitement. Treasures can also be synthesized? This revelation halted his immediate intent to synthesize. Although the 1-star spring water yielded a respectable flow, should Dusk City continue its expansion, it would not be long before the issue of scarcity resurfaced. Therefore, it would be wiser to leap directly to medium spring water, which could sustain thousands, thereby averting the need to revisit this dilemma in the near future. He glanced at the outstanding bounty information. 20 desert horses for 1-star treasure, Saxall Forest. 20 desert horses for special troops, Desert Bees. 20 desert horses for resource treasures, any type. Note, completion requires the bounty issuer's consent. After some contemplation, he withdrew the bounty for desert honey, reallocating the 20 desert horses to seek spring water fragments instead. Given that even Onik, the merchant from the Phoenix Tailflower Guild, had not heard of desert bees, it was evident that their numbers were exceedingly scarce. Once the food supply is ample, it would be prudent to offer rewards. For now, the most pressing matters must take precedence. Concurrently, a portion of the day's hunting spoils was exchanged for 20,000 units of resources. Combined with the proceeds from the sale of hunted game, Richard found himself in possession of a substantial total of 30,000 resource units. However, it appeared insufficient to cultivate a rare-level unit nest. Yet, there was no immediate rush. He would await the discovery of a suitable unit nest. With enthusiasm, he began to scour the trading market for unit nests. There were bandaged mummies and venomous scorpion warriors, providing sufficient frontline support. What was lacking, however, was a means for ranged attacks. The thought of the half-metal giants caused him considerable vexation. Such rare units were quite formidable, and the absence of ranged units rendered any strategy untenable. In the desert faction, the prices were as follows. Frenzied Stinger, common 3-star, priced at 900 units of wood. Desert Lizardmen, common 2-star, priced at 700 units of iron, or after a brief observation, Richard suddenly regained his focus. The unit nests could only be upgraded once within a week. To obtain a rare level unit directly, one would need to purchase an elite level upgrade. He adjusted his search criteria to Desert Faction, Elite Unit Nests. The result was a mere count of 198. 198? Not even 200? Richard mused with surprise. It appeared that elite-level unit nests were still the exclusive domain of top-tier players at this stage. Without further hesitation, he began to browse through the listings. Desert Giant Rat Elite 1-star priced at 8,000 units of wood. Desert Drifters Elite 2-star priced at 10,000 units of gold. Desert Wargs Elite 3-star priced at 15,000 units of iron. Or after perusing this small selection, Richard felt a tinge of disappointment. None of these options were suitable. They were predominantly melee units, and their inherent skills were rather feeble, lacking any cultivation potential. After some contemplation, he altered his search parameters to the Undead Faction. Elite unit nests yielded a total of 320 options. Though the quantity increased significantly, it was still limited. Clearly, elite-level units were a rarity for any faction's lord players. Skeleton Warrior, Elite 1-star, priced at 6,000 gold. Malevolent Spirit, Elite 2-star, priced at 8,000 units of iron. Or after a thorough examination, he found nothing suitable. All were rather mundane and lacked any promising prospects for development. Aside from the undead, most units from other factions were ill-suited for survival in the desert. For instance, human units would place an enormous strain on logistics merely through their water consumption. Moreover, some elven units were restricted to grasslands for spawning and required fruit for sustenance. Where in this vast desert could he procure fruit? After surveying the options, Richard was resolute in his conviction that the recruitment of units must not incur logistical burdens. Undead units were undoubtedly the most fitting for the desert. They were sturdy, low maintenance, and perfectly aligned with his sand-related abilities. He pondered that perhaps the dwarven alchemical mechanical units of the Fortress faction could also be viable, though their upkeep necessitated oil. After reviewing the elite units, Richard felt somewhat disheartened. The units from Twilight City must be adapted to the desert. This was his territory. He reopened the listings for common-level units. Since there were no suitable elite options, he would have to commence cultivation from the common tier. With a cooldown of only 7 days, he would be able to elevate their levels immediately thereafter. Searching for mummies yielded results. Mummy Guardian, common 2-star, priced at 600 gold. Mummy Dual-Wielding Warrior, common 3-star, priced at 800 units of wood. After a considerable time, Richard's eyes lit up. After sifting through thousands of unit nests, he finally encountered one that piqued his interest. Cursed Pyramid, common 3-star priced at 3,000 units of iron ore. This unit nest could recruit the Cursed Pharaoh, a remarkably rare magical unit. Richard was elated. Although the price was several times higher than other units of the same tier, he purchased it without hesitation. He also allocated 2,000 units of resources to acquire 2 recruitment nests for the bandaged mummies. After dispatching 12 bandaged mummies to protect 6 rescue teams, Richard found himself critically lacking in manpower. One Cursed Pharaoh unit nest could not satisfy his ambitions. Moreover, the bandaged mummies aligned perfectly with his military strategy and were sufficiently robust. Having prepared the 3 unit nests for cultivation, Richard expended 150,000 units of resources to purchase 30 common-level unit nests. With everything in place, he left the Lord's Hall and positioned the 3 unit structures adjacent to the 2 existing nests in the front courtyard. He then proceeded to select construction. Would you like to consume 400 gold for 100 units of iron ore and 400 units of stone to construct the Cursed Pyramid? Would you like to consume 400 gold for 100 units of wood and 400 units of stone to construct the Mummy Pyramid? Upon resource consumption, the 3 miniature pyramids began to grow, reaching a height of 3 meters within mere breaths. The interconnected pyramids bore similar structural designs, yet their exteriors displayed significant differences. The larger pyramid, capable of recruiting bandaged mummies, was a rugged expanse of weathered yellow sand, whereas the Cursed Pyramid, which recruited cursed pharaohs, was adorned with intricate, colorful patterns that exuded a distinctive religious aura, imbued with an air of mystery. At this moment, the notification from the Black Gold system arrived as expected. Would you like to consume 10 unit nests to elevate the Cursed Pyramid to elite 3-star status? With a mere thought, Richard transformed 30 unit nests into a brilliant stream of light that flowed into the unit nest. The 3-meter-high structure immediately ascended to 4 meters, its exterior becoming increasingly ancient and enigmatic. Filled with anticipation, Richard opened the attribute panel of the newly constructed unit nest, ready to recruit the elite-level Cursed Pharaoh. Chapter 37. New Unit. Cursed Mummy Cursed Pyramid Level. Elite 3-star, recruitable units. Cursed Pharaoh, Elite 3-star. Recruitable quantity, 10 weekly output. 5 recruitment conditions, 40 gold. 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. Description, an uncommon desert unit nest. After reviewing the details, Richard felt a twinge of regret. The weekly output of Cursed Pharaohs was merely 5, and he only had 1 squad in reserve. Without hesitation, he summoned all available Cursed Pharaohs. After expending 1 200 units of resources. The mysterious, twisted, colorful patterns on the cursed pyramid began to radiate a golden glow reminiscent of sand. As if the intricate patterns had come to life, they captured the gaze of onlookers. Moments later, the vibrant designs began to project before the pyramid, coalescing into a myriad of energies. Amidst the flickering patterns, the cursed pharaoh materialized. This new unit donned a vividly colored crown, with two colorful ribbons trailing behind his ears. Grasping a withered short staff, his visage revealed only bone devoid of flesh. The fire of his soul blazed fiercely within his cranium, emitting an eerie blue luminescence from his hollow eye sockets. His appearance was both chilling and imbued with an inexplicable mystery. Cursed Pharaoh Level 1 Potential Elite 3 stars Magic Power 150 Skills Cursed Body E Grade Immune to Poison and Plague. Any contact with his body inflicts a curse, reducing attributes by 5 per minute, maximum 40. Pharaoh's Curse E Grade. After casting a curse on an enemy, the foe enters a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 20, cooldown of 5 minutes, consuming 20 magic points. Curse of Words E Grade. Forcibly plunges enemies into a state of confusion, halting their actions. Duration depends on the enemy's strength, cooldown of 3 minutes, consuming 20 magic points. Race Talent. While battling in the desert, magic power recovery speed is increased by 50. Bond with mummies. If the number of mummies exceeds 10, the Cursed Pharaoh's magic power cap increases by 15. If it exceeds 30, the cap increases by 30. If it exceeds 50, the cap increases by 50. And magic recovery speed is enhanced by 30, with curse effects amplified by 30, activated. Description. The Pharaoh's Curse, a veritable nightmare. After perusing the attributes of the cursed pharaoh multiple times, Richard nodded in satisfaction. In contrast to the bandaged mummy, the attributes of the cursed pharaoh distinctly favored a different focus. The former could only passively trigger upon being attacked, whereas the pharaoh could actively unleash curses. Moreover, the pharaoh possessed a control skill he valued highly, Curse of Words, capable of inducing chaos and halting enemy movements. The cursed pharaoh excels in control, while the bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors are tasked with dealing damage, a perfect synergy. My lord, we are grateful for your summons. We shall defend your glory with our souls. 10 cursed pharaohs, adorned with colorful crowns, knelt before Richard, their voices resonating with an ethereal solemnity. The eerie blue flames of their souls stood out starkly against the night. Richard nodded in acknowledgement. Arise, and from henceforth, you shall fight alongside me. With that, he turned his gaze toward the 2 recruitment pyramids for bandaged mummies. Each pyramid produced 7 bandaged mummies weekly, and currently, 14 could be recruited, totaling 28 across the 2 pyramids. He chose to recruit directly. A classic scene unfolded. With a sudden crack, the arms of the bandaged mummies burst forth from the pyramid, emerging in an impressively stylish manner. Moments later, 28 bandaged mummies materialized before him. With a swift gesture, he bestowed upon them the skill of sandification. Once the system confirmed that all units had mastered the skill, Richard nodded in satisfaction. He began to strategize. Including the 12 bandaged mummies sent to protect the searcher squad and the 2 guards for the desert goblins, he now commanded a total of 42 bandaged mummies. Coupled with 10 cursed pharaohs and 14 scorpion warriors, he commanded a formidable force of 66 elite units, nearly 7 squads. His spirits surged with excitement. It was only the 4th day, and he had yet to surpass the 7-day safety period. His power had expanded to 7 squads in such a short span. If this growth continued, it would not be long before the forces of Twilight City exceeded that of a full squad. In the vast realm of the glorious era, among 20 billion players, how many could attain such a feat? The sole regret lay in the absence of a suitable elite unit pyramid. Otherwise, he would have easily acquired a rare unit. Richard felt a tinge of disappointment. Players, muster your courage. Explore the map and procure more treasures for me. After rallying his fellow players, he casually opened the chat channel, curious if any of the others had encountered new experiences. I can't take it anymore. Why are the guards at the medium resource points so overpowered? Damn it, they even have rare units in there. How are we supposed to survive this? Oh heavens, what should I do? Another 100 refugees arrived today. My territory is already at 600 people. Who can afford that? I can't just drive them away. It would lower the morale, that hidden stat. Does territory have a morale stat? Can someone enlighten me on this? You obviously don't know. Morale is a high-level concept revealed by a planner in the glorious era. It's invisible and intangible. If life is good, morale is high. If life is tough, morale plummets. High morale benefits efficiency and security, while low morale invites troubles. If it drops too low, rebellion may ensue. Offering a 1-star resource treasure, 10 acres of fruit orchards, suitable for cultivation only in forests and plains. Don't waste time, if unsuitable. Bids only. Seeking elite unit pyramids. Must have airborne units. Are there any players in the western mountainous region of the Grey Mountain of the Rhinoceros Empire? We could form an alliance. Damn it. Those greedy rhinoceros folk are back, trying to plunder near my territory. If I don't take them down today, I swear I won't believe in the king. Wow. I visited an NPC city today. It's absolutely bustling. When will my territory reach such grandeur? Haha. A priest came to my territory and offered to build a church for free, as long as my territory worships the god of justice. I can recruit high-level priests from the church. It's simply exhilarating. Richard could clearly perceive that after several days of acclimatization, players had gradually begun to integrate into this world, discovering new native cities, resources, treasures, and structures. Yet, he found himself puzzled by the absence of other players' territories around Twilight City after so many days. Was the desert simply too vast, causing players to be widely dispersed? Chapter 38. You dare to touch my woman? With questions about the lack of other players lingering in his mind, Richard slipped into slumber. There was too little information for him to draw any conclusions. The next day, before he had awakened, Qingya, the leader of the rabbit breeding base, arrived at the Jujube forest with 19 other desert goblins and 2 bandaged mummies. Great Lord Qingya, are we to breed flame dragon rabbits here? The notably slender Qingya turned to the inquisitive green-skinned goblin and replied proudly, what do you know? Just follow me. And remember, from now on, the word great can only be used to refer to our Lord, understood? Yes, Lord Qingya. A group of goblins quickly responded, one of them smiling sheepishly as he inquired. How shall we address you, my lord? Qingya pondered for a moment, glancing at his noticeably more slender frame compared to the other desert goblins, and a spark ignited in his eyes. From now on, you shall refer to me as the mightiest Lord Qingya. The goblins fell silent for 3 seconds, then, upon noticing the 2 menacing mummies standing behind him, they swiftly perked up. Each one shouted louder than the last. Yes, the mightiest Lord Qingya. Observing his companions, all of whom towered over him, Qingya felt a swell of satisfaction. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently before the goblins, delivering his speech. Listen well. The great, noble, and benevolent Lord has bestowed upon me a name and appointed me as the esteemed overseer of the flame dragon rabbit breeding base. This is a historic moment, an unprecedented opportunity for the desert goblins. Today, I shall lead you in forging a new chapter in breeding endeavors, laying the foundation for the future development of Dusk City. In time, we desert goblins shall become the foremost troops in service to our Lord, sacrificing everything for his glory. I shall ensure that the name of the desert goblins resonates throughout this vast expanse of sand. No one shall thwart our rise. Applause erupted. A fervent clapping that filled the air before Qingya waved his gnarled, branch-like hand, leading the goblins in a hurried procession approximately 500 meters to the north of the Jujube Grove. Satisfied with the sunken dune before him, he nodded approvingly and began issuing commands. You lot, go dig for dragon leaf grass and plant it in this desert. You few, fetch water and soak this entire area. You others, dig up the thorny wisteria and encircle the surrounding hills. He emphasized, remember, the tasks must be completed today. We cannot disappoint our Lord. Qingya commanded with an air of authority, appearing prouder than a knight riding a dragon. But, mighty Lord Qingya, we lack sufficient manpower, some goblins lamented. Lack. Go and request Lord Karu to send reinforcements. Qingya, buoyed by his inflated sense of importance, recognized that Karu's status surpassed his own. Yes, mighty Lord Qingya. Before long, Karu dispatched 30 residents to assist with the work. Qingya, feeling emboldened, issued direct orders. The residents, despite their reluctance to take commands from a bumbling goblin, complied, for they were part of Lord Richard's army. After a bustling morning, by lunchtime, the flame dragon rabbit breeding area began to take shape, displaying remarkable efficiency. Richard, having indulged in a rare lie-in, awoke to the attentive service of the cook. Upon learning of the breeding base's progress, he promptly set out with a throng of troops to inspect the site. The inhabitants were quick to notice the new unit of cursed pharaohs accompanying Richard, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Did you see? The number of mummies around our Lord has increased significantly, and there's a new troop type. You might not know, but there are already 5 troop nests within the Lord's mansion. I saw them while cleaning. How wonderful. Praise the gods, praise our Lord. As the ruler of Dusk City and protector of the territory, Richard's growing strength ensured the safety of the residents. Everyone understood this. Thus their heartfelt desire for Dusk City and Richard to thrive. Upon arriving at the bustling flame dragon rabbit base, Richard ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd, each person sensing the presence of a superior inspecting their work. The keen-eyed Qingya was the first to approach. Great master, good day? The flame dragon rabbit breeding base is already in the works and will be completed today. Richard nodded, surveying the surroundings. The area selected by Qingya spanned approximately 300 meters in diameter, with a slight depression of 2 to 3 meters, not excessive. Surrounding sand dunes enveloped the area. At that moment, half of the dune's surface was already adorned with a type of purple thorny vine, while in the center, a dozen goblins were diligently planting the uniquely leafed dragon leaf grass. At this pace, completion before nightfall seemed assured. Turning to the slender, yet spirited figure, Richard nodded approvingly. You have done well. Continue your efforts. Once the breeding base is established, the management of the flame dragon rabbits will fall entirely under your jurisdiction. Qingya beamed at the praise, his smile stretching wide, and with a proud stance, he thumped his chest, vowing to fulfill the task. Richard worried that the frail figure might injure himself in his enthusiasm. Karoo soon arrived, and before Richard could acknowledge him, he stated, "Once the strength of Dusk City's army is secure, I will station a small squad of bandaged mummies to guard the Jujube Grove, ensuring the safety of the flame dragon rabbits and desert bees day and night. Moreover, this area will be designated as an agricultural restricted zone. Apart from designated personnel, no outsiders are permitted entry. Karoo, you will oversee this." Richard had conceived this plan when selecting the site for the Jujube Grove, aiming to consolidate all agricultural endeavors in one area for unified management and resource sharing. Deploying troops for protection was a necessary measure. With more than half of the 7-day security period elapsed and only 2 days remaining, the risk of encountering a band of marauders who might seize these precious resources or set them ablaze loomed large. Though the territory was not far, there remained a requisite response time. "Yes, my lord, I will personally ensure the security of this area, and there shall be no mistakes," Karoo replied earnestly, recognizing the foundational significance of this zone for Dusk City. While the numbers of desert bees, jujube trees, and flame dragon rabbits were somewhat limited, a solid groundwork had already been established. Richard was confident that with continued investment, he could transform his territory into a true oasis, a crown jewel amidst the desolate sands. Once satisfied with the arrangements, Richard took another stroll through the Jujube Grove. After several days of growth, the grove had flourished into towering trees, some nearly twice the height of an adult. A few jujube trees had even begun to sprout flower buds, albeit sparingly, signaling an impending bloom. Entering the heart of the grove, the air grew refreshingly cool. The buzzing of bees harmonized with the verdant leaves, instantly uplifting Richard's spirits. Upon meticulous observation, within the beehive crafted by the carpenter, these diminutive creatures appeared to dwell in utmost comfort. As he drew near, the little black and yellow beings began to whirl around him, signifying their affectionate demeanor. "Do gather honey diligently. I eagerly await a taste of your exquisite medium-grade honey," he mused, filled with a capitalist's anticipation. Suddenly, a cacophony of buzzing erupted as all the bees began to hum ominously, instilling in him a profound sense of dread. Were the bees frightened? Richard found himself perplexed, twisting his head to survey the surroundings. Moments later, 3 or 4 enormous hornets, boasting long stingers of 7 to 8 centimeters, descended swiftly from the sky, alighting at the entrance of the desert bees' hive. The bees, upon hearing the sound of the hornet's wings, became increasingly agitated. Before his very eyes, one hornet thrust its stinger forth, piercing a bee with a sharp hiss, and prepared to carry it away. Richard was instantly engulfed in fury. "You dare to harm my beloved bees." He opened his attributes panel. Venomous hornet level, 5 potential, rare 3 stars, chapter 39, rare 3 stars, rare 3 stars. A hornet measuring 7 to 8 centimeters with a level of 5 and a potential rating of rare 3 stars. Richard's gaze became vacant. His venomous scorpion warrior was formidable, yet it had not attained such rarity. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he continued to inspect. Toxic hornet, level 5, intermediate unit. Toxin damage increased by 15. Potential, rare 3 stars skills. Insect body, C grade, immune to severe toxins, immune to curses, capable of limb regeneration, and can slowly recover from any non-lethal damage sustained. Frenzied flight, C grade, agility increased by 40, flight speed increased by 40. Toxic sting, C grade. Upon piercing an enemy, injects venom. The greater the quantity injected, the higher the damage inflicted. Sharp stinger, D grade. Capable of penetrating armor equal to the length of its stinger, can breach low-level magical shields. Race talent. Can communicate freely within a 100-meter radius via antennae. Linkage swarm. If the number of hornets exceeds 100, all hornets' toxicity increases by 10 and flight speed by 10. If the number exceeds 500, toxicity increases by 20 and flight speed by 20. If the number exceeds 1000, toxicity increases by 50 and flight speed by 50. Activated. Description: trust me, you would not wish to be stung by it. 3 C-grade skills, 1 D-grade skill. This hornet is rather formidable. Richard abandoned the thought of swatting it dead and watched as several toxic hornets preyed upon the bees. As he observed them departing, a flicker of intrigue crossed his face. If he could excavate the lair of these toxic hornets and seize this unit, the safety of the Jujube forest would no longer be a concern. This was a rare 3 stars unit, and the activation of their linkage indicated that this swarm housed at least 1,000 hornets. Just imagine, if he could bring the hive into battle, what an overwhelming advantage that would be. Richard envisioned the scene where, during combat, he would hurl the hive at the enemy, and they would stand in bewilderment as thousands of toxic hornets erupted forth. He could not help but chuckle at the thought. This opportunity held great promise. However, the sole dilemma remained: how to locate the lair of these toxic hornets. After feasting upon the bees, they vanished like lightning into the sky, their flight speed astonishingly swift. Not only was pursuit impossible, but even sighting them was a challenge. Furthermore, the rare 3 stars potential seemed rather excessive. Even if he found them, he might not be able to contend with them. As Richard pondered, a hurried voice from outside the Jujube forest pierced the air. "Lord Richard, The rescue team we dispatched has encountered an exceptionally powerful enemy, suffering grievous losses. Oh, he temporarily set this matter aside and turned to exit the jujube forest. At that moment, several bloodied residents lay on stretchers, their faces contorted in agony. Richard furrowed his brow, hesitating not a moment, as he retrieved a jar of desert crown honey from his system space. After diluting a portion of the honey with water, he administered it to them. The other residents, witnessing this scene, were profoundly moved. They had learned from Onyx of the exorbitant price of desert crown honey in recent days. They never anticipated that their lord would be willing to bestow such a precious resource upon a few humble commoners. Tears welled up in the eyes of the companions of the injured, and after bowing deeply to Richard, they promptly accepted the desert crown honey. Reverently, they took a portion, pouring it into a wooden bowl by the spring, typically used for drinking, and fed it to the two injured individuals. After consuming the honey water, the breaths of the gravely wounded stabilized immediately, and their pallor began to dissipate, returning to a hint of color. The surrounding crowd marveled at this spectacle, having heard of the extraordinary nature of desert honey, but never imagined it to be so miraculous. Their gazes toward Richard grew increasingly respectful. Richard paid no mind to the others, focusing intently on Carew as he spoke in a grave tone. What transpired? Lord Richard. They were beset upon by a terrifying horde of monsters. Were it not for their fortuitous escape, none would have returned. Carew's tone was serious. The two mummies you dispatched have perished. The enemy's strength is formidable. Richard's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the two injured. Do you know the precise location of that wild unit gathering point? The implication of his words ignited a stir among the crowd. Lord, those who attacked us were undead beings, shackled with chains, the other end of which connected to axes that they could hurl with terrifying strength. The two mummies fell before the first onslaught. One of the injured, recovering slightly faster, relayed the enemy's intelligence in fragmented sentences. His tone grew hesitant. Those monsters are exceedingly dangerous. You may not wish to pursue. Before he could finish, Richard interjected firmly. All who harm the citizens of my Dusk City shall pay the price. My people are under my protection. There shall be no exceptions. The residents who sacrificed their lives during this mission did so for Dusk City. They are heroes. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd. His voice neither raised nor diminished, yet undeniably resolute. I shall bring them back and lay them to rest with the honors befitting heroes. Though he was psychologically prepared for casualties, this presented an excellent opportunity to unite the people's hearts. And he was particularly intrigued by the unit capable of slaying mummies in an instant. However, the crowd had fallen into a profound silence. No one dared to speak further. But their gazes toward Richard conveyed a complexity of emotions that words could not articulate. In that moment, a profound sense of honor welled up within them. For they had the opportunity to be part of the City of Dusk, under the esteemed leadership of Lord Richard. How many lords in this world could achieve such a level of greatness? They were but humble commoners, many of whom had arrived with trepidation, fearing repercussions after the demise of the two mummies belonging to the Lord. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. The stark contrast of their situations stirred their emotions to a fever pitch. Upon receiving the rudimentary map, Richard decided to take along the mummies he had originally intended to leave behind in the Sazeo forest. Carew gazed at Richard's departing figure, murmuring, Lord Richard. His expression shifted from one of complexity to resolute determination. Once Richard had fully vanished from sight, he abruptly turned to the others and declared in a solemn tone, Open your eyes and behold. This is the Lord of the City of Dusk. Remember, regardless of what trials you may face in the future, never, ever betray Lord Richard, nor the City of Dusk. Without waiting for a response from the crowd, he turned and departed, his aged form standing remarkably tall. He left behind a throng of individuals whose emotions were fermenting within them. Chapter 40. The Axe of the Dead. A potent attribute. Did Lord Richard truly mobilize the army for vengeance over the loss of a few commoners? Onyx was initially inclined to believe that Carew was jesting. After all, they were merely commoners. What difference did it make if a few perished? Were commoners not merely cannon fodder, after all? However, upon observing Carew's unyielding demeanor, Onyx felt a jolt of unease and found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. I had originally come to bid farewell to Lord Richard, as we are set to return today. Yet, this unfortunate turn of events was unforeseen. Nevertheless, I shall promptly petition the Merchant Guild to establish a trade route with the City of Dusk upon my return. Perhaps, in no more than 2 months. We shall meet again. Carew's expression softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Lord Onyx, we welcome you to visit again. Have you brought sufficient water and provisions? He inquired. Onyx waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Everything is well stocked. Since there are matters to attend to in the City of Dusk, we shall take our leave now. Lord Carew, please convey my farewell to Lord Richard, and express my gratitude for the hospitality of the City of Dusk. With that, he clasped his chest and bowed deeply to Carew. Carew did not shy away. At that moment, he represented both the City of Dusk and Richard. Safe travels, my friend. Until we meet again. Onyx departed with his repaired cart and a few guards from the small desert town where they had rested for several days. His emotions were a tangled web, for this territory established amidst the sands evoked a unique sentiment within him. He caressed the honey nestled in his arms. Filled with anticipation for his return, he wondered what expression would grace his face when he finally savored the crown of the desert. Lord Richard went to avenge the fallen residents? Upon hearing this news, Andere's eyes brimmed with guilt. Had she not implored Richard to seek out her father? Perhaps those innocent souls would have been spared. Richard's manner of conduct left a profound impression on the girl. It was the first time she had witnessed a noble lord become incensed over the death of a commoner, even willing to risk danger for vengeance. Richard's already lofty status in her heart ascended further. She found herself contemplating the notion that, regardless of the outcome of her search, perhaps she could choose to remain. After traversing the desert for 3 consecutive hours and vanquishing 7 or 8 encampments of wild soldiers, Richard began to feel a twinge of fatigue. Fortunately, they were not far from the site of the incident. Half an hour later, 2 scorpion warriors scouting ahead first detected an anomaly marked on the map. They promptly returned to report respectfully, "Master, we have discovered the enemy." Richard's spirit surged, fatigue instantly suppressed. Summon everyone back. Moments later, 28 bandaged mummies, 10 cursed pharaohs, and 14 scorpion warriors had gathered, totaling a force of 52, organized into 5 cohesive squads. With heightened vigilance, they advanced over 300 meters to the base of a sand dune adorned with towering cacti. Richard ascended the dune, seeking cover behind the cacti as he gazed into the distance. 200 meters ahead, amidst clusters of cacti, a fearsome assembly of troops exceeding 3 squads came into view. These soldiers were clad in black armor emblazoned with mandala flowers, wearing curved horned helmets that obscured all but their eyes. Thick chains, about the width of a thumb, coiled around their right arms, connecting to a war axe whose handle was wrapped in coarse cloth. The sharp battle axe was gripped tightly in their hands. Each soldier towered over 2 meters, surpassing even the robust scorpion warriors in height. The eyes visible beneath their helmets emanated an eerie blue glow, the hallmark of undead life. The flame of the soul. Richard surveyed the surroundings, noticing several corpses strewn a short distance away. The blood had stained the sand a deep crimson, which, under the sun's gaze, had dried into a dark, desiccated hue. Furrowing his brow, he opened the attribute panel. Axe of the Dead level 4 potential, elite 3 stars skills, undead body, E grade, immune to poison, plague, defense increased by 30. Will not die as long as the heart remains intact. Roar, E grade. After emitting a roar, the next attack's power increases by 30. Axe cleave, D grade. Can throw the axe to attack enemies within 30 meters. Can retract the axe via the chain on the arm, dealing substantial magical damage. Race talent. The axe can consume power to reconstitute after shattering. Bonded axe. Throwing distance of the axe is 110 meters, damage increased by 20. Throwing distance of 1120 meters, damage increased by 40. Throwing distance of 2,130 meters, damage increased by 60, with a 30 chance to trigger the instant kill skill, Soul Execution. Directly slaying the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the lower the trigger chance. Description. Little one, close your eyes. I am about to throw the axe. Richard's gaze sharpened. These undead soldiers were capable of ranged attacks, and the damage inflicted by their axes was of a magical nature. Even more astonishing was the final characteristic of their bond. Within the range of 2,130 meters, damage increased by 60, with a 30 chance to trigger the instant kill skill, Soul Execution, directly slaying the enemy. This was sheer brutality at its zenith. Richard exhaled, a hint of intrigue crossing his visage. If we could enlist this type of soldier, complemented by the Pharaoh's curse and the fierce assault of the Scorpion warriors, the power wielded by him would undoubtedly elevate his capabilities by several magnitudes. I must visit the trading market shortly to seek out any available nests of similar soldier types. Any amount of resources would be worth the investment. Just then, the Scorpion warrior from the Axe of the Undead spoke in a raspy voice. "Master, we have discovered the birthplace of these soldiers on the other side." Richard's pupils constricted sharply. "Where?" His tone betraying an uncontainable excitement. "Take me there at once." "Follow me," came the reply. This sandy terrain bore a striking resemblance to the height where the Axe of the Undead was located, with vast patches of cacti providing ample cover. As long as we proceed cautiously, we should not be easily detected. After circling around, Richard glimpsed a structure hidden among the cacti through a gap in the dunes. It was a wooden cabin, its walls adorned with thousands of worn axe handles, emanating a sense of formidable vigor. War Axe Cabin Level, Elite 3 stars, Recruitable Soldier Type, Axe of the Undead, Elite 3 stars, Recruitable Quantity, 10, Weekly Output, 5, Recruitment Requirements, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron, or, description, an uncommon desert soldier nest. At long last, Richard laid eyes on a soldier nest. His eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. He had previously lamented the absence of soldier nests at the wild soldier gathering points encountered over the past few days. Now, he had stumbled upon a significant find. The attributes of this soldier were undoubtedly of paramount strength. Should he occupy it and elevate it to a rare level? The combat prowess of the Axe of the Undead, bolstered by the enhancement of its powerful skills, would soar to unprecedented heights, regardless of the cost. This soldier nest would be his. Chapter 41. Soul Execution. Returning to the forefront, Richard's gaze was now filled with exhilaration. The Axe of the Undead, a brutish type of soldier, resonated deeply with him. However, the sole dilemma at hand was the presence of 3.5 enemy squads, totaling 35 men. The thrown battle axes inflicted magical damage, while the mummy and scorpion warriors were significantly countered by the enemy's abilities. Moreover, as the undead, they were immune to curses, rendering the Pharaohs' curse ineffective. The only remaining options were control skills. This disadvantage compelled Richard to contemplate seriously. He could not allow the Axe of the Undead to throw their battle axes. Otherwise, the mummy and scorpion warriors would not withstand the onslaught. Furthermore, he must prevent the activation of the instant death skills, as a 30 probability was terrifying, absolutely untenable. Initiating a direct attack might yield victory, but at a grave cost, which would be an unnecessary sacrifice. Engaging in close combat and eliminating them one by one was the most favorable strategy. Perhaps he could also lure them away, encircle them, feign a retreat, and strike from the shadows. Yet, he was uncertain if these soldiers could be enticed away. After pondering for a moment, Richard gradually clarified his thoughts. With a careful plan in mind, he began issuing commands. All units, heed my order. Fall back 500 meters, over there. After providing detailed instructions, the mummy, Pharaoh, and scorpion warriors promptly took action, while Richard withdrew from the combat zone. From a considerable distance, he observed everything, commanding from afar. He retained a small squad of mummy guards nearby. As the ruler of Dusk City, his safety was paramount. Soldiers could be recruited again with resources. But if he were to fall, it would be truly catastrophic. Being too close in such a battle could lead to an unfortunate demise from a flying axe. Minutes later, the Axe of the Undead, moving numbly back and forth, suddenly spotted a creature with a scorpion body and a human face atop the opposite hill. Upon seeing them, the creature appeared momentarily stunned, only to display a mocking expression soon after. It turned around, its curved scorpion tail slowly rising, the stinger beckoning them. Several Axe of the Undead, inexplicably incensed by this gesture from the scorpion warrior, felt a surge of unprecedented indignation. Damn this lowly life form. They spat a torrent of undead blasphemies. With a fierce turn, they glared at their equally enraged companions. In an instant, a tacit understanding was reached. A full squad of Axe of the Undead charged forward, intent on making the enemy experience what true suffering entailed. However, at that moment, the creature that had provoked them did not retreat. Instead, it launched a countercharge. This action nearly caused the already furious Axe of the Undead to explode with rage. Gripping their battle axes tightly, they had no desire to throw them. They yearned to personally slay this wretched life form. As both sides ran, a cloud of yellow sand was kicked up, and after several breaths, they collided. The scorpion warrior let out a roar of fury, its sharp pincers swinging directly to intercept the battle axes of the Axe of the Undead. Sparks flew as they clashed under the sunlight. The scorpion warrior remained steadfast, while the Axe of the Undead was forced back a step, their feet sinking deep into the sand to withstand the recoil. In terms of strength, the Axe of the Undead was dominantly suppressed by the scorpion warrior. While both belonged to the elite 3-star tier, the throwing skills of the Axe of the Undead were unparalleled, yet in close combat, the scorpion warrior proved far more formidable. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, the undead creatures did not adhere to concepts of fair play or dueling. Seeing the scorpion warrior engaged, the remaining Axe of the Undead surged forward, eager to send it to meet death with their axes. Although the scorpion warrior fought valiantly, it was still struck by the battle axes. Yet, to the astonishment of the Axe of the Undead, their blows passed straight through the creature's form. The scorpion-bodied monster seemed to dissolve into sand, merging seamlessly with the desert below. Despite their intentions to halt the scorpion warrior, all efforts were in vain. The Axe of the Undead could only unleash their powerful throwing axes to inflict magical damage. Their mere slashing strikes lacked any magical enhancement, leaving them helplessly watching as the scorpion warrior slipped away. They could sense that the foe had not perished. The flames of the soul ignited fiercely at that moment. Within their dark eye sockets, an eerie blue glow flared to life, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. After being toyed with, the Axe of the Undead, trembling with fury and indignation, followed the path where the scorpion warrior had emerged. They were determined to make those contemptible lives taste the wrath of the undead. Climbing the hill, venting their frustrations by cleaving through several clusters of cacti, they suddenly discovered 2 more scorpion warriors lurking 100 meters away. Without a doubt, they were kin. With nowhere else to channel their rage, the Axe of the Undead immediately charged towards the scorpion warriors. However, this time, the scorpion warriors did not launch a countercharge, but instead retreated hastily. The enraged Axe of the Undead paid little heed to its surroundings, accelerating its pace. After pursuing for several hundred meters, it entered a sandy area flanked by dense shrubs. Its steps involuntarily halted, as it sensed something beneath the earth, seemingly gripping its legs. Upon lowering its gaze, it beheld a cadre of mummies, swathed in white bandages, crawling forth from the sands. They clutched at its feet with relentless tenacity, gradually rising to their feet. With a roar, the axe of the undead unleashed a furious bellow, swinging its axe with ferocious intent. The sound of the blade slicing through the sand echoed, as its arm even penetrated the very bodies of its foes. Yet, the awakened mummies suffered no harm. Upon regaining their footing, they immediately entangled themselves with the axe of the undead. Their claws launched a frenzied assault, carving deep gashes into the armor of the axe, even piercing through to strike its corporeal form. Alas, the axe of the undead, being a creature of the undead, withstood the mummy's ferocious onslaught without sustaining fatal injuries. However, their primary function had been fulfilled, restraining the axe's movements and preventing it from hurling its battle axe. In the very moment the bandaged mummies initiated their assault, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket. The towering figure of a scorpion warrior burst forth at incredible speed. The two parties were now perilously close, and within mere breaths, they were upon one another. The axe of the undead swiftly realized it had fallen into an ambush. Sensing the peril, it struggled violently, wrenching its axe free from the mummy's grasp, preparing to launch its weapon. Should it throw the axe from this distance, it risked triggering a death blow with a staggering 30% chance of instant kill. At this critical juncture, an indescribable, mysterious voice resonated. The axe of the undead felt as though its very soul were battered by a siege hammer, its thoughts descending into chaos. Its body became rigid. The curse of confusion, rank, forces enemies into a state of mental disarray, halting their actions for a duration dependent on their strength. With a cooldown of 3 minutes and a cost of 20 mana points, unleashed by the cursed Pharaoh thwarted the axe's most formidable strike. However, just as Richard, observing from a distance, felt the situation stabilize, calamity struck anew. Two axes of the undead managed to break free from the Pharaoh's grasp in an instant, their right-hand muscles tensing with resolve. The battle axes were flung forth, and, at that moment, the targeted scorpion warrior stood within the lethal range of 20 to 30 meters. The events unfolded too swiftly. The scorpion warrior could not evade in time and was struck by the axe. An indescribable, terrifying energy tore through its very soul. It let out a howl of excruciating agony, its 2-meter-tall form crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The instant kill skill, Soul Execution, had claimed its life without affording any chance of resistance. Fortunately, another scorpion warrior, targeted by the battle axe, swiftly swung its pincers, forcefully deflecting the deadly projectile, narrowly escaping death. Meanwhile, the other axes of the undead, in a mere breath, freed themselves from their confinement. However, this brief window of control had afforded the remaining scorpion warriors the opportunity to close in. The scorpion warriors surged forth, their curved iron hooks crashing against the heads of the axes. With a crunch, the bent-horned armor crumpled under the assault. The body, like a spring wound to its limit, erupted with immense power. With a final, forceful pull, a massive head was severed, and the flame of its soul dissipated in the air. The first axe of the undead collapsed with a resounding thud. Chapter 42. The moment of post-battle spoils. With a clang, the last axe of the undead fell, marking the victory of the City of Dusk in this minor ambush. Though the engagement was brief, Richard, watching from afar, felt it was the most exhilarating battle he had encountered in days. The presence of the instant kill skill necessitated an extreme level of caution. Despite meticulous preparations, one of the scorpion warriors had still fallen to the axes of the undead. Were he to recklessly confront 3.5 squads of the axes directly, even if victorious, the losses would have been catastrophic. Richard approached the battlefield, observing the rapidly decaying bodies and equipment of the axes of the undead, a characteristic of the undead forces, which decay swiftly upon death. With 2.5 squads of the axes remaining, he considered luring them once more while the mummy's sand transformation persisted. However, he felt less assured about this endeavor. Typically, without heroic leadership, wild forces were relatively easier to manage. Minutes later, just as the mummy's sand transformation was nearing its end, a second squad of axes of the undead arrived. Richard's spirit soared. His plan had succeeded. Applying the lessons learned from the previous encounter, the cursed Pharaoh ensured that the axes of the undead were not allowed to escape prematurely. The mummies emerged from the ground to restrain the axes, while the cursed Pharaoh executed control at a pivotal moment, allowing the scorpion warriors to strike, an orchestrated triad against their foes. The axes of the undead, capable of unleashing damage far exceeding their level through their battle axes, became a prime target. Once the scorpion warriors closed in, the axes, rendered incapable of utilizing their throwing skills, succumbed one by one to the coordinated onslaught. Following the second wave of extermination, a notification from the system chimed. The scorpion warriors, having engaged in extensive combat, had risen in rank, now at level 4. Richard chuckled heartily. In recent days, he had led the scorpion warriors against numerous foes, and it seemed his efforts were finally yielding fruit. After eliminating 2 squads of the axes of the undead, he promptly mobilized to assault their stronghold, simultaneously replacing the mummies that had used their sand transformation ability with his guardian squad. he refrained from a reckless charge, contemplating instead the method of using the bandaged mummies to eliminate the knock giant and desert wolves. Everyone activated their sand transformation, burrowing into the earth. The mummies would first restrain the foes, the pharaoh would control, and the scorpion warriors would seize their moment, striking with lethal precision. For squads would assault 1.5. This was a surfeit of forces. Once preparations were finalized, Richard ascended to a high dune, gazing down at the imminent battle. In the vast desert, the more he utilized the sand transformation skill, the more he recognized its boundless potential. Whether for attack, retreat, or even healing injuries, it possessed formidable attributes, a truly exceptional skill. In the distance, the dwindling numbers of the axes of the undead sensed a shift in the tides. They huddled closer together, the eerie blue flames of their souls seeping from their hollow eye sockets as they warily surveyed their surroundings. Though individually powerful, the forces without a heroic leader resembled a disjointed mass, unable to unleash their full might. Suddenly, the axe of the dead, on high alert, detected an unusual sound emanating from beneath the earth. Lowering its gaze and surveying its surroundings, it sought to ascertain the source of the disturbance. With a sudden rustle, a parched arm erupted from the desert, grasping tightly at their feet. One by one, mummies began to emerge from the sands. A few of the axes of the dead, quick to react, did not allow the mummies to fully restrain them and hurled their formidable axes with great force. The mighty axes struck the mummies with tremendous impact, causing their bodies to explode with a resounding crack, scattering sand into the air. The skilled battle axe slaughter, C-grade, capable of throwing the battle axe to attack enemies within 30 meters and can be retrieved via the chains on the arm, dealing magical damage, combined with their bond, unleashed a massive amount of magical damage. Although the sand transformation provided immunity to 99 of physical damage, it was precisely countered by their abilities. With a vigorous tug, the axe that had struck the mummy seemed to possess a life of its own, maneuvering from behind. It struck the mummy once more with a resounding crack. The mummies, which had attempted to forcibly restrain the axes of the dead, could no longer withstand the onslaught, their bodies disintegrating into sand and merging with the desolate dunes. However, the mummies were numerous, comprising 2 full squads. The death of 1 or 2 would not alter the tide of battle. As mummies continued to rise from the ground, the cursed pharaoh and scorpion warriors appeared in swift succession. Meanwhile, the enraged axes of the dead relentlessly attacked the surrounding mummies, determined to eradicate these loathsome foes. By the time they realized the shift in fortune, the cursed pharaoh had already unleashed its control abilities, the curse of words. The axes of the dead found their movements abruptly halted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bandage-wrapped mummies and scorpion warriors launched their assault. The bandage mummies immobilized their foes while the scorpion warriors struck with tails sharper than spears, darting forth like lightning. The clash of metal rang out as the razor-sharp scorpion tail pierced the helmet of the axe of the dead. The struggling axe of the dead stiffened, convulsing several times before the soul flame within the helmet blazed brightly and then extinguished. After slaying 1 axe of the dead, the scorpion warrior wasted no time in pursuing the next target. Regrettably, the cursed pharaoh's curse of words, while powerful, could only ensnare a single squad, failing to control all the axes of the dead. With a fierce throw, the battle axe, guided by the chains coiling around the arm, tore through the air. One of the sand-transformed scorpion warriors had its chest explode open, creating a gaping hole. Its body began to frantically consume the yellow sand beneath, visibly regenerating. However, another axe of the dead did not afford it the chance to recover. With a resounding clatter, the chains rattled as the battle axe was hurled forth, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the scorpion warrior. At that moment, a bandage-wrapped mummy sensed the shift in the battle and lunged forward with its claws to intercept the axe. The axe's terrifying force shattered its claws, slicing deep into its chest. The soul execution, instant death skill was triggered once more, causing the bandage mummy, seemingly constructed of sand, to disintegrate into grains. As the remaining bandage mummies witnessed this, they rushed forward in a frenzy, attempting to restrain the 2 axes of the dead. Although their claws could not inflict lethal damage, they continued to attack with fervor, heightening the intensity of the battle. It must be said that the axes of the dead were formidable. Despite the numerical advantage and the element of surprise held by their foes, they still managed to claim several lives with their axes. Yet, no matter how fierce the resistance, it proved futile against a more powerful army, as the last 2 axes of the dead were overwhelmed and torn to shreds by over a dozen bandage mummies. The curtain fell on this vengeful conflict. Your army, under your command, has eradicated a group of axes of the dead, achieving victory in a minor skirmish, earning you 175 experience points. Once the battlefield was calm, Richard, accompanied by the remaining mummy guardians, stepped onto the field. Casting a glance at the decaying axes of the dead, his gaze shifted to a short distance away where several corpses of the residents of Dusk City lay. We shall return them to Dusk City. His expression was complex, before returning to a state of calm. The warriors who sacrificed themselves to fulfill my orders can all be deemed heroes. Countless such sacrifices will follow. Compassion does not govern soldiers, nor does righteousness concern itself with wealth. As the sovereign of Dusk City, one must possess a heart of formidable strength. This world cannot accommodate the weak. Once the mummies had gathered the corpses, Richard finally directed his attention to the towering structure behind the cacti, a nest of unprecedented significance. An elite 3-star unit nest, which meant he could elevate it to the rare level. He would be able to directly recruit rare axes of the dead. Having experienced the sheer power of this terrifying unit firsthand, he could only imagine the unparalleled might it would possess upon reaching the rare tier. You have discovered a battle axe cabin, from which you can recruit axes of the dead or choose to destroy it to acquire the nest core. Chapter 43. The first hero of Dusk City, you have discovered a battle axe cabin, from which you can recruit axes of the dead or choose to destroy it to acquire the nest core. Before Richard could make a decision, the Black Gold system issued a prompt. The battle axe cabin, elite 3-star, could consume 10 elite-level unit nests to elevate its rank to rare 3-star. Haha, soon, I shall possess a rare-level unit nest. His spirit soared. After upgrading the nest, he would recruit. Currently, recruiting units at the rare level would not refresh their quantity, destroying it. The moment he made his choice, the battle axe cabin creaked ominously, rapidly collapsing as if weathered by millennia. Within a few breaths, it had completely transformed into debris. At this moment, a fist-sized micro-battle axe cabin emerged from the scattered remnants. Richard stepped forward, inspecting its attributes. It bore no difference from the previous, still offering the recruitment of 10 axes of the dead, albeit requiring reconstruction. Satisfied, he stored the unit nest within the system space. Yet, just as he prepared to return to his domain, he caught a glimpse of something beneath the wood chips nearby. His eyes lit up as he approached and cleared away the debris. He pulled out what lay beneath, a map made of parchment, its pale yellow hue imbued with a sense of history. You have obtained a 2-star treasure map. Richard felt a surge of joy. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? Indeed. Fortune had favored him today. In recent days, he had eradicated dozens of wild unit gathering points. Yet this was the first time he had discovered a wild unit nest and unearthed something valuable. The drop rate is appallingly low. Richard examined the yellowed treasure map with great enthusiasm. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the center of the map marked the very location of the treasure, surrounded by a conspicuous landmark, a dormant volcano. Though the Death Desert is vast, there are likely not many places with a volcano. It shouldn't be difficult to inquire about this with Onyx, the merchant hero of the Phoenix Flower Guild. However, one wonders what treasures lie within this 2-star treasure map. My expectations are modest. A mere 10 or 8 rare-level creature nests would suffice, or perhaps even a dragon egg would do. After contentedly stowing the treasure map away, Richard glanced at his troops, calculating the losses incurred this time. The exploration team had suffered an ambush, resulting in the demise of 6 residents. In terms of troops, 2 mummies accompanying the explorers had perished, and during the battle, 5 more mummies were lost, totaling 7 fatalities. 1 poisonous scorpion warrior fell, leaving 13 remaining. The cursed pharaoh had sustained no casualties. The overall military strength of Dusk City had significantly diminished. 35 bandaged mummies, 13 poisonous scorpion warriors, and 10 cursed pharaohs. Yet, all these sacrifices bore meaning. The acquisition of the undead axe creature nest alone had recouped their losses tenfold, not to mention the treasure map awaiting revelation. With a sense of comfort, Richard returned directly to his territory after confirming that no other items lay beneath the ruins. The 3-hour journey back encountered numerous wild creature outposts. But under the assault of several formidable forces, battles were swiftly concluded. Upon returning to Dusk City, the night had fully descended. Within the territory, oil lamps crafted from animal fat cast a dim glow. Richard was somewhat taken aback to discover that all the residents were gathered in the open space, seemingly awaiting something. Instead of retreating to their homes, the Lord has returned. A jubilant exclamation echoed, drawing everyone's gaze toward Richard as he stepped into the territory. The sight of mummies carrying the bodies of fallen residents struck a profound chord within the populace. The Lord had indeed brought back the remains of the deceased. He had not deceived them. At that moment, a unique emotion brewed within the hearts of all present. As Richard entered the territory, the crowd parted to form a pathway, their eyes following his every step. Many keen observers noted the diminished number of troops behind him. A faint voice murmured, "The Lord's army," after a reminder. The crowd's attention shifted to the remaining troops. "I counted them this morning. Nearly an entire squad is now missing. These soldiers died fighting for us." This hushed exchange intensified the emotional turmoil brewing within many. Was it truly worth sacrificing such a powerful army to retrieve a few civilian corpses? Even the relatives and friends of the deceased could not voice any discontent at this moment. Amid the complex atmosphere, Richard advanced with a somewhat heavy-hearted step to the front of the Lord's mansion. Standing on the steps, he faced the residents. The dim oil lamps flanking the mansion highlighted his figure, rendering him both majestic and enigmatic. His dark gaze swept across the crowd before he spoke slowly. "I have brought back our heroes." As the words left his lips, the mummies laid the bodies of the residents gently upon the ground. In that instant, even the weathered Karu felt a lump in his throat. This proclamation, seemingly nonchalant, carried with it an extraordinary weight. How many lords could achieve such a feat? His eyes brimmed with unspoken reverence. Tomorrow, I shall hold a funeral for our heroes. They will not be forgotten by Dusk City. After casting a profound glance at the crowd, he waved his hand. You may disperse. Without uttering another word, he turned and returned to the Lord's mansion. Yet, not a single person in the vast crowd moved to leave. Even long after Richard's silhouette had vanished, silence enveloped the area outside the Lord's mansion. Long live the Lord. A voice broke through the stillness, and in that moment, everyone erupted into a fervent roar. Long live the Lord. It seemed they were compelled to release the pent-up emotions within them. Amidst the throng, Andal remained silent. Her heart stirred upon witnessing Richard truly return with the bodies of their fellow residents. The emotional tide within her surged uncontrollably. Richard's declaration of bringing back their heroes, however, was devoid of any mention of the day's tribulations or the price paid. A wave of warmth surged within her chest. Such a lord. Was he not worthy of her loyalty? As Richard entered the Lord's mansion, he suddenly paused, for at that moment, a notification from the system rang in his ears. Ding. Your words and actions have earned the respect of all residents, successfully unlocking the special skill of leadership. Ding. Your charisma, demonstrated through your integrity and commitment, has moved Andal Solon. She has decided to remain in Dusk City as your subordinate. The hero recruitment task has been completed, granting you a hero unit. Ding. You have acquired a hero unit with the profession of a senior blacksmith. The research function of the blacksmith shop has been activated. Upon upgrading to a senior blacksmith shop, you will be able to research enhancements for troop attack power. Chapter 44, Rare Troop, Undead Axe. Richard was momentarily taken aback by the system notification and turned to glance at the entrance. Meanwhile, the residents expressed their fervent and sincere emotions. Long live the Lord. After a brief silence, Richard's face broke into a complex smile. He did not linger and returned to the hall. The ample chef brought forth a lavish meal that had long been prepared, attending to him as he enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. After dining, he took a hot shower, washing away his fatigue, and only then did he open the newly acquired skill. Leadership, special skill, level 1, possesses strong charisma, capable of easily persuading and influencing subordinates, engendering strong trust from them, while also having a certain probability of inducing wild troops to surrender voluntarily. Though not a combat skill, it appeared quite promising. One should not refuse what is freely given. The second and third system notifications uplifted his spirits. Andal had directly activated the research function of the blacksmith shop. The official website of the Radiant Era had mentioned that troop nests could not be upgraded, as other players lacked the black gold system. However, troop combat power could be enhanced through alternative means. The blacksmith's forge enhances the physical attack of troops, while the mage tower amplifies their magical damage. However, the remaining structures that bolster troop combat prowess remain undisclosed by the officials, necessitating independent exploration. Yet, all these advancements hinge upon the activation by a corresponding hero of the respective profession. This is indeed exhilarating. A slight smile graced Richard's lips. Moreover, Andal, as a hero unit with A-level potential, possesses the capacity for continual growth. The most significant distinction between heroes and troops lies in the fact that the power of troops is relatively fixed. Their skills do not evolve with level increases. Only by enhancing potential can skill levels be elevated. In contrast, heroes can freely acquire skills, subject only to professional restrictions. The profound impact of skills on combat efficacy has been exemplified repeatedly by the skill of sandification. Furthermore, heroes exhibit remarkable independence, capable of leading troops into battle and managing territories in lieu of the Lord. The higher the hero's potential, the greater their upper limits and rarity. Heroes of Andal's caliber can be developed well into the later stages without fear of obsolescence. However, at present, Dusk City is merely a level 1 village, with building upgrades capped at intermediate levels. To elevate the blacksmith's forge to advanced status and unlock research capabilities, Dusk City must be upgraded to a small town. This requires ascending through level 2 and level 3 villages first. It is time to prioritize the upgrade of the territory, Richard pondered. After dismissing the system notifications and noting that the hour was still early, he opened the trading market. A new notification appeared, indicating that 2 pieces of water fragments had been successfully traded. Thus, the fragments in Richard's possession reached a total of 8. Just 2 more are needed to synthesize a medium-sized spring, completely resolving Dusk City's water supply issue. However, the transactions for the desert horses and other resource treasures remain stagnant. It appears that resource treasures can only be obtained from 3-star chests or higher. Thus, the current scarcity seems understandable. Not dwelling on this matter, he sold the game animals acquired from today's hunt alongside those from yesterday, amassing a substantial 60,000 units of resources. Without delay, he then proceeded to purchase 100 ordinary-level troop nests, expending a significant portion of his recent gains. Once all was completed, Richard made his way to the front yard of the Lord's mansion, placing the troop nest for the Axe of the Dead in the corner. Ding. Will you consume 4,000 units of wood, 4,000 units of stone, and 4,000 units of iron, or to construct the axe hut? The resources required for elite-level troops are tenfold compared to those for ordinary-level troop nests. Richard did not hesitate. He confirmed the action. In the next moment, the diminutive axe hut began to expand as if inflated like a balloon. After a few breaths, tranquility returned. The complete axe hut materialized before him, standing 3 meters tall. The wooden structure's exterior was adorned with hundreds of bronze battle axes, resembling a veritable arsenal. A door in the middle of the hut revealed an interior equally festooned with axes. One word could aptly describe this troop nest: ferocious. The axe hut, Elite 3-star, requires the consumption of 10 elite-level desert faction troop nests to elevate it to rare 3-star status. Note: 10 ordinary nests can synthesize 1 elite-level troop nest to fulfill the upgrade conditions. Will you proceed with the promotion? Confirm. At the moment Richard made his choice, the 100 troop nests piled on the ground transformed into a radiant stream, merging into the axe hut. The 3-meter-tall wooden structure instantly grew to 4 meters. The bronze battle axes hanging from its exterior now shimmered with a faint silvery hue, appearing quite extraordinary. Axe hut, level, rare 3-star, available troops. Axe of the Dead, rare 3-star. Recruitable quantity, 10 weekly output. 5. Recruitment conditions, 400 gold coins, 400 units of stone, 400 units of iron, or description. Capable of recruiting moderately powerful undead troops. Excellent, truly excellent. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Rare troops indeed. This was merely the few days since entering the glorious era, and he felt a profound sense of achievement. However, the resources required for troop recruitment had markedly increased. Enlisting a rare troop now necessitated 200 units of resources. Glancing at the attribute panel, he noted that the food supplies had dwindled to a mere 5,000 after several rounds of consumption, insufficient to recruit all the Axe of the Dead. The Lord's household had run out of provisions. At this moment, he felt a bittersweet mix of pain and joy. Without hesitation, he rose to retrieve several hundred units of food from the storeroom, selecting those with high market prices for sale, just enough to gather the resources needed to recruit 10 Axe of the Dead. Ding. Will you consume 4,000 gold coins, 4,000 units of stone, and 4,000 units of iron, or to recruit 10 Axe of the Dead? After confirming, the resources displayed on the attribute panel were instantly depleted. In that moment, the axe hut emanated a surge of silvery energy. Subsequently, that energy swirled like a disturbed fog, gathering fiercely within the wooden structure. As the silvery energy coalesced, a 2-meter-tall figure emerged from the axe hut, clad in full armor embossed with black mandala patterns. Wearing a horned helmet that revealed only their eye sockets and wielding no weapon, the Axe of the Dead stepped forth. Just as Richard was filled with curiosity, the first Axe of the Dead reached out to draw a battle axe from the exterior wall. With a sharp sound, as the axe was grasped, a chain as thick as a thumb materialized, ultimately coiling tightly around its right arm. A true Axe of the Dead had been born. Witnessing this scene, Richard could not help but feel envious. Each troop's appearance was increasingly striking and flamboyant. Just wait. He would eventually summon a dragon and show them what true flamboyance looks like. Once all 10 Axe of the Dead emerged in the same manner, Richard extended his right hand, summoning the power within him. As a golden sand-like glow enveloped all the Axe of the Dead, the system notification arrived as expected. Ding. You have bestowed upon the Axe of the Dead a special power. They have acquired the D-level skill, Sandification. When the radiance dissipated, Richard, with eager anticipation, opened the attribute panel. Axe of the Dead level 3, potential, rare 3-star skills. Axe/Sea level, capable of throwing an axe to attack enemies within 30 meters. Can retrieve the axe through the chain on the arm, dealing substantial magical damage. Undead body, D level, immune to poison, plague, increases stamina by 80. As long as the heart remains intact, it will not perish. Roar, D level. After issuing a roar, the next attack's power is enhanced by 50. Whirlwind, level D. After throwing the battle axe, one can utilize the chains entwined around their arm to pull back the axe, enabling continuous attacks. Sandification, level D, transforms the body into sand, reducing physical damage by 99, capable of absorbing yellow sand to heal wounds, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Racial talent, after the battle axe shatters, it can consume power to reconstitute itself. Bonded battle axe. The throwing distance of the battle axe is 110 meters, inflicting a damage increase of 20 at 1120 meters. The damage increase rises to 40. At 2,130 meters, the damage increase becomes 60, with a 30 chance to trigger the instant kill skill, Soul Execution, which annihilates the enemy instantly, with the likelihood of triggering decreasing with the enemy's level. Introduction. Little darling, close your eyes, for I am about to hurl the axe. Battle Axe Execution C level, Undead Body D level, Roar D level, Whirlwind D level, Sandification D level. 1 C level skill, for D level skills. An overall enhancement surpassing the elite level Undead Battle Axe skills by an entire tier. Truly, this is a unit he has set his sights upon. The attributes are astonishingly formidable. The disparity in potential among units primarily hinges on the level of their skills. Low-potential units possess lower skill levels and fewer augmentations. In contrast, high-potential units boast elevated skill levels and potent enhancements. This results in a significant combat power gap between high-potential and low-potential units. Richard's smile radiated with brilliance. The initial level of the undead battle axe summoned is directly at level 3. Upon evolving from elite to rare, it has also mastered a new skill, Whirlwind. This skill harmoniously complements the soul skill of the undead battle axe, allowing for continuous attacks via chain control, a qualitative enhancement in combat prowess. This unit is undoubtedly his trump card. Chapter 45. The Day of Glory, the Shield of Guardianship vanishes. After reviewing the formidable attributes of the undead battle axe several times, Richard finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Early the following morning, after refreshing himself, he adorned himself in a long black robe from his wardrobe. Today, he would hold a funeral for the sacrificed residents. Several tailors within the territory had been diligently crafting garments for him in recent days, ensuring he had no shortage of attire. As the sovereign of Dusk City, the entire territory is his personal domain, with all fine goods prioritized for his use. Clad in a pure black robe, Richard emerged from the Lord's mansion, greeted by a sea of somber faces. Aside from the teams still exploring the outskirts, all the residents had gathered. The atmosphere was heavy, silence enveloping the crowd. The carpenter had toiled through the night to construct coffins, which now held the remains of the residents, resting in an open space at the rear. Though somewhat rudimentary, they were nonetheless invaluable. The moment Richard stepped out of the mansion, he instantly became the focal point of the crowd. My lord, my lord. Their gazes swept over the crowd, and he silently advanced along the path they had cleared. As he walked, everyone pressed their hands to their chests in reverence. After he passed, the crowd slowly began to follow in his wake. Richard, with a grave expression, approached the resting place of the coffins, his gaze lingering upon them for an extended moment. The atmosphere grew increasingly poignant. Suddenly, he released a long sigh, and under the watchful eyes of the residents, he bowed slowly before the 6 coffins. Rising, he stepped forward, grasping the corner of the leftmost coffin. The surrounding residents were momentarily taken aback, but soon rushed forward to assist him in lifting the coffin. Witnessing this scene, a profound lump formed in the throats of the crowd, their emotions surging. The Lord himself was personally carrying the coffin. What an honor! What an honor! In this moment, countless hearts swayed, and with such a leader, what complaints could they possibly harbor? Words paled in comparison to actions. Richard's exemplary conduct, coupled with the potent charisma bestowed by his unique skill, leadership, elevated his status in the hearts of Dusk City's residents to unprecedented heights. In this solemn atmosphere, Richard led the procession, step by step, alongside the people, bearing the remains of these heroic residents out of the territory. The burial site had already been chosen. Located in the southwest corner of Dusk City, approximately 5 kilometers away, at a low hill scattered with gravel, amidst the desert, Richard led the way in personally carrying the coffin, with all the residents trailing behind. At this moment, the collective sorrow of the people was transformed by the presence of their land's sovereign. The crowd followed him like pilgrims, their ardent gazes fixed upon the figure bearing the coffin, as if it had become a torch in the night, illuminating the path forward and guiding them toward hope. Sacred and noble, at the gravelly hillock, Richard gently placed the coffin into the grave. Subsequently, he silently picked up a nearby shovel and began to fill the earth. One scoop at a time, others followed suit, the air filled with the sounds of sobs from family and friends, accompanied only by the rhythmic scraping of the shovel against the soil. Once the grave was formed and all was complete, Richard set the shovel down and cast a profound gaze over the gathered crowd. In a solemn voice, he addressed them. Each person will inevitably face the day of their passing. Some depart without merit, even inciting disdain. Yet, there are those whose deaths are noble and glorious. Their sacrifices are made for the sake of others. Just as you see before you, these 6 heroes. They died for Dusk City, for each and every one of us. They are heroes, deserving of our collective remembrance, and they shall not be forgotten by Dusk City, nor by me. At this point, Richard paused, moving to the 6 unmarked gravestones. Glenn, Nard, Rima. Beginning with the first, he called out each name as he passed by a grave. With each name uttered, the crowd felt as though a battering ram had struck their hearts, their eyes welling with tears. This scene would become an indelible memory etched in their minds for eternity. The great lord stood before the unassuming graves of commoners, declaring them heroes and memorializing each name. What an honor! Andal covered her face with both hands, each name piercing her heart like a sharp blade. Tears trickled through her fingers, dampening her sleeves. Had she not been present, perhaps these individuals would not have met such a fate. After reciting all the names, Richard once again turned to the crowd, his tone resolute and powerful. From this day forth, every fallen hero of Dusk City shall find their final resting place in this land. This is the land of glory, a sanctuary for heroes. Thus, I have resolved to designate each year on this day, May 8th, as the Day of Glory, to honor our fallen heroes. On this day, the City of Dusk shall hold a commemorative ceremony, praying in their memory. The notion of a day of glory, a tribute to the deceased heroes, rendered the residents utterly overwhelmed. Tears welled in their eyes. At that moment, the elderly Karu seemed to regain his youth, suddenly raising his right hand and shouting hoarsely, "Long live the City of Dusk! Long live Lord Richard!" This exclamation became a cathartic release for all, as they joined in a fervent chorus, expressing the tumultuous emotions within. Long live the City of Dusk! Long live Lord Richard! At this moment, they wholeheartedly acknowledged their lord. After the funeral of the heroes in the Land of Glory concluded, Richard returned directly to his territory. While others could immerse themselves in the atmosphere, he needed to steer the course. After breakfast, he planned to continue his exploration. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a conspicuous red alert on his status panel. Year 7600, May 8th, the Guardian Shield will shatter in 2 hours. Richard felt a momentary daze. The Guardian Shield shattering? It has been 7 days. He had traversed into this game world for 7 days now. An inexplicable sense of disconnection washed over him, as if the modern life of 7 days prior was a distant memory. This territory, wholly his, had woven an indelible bond with him, becoming an inseparable part of his being. Here, it seemed, offered him more solace than everything modern. "Good day, Lord Richard. Are you heading out now? I have something I wish to discuss with you." As Richard was lost in thought, Andal entered the hall quietly. Upon hearing her words, he snapped back to reality, collecting his thoughts as he gazed at the girl before him, her hair tied in a ponytail and clad in leather boots, a smile gracing his face. The slender girl bore a copper hammer on her back, towering over her, drawing attention. She was a vision of vigor. "No need for pleasantries, Miss Andal. Please, speak your mind." Andal met the gaze of the handsome youth with determination, her expression turning solemn as she declared, "I beseech you to allow me to join the City of Dusk." Richard felt a sense of relief wash over him, recalling the system notification from last night regarding the completion of the hero recruitment quest. Locking eyes with her, he spoke gravely, "Miss Andal, have you truly considered this? The City of Dusk is situated in a desert, where resources are scarce and may not provide what you seek. Furthermore, we will face various dangers ahead, such as hostility from other factions, assaults from bandits, and the onslaught of sandstorms. To protect the City of Dusk, I will require you to forge weapons for the army and even take up arms in battle. Are you prepared for this?" Andal's gaze remained steadfast. "When you are willing to risk your life for a few commoners deemed insignificant by other lords, even sacrificing your own troops to bring back their bodies. I was already prepared. Lord Richard, I wish to serve the City of Dusk and become your subordinate." With that, she placed her right hand on her chest and knelt on one knee, bowing her head. "Ding. The hero unit Andal Soren has been captivated by your charisma and is willing to submit to you. Do you accept?" Richard nodded solemnly. "Andal Soren, in the name of the Lord of the City of Dusk, I accept your loyalty. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the City of Dusk. Henceforth, you shall not be alone. I shall forever be your strongest support." As he spoke, Richard helped Andal to her feet. At that moment, her eyes shimmered with emotion, and upon rising, she resolutely proclaimed, "Lord Richard, I shall protect your glory with my very life. I will guard the City of Dusk." Richard smiled. "Then let us build the City of Dusk together." After a brief pause, his tone turned grave. "Andal, I hereby appoint you as the head of the blacksmith shop in the City of Dusk. Though we currently possess but one blacksmith shop and a few novice blacksmiths, I believe you will manage to build it all up. Only with a high-level blacksmith shop can we unlock research capabilities. And that shall be the moment when this A-grade hero truly shines." Andal nodded vigorously. "Lord Richard, I will give my utmost effort." Richard inclined his head slightly, hesitating for a moment before softly stating, "The search team should return this afternoon." He did not continue, as no one could ascertain whether the search team had located her father. Hope mingled with pain in Andal's eyes. "Had I not requested it, perhaps those residents would not have encountered misfortune." Richard waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for self-reproach. When we called upon the residents to search, they volunteered willingly. Furthermore, it was not solely for you. Other residents' loved ones also wandered lost in the desert and needed to be found. Even without your father's plight, I would have dispatched a rescue team." This was indeed true. The desert was too desolate. Usually, there would be no refugees appearing. And even if Andal were not a hero, he would have sent people to seek out those in need. For the City of Dusk to flourish, a sufficient population was essential. This sentiment deeply moved Andal, for she believed Richard spoke these words to comfort her. Lord Richard gazing into her large, watery eyes. Richard raised a hand to interrupt her. "No need for further words. First, please organize the blacksmith shop. They will return by evening. Moreover, if the first search yields no results, we can conduct a second or third. My forces will only grow stronger, allowing us to dispatch more troops for safety in future explorations." With that assurance, Andal felt a sense of calm. After bowing, she left the Lord's residence, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Given Andal's remarkable lineage, her father must be formidable as well. He could very well be another hero. However, locating someone in the vast expanse of the desert was no small feat, though fortunately, the residents of the City of Dusk would not lose their way in the sands. Richard, observing the empty hall, shook his head and did not rush to depart. In 2 hours, the Guardian shield would shatter, and he feared unforeseen events might arise. Contemplating, he stepped outside and began to make arrangements. First, he dispatched 3.5 squads of mummies around the city of Dusk as sentinels. Should danger arise, they would provide him with warning. Simultaneously, he sent 13 scorpion warriors to safeguard the safety of the Jujube Grove. The desert crown bees and the flame dragon rabbits were treasures of the highest order and must not be compromised. At last, the command was given for all residents to return to the territory, with the stipulation that they would depart only after finishing their lunch at noon. Although the residents were perplexed by Richard's intentions, none voiced any dissent upon receiving the order. Having exerted every effort possible, Richard finally felt at ease, awaiting the designated hour. 2 hours seemed to stretch out like a century. It was the first time he truly perceived how slowly time could pass. At last, the system notification illuminated at the stroke of noon. Ding! The Guardian shield has been shattered. Congratulations. From this moment forth, you are free to explore this world without restrictions. However, be warned, your territory may be beset at any moment by wild troops, indigenous peoples, or hostile lords. Protect your territory and your residents, and strive to expand your domain. May you become eternal in the fierce competition of the myriad races. Upon the system's announcement, Richard felt as though a subtle transformation had occurred within him. He sensed a complete dissolution of barriers between himself and this world, with even his breathing becoming remarkably unencumbered. It was a comfort akin to the removal of a safety measure. Was this what it meant to be fully integrated into this world? Richard's emotions were somewhat complex as he opened the chat channel. In the blink of an eye, the antics of a whimsical player brightened his mood. Gao Gaowai, the dragon overlord of glorious era, vow to trample this world beneath my feet. Elven maidens, succubi, human princesses, beastkin, mermaids, vampires, all await me. I shall construct a grand harem, indulging in the embrace of 3,000 exotic beauties. Oh, the charming elven lads, the brawny orc warriors, the gentlemen of the bloodline, and the human princes all await my conquest. I intend to savor each and every one of you. Goodness, my protective shield has shattered. Damn it. I just offended a group of bandits yesterday, and this morning they sent scouts to probe my territory. Help. There's a massive bear pack a mere 1,000 meters from my territory. What should I do? A few days ago, emboldened by my invincibility, I lured them close to my territory to hunt them. Now those bears are furious with me. With the Guardian shield gone, what am I to do? Can someone save me? I'm willing to offer anything, even my dignity. Do you yearn to command countless armies with a mere wave of your hand? To conquer cities and lands? To ascend as a king? Do you desire to be surrounded by beauty? To possess a harem of 3,000? Private message me. I am selling cheats for glorious era to transform your life. Is there a gallant brother from the Lion Kingdom? There are numerous wolves outside my territory, and I am terrified. Could you spare some resources for recruiting troops? If you're nearby, we could meet in person. Message me for details on the price. I never imagined that one day my dear pony bro would find himself destitute and without food. My residents have just revolted, yet I feel not a shred of emotion. Their rebellion stems from hunger, mistakenly believing I hoarded the food. Huh, little do they know, they guessed correctly. Ha ha, I shall starve you wretches. Why should I share the fruits of my hard labor? Just because you claim to join my territory, and I am expected to provide food? What gives you the right to demand sustenance from me? To hell with you. I intend to let you all perish. Brothers, I recently encountered a devilish altar that promised power in exchange for the souls of 10 residents. I was taken aback by this stroke of fortune. Caring for those fools nearly drove me to exhaustion. I promptly returned to my territory, deceived all the residents into the altar, and sacrificed them to the devil in exchange for 12 skills. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Because of this deed, I have acquired a moderate demonic bloodline. Let me tell you, one must not coddle the foolish. One must act decisively. Richard observed the chat for quite some time, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. The antics of these whimsical players were truly imaginative. Some sought to rid themselves of residents, offering their own citizens as sacrifices to the devil for power. Others deliberately withheld food, starving their residents. Still, others sold their populace like livestock to slavers. He even witnessed one individual selling their territory to the indigenous people, happily trading it for resources before heading to the NPC city to buy a home. Such audacious maneuvers expanded Richard's horizons. Truly, they were a remarkable bunch, these whimsical players. Chapter 47. Rare resource veins at 1 p.m. Having confirmed the shattering of the Guardian shield and ensured no unusual occurrences were afoot, Richard finally felt a sense of relief. However, from this day forward, the city of Dusk could no longer afford to dispatch all its forces. A portion must remain to guard the territory. Otherwise, he risked returning to find his crystals stolen without his knowledge. Reflecting on his forces, he had a total of 35 bandaged mummies, of which 10 were assigned to protect the rescue team. This left him with 25. Richard decided to retain all the bandaged mummies to safeguard the territory. Today, he needed to hunt sufficient food to exchange for resources. The city of Dusk required a substantial military presence for its defense. The vulnerability of his rear guard added considerable pressure. He must bolster his ranks. Having made his arrangements, he did not linger, setting forth with 10 pharaohs, 13 scorpion warriors, and 10 axes of the undead, a total of 33 soldiers from 3 squads, departing the territory. Today, he aimed to continue exploring the eastern region. If the number of axes of the undead proved sufficient, he would eagerly attempt to seize that medium-sized gold mine. Alas, with only a single squad. Facing at least 3 squads of semi-metallic giants felt daunting. It was prudent to proceed with caution. With a clear objective in mind, Richard moved swiftly. The inclusion of the rare 3-star axes of the undead made the battles of exploration significantly easier. The scorpion warriors acted as frontline shields, while the cursed pharaohs unleashed curses and control skills to hinder enemy movement. The axes of the undead hurled their battle axes within a 30-meter range, dealing an additional 60 damage with a 30 chance to trigger soul execution, slaying foes outright. Against lower-level troops, even without triggering soul execution, the remarkable enhancement of 60 damage sufficed to eliminate enemies. The axes of the undead became a formidable weapon in Richard's arsenal. Upon encountering a gathering of wild troops, he simply charged in to decimate them. By 6 p.m., Richard deemed it time to conclude today's exploration. Ding! Your troops have triumphed over a horde of serrated rabbits, securing victory in a micro-battle, earning 40 experience points. Ding! Your troops have vanquished a group of cyclopes, achieving victory in a micro-battle, earning 80 experience points. He glanced over the system notifications, noting roughly 30 messages. In other words, today they had slain at least 600 to 700 wild troops. His experience points surged to 1,600. The progression towards reaching the 5,000-point milestone has surged significantly. However, it is regrettable for him that a substantial portion of these wild units are humanoid in nature and thus inedible. Nevertheless, due to the sheer volume of foes vanquished, he has acquired a considerable bounty of creatures such as serrated rabbits, long-tailed mice, and horned camels. Eventually, the system's 10 cubic meters of storage became insufficient, prompting Richard to sell his spoils at the trading market after each hunting expedition. This flurry of food sales has sparked considerable discussion among numerous Lord players, as the hunted creatures include a plethora of elite 2-star and 3-star specimens. Richard's recent lavish transactions have elevated him to a status akin to that of a prominent figure in the minds of many. Speculation abounds regarding the true strength of Qingqiu, as the resource tally on his attribute panel has reached an impressive 30,000 units, with the system's storage still at capacity. Satisfied with his bountiful harvest, Richard prepared to return to his territory. However, he sensed something unusual about the number of wild unit strongholds encountered today. It seemed to exceed the total from the past few days combined. After pondering this anomaly, he promptly opened the chat channel and discovered many players were discussing the very same issue. What is going on today? Why are there suddenly so many wild units? The places I previously cleared have new wild units respawning. Damn it, my troops are nearly depleted. Don't you all know what day it is? It's Monday. The wild unit gathering places have reset. Seriously, there is a reset feature? I almost forgot I was in a game world. Oh, and not far from my territory, a one-way teleportation portal has appeared, leading to a dungeon, and it's a 3-star dungeon. Brothers, I'm about to strike it rich. Let me take a spin inside, and I'll show you the spoils when I return. Only then did Richard come to a realization. Every Monday, wild units refresh. He gazed up at the cloudless azure sky, marveling at the intriguing nature of this world. Just as he resolved his inner queries, a few scouting scorpion warriors rushed back urgently. Master, we have discovered a resource point. Richard nodded calmly. The gains from resource points were too meager in the early stages to be compared with hunting. Moreover, the desert was exceedingly barren, with the number of resource points being pitifully few. Over the past week, he had only identified 4 resource points. Aside from a medium-sized gold mine, the others failed to pique his interest. In prosperous regions, one could amass wealth by occupying resource points, but in Dusk City, such a strategy would lead to starvation. Still, having some resources was better than none. Lead the way. After advancing 200 meters with his army, they ascended a towering sand dune. Following the guidance of the scorpion warriors, Richard peered down towards the base of the dune. A vast expanse laden with or captured his attention. Countless glimmering minerals reflected a crystalline brilliance under the setting sun, resembling a field embedded with innumerable diamonds. What is this? Upon witnessing such an extraordinary sight, Richard eagerly opened his attribute panel. Gem mine level, microscopic, reserves, 100 units, max output, 21 units per week, capacity, minimum 3 people, maximum 10 people. Description, a rare resource point, can be mined for gems upon occupation. Rare resource, a gem mine. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and the fatigue that had clouded his mind dissipated instantly. Rare resources are incomparable to ordinary ones such as wood and iron. Not only is their yield low, but they are also exceedingly scarce. This is indeed a genuine treasure, a high-value commodity. The mere fact that a mine holds only 100 units of reserve speaks volumes about its preciousness. Moreover, he still possessed the blueprint for the heroic altar, a coveted design obtained from the Wanwei Flower Merchants Association, which had long awaited rare resources for its construction. Richard suppressed his inner elation and shifted his gaze towards the units guarding the gem mine. To seize the mine, he must first eliminate these wild creatures. They were a unique breed of life, adorned with two goat-like horns sharper than spears, their backs slightly arched, decorated with a row of membranous fins and sharp spikes. Bare-chested and clad in a leather skirt, their muscular bodies were strikingly defined, seemingly capable of unleashing earth-shattering strength at any moment. These horn monstrosities wielded formidable warhammers, the flat face of the hammer contrasting with a protruding, curved blade on the opposite side. What captured attention even more were their blood-red eyes, glimmering with savagery and a lust for battle, sending chills down one's spine. These creatures were formidable. Richard raised an eyebrow and opened the attribute panel. Demon Goat Monster, Level 4 Potential, Rare 2-star Skills, Sturdy Physique, D-Grade, increases strength by 50, enhances stamina recovery speed by 50. Heavy Strike, D-Grade, swings the warhammer. Charging for 3 seconds allows the next attack to unleash 200 points of power. Demon S Blood, D-Grade, increases all attributes by 30, boosts health by 50. Racial Talent, can consume gems to rapidly restore wounds. Bond with Demons. If the number exceeds 10, strength increases by 10. If over 20, strength increases by 20. If over 30, strength increases by 30, adding a shatter effect to attacks. Activated. Description: enjoy the pleasure of having your skull crushed by a heavy hammer. Good heavens, a rare 2-star? Moreover, the number of demon goat monsters exceeds 4 squads. Is it truly necessary to station such powerful forces to guard a microscopic rare resource point? If it were a small one, would it not be guarded by rare level units? Richard couldn't help but lament the challenges posed by rare resources. Yet, after reviewing the attributes of the demon goat monsters several times, he dismissed the idea of retreating. While their attributes were indeed impressive, they lacked 2 crucial features: curse immunity and instant death immunity. Furthermore, their attacks were purely physical damage, making them vulnerable to the sandification skill, which was their bane. Glancing at the axe of the undead by his side, he made a resolute decision. Prepare for battle, everyone. Scorpion warriors, hold the front line and prevent the enemy from breaching your ranks. Curse Pharaoh, you shall cast spells from the rear, should the enemy evade the Scorpion warrior's defense. Immediately employ skills to hinder their movements. Axe of the undead, you are our main force. Position yourselves 20 meters behind the Scorpion warriors. Once the enemy crosses into the 30-meter range, launch an attack at once. The bandaged mummies and Scorpion warriors are elite units, but only the axe of the undead possesses rare-level combat capability. They are the key to winning this battle. Richard's cold voice brimmed with martial fervor. For squads of rare soldiers, this is undoubtedly a formidable battle. He stood alongside the cursed Pharaoh, personally commanding the assault. Advance. With this command, the venomous Scorpion warriors, equipped with colossal pincers and curved scorpion tails, descended step by step from the steep hills. Following closely were the axes of the undead, clad in black armor adorned with mandrake patterns. Finally, there was the cursed Pharaoh, emaciated, adorned with a colorful crown, and wielding a black scepter. With muscle, control, and output, this iron triangle was extraordinarily powerful. The demon sheep monsters in the gemstone mine immediately sensed the anomaly, their previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of acute vigilance. Arms tensed. They gripped their long-handled warhammers tightly. Their blood-red eyes began to emanate a chilling aura, fixating on the approaching troops of Dusk City with palpable murderous intent. One demon sheep monster, unable to contain its fury, roared skyward. The beastly growl reverberated across the sandy expanse. Damn the undead and mummies. To provoke the great demon is to seek your own demise. The leader of the demon sheep monster swung its warhammer forcefully, pointing it at the army charging down from the sand dunes. Kill. With a furious shout, dozens of demon sheep monsters charged towards the Scorpion warriors without a moment's hesitation. They aimed to crush these undead. The sound of hooves thundering on the sand sent plumes of fine dust into the air. As dozens of demon sheep monsters surged forward, the dust cloud rose over 10 meters high, rolling behind them. The sand dune, only 70 or 80 meters high, saw the Scorpion warriors abruptly halt a third of the way down. 13 Scorpion warriors opened their massive pincers, which could easily crush steel, laying a trap for the beasts to step into. 10 axes of the undead gripped their battle axes, their soul power igniting fiercely, a ghostly blue light spilling from their horned helmets. The cursed Pharaoh raised the scepter, and his incantation echoed at that moment. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, the enemy was drawing near. As the first 7 or 8 demon sheep monsters crossed within 10 meters of the Scorpion warriors, the axes of the undead emitted a furious roar, their bodies coiling like tightly wound springs, unleashing their utmost strength. Roar. D-rank, after emitting a roar. The next attack's power is increased by 50. With a forceful throw, the battle axe was cast forth, the chains on the arm clattering. The violent sound of slicing air pierced the eardrums. The axe left a trail of phantoms in the air. The demon sheep monsters, unprepared for the ranged assault from the axe-wielding undead, were distracted by the Scorpion warriors. By the time the axe whizzed through the air, It was too late for them to evade. The sound of a blade plunging into flesh echoed. One demon sheep monster's arm was severed cleanly in two. Blood gushed forth like a burst pipe. The axe, propelled by tremendous inertia, continued its flight even after cleaving the arm. Upon reaching its limit, the axes of the undead yanked the chain sharply. The battle axe was forcibly pulled back. The demon sheep monster, still reeling from the agony of its severed limb, suddenly felt an excruciating pain seeping into its back, swiftly spreading to its chest. Instinctively, it looked down to see a sharp axe blade, stained with blood, appearing in its field of vision. Before it could comprehend the situation, its strength ebbed away, its vision darkened, and it succumbed to unconsciousness. This strike did not trigger an instant death effect, yet even so, it possessed such terrifying lethality that it forcibly killed the rare 2-star demon sheep monster. The axes of the undead, within a radius of 10-30 meters, could unleash an attack power that exceeded their level, an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, 10 axes of the undead launched their assault simultaneously. Only one of the 8 demon sheep monsters managed to evade, while the others were struck down. The 30% instant death probability instantly felled 2 demon sheep monsters, who met their end before even reaching the scorpion warriors. Although a few others fought valiantly, they too fell one by one under the exaggerated axe control of the axes of the undead. The events transpired with breathless speed, mere moments passing. The rear demon sheep monsters beheld a dazzling array of axe glimmers reflecting the sunlight, only to witness their companions collapsing en masse. Blood pooled, staining the desert crimson. Yet, rather than instilling fear, this scene only heightened the demon sheep monsters' resolve. Their already crimson eyes seemed to bleed. Kill. They charged forward, warhammers raised, intent on tearing apart these undead. Chapter 49. Gemstone Mine. The first wave of confrontation concluded swiftly, with the axes of the undead achieving a resounding victory. Yet they had not yet retracted their battle axes. The second wave of demon sheep monsters surged forth, engaging fiercely with the scorpion warriors. Their long-handled warhammers were infused with terrifying power, determined to shatter these undead. A demon sheep monster swung its hammer at the nearest scorpion warrior, a strike that even made the scorpion warrior sense imminent danger. The colossal pincers closed, forming a barrier in front of it. Upon impact, sparks flew, reminiscent of a blacksmith striking a red-hot iron ingot. The demon sheep monster, shorter in stature than the scorpion warrior, unleashed such explosive force that the scorpion warrior staggered back 3 paces, its 8 legs sinking deep into the yellow sand. Brutal and overwhelming. The scorpion warriors, who had faced no challengers in close combat until now, found themselves at a disadvantage against the rare 2-star demon sheep monsters. The gap in their tiers widened the disparity in strength. Yet, undeterred by this setback, the scorpion warriors roared defiantly, holding their defensive line against the relentless onslaught of the demon sheep monsters. The battle was intensely fierce. Casting spells, controlling the situation, others were pushing through the scorpion warriors' defenses. At the moment Richard issued the command, the prepared cursed pharaoh raised his gnarled scepter. A dark glow swept across the sky. Pharaoh's curse, rank. Upon casting a curse on the enemy, they will enter a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 20 for 5 minutes, consuming 20 mana points. The curse words ensnared the foes. As 2 curses were unleashed, the demon sheep monsters, who were fiercely attacking, suddenly felt their strength diminish significantly. Even the speed of their hammer swings slowed. Some became completely immobilized, leaving them vulnerable to the scorpion warrior strikes. It was at this moment that the demon sheep monsters finally noticed the cursed pharaoh behind them. However, the 2 defensive lines before them stood as solid as rock, impassable. The only regret was that the cursed pharaoh commanded merely 1 squad, while 3 squads of demon sheep monsters remained, rendering complete control impossible. With a resounding crack, a demon sheep monster, unshackled from any curse, unleashed its formidable power, striking directly at the pincers of the venomous scorpion warrior. The warrior's claws, capable of rending steel, were marred with countless fissures, resembling shattered glass strewn upon the ground. Seizing the moment, the demon sheep monster charged forth, roaring as it swung its long-handled warhammer, intent on shattering the wretched scorpion. With a thunderous crash, the mighty blow that could obliterate boulders crushed the giant pincers, sending a tempest of debris swirling into the air. The residual force of the hammer continued unabated, directly shattering the scorpion warrior's chest. Yet, despite such a resounding victory, the demon sheep monster felt no joy, for it sensed that its strike had met with mere cotton. The overwhelming power remained unspent, leading to an imbalance that nearly caused it to stumble and fall. Santification. Once again, this life-preserving skill was invoked. The venomous scorpion warrior, whose chest was rapidly regenerating, let out a low growl. Seizing this rare opportunity, it swung its unharmed iron pincer. The iron hook, akin to a butcher's tool meant to hoist livestock, pierced the body of the demon sheep monster. With a fierce tug, an exaggerated gash was torn through the demon sheep's form. Simultaneously, the arched tail of the scorpion, laden with lethal venom, struck out like lightning. With a sickening squelch, it pierced through the demon sheep monster's shoulder, injecting a torrent of poison into its body. In that fleeting moment, the tide of battle turned. Life and death hung by a thread. Under the immense pressure from the demon sheep monster, the venomous scorpion warriors began to activate their sandification. The once unstoppable force of the demon sheep, which had been rampaging and overwhelming the scorpion warriors, was suddenly reduced to a mouse gnawing at a turtle. With no viable point of attack, their ability to shatter city walls proved futile against the scorpion warriors, who possessed a 99 immunity to physical damage. The sound of the battle axe slicing through the air erupted once more as the scorpion warriors activated their sandification. With a swift thrust, the demon sheep monster, barely having time to comprehend the impending attack, felt an agonizing pain as its soul was severed. It fell lifeless to the ground. The sandified scorpion warriors clung tenaciously to the demon sheep monster. The cursed pharaoh, meanwhile, unleashed a barrage of control skills to restrain the demon sheep's movements. The axe of the deceased, in concert with the other units, wreaked havoc with newfound ease. Moreover, at a distance of 20 to 30 meters, the 30 chance of triggering a soul execution led to a rapid decrease in the number of demon sheep monsters. When the axe of the deceased struck down the last demon sheep monster, the fierce battle, centered around the axe, came to a close. Ding! Your army has eradicated a horde of demon sheep monsters, achieving victory in a mini-battle, earning you 200 experience points. Ding! The axe of the deceased has slain numerous foes, resulting in a level up. Current level, 4. Upon reaching level 4, the axe's skills were refreshed, and its aura grew even more formidable. Richard observed from a distance, noting that aside from 3 or 4 eliminated by the scorpion warriors, the axe of the deceased had dispatched the remainder of the demon sheep monsters. The combat prowess displayed filled him with elation. Although today's battle had eradicated dozens of unit spawn points, all of them being elite or common tier, it could not gauge the true strength of the axe of the deceased. Yet, facing similarly rare units, the axe still exhibited absolute dominance, stirring a wave of excitement within him. This was indeed a unit worth nurturing to its fullest potential. Upon their demise, the weapons of the demon sheep monsters swiftly decayed and crumbled. This was a rule of the Radiant Era. Weapons and equipment would lose their potency and rapidly deteriorate upon the death of units recruited from their spawn nests. Richard paid no heed to this, joyfully descending into the gem mine beneath the sand dunes. Glistening fragments of gemstones nestled within the crevices of the stone shone magnificently under the setting sun, displaying captivating hues. No wonder dragons and maidens alike were enchanted by such sparkling treasures. They were undeniably beautiful. He resolved to instruct the miners to set aside a larger gemstone, just in case it might prove useful in the future. A system prompt appeared at an opportune moment. Ding! Would you like to claim the gem mine? After confirming, he marked the location on the system map, awaiting his return to dispatch a team for extraction. Fortunately, it was only a 40-minute journey back to his territory. A manageable feat in high spirits, he reflected on the day's bountiful harvest. First and foremost was the target hunt he had set for himself that day. Due to the respawning of wild monsters, he had slain a vast array of prey, directly converting it into 30,000 units of resources. Additionally, the system space had filled to capacity, yielding at least 2,000 units of meat. Just from the food alone, he had garnered a significant reward. Furthermore, through the hard-fought battle against the demon sheep monsters, he had gained a visceral understanding of the immense power at his disposal, which had elevated the axe of the deceased to level 4. Lastly, he had also claimed a rare resource point, the gem mine, leaving him with a sense of satisfaction. As he pondered, he searched the gem mine for any additional treasures, but found none. Thus, he did not linger and returned to his territory, laden with spoils. Upon his return, night had fallen. Karu awaited him as always, but to his surprise, Andal was also present. Good evening, Master Richard. Dinner has already been prepared for you in the kitchen. Additionally, the search teams have all returned. As Karu finished speaking, Andal stepped forward, her excitement palpable. Thank you, my lord, Richard replied softly. Andal, did our search party find your father? The girl shook her head vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. Richard was perplexed. How could she appear so joyful despite not finding him? Taking a few deep breaths to steady her emotions, Andal finally spoke. Master Richard, although they did not locate my father, they have learned of his whereabouts. Oh, was he rescued by someone else? Indeed, my father has reconnected with the Luanwei Flower Merchant Guild and is currently en route to Solon City. Ah, does he not care to search for you? Sensing Richard's confusion, the girl explained, the Luanwei Flower Merchant Guild possesses a unique treasure that can locate missing persons in the desert, but it requires the blood of a loved one. Richard understood at last. Clearly, this method was far more reliable than aimlessly searching through the sands. Onyx has returned to Solon City. Once they meet, he will undoubtedly convey the news of your safety. Andal nodded eagerly, bowing to Richard. If it were before, I would have undoubtedly sought out my father. However, her cheeks flushed. Now, I am a member of the City of Dusk, your subordinate. Since my father is safe, I will strive diligently for your sake. Richard contemplated her words thoughtfully. Had he adhered to conventional methods to complete the A-level hero recruitment task, he feared he might have already failed. The task assigned by the system was to locate the father of the other party before ensuring his safety, and to escort him back to their territory, thereby allowing Andal to remain. Otherwise, even if the scouts received news of her father's safety, Andal would still depart. After all, upon learning that her father had gone to Solon City, it was inconceivable for her to stay alone. When weighing a foreign territory against her father, is there truly any room for contemplation? Fortunately, an alternate path had been discovered, allowing the completion of the hero recruitment task ahead of time. A thought flickered in Richard's mind. It appeared that the hero recruitment task did not possess a singular avenue for completion. In the future, there might be opportunities for exploration in this regard, without being confined to the constraints of tasks. Chapter 50. The Reward System. As the excited Andal departed, Richard turned his attention to Karoo. From where did the rescue team acquire this information? After organizing his thoughts, Karoo responded in a hushed tone, "My lord. This information was relayed to them by a group from the Wanwei Flower Guild, stationed in the area for search efforts. Apart from news regarding Andal's father, were there any other discoveries? They also found some residents trapped in the Oasis. However, the rescue team just returned and is currently dining. So I did not have the opportunity to inquire in depth." Richard nodded. Since they had returned, there was no need to rush. What about the casualties in the other teams? 7 injured, 4 deceased. The deceased have been interred in the land of glory, and the injured shall receive some desert crown honey as a reward. Very well, he replied. After making these simple arrangements, Richard unloaded the bounty that had nearly filled the system's inventory, instructing the residents to manage it. He then returned to the Lord's estate to indulge in a sumptuous dinner. Once satiated, he summoned the rescue team. They had departed with 60 members, lost 6 in the previous skirmish, and now, 4 more had perished. Of the 10 mummies sent out, only 5 remained. The vast desert was indeed fraught with peril. Yet, this sacrifice had yielded an A-grade hero. Thus it was not in vain. A lord must not be indecisive in matters of command. When sacrifice is necessary, he shall not hesitate. This realm is one of competition among myriad races. The current peace merely signifies that the time for war has not yet arrived. Good night, my lord. Upon entering, all residents immediately bowed, none daring to overstep. Before them stood the sole sovereign of this land, whose word could dictate their fates. After rising, Richard surveyed the room appreciatively. There is no need for excessive formalities. Every resident who contributes to the City of Dusk deserves respect. You have all worked hard these past few days. These simple words instantly warmed the hearts of the crowd. The Lord has not forgotten us. Who among you would like to share what you have encountered during these days? Encouraged by his words, a young man stepped forward, tentatively speaking, "My lord, may I?" His voice trembled slightly, fists clenched tightly. As the crowd turned their gaze upon him, he felt his legs weaken. Richard regarded him with approval. Of course, there is no need to be nervous. You have completed your task and are heroes of the City of Dusk, deserving of my commendation. With a sigh of relief, the young man's tone grew more spirited. My lord, in the past few days. He proceeded to recount the experiences of the rescue team. Although he perceived the encounters as exceedingly perilous, fraught with formidable wild troops, Richard considered them merely commonplace, lacking the information he sought. After repeated inquiries and encouraging words, he moved on to the next representative of the search teams. Next, each team sent forth a representative to narrate their experiences over the past days. By the end, Richard could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Due to the inadequacy of the explorer's strength, even if they had discovered anomalies, they dared not approach. Not only did they fail to uncover structures akin to temples or one-way portals, but they also scarcely identified resource points. Are you certain that over these days, you have not encountered any structures resembling temples? No, the crowd unanimously shook their heads. What about territories similar to the City of Dusk? Again, they shook their heads in unison. This was indeed perplexing. Richard pondered for a long time, unable to decipher where the issue lay. Were there so few player lords in the desert camp? Why were there no player territories surrounding the City of Dusk? Or was the Death Desert simply too vast, causing the players to scatter, their fear of death preventing them from approaching, even from a distance? After contemplating fruitlessly, he decided to shift his inquiry. Have you encountered any others dispersed by the sandstorm? Yes. Finally, a response piqued Richard's interest. Where are they? Why did you not bring them back? The middle-aged man who spoke hesitated. They are at an oasis, unwilling to return to the City of Dusk. They prefer to wait for the Wanwei Flower Guild to rescue them. Richard's eyes narrowed slightly. How many are there? Over 300. Do you have a map? Please take a look. The middle-aged man stepped forward, cautiously unfolding a rudimentary map on the table, pointing to a circled location. This is it. They have ample water and food, and they do not wish to leave. He concluded awkwardly, explaining that they had specifically sought out these individuals but were taken aback when they refused to return with them. However, the strategy of waiting for the Wanwei Flower Guild to arrive was not entirely flawed, as they had originally intended to traverse the Death Desert alongside the guild. When faced with an unfamiliar territory, the choice was clear. Aren't those your companions? Why won't they return with you, my lord? Most of those who followed the Wanwei Flower Guild were strangers. Richard understood, a hint of amusement crossing his face. An oasis with water was not surprising. But what kind of oasis could sustain enough food for hundreds of people? Furthermore, had they not been besieged by a sandstorm for nearly 2 weeks? Could they really survive solely on their remaining provisions for such an extended period? This question caused the middle-aged man to pause, then awkwardly shake his head. I do not know. They did not allow us to enter. He hesitated, finally expressing his concern. My lord, they insisted we not bring others back, claiming they lacked food and that there was no need to stay in the City of Dusk, as it was safer elsewhere. Oh, this remark greatly intrigued Richard. There must be something amiss. It is one thing for these hundreds to linger in a modest oasis, but to assert they have sufficient food while simultaneously attempting to undermine his position. Does this not seem exceedingly peculiar? Understood. I am aware of the matter. In a few days, I shall personally pay a visit, and at that time, you shall guide me. Indeed, my lord. After Richard concluded his words and encouraged the residents, he permitted them to retire for the night. He had initially intended to bestow some rewards upon them, yet he awkwardly discovered that aside from provisions, the storeroom contained little more than some pelts from wild beasts. There seemed to be nothing of significant value to offer. Once the crowd had dispersed, Richard cast his gaze upon Karoo, who had followed the throng and remained silent at the back. Karoo, what rewards do you typically bestow upon your subordinates? Sensing Richard's unease, Karoo promptly understood and responded, My lord, common rewards may include gold coins, beast pelts, or some ordinary medicinal herbs and supplies. Desert crown honey is regarded as a precious item of reward. For those who have rendered great service, one may bestow honors such as titles from the City of Dusk, or certain esteemed titles, or even grant a parcel of land. Upon hearing this, Richard experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, rewards need not be limited to tangible items. Spiritual and honorary rewards are equally valid. In the lower ranks, material rewards might still be necessary. However, as one's subordinates ascend in rank, continuing to offer material rewards could be perceived as somewhat beneath them. In the future, for those who achieve great feats, titles such as honorary baron or honorary earl could be conferred. This approach requires neither monetary expenditure nor grants of authority, yet it would certainly enhance one's prestige, truly a multifaceted benefit. Chapter 51, A Surge of Forces, The Guardian Mummy. Having grasped the key concept, Richard felt buoyed in spirit. Karoo, tomorrow we shall hold a ceremony of honor, allowing all residents who participated in this rescue to ascend the stage and receive their rewards. Tonight, instruct the seamstress to procure some red fabric to create large red flowers for them to wear. If the fabric is insufficient, let them be smaller, to be pinned on their chests. All who took part in this rescue mission shall be awarded the collective bronze medal of the City of Dusk. Prepare a piece of paper to inscribe the names of all participants, to be presented along with the bronze medals. Additionally, have Andal forge the bronze medals for me, and also design the silver and gold medals, as well as the highest honor, the Lord's Medal of the City of Dusk. In the future, for those who have rendered meritorious service, according to the degree of their achievements, we shall hold ceremonies of honor to publicly bestow rewards and grant medals. Rewards will be divided into collective and individual accolades. Tasks with numerous participants will receive collective medals, while tasks completed by individuals will receive personal medals. The residents who earn these medals may display the title of Honorable Resident at their doorsteps, allowing for preferential promotion in the future. Richard adapted a reward system with centuries of history to better suit his needs. Corresponding medals would be accompanied by certain material rewards, the specifics of which you may research further. This system is in its initial stages and is likely to contain flaws or areas needing enhancement. Please observe closely and make improvements in due course. Karoo, upon hearing this, was quite exhilarated. My lord, your wisdom is truly worthy of divine admiration. While everything else was commendable, the establishment of collective rewards particularly delighted him. When a significant event involves many participants, each contributing, it would diminish the honor to issue it to every individual, would it not? The collective reward elegantly resolves this dilemma. Richard did not dwell excessively on this aspect. The City of Dusk is still quite weak, and a complex system would serve little purpose at this stage. How much have we processed from the prey I brought back? Karoo replied with a smile. There is an abundance, and it will require time to manage. The sight of a full granary undeniably brings a sense of security. Richard nodded. Rising from the hall to the well, where 200 individuals were busily engaged. Some were boiling water, others skinning, eviscerating, and cutting meat, each performing their duties with remarkable speed as they tackled the mountain of game. The cleaned and cut meat was piled upon the thoroughly washed ground. The subsequent step would involve cooking and then drying the meat, allowing it to be preserved for an extended duration in the arid desert environment. Thus, the provisions for long journeys are prepared. Observing the mountain of meat, Richard contemplated opening the trading market. Despite having posted bounty information for several days, there had been no response. 15 desert horses for a 1-star resource treasure, a juju grove, 10 acres, with a bounty of 2. 20 desert horses for a resource treasure or other treasures applicable in the desert. Trade requires mutual consent. A fragment of spring water had been successfully traded, and he now possessed 9 shards, just 1 shard shy of synthesizing a medium-sized spring. In recent days, He had frequently overheard residents discussing the difficulty of drawing water from the well and the need to travel to the jujube grove for water. This issue had also been relayed to him by Karu several times. However, 3-star treasure chests are indeed scarce, and the likelihood of them yielding spring water shards, as well as the willingness to sell such quantities, is quite limited. Thus, the acquisition of the final shard would ultimately depend on a stroke of luck. This matter cannot be rushed. After some thought, he directly adjusted the bounty price for the jujube grove. 30 desert horses for a 1-star resource treasure, a jujube grove, 10 acres, with a bounty of 1. Originally set at 15 horses for 1 item, he doubled the offer. The price of food had recently declined somewhat, and the chances of players unearthing resource treasures were exceedingly slim, making willing sellers even rarer. The value of jujubes lies in their fixed maturation once a month. More importantly, they provide ample pollen for the desert crown bees, significantly enhancing honey production. If multiple jujube groves are cultivated and planted at staggered times, the desert crown bees could harvest nectar throughout the entire month. The desert crown bees are, after all, a primary focus of his cultivation efforts. After making slight adjustments, Richard could only hope for the player's assistance. He resumed his search for food. 60 units of wheat for 1,200 gold coins. 20 units of wild boar meat for 700 units of wood. 30 units of buffalo meat for 900 units of iron ore. The exchange rate for meat to ordinary resources hovers around 130, with ordinary food approximately at 120. The price of meat was evidently lower than it had been in previous days, and the quantity being sold had increased, although most transactions comprised dozens of units, with 100 or 200 units being rather uncommon. Clearly, as time progressed, players began to find their footing. Richard glanced at his attribute panel. He still possessed 30,000 units of resources. This was the harvest from today. Although I command a substantial army, my forces stationed to defend the territory are alarmingly weak. Reinforcements are imperative. The stronghold is the very core of all. A vulnerable rear makes me uneasy. He began to deliberate. The troops responsible for safeguarding the territory must possess several characteristics. The first being adaptability to the desert climate. Secondly, there is no need for logistical support. I certainly do not wish to be exhausted by supply chains. Thirdly, the defensive capabilities are formidable, making them well suited for the guardianship of territory. Fourthly, there is immense potential, warranting further cultivation. However, after much contemplation, Richard's gaze shifted once more towards the mummies. They require no logistical assistance, possess tremendous combat prowess, thrive in the desert, and harbor no fear of death. Aside from their lack of aesthetic appeal, their advantages are plentiful. Searching through the desert faction, he found a plethora of mummy units. Richard began to sift through them. First, he examined the elite tier unit nests, but their numbers were merely in the thousands, and they were mostly subpar units. No one was willing to part with the truly valuable ones. In contrast, other major factions, such as humans and elves, boasted tens of thousands of elite nests, making the desert faction appear rather pitiful by comparison. After a brief review, he closed that window and reopened the ordinary tier. The following units caught his attention. Razor-toothed mummy, ordinary 1 star, priced at 600 units of wood. Howling mummy, ordinary 3 stars, priced at 1,000 units of stone. Spiked mummy, ordinary 3 stars, priced at 1,200 units of iron ore. The array of peculiar mummy units opened his eyes. After 20 full minutes, he finally encountered a unit that truly captivated him, the Mummy Guardian. Level 1 potential. Ordinary 3 stars skills, undead body, F grade. Immune to poison and plague, reduces physical damage by 15. Guardian, F grade, within territorial bounds, increases all attributes by 30. The effect is nullified upon leaving the territory. Patrol, F grade, can patrol the territory, enhancing sensitivity by 30 and detecting infiltrators. Formation, E grade, can form an attacking formation of 10. Racial talent, increases health regeneration speed by 50 while fighting within territory. Bond, mummy. If the number of mummies exceeds 10, their strength increases by 10. If it exceeds 30, strength increases by 20. If it exceeds 50, strength increases by 30, agility by 30, and damage by 30. Description: the mummies that guard the pharaoh, they are notably vigilant. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Mummy Guardian, Richard wasted no time and chose to purchase it immediately. With 4 initial skills, it was simply extraordinary, and it was perfectly suited for territorial defense. After spending 3,000 units of iron ore, Richard acquired the unit nest for this Mummy Guardian. However, one was not enough. He continued to search and purchased the other 2 available in the marketplace, one for 3,500 units of wood and the other for 3,800 gold coins. The prices rivaled those of elite tier units, indicating that the sellers were well aware of the Mummy Guardian's strength, thus daring to set such prices. He felt no remorse. Purchasing them and upgrading to elite units would surely yield no loss. To upgrade 3 unit nests, approximately 15,000 resources were required. He proceeded without delay. Do you wish to spend 500 gold coins to purchase the Desert Raider unit nest? Confirm. Do you wish to spend 500 units of wood to purchase the Saw-Toothed Sandmouse unit nest? Confirm. After acquiring 30 unit nests, Richard found his resource panel had dwindled from 30,000 to less than 7,000. Yet, this was precisely the outcome he sought for his mass recruitment endeavor. And he felt a sense of accomplishment. Once he secured the unit nests, he promptly placed them in the corner of the front yard. Do you wish to consume 400 gold coins, 400 wood units, and 400 stone units to construct the Guardian's domain? He confirmed 3 times in succession. After expending 600 resources, 3 3-meter-tall pyramids emerged before him, their exteriors seemingly eroded by wind and sand over millennia, adorned with countless pockmarks. The Guardian's domain, ordinary 3 stars, can consume 10 ordinary unit nests to upgrade to elite 3 stars. Do you wish to upgrade? Confirm. After depleting the 30-unit nest cores, the pyramid before him grew to 4 meters. The wind-eroded facade appeared even more decrepit, with fist-sized craters that evoked the troubling thought of hands potentially emerging from within. Chapter 52, Unit Refresh. A bountiful wave Guardian's domain level, elite 3 stars, recruitable units. Mummy Guardian, elite 3 stars, recruitable quantity. 20, weekly production, 10 recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. Description, a standard mummy unit nest. Do you wish to consume 800 gold coins, 800 units of wood, and 800 units of stone to recruit 20 mummy guardians? 3-unit nests can produce 60 mummy guardians. The resource expenditure alone amounts to 2 for 100 gold coins, 2 400 wood units, and 2 for 100 stone units, totaling 200 resources. After constructing the units, Richard was left with just over 6,000. A wry smile crossed his face. Even the landlord's household had no surplus left. Opening the trading market, he glanced at 3 purchase requests and withdrew the offer to trade 20 desert horses for other resource treasures. He exchanged the 20 desert horses for resources instead. A complete desert horse was worth 6,000 resource units, yielding a total of 120,000 units. This resource could even facilitate the cultivation of 2 rare-level unit nests. However, if possible, he would rather exchange for resource treasures, which were truly invaluable. Unfortunately, no one was selling. With resources in hand, Richard felt emboldened. He proceeded to recruit all. As 200 resources vanished, a pale yellow glow flickered, and from the heavily weathered pyramid, countless fine sands began to surge forth. These sands flowed out and gathered before the pyramid, coalescing into a mummy wielding a round shield in one hand and a long knife in the other. Their bandages were a decayed yellow, as if they had lain buried underground for countless years. They exuded a formidable presence, rivaling that of the bandaged mummies. Mummy Guardian Level 1 Potential, Elite 3 stars. Skills, Undead Body, E grade, immune to poison and plague, reduces physical damage by 30. Guardian, E grade. Within territorial bounds, increases all attributes by 40. The effect is nullified upon leaving the territory. Patrol, E grade, can patrol the territory, enhancing security by 40 sensitivity and detecting infiltrators. Formation, D grade, can form an attacking formation of 10. Racial talent, increases stamina and injury recovery speed by 50 while fighting within territory. Bonded mummies, when the number of mummies exceeds 10, their strength increases by 10. When the number exceeds 30, strength rises by 20. When the number surpasses 50, strength boosts by 30, agility increases by 30, and damage amplifies by 30, activated. Introduction. These mummies, guardians of the Pharaoh, are exceedingly vigilant. Once all 6 squads are fully assembled, the mummy guardians abruptly strike their blades against their round shields. The resounding clang of metal reverberates through the night, echoing far and wide, as if they are heralding their arrival in this manner. Richard nods in satisfaction. After upgrading to Elite 3 stars, the skills of the mummy guardians have all ascended by 1 level, greatly enhancing their capabilities. And this represents the formidable force of 6 entire squads. With such power, he no longer needs to worry about his lair being plundered during his hunts. Extending his right hand, he harnesses the latent energy within his body, which erupts in a golden cascade reminiscent of desert sands. Under his bestowal, 60 mummy guardians have acquired a portion of the desert's power, gaining a new ability, Sandification, Grade D. All troops can undergo sandification, marking a distinctive characteristic of the Twilight City. Richard's spirits soar. From now on, you shall be tasked with safeguarding the territory, patrolling day and night to fend off external incursions. We shall heed your command, Master. The considerable commotion has already drawn the attention of numerous residents. Karoo hurriedly arrives, his eyes widening at the sight of the newly summoned troops. My Lord Richard, is this the army you just recruited? Richard affirms with a nod. Indeed, these mummy guardians have been specifically recruited to protect our territory. They will gain additional attribute bonuses within the confines of our land, becoming exceedingly powerful, though they will lose considerable strength outside of it. Henceforth, you are empowered to command this army, but be judicious in your utilization. Richard's words bestow significant authority upon Karoo. Yet, judging by Karoo's conduct over the past few days, he is indeed worthy of such trust. Taking a deep breath, Karoo's murky eyes now brim with resolve, and his tattered form seems to regain its youthful vigor. I will defend Twilight City with my life. Richard nods slightly. However, as Karoo is no longer a hero and lacks the ability to command the troops, he must relay instructions. All mummy guardians shall obey Karoo's commands while adhering to the principle of guarding the territory. With a wave of his hand, he directs them to follow Karoo. Consequently, coupled with the remaining 3 squads of bandaged mummies, the forces tasked with protecting Twilight City now approach the strength of a full company. In the future, bandaged mummies will be stationed outside the territory as sentinels, while the mummy guardians will remain in Twilight City. With forces both within and outside, they will have ample time to respond to any enemy attacks. Richard feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Just as he intends to return for a relaxing bath, the system suddenly chimes with a notification. This week marks a special disaster week, drought. Lords are advised to take precautions. All troop nest outputs have been refreshed. Lords may recruit autonomously. What is this situation? He pauses, glancing at the first system notification before instinctively checking the system time. Year 7600 of the glorious era, May 8th, 2000. This week is a special disaster week of drought. I am in the desert, and you tell me about drought? Is there a place in this world drier than this desolate land? After internally voicing his complaints, Richard notices the second system notification. Troop outputs will refresh every Monday at 8 p.m. His breath quickens. He hurriedly opens the troop nest panel. The next moment, his heart races with excitement. This wave is simply explosive. The Great Pyramid, elite 3 stars, 3 structures, can recruit troops, bandaged mummies, with a recruitment capacity of 21. Scorpion Nest, elite 3 stars, 1 structure, can recruit troops, scorpion warriors, with a recruitment capacity of 7. Cursed Pyramid, elite 3 stars, 1 structure, can recruit troops, Cursed Pharaoh, with a recruitment capacity of 5. Axe Hunt, rare 3 stars, 1 structure, can recruit troops, Axe of the Dead, with a recruitment capacity of 5. More astonishingly, he glances at the mummy guardians he just recruited moments ago. Guardians Land, elite 3 stars, 3 structures, can recruit troops, mummy guardians, with a recruitment capacity of 30. Haha. Richard burst into laughter. What does it mean to hit the jackpot? This is what it means to hit the jackpot. Chapter 53, The Surprises Brought by the Desert Bees. If he recruits all the refreshed troops, his military strength will experience an explosive surge. Bandaged mummies can be recruited in numbers of 21, Scorpion Warriors 7, Cursed Pharaohs 5, Axes of the Dead 5, and Mummy Guardians 30. The total sums up to 68. Nearly 7 squads. This is an absolute windfall. Richard exerts considerable effort to suppress his inner excitement. However, to recruit all 68 of these troops will require substantial resources. Bandaged mummies recruitment demand 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. For 21 of them, that totals 640 units of gold, wood, and stone, amounting to 920 units of resources. Scorpion Warriors recruitment demand 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron ore. For 7, that totals 840 units of resources. Cursed Pharaohs for 5 totals 600 units. Axes of the Dead for 5 totals 6,000 units. Mummy Guardians for 30 total 3,600 units. The grand total is 15,650. Richard reflects after calculations, realizing why it is said that armies are built with wealth. The 5 rare Axes of the Dead alone consume 6,000 units of resources, accounting for 2/3 of all other troop costs combined. Just for these few dozen troops. The expense is already staggering. As troop levels rise, the cost will likely become even more outrageous. Nevertheless, he currently possesses 120,000 units of resources, a veritable tycoon, and has no cause for concern. In a buoyant mood, Richard rises and steps outside to recruit all the refreshed troops. After expending 15,000 units of resources, his power dramatically escalates. The number of bandaged mummies reaches 51, Scorpion Warriors 20, Cursed Pharaohs 15, Axes of the Dead 15, along with the forces protecting the territory, Mummy Guardians 90. The total military strength has surged to 191, nearly 2 full companies. In the future, when he ventures out to hunt, he can leave the bandaged mummies and mummy guardians behind. This newfound strength is sufficient to ensure the safety of Twilight City. Richard felt a significant alleviation of pressure in his heart. Casting aside the garrison troops, he led 5 battalions of soldiers to venture forth and survey the land. The strength of the Iron Triangle surged to new heights. Tomorrow, he could attempt to conquer the medium-sized gold mine. He wondered whether defeating those fully defensive half-metal giants would yield treasures akin to treasure maps. With his rapid enhancement in power, Richard drew ever closer to conquering those advanced maps. The one-way portal offered an average strength level reaching the rare tier of a 1-star dungeon. The 2-star treasure map obtained from the Axe of the Fallen, the foreboding dark temple guarded by terrifyingly powerful temple sentinels, and the desert dragon, a formidable creature of level 15, which he had glimpsed hurriedly near the one-way portal. These advanced maps would be futile without a robust army. However, Dusk City was now poised to explore them. The desert, along with countless mysteries, awaited his discovery. Filled with anticipation and excitement, Richard settled into a peaceful slumber. He awoke the following day at 10 o'clock. Upon rousing, the cook promptly brought him hot water, attending to his ablutions. To sleep until naturally awakened, while being catered to around the clock, had been his previous aspiration. Now, in this world, it seemed that dream had come to fruition. In the future, he would seek out a few elves or beast girls to serve as maids, adorned in black silk stockings and short skirts. The maid outfits would be a hallmark of a lord's simple yet refined lifestyle. Ideas that had once seemed unattainable now appeared feasible. This world had no laws to bind him. After reflecting on the decadence of a lord's existence and envisioning a future steeped in even greater indulgence, Richard enjoyed breakfast, served by two smiling cooks, and prepared to set out to explore. However, before embarking, he made a stop at the Jujube Grove. As Karu had mentioned that the Jujubes were in bloom, the Jujube Grove held a crucial position in his agricultural endeavors, an indispensable component of the ecosystem. Upon arriving at the lush Jujube Grove, Richard's eyes sparkled with delight. On the endless expanse of yellow sand, amidst the vibrant green leaves, the fragrance of jujube blossoms wafted through the air. Just days ago, only a few buds had been visible. Now, the grove was in full bloom. What particularly caught his attention was that the jujube flowers were not of a singular hue, but a riot of colors. At first glance, the verdant woodland was adorned with rainbow-hued blossoms. Countless black and yellow bees buzzed about, diligently collecting nectar. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Even more striking was the stark contrast between the vibrant life of the Jujube Grove and the surrounding barren sands, synonymous with death and desolation. In such a lifeless expanse, these exquisite flowers flourished, evoking a sense of hope and vitality that words could scarcely capture. Seeing Richard, several residents tasked with managing the Jujube Grove immediately bowed in greeting. "Good day, my lord." Richard smiled gently. "You have tended to it well." As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and he furrowed his brow. Have those venomous wasps appeared again during this time? The leader, a middle-aged woman with a round face resembling two half-cut red apples, spoke rapidly with a sharp voice. "My lord, those wasps are utterly despicable. They come every day to prey on our bees. Sometimes they visit 7 or 8 times in a single day. If you hadn't advised us to refrain from taking action, we would have certainly dispatched those wasps ourselves." Richard chuckled, bemused. "Those venomous wasps can easily kill 10 camels. Do not provoke them. Are we to simply allow them to bully us?" The plump woman retorted, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. "I will find a way to resolve this matter," Richard assured her, his tone serious. "Remember, if you wish to avoid being sent to the land of glory the next day, do not act rashly." "Understood, my lord." Given his stern warning, the residents dared not speak further, though the plump woman remained disgruntled, muttering about finding a way to deal with those unruly pests. Richard waved them off and ventured alone into the Jujube Grove. A unique fragrance enveloped him, instantly refreshing his spirit. With the arrival of blossoms, the desert bees buzzed with extraordinary joy. As they returned to their hive, their legs were coated with pollen. Occasionally, a few bees would approach him, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Witnessing this vibrant scene lifted his spirits. The sight of such vitality emerging from the desert filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Arriving at the beehive, he opened the attribute panel. Desert Yellow Bee Hive, Level, Special, Queen Bee. Intermediate, upon promotion to Advanced Queen Bee. The hive can produce higher quality honey. Traits, capable of producing medium quality desert honey with a unique aroma, which significantly accelerates stamina and injury recovery while slightly enhancing mana recovery. Hive population, small, yield, minimum of 10 units of high-quality honey per week. Description, a rare species of bee found in the desert, exceedingly uncommon. Note, the desert bees have birthed 2 new queen bees, which will split the hive in 3 days. Chapter 54, surprises abound. Seeing this notification, Richard burst into hearty laughter. Splitting the hive already? I didn't expect it to happen so soon. He was particularly invested in these little creatures that could brew delectable honey. The future prosperity of Dusk City would largely depend on them. With the hive splitting at the time of the Jujube blossoms, the reproduction rate would surely be rapid. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the honey yield matched that of the original hive. 3 hives of bees could produce 30 units of honey weekly. If nurtured continuously, it might evolve into a pillar industry for Dusk City. However, given that the system indicated extreme rarity, such expansion was likely not so straightforward. It was highly probable that after this split, there would be a period of development. Richard shook his head, regardless of what lay ahead. A split was undeniably a fortuitous event. Desert Crown honey, so exquisite, could easily fetch 10,000 to 100,000 units of resources per jar, right? Even if it were merely 10,000 resources per jar, producing 30 jars weekly would yield a staggering 300,000 units of resources. It was simply delightful. Now, the question remained whether Onik, a member of the Wanwei Flower Merchant Guild, could leverage those 2 jars of honey to penetrate the market in Solon City. As for selling to other players, those fools seemed to be growing increasingly impoverished. Who would spend 000 resources on a jar of honey? With that money, wouldn't it be more appealing to purchase several elite troops? Buzzing. As his thoughts wandered, the bees that had been peacefully fluttering about suddenly emitted a fearful sound. Swish. Richard looked up to see two venomous wasps, each about 8 centimeters long, descending with their wings flapping. Watching as these wasps killed 2 bees before flying away, a surge of anger ignited within him. A strategy must be devised to eliminate these rare-grade wasps. It is intolerable to have been bullied by a mere handful of them after spending so much time. He is resolute that he will not be bested by them. Should it come to pass, they shall be fried to perfection, for wasp larvae are indeed a delicacy. With a fiery determination, he departed the sand jujube grove, his brow furrowed, leaving several residents too intimidated to speak. Richard did not linger, making his way to the flame dragon rabbit breeding base a few hundred meters away. At this moment, the sunken sandy area was entirely encircled by a 2-meter-wide thicket of wisteria thorns. Moreover, to avert any unforeseen incidents, a dozen or so goblins were hammering wooden stakes to construct an additional fence. As Richard approached, he overheard the voice of Qingya, the diminutive goblin, who was presently directing the others with great bravado. Strike firmly. The esteemed lord has instructed me to ensure the flame dragon rabbits are well guarded. This wall serves as our second line of defense. Subsequently, we shall establish a third, fourth, and even a fifth layer of security. Strong Qingya, how does my steak driving fare? Quite well. You may indulge in an extra piece of meat tonight. Master Qingya, you are truly a magnanimous and benevolent leader. I commend you. Strong Qingya, what do you think of my nail driving? Moderate, though some would ask you. Master Qingya, your eyesight is sharper than that of a hawk. Strong Qingya, how does my planting of this wisteria thorn appear? Terrible. Uproot it and replant. Master Qingya, your reprimands resonate like thunder. They are remarkably powerful. Initially, this flattery was tolerable. But as Richard listened further, his lips twitched in irritation. Are these green-skinned creatures truly devoid of common sense? Strong Qingya, with your frail frame, a mere sneeze could fracture your ribs. Can't the other goblins find some semblance of dignity in their sycophancy? Such childish banter is utterly absurd. Having relished the compliments, Qingya suddenly spotted Richard. The entire group tensed, and he immediately straightened his posture, bellowing with fervor. All gather. The great and magnanimous lord has arrived. The other desert goblins promptly set down their tools and hastened to form a line before Richard, standing at attention. Qingya then commanded, "Salute the great lord." With that, he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Good day, great lord." The other goblins echoed the gesture, chorusing, "Good day, great lord." Richard observed this spectacle, his expression frozen in disbelief. How familiar they all seemed. Had they rehearsed this? He wearily waved his hand. "Rise." "Thank you, lord." Qingya led the chorus, and the others followed suit. Noticing that the green-skinned goblins appeared to have more to present, Richard could no longer contain himself and interrupted. "Enough with the formalities. Abolish these rituals from now on. Qingya, remain here. The rest may return to their duties." Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Qingya felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. He stood there, dazed. The great lord did not appreciate the greeting rituals he had painstakingly learned from many humans, and he had plenty more to showcase. Once the other goblins departed, Richard chastised this idle creature before shifting to more pressing matters. "How have the flame dragon rabbits fared these past few days?" Upon hearing this, Qingya sprang to life, eagerly responding, "My lord, ever since the wisteria thorns encircled the area, the flame dragon rabbits have begun nesting on the dragon leaf grass. Their injuries have all healed. In these past few days, the young flame dragon rabbits have grown exceedingly healthy." Richard nodded. "You mentioned previously that the flame dragon rabbits shed their fur automatically? How often does this occur?" "Once a month," Qingya declared emphatically, thumping his chest. "I have observed closely. The flame dragon rabbits absorb vast amounts of solar energy daily, which gets stored in their fur, causing it to grow rapidly. Typically, they must shed before the month is out to utilize the new rabbit fur to expend their excess energy." Richard's gaze shifted, contemplating. This goblin, when not exhibiting foolishness, displayed a remarkable intelligence. "Is there a significant difference in quality between the fur they shed and that which is plucked from them?" "My lord, the fur they shed is akin to mature fruit on a tree, while the fur plucked from them is like unripe fruit. The shed fur is of the finest quality. It is merely that most prefer to strip the rabbit-esque skin for aesthetic purposes." Richard was pleasantly surprised, unearthing this hidden knowledge. How is the shed fur collected? There is no need for collection. The flame dragon rabbits utilize the fallen fur to construct their nests. We need only retrieve the fur from their nests each month. Remarkable. An automatic fur collection system? Richard mused. Suddenly, he realized how easy it was to rear these flame dragon rabbits. Simply confine them and refrain from feeding them, and they would even collect their shed fur autonomously, saving considerable labor. This was truly a boon for the indolent. In this world, there could be no more effortless endeavor than this. The only concern was ensuring these rabbits were not fed. Even the capitalists would weep at such a revelation. Chapter 55. I have an older sister who loves to wear black stockings with a delightful mood. Richard left the sand jujube grove and continued eastward with his army to survey the map. Today he intended to conquer a medium-sized gold mine guarded by half-metal giants. Those hulking behemoths, fully equipped with defenses, had left a lasting impression on him. However, bolstered by the recent increase in the number of Reaper's axes, this formidable weapon instilled in him a profound confidence. With a 30 instant kill rate, one must ask, who could remain unfazed? Furthermore, with the special skill of sandification providing a natural counter to physical damage units, he harbored no fears of complications. At worst, they could all retreat into the sand. With such powerful trump cards, Richard felt invincible. While on the road, he opened the forum, curious about the circumstances of other Lord players following yesterday's unit production refresh. Haha. I purchased 5 unit nests yesterday, and just as I recruited a batch, they refreshed. I couldn't believe it. I recruited those units again. Now I can wield a gun like a rat and scare off cats. What a loss. Damn. Yesterday a vagrant offered his wife to me for a position. I was so pleased, I went to bed early and failed to recruit my units, missing the refresh opportunity. This morning, a horde of bandits raided my territory. And with insufficient forces, I could only be cleaned out. Later, I discovered that the vagrant was, in fact, a spy sent by the enemy. And his wife was involved in unsavory dealings. I found myself pondering how to address this ailment. Is it still possible to maintain my virtue? Ha ha ha. I unleashed a simultaneous surge of troops from 10 different types of nests. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Yet. I couldn't help but wonder why these units consume more rations than the residents themselves. Oh dear, I'm quite alarmed. If this continues, my territory will be overrun. Among the various posts, one particularly amused Richard while also prompting deep reflection. He made a point to revisit it multiple times. Wasn't it that fool who claimed that the undead units thrived without logistics and could be developed extensively? What a misguided belief. I, as a denizen of the Holy Empire, had envisioned a scenario where, upon the demise of the residents, I could recruit skeleton warriors from their remains. However, once the undead units materialized, chaos instantly engulfed my territory. Those wretched commoners declared the undead as evil incarnate and demanded the expulsion of my troops. What nonsense. Could that even be feasible? After I refused, the morale plummeted rapidly, spiraling out of control. Today, there were even leaders inciting rebellion. In my fury, I dealt with them swiftly, turning their corpses into skeletons. Although this action momentarily quelled their dissent, I sensed that morale had hit rock bottom. What should I do? My territory is on the brink of collapse. First floor. Is the original poster perhaps a simpleton caught in transmission? You, a human of the Holy Empire, summoning skeletons. Isn't that tantamount to courting disaster? Have you ever seen a human territory that nurtures skeleton warriors? It would terrify the populace to death. Second floor. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to burst into laughter. You truly are a little genius. Each faction possesses its unique characteristics. If you fail to leverage the strengths of your own faction and instead wish to dabble in the units of others, that is indeed courting catastrophe. Third floor. Have you ever witnessed the undead recruiting an army of elves? Fourth floor. I have a splendid idea. Why not simply slaughter those residents and convert to the undead faction? Fifth floor. Richard fell into contemplation. Recruiting undead units within a human territory would surely provoke backlash. Why did the residents show no response to the few undead units he had summoned? Was this a hidden setting of the glorious era? Might it be that a lord faces no consequences when recruiting units from their own faction, but incurs penalties for straying too far? The further one deviates from their faction, the harsher the repercussions. Just like the peculiar case of a human lord summoning undead units, where the two parties are antagonistic, resulting in the most severe penalties. In the desert faction, which is orderly and neutral, the range of recruitable units should be broader, and mummies being a desert specialty would naturally be less affected. Although there are fewer restrictions in terms of faction, the environment imposes significant limitations. If the summoned units are ill-suited for desert survival, even if the residents do not object, their combat efficacy will drastically diminish. Just as summoning human units in the desert may lead to dehydration and an inability to adapt to the arid environment, severely impairing their combat prowess. It seems that future recruitment must be approached with greater consideration. Upon grasping this crucial insight, many of his prior confusions suddenly cleared up. Just as he intended to close the forum, a private message notification chimed. He casually clicked it open, revealing a familiar ID. Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Chinchio. Big shot. Chinchio? Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Ah, big shot, you're online. Stop with the pleasantries. What do you want? Chinchio, big shot, you've changed. You didn't speak to me like this when you wanted to buy my resources. When you needed me, you called me sweetheart. Now that you don't, I'm just Mrs. Nyo, enough. You're really not in the mood for jokes, huh? I was going to introduce you to my sister who loves wearing black stockings, stands at 1.72 meters, and has a 36D bust. But never mind, let's get to the point. Big shot. I discovered a one-way teleportation portal leading to a 2-star dungeon. I plan to grind there. You must have farmed a lot of food, so you must have also tackled dungeons, right? Any tips for me? If I clear the dungeon, I promise to gift you a treasure. You're planning to grind a 2-star dungeon? Exactly. To be honest, I stumbled upon 2 3-star chests, made a small fortune, and purchased 10 ordinary and 5 elite troop nests. After yesterday's refresh of recruitable units, I now have 3 squads of troops. How does that sound, big shot? Not bad, right? After sending that message, he wore a triumphant grin. Flaunting his prowess before the enigmatic and formidable Qingqiu was quite exhilarating. However, Richard's subsequent message sent chills down his spine. Go ahead and seek your own demise. A 2-star dungeon? What gave you the audacity? Do you even know what lurks within a 1-star dungeon? The average strength of the units is rare. Wait until you've amassed 3 squads of rare units before considering a 2-star dungeon. With that, Richard closed the forum, utterly disinterested in the foolish chatter. Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Sent a barrage of messages, receiving no reply, leaving him both astonished and terrified. A 1-star dungeon with units of average rare strength? Good heavens, he had nearly ventured into a 2-star dungeon. What a close call. Fortunately, he had exercised caution, regaining his composure. He felt a surge of profound gratitude and deep respect for Richard. The big shot had saved his life. However, how did the illustrious Qingqiu possess such detailed knowledge about the 1-star dungeon? The information was not observable from outside the dungeon. Could it be that he had ventured there himself? Otherwise, how could he be so well informed? Just how powerful was Qingqiu, who could clear a dungeon with units of average rare strength? In an instant, Richard's status in his mind soared. After some contemplation, he opened the private message and sent a message to one of his friends. Sister, I just communicated with that big shot Qingqiu, who mentioned that the units in the 1-star dungeon are of rare strength. He didn't mention the 2-star, but one can only imagine it's even more formidable. We need to postpone our strategy. Immediately, he received a response. Night rain falling flowers. Qingqiu, the top player who sells nearly 100 desert horses? How does he know that all the units inside are of rare strength? Has he cleared it? Sister, don't be surprised. That big shot is quite formidable. His information is undoubtedly reliable. We owe him our lives. Night rain falling flowers. Indeed. A significant change has occurred in Glorious Era. Much of the information I was privy to at the company has become obsolete. We must tread more carefully in the future. How should we interact with big shot Qingqiu? I feel we should cling to him tightly. Night rain falling flowers. That big shot Qingqiu is no simple character. You should maintain more contact with him. Our family creed dictates that we repay kindness and seek retribution for enmity. We must find an opportunity to repay this favor. As I do not wish to owe anyone, I express my optimistic sentiments towards the other party. Dear sister, are you not still single? A bold notion indeed. Night rain. Petals falling, leave. Very well then. Chapter 56. The stalwart half-metal giant. After closing the forum, Richard continued on his journey. En route to the gold mine, he made a point to visit the gem mine he had discovered the previous day. By this morning, a dozen residents had already arrived under the protection of mummies to commence mining operations in this area. The clinking sounds of their tools echoed far and wide. Upon seeing Richard's arrival, the residents bowed in respect. Richard nodded in acknowledgement, taking a few moments to observe the scene. Mining was a monotonous endeavor, characterized by the repetitive swinging of tools to extract the minute gemstones embedded within. There was little of intrigue to behold. Satisfied that all was well at the mine, he did not linger and turned to leave. The miniature gem mine yielded a mere 3 units of gemstones each day, necessitating a patient wait. The gem mine was approximately a 20-minute journey from the gold mine. As Richard once again beheld the towering stone formations ahead, an invigorating excitement surged within him. Prepare for battle. The defenses of the half-metal giants were formidable, their strength extraordinarily terrifying. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. The scorpion warriors and cursed pharaohs would serve as support, while the axes of the fallen would lead the assault. Let them execute their souls. Richard gazed into the distance, where the hulking figures patrolled between the boulders came into view. Half-metal giant, level 5, intermediate unit. Defense boost 15. Potential, rare 3 stars, skills, golden body, D rank, body is resilient as gold, defense 60, immune to poison. Mountainous weight, D rank. Each punch delivers a force equivalent to its weight of 200. Heavy armor, E rank, metal melded into skin to form a robust armor. Defense 30, racial talent, gradual power increase within the gold mine. Bond with half-metal giants. Number 10, defense 20, number 20, defense 40, number 30, defense 60, activated. Description, little brat. If I stand here and let you strike for 3 minutes, I shall consider it my defeat. Although he had seen them once before, Richard was once again struck by their sheer hardness. All skills and bonds contributed to their defense. It was evident that ordinary weapons would scarcely leave a mark. The demon goat he hunted yesterday paled in comparison to the half-metal giants, a stark embodiment of physical resilience. However, in an unexpected twist, the axes of the fallen dealt magical damage. Richard chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted, and promptly issued orders. Assault formation. 2 squads of scorpion warriors advanced, while 1.5 squads of the axes of the fallen stationed themselves 20 meters behind them. An equal number of cursed pharaohs maintained a 50-meter distance from the scorpion warriors. The prior encounter with the demon goat had afforded Richard a vivid understanding of the might of this iron triangle. The commotion outside immediately drew the attention of the colossal beings within the gold mine. With a resounding clamor, the earth began to tremble. One by one, the enormous figures emerged from the mine, their eyes glinting like purple gemstones as they fixated on the unexpected foes. Their nostrils flared slightly, and their faces, forged of steel and gleaming with a metallic sheen, betrayed a flicker of anger. Damnable undead, you dare trespass upon our territory. Their thunderous voices reverberated far and wide. The other half-metal giants within the mine were likewise roused, emerging in a formidable display. From the outside, they appeared as moving hills. The scorpion warriors stationed at the front line exhibited no fear, issuing a bold challenge. Withdraw from this gold mine. This is the domain of the City of Dusk. The already simmering rage of the half-metal giants surged forth uncontrollably. This is our territory. The first to speak, a half-metal giant, charged forward with ferocity, intent on teaching these lowly beings a lesson in cruelty. With a roar that echoed like thunder, the ground shook beneath them. Upon leaving the gold mine and entering the sandy terrain, each step of the half-metal giant stirred up clouds of dust, emanating the presence of an army. The massive and unyielding form exuded tremendous pressure as they approached, and none could doubt the catastrophic damage this behemoth could unleash. Yet, the undead would never cower. As the half-metal giant entered a 10-meter range, 15 axes of the fallen simultaneously hurled their weapons. Confident in their incredible defense, the half-metal giants possessed no inclination to evade. Instead, they raised their heads, striding forward with pride. They could not fathom that these undead beings could breach the body they had forged through the consumption of countless gold. Clang! The battle axes struck true against the half-metal giant, sparks flying. The axes, fierce and unrelenting, left large cracks upon the giantess surface. The accompanying magical damage evidently exceeded the half-metal giant's defensive capabilities. The once self-assured half-metal giant's eyes widened in undeniable shock. These undead deal magical damage. How could such heavy axes be magical? Before it could react, an indescribable agony surged from its very soul, plunging it into darkness as it lost consciousness. Unable to resist, even for a moment. Boom! The massive form collapsed upon the sandy ground, sending tremors through the earth and creating a prominent indentation in the sand. Soul execution. The fully defensive half-metal giant experienced the unique skill characteristic of the axes of the fallen. The half-metal giants behind, initially anticipating their comrades' charge to wreak havoc, found the situation had unfolded contrary to their expectations. They had not even approached the enemy before being executed. This stark contrast ignited the flames of fury within them. Not only did these undead seek to seize their territory, but they also dared to slay their companions. Unforgivable. These towering behemoths, standing 4 meters tall and weighing over 3 tons, clenched their fists in rage and charged forward. They would crush these insects. As Richard, commanding from the rear, witnessed this unfolding scene, he swiftly issued orders. Before the enemy could close the distance, the scorpion warriors activated their most potent defensive skill. The half-metal giants were overwhelmingly powerful, and their size endowed them with terrifying strength. Elite 3-star scorpion warriors would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught without the sand transformation skill. It is even highly likely that a single wave would result in annihilation. However, once the sandstorm was unleashed, everything changed. Over a dozen half-metal giants surged through the vast expanse of yellow sand, confronting the scorpion warriors head-on, followed by a full 2 squads in tow. The guardians of this gold mine far exceeded the strength of the gem mine captured the day before. The battle axe cleaved through the air with a resounding whoosh, striking down with a horizontal slash that sent countless sparks scattering. Under the full force of the axe of the fallen, within a distance of 20-30 meters, the increase of 60 magical damage inflicted upon the rock giants, who had solely invested in physical defense, rendered them acutely aware of the harsh realities of combat. Their formidable stone bodies, as solid as city walls, crumbled before the might of the colossal axe. In the second round, 15 strikes from the axe of the fallen brought 7 half-metal giants crashing down. After claiming victory, the axe swiftly retracted its chain, preparing for a second throw. Yet, at that very moment, the half-metal giants, consumed by rage, executed a countermeasure. Several of them lunged forward, clutching the returning chain tightly. Their bodies shimmered with metallic luster, muscles bulging and taut with immense strength. An explosion of power ensued, and with a resounding crack, the chain of the axe of the fallen snapped, causing the battle axe to embed itself into the sandy ground. One half-metal giant seized the axe, pulling it back. The chain was yanked with a series of snapping sounds, and the 2-meter tall, fully armored axe of the fallen was forcefully dragged forward. Its feet sank deep into the desert sand, leaving conspicuous trails in its wake. Such overwhelming force. Chapter 57. Occupying the gold mine. Acquiring the blueprint. Observing the shifting dynamics of the battlefield, Richard's expression grew more solemn. This was the first time the axe of the fallen had encountered setbacks in its assault. Just as he prepared to command the cursed Pharaoh for support, the situation abruptly changed again. Several of the axe of the fallen, having had their chains broken, exerted force to retrieve the remaining chains. The battle axe, severed by the metal giants and deeply embedded in the sand, suddenly shattered like glass into countless fragments, disappearing without a trace. Yet, the broken axe in the hands of the axe of the fallen reformed in an instant, returning to its original state within moments. The racial trait. The axe can consume power to reconstitute itself after breaking. The magical damage of the axe of the fallen stems entirely from the energy that forms their axes. At this moment, the axe of the fallen, tethered to the chain held by a half-metal giant, made its move. With a powerful tug, the half-metal giant's grip on one end of the chain shattered, disintegrating into nothingness. Countless shards reassembled in midair, and by the time the chain, imbued with immense power, returned to hand, the broken axe had restored itself. This scene was nothing short of spectacular. Richard burst into laughter, glancing at the cursed pharaoh beside him. Cast your spell, restrain the metal giants, and coordinate with the axe of the fallen for an assault. The cursed pharaoh, having awaited this moment, swung his withered staff with fervor. The words of the curse resonated with a dim glow, and in the next heartbeat, the metal giants, engaged in a fierce battle with the scorpion warriors, found their bodies rigid and immobile. To Richard's surprise, while the rare 2-star demon ram had regained its composure in less than 2 seconds when controlled yesterday, the metal giants remained frozen for twice that duration, an entire 4 seconds. Even in a brawl among ordinary individuals, 4 seconds could decisively determine the outcome, let alone on the battlefield. The colossal forms of the half-metal giants, which had once instilled fear, now served as ideal targets. None of the battle axes thrown by the axe of the fallen missed their mark. Sole execution. One by one, the metal giants crashed to the ground. While the metal giants boasted absurd physical defenses, their magical resistance was correspondingly low. After all, if they possessed such robust defenses coupled with high magical resistance, they would undoubtedly rank among the rarest of units. As Richard pondered this, the clashes between both sides intensified, following the fall of their companions. The enraged metal giants surged forward once more, their approach shaking the very earth beneath them. The sandstorm-imbued scorpion warriors, undeterred, charged ahead with ferocity. However, this melee-focused unit was confronted with the palpable malice of the world when faced with the towering 4-meter-high, half-metal giants. The punches swung by the half-metal giants were more fearsome than those of a battering ram, and when the scorpion warriors crossed their pincers in defense, they were crushed by a single blow, scattering into a cloud of sand. The heavy fists hammered down upon the scorpion warriors with explosive force, creating gaping holes in their ranks. Despite their frantic efforts to consume the sand for repairs, they could not withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, their sandstorm immunity to 99 of physical damage spared them from an even grimmer fate. Otherwise, facing these foes head-on would have been a nightmare for all melee units. The cursed pharaoh, wielding his staff once more, unleashed another curse. The foremost metal giant, the most aggressive of the lot, felt its strength swiftly dwindle. All attributes decreased by 20. The metal giants, with their low magical resistance, were powerless against the curse's might. The scorpion warriors seized this fleeting opportunity to desperately impede the enemy's advance. Yet, even so, the metal giants remained brutally relentless, battering the scorpion warriors into clouds of sand. A dust storm swept across the battlefield, obscuring the sky in yellow haze. Yet, amidst this chaotic struggle, the axe of the fallen thrived, its chains clattering as they flew forth. Each throw held the potential to trigger the alarming instant death characteristic. With each wave of assault, the half-metal giants found it increasingly difficult to breach the scorpion warriors' defenses. The hope of a second or third wave dwindled. The city of dusk grew stronger with each passing moment, while the numbers of half-metal giants rapidly declined. At last, the final half-metal giant engaged with the scorpion warriors fell victim to the axe of the fallen's lethal slashing ability, boasting a staggering 30 execution trait. The tumultuous sands gradually settled, and Richard observed the scene with clarity. Yet, throughout the battle, even the scorpion warriors, equipped with armor-piercing tails, left only faint white marks upon the half-metal giants. Ultimately, one could only marvel at the might of the axe of the fallen. It was not that the half-metal giants lacked strength. Rather, the city of dusk was simply superior. Ding. You commanded your troops to secure victory in a minor skirmish, earning 300 experience points. Ding. You have defeated the garrison of the medium gold mine, granting you the right to occupy the mine. Do you wish to proceed with the occupation? Confirm. As the system prompt echoed, Richard's excitement surged. This was a rare 3-star unit, and with a total of 3 squads. Their average strength surpassed that of the demon rams hunted the previous day by several degrees. Yet, despite this, he was effortlessly vanquished by him. A profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. This was an army he had forged with his own hands, where every soldier fought for him. Gold mine level, medium, reserves, 100,000 units, maximum output, 14,000 units per week, capacity, minimum 10 people, maximum 50 people. Description, a medium resource point, once occupied, allows for the extraction of gold. The output of a medium gold mine is significantly enhanced compared to that of a small resource point. However, correspondingly, the manpower requirement has escalated from 10 to 50 individuals. In the early stages, hunting can yield more resources, but as the number of mines increases, These stable output resource points will become a reliable source of income for the territory. Unfortunately, this is a desert, where the number of resource points is vastly diminished compared to other regions. Richard rubbed his forehead. The desert was indeed devoid of abundant resources. When other lords from different factions posted on the forum, they inadvertently revealed the plentiful resource points near their territories, while the lords of the desert faction lamented in unison. If this continued, the inhabitants of his territory would soon dwindle. He couldn't help but shake his head at the pitiable figure of the mere 300 residents of Dusk City. Regrettably, while the troops possessed intelligence, they could not replace the native populace. The official site of Glorious Era had mentioned that upgrading cities in the later stages required a sufficient population. Those lords who had abandoned their residence in the early phases would undoubtedly reap bitter consequences. He still needed to retrieve the 300 individuals discovered by the last rescue team, who were unwilling to leave a small oasis in the desert. Moreover, it was suspicious that they seemed not to lack food in such a limited oasis. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he led his army into the gold mine. From the outside, it appeared as a quarry, with towering boulders dominating the landscape. However, upon entering, he could intermittently catch glimpses of gold glimmering beneath the colossal stones. In the central area, there was a spacious workshop intended for minting the extracted gold into coins. As long as workers were present, operations could commence at any time. After meticulously scouring the vicinity, Richard discovered a half-rotted wooden chest in front of the dusty workshop. Was this a treasure chest? His heart leapt with joy. Yet, upon approaching, he found he could not view its attributes, which left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, adhering to the belief that a fisherman never returns empty-handed, he bent down and opened the wooden chest. To his surprise, amidst the crevices at the bottom of the chest lay a folded, blackened blueprint. Richard's eyes widened in excitement. He carefully extracted the blueprint and slowly unfolded it. Chapter 58. The large instance dungeon is about to open. Ding. You have acquired the Food Workshop Blueprint. Food Workshop Blueprint, level, ordinary feature, can construct a food workshop for researching, producing, and processing food. Resources required for construction: 5,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. Construction time: 7 days. Required personnel: 30 people. Fewer than the standard personnel will increase construction time, while more will decrease it. Space occupied: 10 slots. Description: your territory will now be able to savor more delicious food. Richard stroked his chin. This was the first time he had obtained a blueprint. The heroic altar had been acquired from the Wanwei Flower Merchant Guild. Moreover, judging by its attributes, it seemed quite favorable. The production, processing, and research of food. Was this not a comprehensive development chain? His mind immediately conjured numerous ideas. Desert crown honey, sand jujube. Could these not be further processed and developed? Food made with desert crown honey would surely be fit for royalty. The more he pondered, the more promising it appeared. The saying, "man lives by food," was no mere adage. As long as the products were exceptional, there would be no shortage of buyers. He was in dire need of resources. Once the unit nest reached the rare tier, each subsequent upgrade required an astronomical amount of resources. The next elevation of the rare 3-star undead axe would demand 1,000 ordinary level unit nests. At 500 each, that amounted to 500,000 units of resources. If he aimed for another upgrade, it would require 5 million units. These figures were becoming increasingly outrageous, and this was merely for one unit. If he wished to cultivate multiple units, the resource consumption would reach truly astronomical numbers. Regardless of whether managing a territory or developing an army, the essence lay fundamentally in economics. Lost in thought, Richard stored the blueprint in the system space. From this moment forth, Dusk City had gained a new avenue to explore. Just as Richard was delighting in his discoveries and planning to continue his exploration, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! The War of the Gods once shattered the river of time, leaving countless time fragments scattered across the main plane. Among them, a fragment involving a substantial number of foundational rules will appear on May 28th. The top 1 million lords on the leaderboard may enter and explore. If the armies brought by the lords perish within the fragment, they can be resurrected at the end of the time fragment by spending points acquired from it. The lords themselves can be resurrected for free. The time fragment conceals various special treasures, and the victors will receive unique rewards. Lords, please prepare accordingly. Richard's spirits soared. He opened the system to reread the notification multiple times. A time fragment? Was this not akin to a dungeon? Moreover, it was a large-scale dungeon involving millions of participants. What's more, the prospect of resurrection alleviated fears of death. Millions of lords unafraid of death clashing together would surely create a spectacle surpassing any cinematic experience. At that moment, excitement coursed through him. The absence of discovered player territories surrounding Dusk City had been a source of annoyance. But now he could finally engage with those foolish enough to venture forth. He opened the forum to find that everyone was in an uproar. Ha ha ha, a large-scale dungeon. This time we can truly indulge. Brothers, let us unite to seize Bashak. Now's the time. I apologize for wanting to be a good person before, but I had no opportunity. Now, I must slay you all for the final rewards. With 20 days left, let us amass our forces. Damn. Why was this not announced sooner? I sold my territory to an NPC this morning. If I had gone, I could have won the ultimate prize. Does anyone have information about this dungeon? The Wind and Cloud Society is actively recruiting players. As the saying goes, a single tree cannot form a forest. Together, we can forge strength. Brothers unwilling to be bullied or face danger alone, please private message me. Once inside the dungeon, there will be powerful allies to support you. Only the top 1 million lords can enter the dungeon? What does that mean? Why only 1 million? We have 20 billion people. Behold, everyone. The rankings have been unveiled. Suddenly, a post piqued Richard's interest, prompting him to close the chat channel and direct his gaze towards the previously grayed out leaderboard section of the forum. At this moment, the leaderboard was accessible. With a mere thought, he opened the leaderboard section, which was divided into 2 categories, the territory level rankings and the overall territory strength rankings. Glorious Era is a game for lords, where everything revolves around territories. Thus, the conventional level rankings do not exist. Currently, only one list is available, the territory level rankings. The overall territory strength rankings displayed a countdown to May 28th, revealing the top 1,000 players who could access the time shard. Richard scanned the leaderboard and was taken aback. Territory level rankings. 1. Dragon's Lair, Level 3 Small City, Faction, Humans, Sanctuary, 2. Claude's Domain, Level 3 Small City, Faction, Elves, Nature, 3. Hank's Territory, Level 3 Small City, Faction, Orcs, Tribe, 4. Beacon of War, Level 3 Small City, Faction, Humans, Sanctuary, 5. Spring Tide, Level 3 Small City, Faction, Demons, Abyss, 6. Watanabe Yoshio, Level 3 Small City, Faction, Half-Orcs, Tribe, 7. Muhammad's Domain, Level 3 Small City, Faction, Undead, Necromancer, 8. Gross's Territory, Level 3 Small City, Faction, Dwarves, Fortress, 9. Barbalov's Domain, Level 2 Small City, Faction, Humans, Church, 10. Gictor's Territory, Level 2 Small City, Faction, Medusa's Dungeon. To his astonishment, the top 8 territories had already achieved the status of Level 3 Small Cities. From the 8th place onward, all the way down to the displayed 1,000th position, only Level 2 small cities were listed, with a staggering base of 20 billion. Formidable contenders were bound to emerge. Richard glanced at his own territory's ranking, 10 billion. A grimace crossed his face. The resources he had acquired in recent days had all been invested into the troop nests, leaving Twilight City merely a Level 1 village. Compared to those on the leaderboard, his position was dismally inferior. However, he believed that his choices were justified, prioritizing immediate safety over territory upgrades in an insecure environment. Investing resources into upgrading the territory without the means of self-defense would render him helpless in the face of an enemy. He preferred to maintain control over his own fate. It was time to elevate his territory's level. He could not afford to miss out on that significant dungeon. He held absolute confidence in securing a place on the overall territory strength rankings, yet he must hasten to upgrade his territory level. What if the yet-to-be-released overall territory strength rankings heavily weighted territory level, with military strength being a minor factor? Caution was paramount. At this moment, Richard was brimming with enthusiasm. He wondered if Twilight City's current military might could stand among the elite of the 20 billion lords. If not, he must continue to bolster his strength. He needed to forge an army that would command respect from other lords. Chapter 59, Subsequent Reactions Sis. Why isn't the territory of the Great Chinchio on the leaderboard? Damn it. The Italian canon, frustrated, scrolled through the rankings again. However, the leaderboard displayed only the top 1,000 lords, and after several attempts, he still couldn't find an ID named Chinchio. Has the Great Chinchio changed his name? Night Rainflower Falls. Impossible. Everyone can only have one ID, and the name change feature hasn't been developed yet. The Italian canon was perplexed. But why can't I see him? The Great Chinchio can't possibly be weaker than the others. After Richard revealed the secret of the dungeon tam, this fellow had developed a strong trust in Richard. Night Rainflower Falls. Territory level does not represent everything. Chinchio sold nearly 100 desert horses days ago. He lacked resources. He probably invested them into his army. Otherwise, how could he clear the dungeon? The Italian canon became animated. Right. Forming an army. The Great Chinchio must have poured all his resources into his military, enabling him to conquer that one-star dungeon filled with rare troops. Night Rainflower Falls. Enough talk. You must quickly level up before the dungeon opens to ensure you enter the top 1 million. This significant dungeon will definitely yield valuable rewards. Got it. You should know who I am. Just wait. In less than a week, I'll trample everyone beneath my feet and become number 1 in the world. Night Rainflower Falls. Oh, sis, can your B-rank hero claim the top spot on the current hero rankings? Night Rainflower Falls. Uncertain. It said that A-rank hero tasks are exceedingly challenging. Even encountering one early on makes them difficult to recruit, right? In that case, your hero guaranteed to be number 1? Night Rainflower Falls. How do you know if no one else has completed the recruitment of a B-rank hero? Night Rainflower Falls. However, I am confident I can make it to the top 3. Chris has the potential to become an A-rank hero. How much stronger are A-rank heroes compared to B-rank heroes? Night Rainflower Falls. Indescribable. They are not on the same level. Are there many A-rank heroes? Night Rainflower Falls. In the grand scheme of Glorious Era, yes, but very few can be recruited by players. Sis, can we cultivate A-rank heroes ourselves? Night Rainflower Falls. Cultivating them is significantly harder than recruiting, unless we find a special building that can convert troops into heroes and obtain treasures that enhance hero potential. It's nearly impossible to succeed. The Italian canon was exhilarated. Sis, you must know where these special buildings are, right? Night Rainflower Falls. I know of 2. But they are too far from us, and without treasures to enhance hero potential, we would only be able to recruit D and C rank heroes. Sis, do you have any other methods for recruiting high-level heroes? Please share one with me. Night Rainflower Falls. None. The current state of Glorious Era has undergone drastic changes from the initial game information I understood. If I weren't aware of all the details regarding Chris, the chances of this recruitment failing would be significant. Alright, I'll ask the Great Chinchio later. I wonder if he has managed to recruit a B-rank hero. Night Rainflower Falls. The likelihood is slim. Early hero tasks are quite challenging, and some cannot be completed with sheer military strength. For instance, tasks requiring heroes to find items or locate people cannot be accomplished without the right conditions, even with dragon-level troops. Only E and F-rank heroes are somewhat easier to recruit. But heroes of that level lack potential for development. Well then, the Great Chinchio might be in trouble. In the desert, what kind of heroes can he recruit? Even a C rank would be impressive. The forum has erupted into chaos over the leaderboard. Most players were astonished to discover the extraordinary prowess of the top players. Within just a few days, their territories have ascended to the status of level 3 small cities. Meanwhile, many of us toil daily to ensure our residents do not go hungry. The disparity among players is stark. Just today, I was fretting over the food supply for my territory, and upon glancing at the leaderboard, I felt utterly inadequate. When will I ever be satisfied with a stable food supply? Have you noticed that the prominent seller of vast food quantities, the esteemed figure from Chinchio, seems to have vanished from the leaderboard? Huh. To call oneself a big shot after selling a mere amount of food? Let him secure a position on the leaderboard first. It's pointless to boast about others without any reward. Indeed, Chinchio didn't even make it into the top 1,000. I had thought he was significant, but once the leaderboard emerged, it was all for naught. Ridiculous. Have you not considered that if Chinchio managed to amass such a substantial food supply days ago, would he truly lack the resources to upgrade his territory? It's sheer ignorance. Yet the reality is that no matter how much you boast, you still end up with a slap in the face. Isn't it laughable? A fool dancing about. The leaderboard has only just been released. Why the haste? Are you so eager to be humiliated? It seems you are the one lacking sense, prattling on without cause. Initially, players were engaged in discussions about the top lords on the leaderboard, but soon a throng of individuals inexplicably diverted the conversation to Richard, who had garnered significant attention for his frequent and extravagant food sales. The debate escalated into a heated argument. One side contended that Chinchio had merely obtained some food by chance, rendering him insignificant, as he did not even make it into the top 1,000 of the territory rankings. The opposing side argued that Chinchio's ability to procure such a large quantity of food in such a short time was unparalleled. Furthermore, someone with such capability could hardly lack resources. The absence of territory upgrades must be attributed to other factors. He is undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse. The argument started innocuously, but soon drew in more people. Ironically, the forum's focus on the leaderboard dwindled as everyone began speculating why Chinchio did not appear on it. Throughout this discourse, Richard, who had not made an appearance, inexplicably became the focal point of discussions following the leaderboard's release. The situation grew increasingly surreal. Chapter 60, Hidden Attribute. Public approval reaches 80 after departing from the gold mine. Richard continued his explorations with a sense of exhilaration. The strength of a troop is most directly reflected in its level and potential. Level. Each level gained provides a certain amount of strength. Potential represents the amount of strength one can gain upon leveling up. Hunting not only yields resources, but also grants considerable experience. Leveling up is an eternal melody. It was not until nightfall that Richard returned to his territory, slightly fatigued, yet in high spirits. His efforts today bore rich rewards. Firstly, he had seized control of a medium-sized gold mine capable of producing 14,000 units weekly. While this could not compare to the bounty from hunting, it provided a steady income, which was quite appealing. Secondly, he faced off against and defeated a metallic giant, further validating his army's combat prowess and giving him an intuitive understanding of his strength. Additionally, he acquired a blueprint for a food workshop from the gold mine, opening new avenues for the future of Dusk City. This structure would add depth to the territory's development. Lastly, his day of exploration yielded a substantial haul of prey and experience. The Scorpion Warriors, Cursed Pharaohs, and Axes of the Undead all reached level 4. On the verge of breaking into level 5. His inventory was overflowing with spoils, sufficient for at least 2,000 units of food. A bountiful harvest indeed. Upon returning to the territory, Karoo awaited him, as usual. However, today he seemed troubled. After inquiring, Richard learned that the water level in the territory's well had significantly declined in recent days, causing Karoo great concern. My lord, the output of the well has diminished again today, and it might decrease further in the coming days. Richard felt a headache coming on. Water in the desert is synonymous with life, and a shortage could be fatal for the territory. He had already accumulated 9 shards of spring water, just one short of being able to synthesize a medium-sized spring. Yet, he had seen no progress on his bounties in recent days. I will resolve this matter within 2 days at most. If the deal is not concluded by tomorrow, I will increase the bounty. Money is of no concern. At this, Karoo finally relaxed. After placing the day's gains next to the well for the residents to process, Richard returned to the Lord's residence. After dinner, he glanced at the forum and was taken aback to find himself at the center of numerous discussions, his expression turning peculiar. It seems these absurd individuals have not changed their nature. They are as idle as ever, yet still find the energy to bicker. He glanced at his unfulfilled bounty and searched again for the shards of spring water on sale. He discovered that those offering spring water shards were ruthless, each with increasingly high prices. After some contemplation, he decided to add an additional 30,000 units of resources to his offer. Surely, with 5 desert horses and 30,000 units of resources, no one could resist selling a shard of spring water? Within moments of posting, his private messages began to chime. Ding! Your bounty has been fulfilled. You have lost 5 desert horses and gained 1 shard of spring water. Richard's mouth twitched at the speed of the transaction, feeling as though he had made a loss. Nevertheless, he felt relieved to have finally gathered enough shards for the upgrade. 3 shards of spring water could be combined to create a 1-star treasure, 10 could yield a 2-star medium spring, and 30 could forge a 3-star large spring. The issue of water scarcity in Dusk City had lingered for too long and needed resolution. Based on the spring water from the jujube forest, a medium spring could comfortably supply 3,000 to 5,000 people. For the foreseeable future, this concern would no longer trouble him. With this long-standing dilemma resolved, his spirits lifted, and he drifted into a blissful slumber. He could always place the order in the morning. May 10th, early morning. Richard was awakened by the commotion outside. With a hint of confusion, he quickly washed up and stepped out of the Lord's residence. Following the sounds, he arrived at the area surrounding the well, where a large crowd had gathered, their faces etched with worry as they engaged in animated discussions. Upon spotting Richard, they snapped to attention and hurriedly bowed. Good morning, my lord. However, their tone lacked the usual vigor, resembling wilted vegetables. Richard raised an eyebrow. What could be so pressing so early in the morning? A resident, wearing a mournful expression, spoke up. My lord, this morning, the well has inexplicably run dry. Run dry? Richard was taken aback. Taking a few steps forward, I approached the well through a gap in the crowd. Leaning down to peer inside, I beheld a wooden bucket, tethered by a rope, partially submerged and glistening with droplets of water that cascaded down its sides. The murky water within barely covered the bottom of the bucket, laden with countless silt and entirely unfit for consumption. Just last night, Karoo had mentioned that we could endure a few more days. Yet today, the water supply had run dry. In an instant, Richard recalled the system notification from Monday, proclaiming this week as a special one, Drought Week. He had previously scoffed at the notion of drought affecting the desert. Now, with the water source severed, was this not a cruel twist of fate? Was this truly the formidable power of Drought Week? Indeed, one must never underestimate the significance of these special weeks. Surrounding residents began to murmur amongst themselves. My lord, what shall we do? Are we to resort to fetching water from the jujube grove henceforth? How could the well have suddenly run dry? It hasn't dried up suddenly. I noticed the water level decreasing yesterday. Let us dig a new well. A sense of confusion enveloped the crowd. The drying up of the well struck a devastating blow. For in this desert, water symbolized life. It was the one thing we could not afford to be without. At that moment, Karoo hurriedly arrived, his face, lined like that of an ancient tree, seemed to age further upon witnessing the scene. Good day, my lord. After bowing to Richard, he seemed poised to speak, yet hesitated. The worry etched across his face, almost palpable. Richard, observing the anxious gazes of the crowd, could not help but smile. Had he not just acquired the final shard of spring water at an elevated price? No need to fret, I possess a solution. His calm voice immediately quieted the crowd. With a commanding presence, he effortlessly inspired trust among the residents. It felt as if his words could surmount any obstacle. With a flourish of his hand, Richard revealed 10 crystalline shards, reminiscent of fractured crystals, gleaming and yet safe to handle. Each shard, about the size of a third of a palm, shimmered with an ethereal light. These shards can be consumed to synthesize medium spring water. Shall I proceed with the synthesis? Confirmed. At the instant of decision, the shards erupted in a radiant glow. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. What was transpiring? The elder residents, familiar with the jujube grove and the birth of spring water, were now ablaze with excitement. I've witnessed this before. It is a divine gift. The Lord possesses such a treasure. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A divine gift? A treasure bestowed by the gods? By the heavens, I never imagined I would witness such a marvel. Eyes wide with anticipation, They yearned to behold the fabled divine gift. The radiant light coalesced in Richard's palm, transforming into a crystal orb that exuded a refreshing aura. Within its depths, a spring gushed forth, flowing with a distinctive essence. Richard cradled the orb in his hand and approached the well. The sound of his boots striking the ground resonated like a drumbeat within the hearts of all present. Reaching the well's edge, he turned his hand, releasing the crystal orb into the depths below. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. With a resounding splash, the orb plunged into the water. Silence enveloped the scene for a brief moment, as Richard surveyed the crowd. Resolved, without further ado, he turned and departed. The residents instinctively parted, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief as they stared at the still water of the well. Why had the divine gift not yielded any results? Had the Lord simply walked away? Just as their minds swirled with questions, a thunderous eruption occurred. From the once dry well, a towering column of water shot forth, reaching several meters high. The crystalline droplets ascended before crashing back down, drenching the surrounding residents. Yet, no one recoiled or expressed displeasure. Instead, joy surged within them as they beheld the cascading water. Ha ha ha, we have water. In a whirlwind of elation and relief, the crowd surged toward the well, laughter spilling forth as they splashed water upon their friends, liberating themselves from the recent dread and uncertainty. Under the first rays of the morning sun, their laughter resonated like never before. Water in the desert is hope, life, and everything. Those who have never endured a drought in the desert can never truly comprehend the preciousness of water. The Lord had once again bestowed life upon this land, gifting hope and a future. After a long while, the exuberant crowd gradually quieted. A young man turned to gaze in the direction Richard had departed, rendered speechless. Finally, he placed a hand upon his chest and bowed deeply toward the space where Richard's presence had faded. This poignant moment stirred the hearts of countless residents. In that instant, they all, with fervent eyes, bowed in homage to the empty path. Ding. Your actions have conquered the residents of Dusk City. The progress of your leadership skill has increased by 50. Ding. Hidden attribute of Dusk City. Public sentiment has reached 80, granting the trait, Sanctuary. Sanctuary, a consolidation of public sentiment, yielding high happiness levels, increases attraction to refugees by 30, with a greater probability of attracting high-caliber talent or low-tier heroes to your cause. Chapter 61. Upgrading Territory, Developing Attacks. Richard paused upon hearing the system notification, reading it again with scrutiny. Sanctuary, a consolidation of public sentiment, yielding high happiness levels, increases attraction to refugees by 30, with a greater probability of attracting high-caliber talent or low-tier heroes to your cause. Goodness, public sentiment has risen to such heights. Yielding this reward? This is clearly a developmental trait. While its immediate effects may be subtle, the benefits will compound over time. Ha ha ha, this is quite a boon. With a heart uplifted, Richard made his way to the Lord's residence, ready to access the attribute panel of Dusk City. Twilight City level. Level 1 village. 2,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore required for upgrade. Buildings. Basic Lord's Manor, unique. Intermediate residential houses, 10. Basic blacksmith, 1. Basic barracks, 1. Special buildings, none. Vacant land, 10 slots. Population. Humans, 340. Desert goblins, 20. Long-armed laborers, 30. Resources. Gold, 250,000. Wood, 250,000. Stone, 120,000. Iron ore, 120,000. Rare resources. Mercury, 0. Sulfur, 0. Crystal, 0. Gemstone, 0. Occupied resource points. Mini quarry, 1. Small lumber yard, 1. Small iron mine, 1. Medium gold mine, 1. Mini gem mine, 1. Special resources. Jujube forest, desert bees, flame dragon rabbits, territory attributes. Golden sands, under the protection of Lord Richard. The residents of Twilight City will not lose their way in the desert, and their stamina consumption in the desert is reduced by 30. Unit nests. Guardian's Domain, Elite 3 stars, X3. Great Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, X3. Scorpion Nest, Elite 3 stars, X1. Cursed Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, X1. Battle Axe Lodge, Rare 3 stars, X1 units. Mummy Guardians, Elite 3 stars, 90. Bandaged Mummies, Elite 3 stars, 51. Scorpion Warriors, Elite 3 stars, 20. Cursed Pharaohs, Elite 3 stars, 20. Axes of the Undead, Rare 3 stars. 15. Hero, NL Soren, A-Class. Introduction. An inconspicuous territory amidst the Death Desert, yet possessing certain developmental potential. After contemplating the territory attributes several times, I have gained clarity. The large-scale instance at the end of the month determines the overall strength of the territory, allowing the top 1 million lords to enter. I am uncertain of the weight of territory level in this assessment, thus it is prudent to elevate the level first. It would indeed be comical to be eliminated due to insufficient territory level. I silently recite the upgrade command. Ding. Will you consume 2,000 units of gold, wood, stone, and iron ore to upgrade the territory level? Yes. This upgrade will take 30 minutes. Please evacuate the residents from the Lord's manor. Richard instructed everyone to leave the manor before proceeding with the upgrade. In an instant, a faint glow reminiscent of fine yellow sand enveloped the Lord's manor and its various structures. From above, one could clearly observe the bluish stone floor at the edge of the territory gradually expanding outward, swiftly covering a significant portion of the desert. This commotion immediately captured the attention of the residents, who gazed at the transformations of the Lord's manor with palpable excitement. I know this is the power bestowed upon the Lord by the gods, enabling rapid upgrades of buildings. Each sight is truly awe-inspiring. At that moment, Karu arrived behind me, still immersed in the thrill of the spring water's emergence, his clothes damp. "My lord," he said. Richard waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, I am upgrading the territory." After a moment's thought, he continued, "Ensure all residents vacate their residences, including the blacksmith." "As you wish." Karu hurriedly departed. Half an hour later, the system notification chimed. Ding. Twilight City has been upgraded. Current level, level 2 village. Territory has expanded by 10 vacant slots. Current vacant land, 20 slots. Continue upgrading. Ding. To upgrade to level 3 village, 2 buildings must reach the intermediate level. Richard glanced at the territorial buildings. The residential houses had already reached the intermediate level. He now needed to upgrade just one more building. He opened the blacksmith's attribute panel. Blacksmith, occupying 4 slots. Level, basic, upgrade requires 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Traits, forging efficiency increased by 10 capacity, minimum 2. Maximum 10 residents. Description, a standard blacksmith where agricultural tools or low-level weapons can be forged. Upon upgrading to an advanced blacksmith, research capabilities will be unlocked. Richard nodded and opted to upgrade the blacksmith. Ding. Will you consume 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone to upgrade the blacksmith? This upgrade will take 10 minutes. Confirm. 10 minutes later. Upgrade successful. Current level, intermediate blacksmith. Upgrade the territory. Ding. Will you consume 3,000 units of gold, wood, stone, and iron ore to upgrade the territory? This upgrade will take 1 hour. Confirm. An hour later. Territory upgrade complete. Current level, level 3 village. Territory has expanded by 10 vacant slots. Current vacant land, 30 slots. Continue upgrading. Ding. To upgrade to level 1 small city, 3 buildings must reach the intermediate level. Upgrade the barracks. Ding. Will you consume 1,500 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore to upgrade the barracks? This upgrade will take 20 minutes. 20 minutes later. Barracks upgrade successful. Current level, intermediate barracks. Upgrade the territory. Ding. Will you consume 4,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore to upgrade the territory? This upgrade will take 2 hours. At noon. Ding. Twilight City has been upgraded to level 1 small city. The building limit for the territory has been raised to advanced. The Lord's Manor has expanded by 10 vacant slots, and the territory has expanded by 30 vacant slots. Current vacant land, 60 slots. Twilight City level, level 1 small city, 10,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore required for upgrade. 3 buildings must reach advanced level. And a population of 500. Buildings, intermediate Lord's Manor, unique, intermediate residential houses, 10. Intermediate blacksmith, 1. Intermediate barracks, 1. Special buildings, none vacant land, 60 slots. Richard glanced at the territories ranking among the 10 million and couldn't help but marvel at how, amidst a vast population, the probability of strong contenders emerging is indeed remarkable. Even if 1 in 1,000 stands out, that still counts in the millions. While many lament their misfortunes on the forums, behind the scenes, they each develop better than the last, these old coins. Although level 1 small city has yet to catch up with the top-tier forces, it is no longer trailing at the back. To advance to level 2 small city requires 3 advanced buildings and a population of 500. The advanced buildings are manageable, but the population requirement is somewhat disheartening, necessitating a postponement of further upgrade plans. It seems that I must find time to bring the refugees back from that desert oasis. His gaze returned to the blacksmith. He had not forgotten that the advanced blacksmith would unlock the research function, enhancing unit attack capabilities. This is a remarkably powerful feature, frequently mentioned on the official website of the Radiant Era. Blacksmith shop, occupying 4 spaces. Level, intermediate, upgrade requires 2,000 units of iron ore, 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone. Attributes, forging efficiency increased by 20, capacity, minimum of 2, maximum of 20 individuals. Description, a standard blacksmith shop where one can forge decent weapons. Although continuous upgrades have depleted available resources, there are still sufficient materials to upgrade the blacksmith shop. Upgrade blacksmith shop. Ding. Will you consume 2,000 units of iron ore, 2,000 units of wood, and 2,000 units of stone to upgrade the blacksmith shop? This upgrade will take 30 minutes. 30 minutes later. Upgrade successful. Current level, advanced blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop, occupying 4 spaces. Level, advanced, upgrade requires 5,000 units of iron ore, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone. Attributes, Forging efficiency increased by 30. Research. Select a unit type from the territory to research, enhancing its attack power. Current researchable unit types. 1. Resident Hero. Soren. Heroic attributes. Research speed increased by 30. Success rate increased by 30. Capacity. Minimum of 2. Maximum of 30 individuals. Description. The advanced blacksmith shop possesses a degree of extraordinary power. Richard laughed heartily. Compared to the intermediate blacksmith shop, the advanced version was utterly transformed. With a mere thought, he selected the research function of the blacksmith shop. In an instant, images of all unit nests in the City of Dusk appeared in his mind. Ding. Please select the unit for research. Note, the higher the level, the longer the research time, and the lower the success rate. For the first research attempt, he decided to try the bandaged mummy. Richard selected the Great Pyramid, capable of recruiting bandaged mummies. Ding. Bandaged mummy. Primary attack. Estimated research time. 7 days. Estimated resources required. 5,000 gold coins. 5,000 units of wood. 20,000 units of iron ore. Success rate. 80. Confirmation successful. Please arrange personnel for research promptly. The next technology cannot be researched until the current one is completed. Note 1. The required materials for research do not need to be paid all at once. They will be consumed gradually. Insufficient materials will slow progress. Note 2. There is a chance of failure in research. If the success rate is below 50, the failure rate will increase. Note 3. The duration of research and the success rate are affected by the hero overseeing the research. Note 4. During research, the overseeing hero cannot leave the territory, or the progress will stagnate. Chapter 62. Upgrading unit nests. Has the research commenced? Richard was momentarily taken aback, realizing the urgency of the situation, as he had little time to react. After reviewing the prompts several times, he began to grasp the requirements. 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 units of wood, and 20,000 units of iron ore. He had not anticipated that the initial research would demand such a staggering 30,000 resources, accompanied by such extensive requirements. Fortunately, it did not require a one-time payment. He could initiate the research and supply the resources gradually. Nevertheless, the probability of failure seemed somewhat excessive. After pondering for a while, Richard finally appreciated the immense value of Andal, the A-class hero. Heroic attribute. Increases success rate by 30, increases research speed by 30. What a divine skill. Not only did it expedite the research process, but it also dramatically elevated the success rate. One could only imagine the increasing impact of this attribute in future high-level technology research. Feeling content, he considered switching the research target to the Axe of the Undead. Indeed, the system prompted that he must complete the research on the bandaged mummy before proceeding to the next. However, the requirements for researching the Axe of the Undead were unveiled. Undead Axe. Primary attack. Estimated research time. 10 days. Estimated resources required. 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 units of wood. 50,000 units of iron ore. Success rate, 70. After reviewing the details, Richard could only sigh in exasperation. The research time for the Undead Axe had risen to 10 days, with resource requirements surging to 70,000. This was utterly absurd. The demands of this research function for resources were likely not inferior to the upgrades of unit nests. Another gold-guzzling endeavor. Richard felt both joy and pain. Following a round of upgrades, his resources were once again depleted. With a resigned sigh, he wondered when the City of Dusk would allow him to live the decadent life of a landowner. It seemed he would need to hunt anew to earn extra income. Lord Richard. At that moment, a call from behind startled him. Turning around, he smiled upon recognizing the newcomer. Andal, what brings you to me? The girl, with a massive copper hammer on her back, was in high spirits. Lord Richard, a special research room has appeared within the blacksmith shop, equipped with numerous tools. I can research how to enhance the strength of units, as my father taught me. Richard chuckled heartily. The future research at the blacksmith shop will be entirely under your purview. I shall ensure the corresponding resources are provided. Begin with the bandaged mummy. Andal's smile shone brightly. My lord, I require a bandaged mummy for assistance. Not a problem. How many do you need? Speak with Karudi. All resources will be prioritized for you. With Richard's promise, Andal joyfully departed. Once the girl left, Richard remembered to survey the territory. After upgrading to a small town, the territory had gained an additional 50 spaces, bringing the total to 60. Each space measured 1,010 meters, significantly expanding the area. The City of Dusk, once slightly cramped, now felt spacious. He glanced at the Lord's mansion. The core building of the territory, after its upgrade, expanded from occupying 30 spaces to 40, becoming increasingly grand. The main structure, originally 2 stories high, transformed into 3, while both the front and backyards had been notably widened. Walking along the path, the once small and unassuming blacksmith shop had now evolved into a grand building with a small courtyard. Even the barracks, previously lacking presence, now stood out, with wooden fences towering as high as 2 individuals. Given that his units were all undead, they required no rest, and thus the barracks had been inhabited by desert goblins. a building that remained largely underutilized. After a stroll, he seemed to recall something and reopened the attribute panel. Following the upgrade of the unit nest, there was a 7-day cooldown period before further upgrades could be made. After 7 days, he could continue the upgrades. Great Pyramid, upgrade available. Scorpion Nest, upgrade available. 3 mummy unit nests had one that had completed its cooldown 3 days prior, while the Scorpion Warrior's nest was eligible for an upgrade today. However, Richard quickly regained his composure. Ascending from elite to rare status required a staggering 100 unit nests, amounting to 50,000 resource units. Thus, 2 nests would necessitate 100,000. Casting a glance at the little over 20,000 resources remaining, he felt a pang of distress. Not only were these 2 nests at stake, but the cursed pharaoh would also be ready for an upgrade in a couple of days, representing yet another significant expenditure. The bandaged mummies could afford to wait for an upgrade. He would elevate them once the attack technology was developed. First, he decided to upgrade the Scorpion Warrior's unit nest. With a clear intention, he opened the trading market. His final bounty of 30 desert horses for a reward of 10 acres of jujube trees remained unsold. Regrettably shaking his head, he canceled the bounty. Acquiring treasures and resources at the early stages was purely a matter of luck, and even if others obtained them, they might not be willing to sell. If a purchase proved elusive, it was paramount to first enhance his own strength. Fortunately, the 30 desert horses were a considerable quantity, averaging 6,000 resource units each, totaling an income of 180,000 resources. With newfound wealth, his confidence surged instantly. He gestured grandly, sending the necessary 30,000 units of materials to the blacksmith shop. Subsequently, using 50,000 resource units, he procured the unit nest and returned to the Lord's mansion, upgrading the Scorpion nest from elite to rare. This marked his first time achieving a second upgrade for a unit nest. The 100 units transformed into shimmering light. Merging into the Scorpion nest, shadows flickered across the walls adorned with bas-reliefs of scorpions, enhancing their intricacy. As the light faded, the upgrade was complete. Scorpion Nest, level, rare 3 stars, recruitable units. Scorpion Warriors, rare 3 stars, recruitable quantity, 0, weekly output, 7, recruitment conditions, 400 gold coins, 400 units of wood, 400 units of iron, ore, description, an ordinary desert unit nest. The black gold system illuminated with a notification. The successful upgrade of the unit nest would allow for another upgrade after a cooldown of 7 days. Additionally, resources could be consumed to elevate previously recruited elite 3-star units to match the level of the unit nest. Richard read the notification several times, confirming his understanding, and burst into laughter. After the upgrade of the unit nest, the previously recruited units could also be enhanced. The black gold system was truly remarkable. Opening the panel for the Scorpion Warriors, he found, indeed, that an upgrade was possible. However, the resources required for the upgrade were identical to those needed for a fresh recruitment, with no discount whatsoever. Upgrading the 2 squads of Scorpion Warriors would demand 8,000 gold coins, 8,000 units of wood, and 8,000 units of iron ore. With 120,000 resource units at his disposal, Richard hesitated not at all. He opted for a complete upgrade. In an instant, the Scorpion Warriors following him felt their joints crackle with energy. A faint silvery glow enveloped their forms, mysterious patterns emerging on their pincers, reflecting a metallic sheen that appeared even sturdier than steel. The scorpion tails, arched like longbows, became razor-sharp, glowing a deep toxic blue that sent shivers down the spine. Their appearance had grown significantly more imposing. Scorpion Warrior, level 4, potential, rare 3 stars, skills, venomous scorpion tail, degrade, capable of armor-piercing damage, inflicting immense poison damage with a 3-second paralysis effect upon impact. Undead body, degrade, reduces physical damage by 50, immune to plague and venom. As long as the head remains intact, they cannot die. Mighty Iron Claw, degrade, sharpens pincers by 50, enhancing attack power by 50. Sandification, degrade, race talent, gains a 30 strength increase when battling in the desert. Scorpion Bond, when the number of scorpions exceeds 10, all scorpions gain a 10 increase in strength and toxicity. Exceeding 20 scorpions grants a 20 increase, activated. Exceeding 30 scorpions grants a 30 increase. Description, an undead life sealed within the Pharaoh's pyramid. You would not wish to be stung by it. Following the enhancement, all skills of the Scorpion Warriors reached degrade, significantly boosting their attributes. The venomous scorpion tail skill even acquired a new paralysis trait, lasting a full 3 seconds. In the heat of battle, those 3 seconds could very well determine life and death. Coupled with the cursed Pharaoh's incantations, the impact on foes would be exponentially magnified. With the addition of the Undead Axe, a unit capable of delivering tremendous damage, any adversary would be left quaking in fear. Chapter 63, The Undead City? With the Scorpion Warriors upgraded, Richard felt elated. The sensation of witnessing his power grow incrementally was utterly intoxicating. He had spent the morning upgrading the spring, his territory, And the Scorpion Warriors. By the time he found a moment of respite, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Having just finished lunch, a group of comically unattractive long-armed laborers were brought into the hall by the bandaged mummies guarding the Lord's mansion. The laborers appeared panic-stricken, visibly shaken as though they had experienced a great fright. "My lord, something terrible has happened." Their tone was high-pitched with anxiety. Seeing the long-armed laborers in such a state, Richard's expression sharpened. "What has transpired?" They hastily reported, "This morning, while we were mining iron ore, a horde of wraiths suddenly appeared outside the mine, terrifying us." "Wraiths attacked the iron mine?" Richard's eyes gleamed with intrigue. While resource points did not concern him, the sudden emergence of wraiths piqued his curiosity. Perhaps it heralded an unexpected event. Such surprises often translated into quests and rewards. Were there any other foes present? The laborers shook their heads vigorously. Upon spotting the wraiths, we immediately retreated. "Lead the way. I shall handle this myself." "Yes, my lord." The long-armed laborers' spirits were instantly buoyed. After gathering his troops, Richard wasted no time and issued an order to set forth, with the laborers leading the way, panting heavily in their haste. Half an hour later, atop a towering sand dune, Richard gazed at the iron mine 200 meters away, his brow furrowing. Even from a distance, he could sense that this iron mine was not in its usual state. An aura of chill emanated from it, unsettling to behold. He opened the attribute panel. Haunted iron mine level, small, resource reserve, 16, 820 units, maximum output, 2, 100 units per week, capacity, minimum 5, maximum 10 description, an iron mine occupied by the undead. A haunted iron mine? Richard's interest was piqued further. The sudden appearance of these wraiths seemed far from trivial. First, he would seize the iron mine, then investigate the cause. With a decisive gesture, he set his plan into motion. The army readied itself for battle, maintaining formation as they advanced towards the iron mine. 2 squads of Scorpion warriors formed 2 lines at the front, with a half squad of the Axe of the Dead maintaining a distance of 20 meters behind them, while the cursed Pharaoh lingered at the rear. The iron triangle swiftly pressed against the edge of the mine, with Richard positioned at the back, his gaze intently fixed on the iron mine, poised to issue commands at any moment. A chilling roar erupted, reminiscent of the anguished cries of dozens on the brink of death. From the foreboding iron mine emerged 5 squads of specters. These phantoms bore human-like forms, floating 10 centimeters above the ground, emanating an eerie azure glow. Their bodies appeared semi-transparent, their features disturbingly blurred and distorted, exuding a heavy aura of dread. Spectre, level 3, potential, ordinary 3 stars, skills, spectral form, F grade, immune to 50 physical damage, magic damage taken increased by 10, soul claw, F grade, capable of directly attacking souls, race talent, can consume souls to strengthen itself. Bonded specters. If the number of specters exceeds 30, soul damage dealt increases by 15. If the number exceeds 50, soul damage dealt increases by 30, activated. Description: I relish your soul. All forces attack. Leave none behind. With the freezing command, the Scorpion warriors surged forward, their pincers snapping with ferocity. Simultaneously, the axe wielders hurled their battle axes. With a whoosh, the axes sliced through the air, catching the drifting specters off guard. They were shattered by the immense force, akin to fragile crystals shattering upon impact. The significant magical damage inflicted upon these undead, who were immune to 50 physical harm, revealed the Iron Fist of Dusk City. A single wave of attacks from the Axe of the Dead obliterated 2 entire squads. The immunity to 50 physical damage paled in comparison to the 99 immunity of the petrified state. The Scorpion warriors emitted low growls as their pincers opened wide, piercing through the approaching specters. It was as though blades were slicing through gel and jelly, encountering a palpable resistance. With a snap, the pincers clamped shut, tearing apart a substantial portion of these undead. With a swift motion, the scorpion tail struck like lightning. Upon piercing the specters, the toxic venom spread rapidly. The translucent bodies of the specters glimmered with a blue hue, rendering them paralyzed and immobile. The pincers swung again, completely shredding the remnants of their forms. Under the overwhelming pressure of superior strength, the battle concluded swiftly without the cursed Pharaoh ever engaging. The elite specters of the 5 squads were utterly annihilated. Ding! Your army has eradicated a group of specters, achieving victory in a minor skirmish. You have gained 100 experience points. Ding! You have reclaimed the iron mine that was seized by the specters. Would you like to reoccupy it? Confirming the choice. The previously haunted iron mine was instantly restored to its normal state, the ominous aura vanishing without a trace. Richard, noticing the absence of a triggered quest, felt a flicker of confusion. Where did these specters originate? He promptly summoned the enthusiastic long-armed laborers from the rear to inquire. The laborers shook their heads. Master, we do not know. We only saw the first specter appear from that direction, pointing towards the north of the mine, and added with trepidation, Master, could there be a city of the undead over there? The speaker's words, spoken without intent, ignited a spark of realization in Richard's eyes. It was not entirely implausible. If there truly was a city of the undead, This could lead to a significant opportunity. After instructing them to resume production work, he ordered his troops to head north at once, dispersing the forces in a fan-like formation. Before long, Richard encountered an unexpected situation. Before him lay a battleground, but it had been thoroughly ravaged. Even more astonishingly, the sandy ground was littered with flesh and blood, yet devoid of any skeletal remains. It seemed as if the bones had been forcibly extracted. Was this the summoning of skeletons? Richard pondered. Summoning skeletons was a hallmark skill of the undead, indicating a capacity to eliminate wild creatures and amass an army. Clearly, the nearby undead forces were formidable. Could there genuinely be a city of the undead? His curiosity intensified. Continuing his exploration, within half an hour, he discovered 7 or 8 more sites that had been completely slaughtered. Without exception, their skeletal remains were missing. Some locations had no bodies left at all, only traces of battle. No wonder the undead were said to be relentless. If a necromancer were to secretly cultivate their forces for a time, they could amass several battalions. While skeleton soldiers may not be particularly strong, thousands of them could overwhelm most lords at this stage. The aggressive display of this unknown undead force instilled a sense of threat in Richard. If they could attack his iron mine today, they would dare to assault Dusk City tomorrow. The undead were not a benevolent faction when conflict arose. There was no room for negotiation. Heightening his vigilance, he continued his exploration. Soon, the army discovered traces left by the undead in the sand, suggesting they had passed through not long ago. Richard's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace. Another half hour passed, and the scouting scorpion warriors suddenly reported they had spotted the enemy. At last, they had found them. Richard felt a surge of joy as he gathered the dispersed troops and moved to the location indicated by the scorpion warriors, concealed by the sand dunes. They followed their guidance to the target they had been pursuing. Contrary to his expectations of encountering a territory or a city of the undead, he found himself before a heavily mined iron deposit, or lay scattered across the ground. Numerous skeleton warriors patrolled the mine, likely exceeding 3 squads in number. At that moment, 2 squads of skeleton warriors were slowly emerging from the desert, bearing several bodies as they entered the mine. Before long, they vanished from Richard's sight. Carefully observing the direction in which the skeleton warriors had disappeared, Richard noticed a passage leading underground in the central area of the mine. Was the city of the undead established beneath the surface? Chapter 64. Entering the depths, a contemplative glimmer flickered in Richard's eyes. Were these undead akin to guardians of a temple, or did a genuine city of the undead lie beneath? His inner thoughts stirred with excitement. After observing for a while, without gleaning much useful information, he resolved to act decisively. First, he would clear the enemies outside the mine and keep watch over that passage. At least 3 squads of skeleton warriors were stationed at the mine, classified as level 2, ordinary 2 stars. Though the numbers were considerable, their strength was rather ordinary. This is also a characteristic of the undead. The moment the command was given, the army immediately launched their assault. The scorpion warriors charged forth with remarkable speed, the first to breach the iron mine. The axes of the undead followed closely behind. Instead of hurling their battle axes at the skeletons, they brandished their weapons and charged straight in. Against these ordinary undead, standing at around 7 meters tall, they held an unequivocal advantage. With sweeping hacks and vertical slashes, the sound of bones cracking echoed. The undead, undaunted by death, found themselves overmatched, no matter how fiercely they fought. They could not halt the advance of the forces from Dusk City. 3.5 squads of rare troops seemed to unleash a whirlwind of destruction, crashing through the ranks. The skeleton warriors fell like harvested wheat, and under your command, the army annihilated a group of skeleton warriors, achieving victory in a minor skirmish, earning you 600 experience points. Such a bounty of experience was indeed substantial. Richard chuckled heartily. After the iron mine was captured, he approached the entrance of the underground passage with keen interest. This passage rose about 3 meters above the surface, entirely formed from rock. The ground sloped downward, and after several dozen meters, a corner appeared. The dim environment loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, waiting for intruders to walk into its trap. Torches burned at intervals along the passage, casting an eerie blue glow reminiscent of the soul fires within the skulls of the undead. Richard, intrigued, examined the torches more closely. Torch monster, level 1, potential, ordinary 1-star skill, burning, F grade, capable of absorbing death energy from the air, burning endlessly, racial talent. The dimmer the light, the brighter the glow. Bond with torches. If the number of torch monsters exceeds 10, brightness increases by 20. If it exceeds 20, brightness increases by 40, activated. Description: a peculiar life form created by the undead, utterly useless except for its luminescence. Remarkable, indeed. Richard felt a sense of enlightenment. The undead truly had everything. Fortunately, these torch monsters provided enough light to prevent the passage from being engulfed in darkness. Leave 1 squad of scorpion warriors outside to guard. The rest, follow me inside. The passage was spacious enough to accommodate a squad of scorpion warriors marching side by side. Richard organized a mixed formation of 5 scorpion warriors and 5 axes of the undead to scout approximately 50 meters ahead, ready for any unforeseen events. Following them were another 5 scorpion warriors, 10 axes of the undead, and 15 cursed pharaohs, positioning them behind the axes of the undead and at the core, the safest spot. Once arranged, Richard instructed the cursed pharaohs and the scorpion warriors at the front to seize a few torch monsters, wielding them to illuminate their path. The dimness of the light held little consequence for the undead, as they could sense their enemies through the soul fires, observing their surroundings. Darkness posed no threat to the undead, but for him, it did. He had yet to acquire dark vision and could not see through the shadows. The eerie blue light made the underground passage appear quite dim, yet it was preferable to utter darkness. Having walked for no more than 10 minutes, the scouting squad 50 meters ahead suddenly reported sounds of battle. An ambush, just as the leading scorpion warriors let out a roar. Several squads of skeleton warriors charged from the opposite end of the passage. In close quarters, the skeleton warriors could not leverage their numerical superiority. Dusk City's forces, utilizing merely one squad, effectively blocked the enemy's advance. The scorpion warriors' massive pincers became the reaper's scythe, whooshing through the air, while the skeletal warriors wielding bone knives stood no chance. They were swiftly reduced to heaps of bones. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows sliced through the air. 2 squads of skeleton archers appeared behind the skeleton warriors. In such a confined space, evading arrows proved nearly impossible. The engaged scorpion warriors were struck, but the skeletal arrows failed to penetrate their defenses. Their sturdy bone armor provided a formidable shield, deflecting the projectiles. Though unharmed, the scorpion warriors were seething with anger. How dare these worthless skeletons attempt to harm them? They charged fiercely, wielding their pincers to obliterate the obstructing skeleton warriors. Seeing the enemy possessed ranged units, the axes of the undead ceased holding back, launching their battle axes with tremendous force. The skeleton warriors blocking the path were shattered, with several becoming mere fragments of bone. Just as the power of the battle axes began to wane, the axes of the undead sharply yanked the chains in their hands. A surge of new energy flooding into the weapons. With a crack akin to a whip striking an egg, the skeletal bodies on either side crumbled, bones scattering like confetti. The skeleton archers behind fared no better. As prime targets, 5 axes of the undead unleashed a storm of battle axes. Within a few rounds, several squads of skeleton warriors were reduced to nothing more than bone dust. When Richard arrived with the bulk of his forces, the enemies had been thoroughly dispatched. Observing this, he immediately ordered the scouting troops to draw nearer, closing the distance to a mere 20 meters. This way, they would have a buffer zone to encounter enemies and provide timely support. The recent battle had drawn the attention of adversaries deeper within the passage. Skeleton warriors continued to appear before the scorpion warriors, launching attacks, but they were merely 1 or 2 squads and were swiftly eradicated, posing no real threat. 20 minutes later, after rounding a corner, the previously dim light suddenly brightened. Richard's gaze fell upon an expansive elliptical chamber, approximately 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. At the far end, another passage connected, indicating that this was not the terminus. Dozens of torch monsters hung around the perimeter, illuminating the space. Upon closer inspection, Richard noted that this underground area contained over 3 squads of skeleton warriors, with a tightly fortified defense. 5 squads of skeleton archers stood poised in the rear. And at the back, 3 squads of skeletal mages gripped their bone staves, ready for action. A triad of formidable foes, a simplified iron triangle. Upon witnessing this scene, Richard made a judgment. This did not appear to be an undead city. It was far more likely a temple-like map. If there truly were an undead city, the opposing lord, if not foolish, would not arrange such a setup. Wouldn't it be more prudent to concentrate forces for defense? Advancing bit by bit would be tantamount to delivering a meal to them. With thoughts racing through his mind, Richard waved his hand and decisively issued orders. Since it was not an undead city, he need not be so cautious. The forces converged, and the scorpion warriors launched an assault, tearing through the enemy lines at the swiftest pace. The axes of the undead were tasked with eliminating the rear skeleton mages, ensuring they could not unleash their attacks. Once the skeletal mage began to incant, the cursed pharaoh immediately interrupted with a spell of his own. Regardless of the circumstances, the timeless truth remains. Prioritizing the mages in battle is of utmost importance. At the moment the command was issued, all the scorpion warriors surged forward with furious roars. This unit's combat style was ferocious and untamed. With their massive pincers flailing, they tore apart any skeletal warriors foolish enough to stand in their way. Their curved tails acted like precise spears, ensuring that each strike yielded significant results. The fearsome axe of the undead thundered down, striking everything in its path with the force of a tempest. Crunch! Each skeleton shattered into fragments. The assault from the City of Dusk immediately provoked a counterattack from the undead. The skeletal warriors surged forward, completely oblivious to the concept of fear. Simultaneously, the skeletal archers drew their bows. The combined might of 5 squads was sufficient to create a rain of arrows. The piercing sound of bone arrows slicing through the air under the glow of the surrounding torches sent chills down one's spine. Clang! The scorpion warriors continuously swung their massive pincers, deflecting the majority of the bone arrows, while the few that did strike were of little consequence. As the skeletal mage's forces tore through the defenses of the City of Dusk, he abruptly brandished his skeletal staff. A chilling fireball materialized from thin air. The Ghost Fireball. A signature skill of the undead mage, inflicted not the searing heat of a typical fireball, but rather a negative damage that could assault the very soul. A total of 30 ethereal ghost fireballs, trailing long flames, cut through the air. Boom. The scorpion warriors, engaged in fierce combat, attempted to evade. But the skeletal forces had already overwhelmed them, leaving no escape. Boom. The ghost fireballs detonated, enveloping the scorpion warriors in an icy blaze. The temperature around them plummeted as if a refrigerator had been opened. Chapter 65. Bounty of Experience and Swift Advancement. Boom. The frigid negative energy of the ghost fireball swept through the vicinity, engulfing both the scorpion warriors and the surrounding skeletons. The soul flames of the skeletal warriors flickered, unable to withstand the damage from the ghost fireballs, and were extinguished. In this world, there exists no rule of immunity to friendly fire. The scorpion warriors braced themselves against this wave of damage. Though their exterior remained unscathed, their morale visibly waned. The cursed pharaoh seized control of the situation, commanding the undead axe to eliminate the skeletal mage. Richard, observing from behind, narrowed his eyes and promptly issued a command. They must not allow the enemy to cast spells. The scorpion warriors immediately charged forward recklessly, forcing a breach in the enemy lines. The undead axe followed closely behind, and at the moment it reached a distance of 30 meters, it was hurled from his grasp. At that instant, the cursed pharaoh unleashed his incantation. A dim glow flickered through the air, freezing many of the skeletal mages in place. Crack! The axe, infused with rage, cleaved through a line of skeletal warriors and archers, striking the skeletal mage at the rear with tremendous force. The overwhelming power erupted. Sizzle! It shattered the frail bones of the mage, scattering remains across the ground. When the axe's strength waned, the undead axe swung its chain fiercely, reinvigorating the weapon with newfound power. The gleaming instrument of death sliced through the air like a scythe, cleaving towards the skeletal mage. Crack, crack! The crisp sounds of breaking bones echoed incessantly. Nearly 2 squads of skeletal mages were forcibly dispatched. Meanwhile, the scorpion warriors recovered from the ghost fireball's assault. These furious warriors charged at the skeletal archers, unleashing their pent-up wrath. The 5 squads of skeletal archers, numbering in the dozens, were reduced to mere bone frames after just 2 charges. Along the way, several skeletal warriors attempted to attack Richard and the cursed pharaoh from behind, but were swiftly culled by the undead axe. After eliminating the skeletal mages and archers that posed a threat, the remaining skeletal warriors, despite their numbers, quickly fell to the slaughter of the scorpion warriors and the undead axe. Ding! The army you commanded has eradicated a horde of undead, achieving victory in a minor skirmish, earning you 1,200 experience points. Richard felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system notification. From the phantoms of the Iron Mine to now, he had hunted nearly an entire squad of undead. Perhaps today he would reach level 5 in the Radiant Era. Level 5 marked the true beginning of the game. The thrill of this adventure, filled with the promise of unknown rewards, invigorated him. After surveying the battlefield to ensure no equipment or treasures had been left behind, Richard continued onward through the passage. The sporadic attacks from skeletal warriors never ceased, but in the confines of the narrow terrain, the undead's numerical superiority was rendered ineffective. No matter how fiercely they charged, they could not surpass the scorpion warriors' defenses. Before long, Richard stepped into the second underground chamber. However, the creatures stationed here were no longer skeletal warriors, but rather another undead unit, zombies. Zombie level, 3 potential, elite 1-star skills, zombie physique, E rank, defense 70, agility -50. Immune to poison and plague, infection, E rank, carries a plague that, if inflicted, reduces all attributes by 2 per minute, up to a maximum of 30. Racial talent, able to absorb the essence of death to recover from injuries. Bonded zombies, if the number exceeds 10, defense 15. If the number exceeds 30, defense 30, activated. Description, an undead unit with commendable defensive capabilities. The zombies numbered at least 2 squads. Behind them stood 5 squads of skeletal mages. The scorpion warriors must breach the zombies' defenses, while the undead axe collaborates with them to hunt down the skeletal mages. The cursed pharaoh aids the scorpion warriors, granting them the space they need. The tough and resilient zombies were evidently not as easily dispatched as the skeletal warriors. However, the only real threat to the forces of the City of Dusk lay with the skeletal mages positioned in the back. Spotting the skeletal mages beginning to cast spells, Richard's pupils constricted. The scorpion warriors needed to evade. If they could not withstand the attack, they must immediately resort to sandification. Sandification does not grant immunity to magical damage, but it allows for significant recovery from injuries, akin to a rapid healing skill. No sooner had the words left his lips than the zombies charged towards the scorpion warriors. These grotesque and rigid undead exuded a repulsive stench. The rare-tier scorpion warriors, having advanced, were far more ferocious than the zombies. With a swing of their iron pincers, they produced a deafening sonic boom. Thud! The razor-sharp hooks at the ends of their massive pincers pierced deeply into the zombies' bodies. With a powerful tug, crack! The brittle corpses were violently torn apart. The formidable defenses of the zombies proved utterly futile against the scorpion warriors' unique penetrating tactics. However, the sheer number of the two squads was sufficient to hold back the solitary scorpion warrior for an extended period. With a swift motion, the skeletal mage unleashed a barrage of ghostly fireballs. 5 squads of skeletal mages simultaneously launched their attack, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The entire area was illuminated brightly, as dozens of ghostly fireballs danced through the air, enveloping the surroundings. The scorpion warriors utilized the zombies as a shield. Do not withstand the assault directly. Upon receiving the command, the scorpion warriors surged forward, disregarding the encroaching zombies, and became entangled among them. Boom! Dozens of ghostly fireballs rained down, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The chilling negative energy swept through the area like a tempest. The ethereal blue flames engulfed the battlefield, causing nearby zombies to feel as though their minds were being pounded by a colossal hammer, rendering their bodies suddenly rigid and immobile. At this moment, the cursed Pharaoh forcibly controlled the zombies surrounding the scorpion warriors, freezing them in place. Consequently, the zombies in the rear could not advance to attack the scorpion warriors, granting them invaluable respite. Once the scorpion warriors regained their mobility from the soul shock, they fiercely swung their pincers to slay the sluggish zombies around them, forcibly creating a breach. At that moment, the axe of the deceased was thrown for the 3rd time, unleashing a flash of cold brilliance. Crack! A dozen zombies in the rear were caught off guard, their bodies exploding in a gruesome display of gore. Seizing the opportunity, the axe of the deceased violently swung its chains, repelling the approaching zombies. The sluggish zombies had no chance to evade. Several axes of the deceased joined forces, using their chains to carve a path toward the skeletal mages. The scorpion warriors capitalized on this opening and charged forward with vigor. Boom! The second wave of ghostly fireballs illuminated the sky once more as the skeletal mages sought to obliterate the scorpion warriors. However, the prepared scorpion warriors were slightly swifter. With only 3 of their number engulfed in the flames, these 3 decisively activated their sandification, enduring the onslaught of damage. The remaining scorpion warriors pressed on to confront the skeletal mages. These spellcasting units, lacking any close combat capabilities, were ruthlessly pierced through by the scorpion warriors upon their approach. Seeing the situation stabilize, the axe of the deceased began to swing its weapon, dispatching the sluggish zombies before it. Despite the zombies' resilience, they paled in comparison to the half-metal giants. With no worries behind them, the axe of the deceased executed its tasks with remarkable ease. 5 minutes later, the army you led annihilated a group of undead forces, achieving a minor victory in battle, and you earned 1,500 experience points. Richard's experience points surged once more. Level 4, 983510000. Only a little over 100 points of experience remained for him to reach level 5. Attaining level 5 represented a qualitative leap in Radiant Era, the beginning of true strength. Only upon reaching level 5 could one genuinely enter this world, with class transitions and skill acquisition dependent on this milestone. This was what leveling up truly meant. Previously, mere map clearing felt like child's play. In high spirits, he immediately stepped into the 3rd passage. However, unexpectedly, the scorpion warriors scouting ahead encountered no assaults from skeletal warriors, and the journey remained eerily tranquil. Yet, this instead heightened Richard's vigilance. After 20 minutes of progress, the scouting scorpion warriors returned with new information. Richard muted his footsteps and followed them closely. After rounding a curved passage, the narrow, dim visibility suddenly opened up. The sight before him sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 66. The mysterious stone coffin. Advancement of the Lord's talent. Before his eyes lay a vast, elliptical, subterranean chamber, towering over 50 meters high and exceeding a kilometer in diameter. This underground space was heaped with a thick layer of white bones, as if countless individuals had been interred there. Upon the skeletal ground congregated innumerable skeletal warriors, zombies, specters, skeletal archers, and skeletal mages. Yet, the most astonishing sight was at the very center. There stood a mountain formed from countless skulls. Atop this grim peak rested a black coffin. Mysterious, dark, and terrifying. No negative adjective could adequately convey the visual impact of this scene. Struck by this overwhelming display, Richard's pupils dilated. Yet, once he regained his composure, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. By heavens, this was the discovery of a great treasure. Taking a deep breath to quell his exhilaration, he pondered. The stationed skeletal warriors likely surpassed 3 full squads, with at least 1 squad of zombies and specters, along with 4 or 5 squads of skeletal archers and 2 or 3 squads of skeletal mages. After scrutinizing the situation, his expression grew grave. The sheer number of these undead was staggering. To obtain that coffin, he would first need to annihilate this army of thousands of undead. Just then, His peripheral vision caught sight of a new type of undead. Beneath the mountain of bones stood skeletal knights mounted on undead steeds, resembling statues frozen in time. These skeletal warriors were entirely composed of bone, wielding elongated skeletal lances. Their numbers exceeded 5 squads. One squad of skeletal knights even wore a crown of bone, exuding an imposing presence. Richard instinctively opened the attribute panel of the Skeletal Knight Commander. Skeletal Knight Commander, level 5, intermediate unit, strength increased by 15, potential, rare 2 stars skills, skeletal body, C grade, immune to poison, curse, plague. Strength increased by 70, charge, C grade, commands undead steeds to charge at enemies, speed increased by 60, impact force increased by 50, combo strike, C grade. Executes 5 consecutive attacks in rapid succession, heavy slash, C grade, after charging up, delivers a devastating blow using the power of the undead steed, capable of unleashing 300 points of strength. Racial talent, running speed increased by 30, impact force increased by 30. Bond charge, if the charge distance exceeds 30 meters. Impact force increases by 20. If the distance exceeds 50 meters, impact force increases by 40. If the distance exceeds 100 meters, impact force increases by 60. And can cause a 5-second stun. Description: Cavalry of the undead. One best not stand in the path of their charge. By heavens, all skills are C-grade rare units. Richard's gaze sharpened. Every skill of the Skeletal Knight Commander enhances speed and impact, maximizing the cavalry's characteristics. If they were to charge, it could prove lethal. His expression turned serious as he glanced again at the other skeletal knights without crowns. Level 4, with rare potential. The skills are identical. Yet the attributes of the Skeletal Knight are significantly superior. Fortunately, no hero units have been detected. This is undoubtedly the most fortuitous news. The presence of a hero commander transforms the battlefield. The distinction between having one and not having one is stark. With a hero unit, the adversary may not even breach our defenses. Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the subterranean realm, causing all the undead to pivot in unison toward the entrance of the passage. Enemies. Detecting the unfamiliar scent, the previously aimless skeletal warriors and zombies surged forward like sharks sensing blood, igniting chaos throughout the underground world. Richard's expression hardened. Everyone, retreat into the passage and utilize the terrain for combat. The Scorpion warriors will hold the front line. Do not engage, fight, and fall back. A series of decisive commands were issued, providing the troops with a clear objective. The group retreated deeper into the passage, preparing for battle. Within mere breaths, countless skeletal warriors flooded into the underground corridor, accompanied by a multitude of zombies and wraiths. A small squad of Scorpion warriors could not possibly withstand such a horde. Observing the situation, Richard immediately commanded, leave 5 of the axes of the dead behind. The others, engage alongside the Scorpion warriors. Due to a squad of Scorpion warriors being stationed outside to prevent a rear assault, they were short-handed. If the front line faltered, the overwhelming numbers behind would prove futile. 2 squads blocked the passage, finally restraining the relentless tide of the undead. Richard turned to accursed Pharaoh, immediately summoned the stationed Scorpion warriors for support. Yes, master. This enigmatic land of the undead conceals countless treasures, especially the coffins atop the Bone Mountain, which must not be overlooked. There is no time to dwell on such matters. Focus must be concentrated. For the first time, Richard experienced the overwhelming might of the Skeleton Sea tactic. The enemy's individual strength may have been weak, yet the unending tide created an immense psychological strain. Richard directed his troops to fight while retreating, leveraging the geographical advantages to whittle down the numbers of the undead. Fortuitously, this was a narrow underground. Had it been above ground, he feared they would be swiftly overwhelmed. The axes of the dead, Scorpion warriors, and cursed Pharaoh formed a triad that repelled wave after wave of attacks. Before long, a notification chimed. Ding. Your level has risen to level 5. You may freely change your class. Ding. Your talent, Desert Lord, has been upgraded. You have comprehended greater powers of the desert. Upon hearing the system's notification, an immense energy surged within him, invigorating every cell in his body. Deep within his bloodline, a certain ability was awakening rapidly. Finally, level 5. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his inner excitement. Now was not the time for leisure. No opportunity for class change or skill acquisition presented itself here. He steeled himself, continuing to command the battle. He was the brain of the army, indispensable. Minutes turned into tens of minutes. As Richard commanded the army to retreat to the second underground space designated for zombie hunting, he lost track of how many skeletons and zombies they had slain. The enemy's numbers showed no signs of abating. Several troop types had already reached their limits, and the cursed Pharaoh had exhausted his magic. The situation was perilous. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding. The axes of the dead, Scorpion warriors, and cursed Pharaoh have gained substantial experience through battle, leveling up to level 5. Under immense pressure, Richard laughed heartily. He had endured this long for this very moment. His own upgrade would not significantly alter the current situation, but the army's would. In the next instant, The energy of all troop types surged dramatically, recovering to their peak within mere breaths. The cooldowns for their skills reset entirely. Their strength was palpably enhanced. Each upgrade bestowed considerable boosts to fundamental attributes, attack, defense, health, and more. Although no numerical data manifested, their newfound power was undeniable. Furthermore, upon reaching level 5, all 3 troop types received unique attribute enhancements characteristic of mid-tier units. Scorpion Warrior, level 5, mid-tier unit, strength increased by 15. Axes of the Dead, level 5, mid-tier unit, strength increased by 15. Cursed Pharaoh, level 5, mid-tier unit, magic damage increased by 15. Richard S. Spirit's Sword. That coffin was now a certainty, he would claim. Chapter 67, 6,000 experience points. Powerful talent. Once the army regained its prime state, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. What had been a precarious situation, on the brink of collapse, transformed into an unyielding cliff face, staunchly repelling wave after wave of enemy assaults. Unmoved. Meanwhile, the station's Scorpion warriors finally arrived at the battlefield. These warriors, who had not previously engaged, remained at level 4. Richard promptly ordered them to reinforce the front line. With the addition of another squad, the undead's onslaught could no longer shake their defenses. The axes of the dead returned to their normal positions, amidst such dense enemies. They were the perfect targets. The war axe whistled through the air, shattering countless bones. After 2 hours of relentless combat, the Scorpion warriors that had arrived later had also reached level 5, while the tide of undead began to thin. Eventually, they vanished entirely. Ding! You have successfully repelled a substantial undead assault, securing victory in a medium-scale battle. You have gained 6,000 experience points. Current level, 5, 60,005. Richard took a deep breath. It had not been easy. After reviewing the notification again, he smiled. 6,000 experience points. This was an extraordinarily generous reward. Although the battle had been arduous, the returns were commendable. It was not a loss by any means. However, after reaching level 5, the experience required for subsequent levels had multiplied several times, making further progression far less swift. Turning to the now weakened army, he ordered everyone to rest on the spot. Only then did he find time to open the system panel and examine his newly upgraded talent. Lord Talent, Desert Lord, Special Growth Talent, Current Level B. You are the master of the desert. You can foresee the arrival of sandstorms, which will avoid your territory. You have also mastered the ability of sandification. Sandification, Level B, allows the body to become sand-like, reducing physical damage taken by 99 and magic damage by 30. It can absorb fine sand to rapidly heal injuries, lasting 15 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. You can bestow your strength upon your recruited units, granting them the C-level skill of sandification. Sandification, Level C, transforms the body into sand, reducing physical damage by 99, capable of engulfing yellow sand to heal wounds, lasting for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 2 hours. Wow, how formidable! A flicker of astonishment crossed Richard's eyes. He did not anticipate such a significant enhancement in attributes following his promotion. One particular aspect brought him immense joy. Sandstorms would steer clear of his territory. Could his talent even avert natural disasters? That seemed rather extraordinary. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. His proclivities embraced intensity, and he welcomed more of it. Catching sight of the army beside him, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could he elevate the level of the sandification skill granted to his troops? Contemplating this, he slowly extended his right hand, feeling the power surge from deep within his bloodline. A luminous, sand-like glow swirled in his palm, enveloping the entire army in an instant. After a few breaths, all units felt an indescribable, magnificent energy surge forth from within. Under your bestowal, your army has harnessed greater powers of the desert. The sandification skill has been upgraded to Level C. Sandification, Level C, transforms the body into sand, reducing physical attacks by 99, capable of absorbing yellow sand to heal wounds, lasting for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 2 hours. Upon hearing the system notification, Richard was engulfed in overwhelming delight. This talent was truly celestial. Growth, indeed, embodied the essence of divinity. After the sandification of his troops ascended from Level D to Level C, its duration extended from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. This additional 5 minutes afforded him greater maneuverability. Of course, his Level B sandification was even more formidable. Not only did it last for 15 minutes, but it also conferred immunity to 30 of magical damage. If it continued to upgrade, could it ultimately evolve into an invincible skill that immunizes against 99 of both physical and magical attacks? The future brimmed with promise. Elated, Richard awaited the army's restoration to peak condition before promptly issuing a command to advance. Their path was littered with the remnants of countless bones and corpses. The tally of those slain was incalculable. When he beheld that harrowing expanse of bones once more, the previously crowded space had already been largely cleared. At this juncture, only 3 squads of skeletal archers, 2 squads of skeletal mages, 4 teams of skeletal knights, and 1 team of a skeletal knight captain remained. This battalion remained motionless, resolutely guarding Bone Mountain. Richard's eyes swept over the undead below, fixating on the dark coffin perched atop Bone Mountain. With such a multitude of guardians, what treasures could be concealed within? The hollow gaze of the skeletal knight locked onto him the moment he appeared. The undead steeds beneath him began to stir restlessly, their hooves clattering as if poised to charge at any moment. In that instant, the soul flames of the skeletal archers and mages ignited one by one. Turning to follow the skeletal knights, Richard's expression sharpened. The rear guard withdrew into the passage, the scorpion warriors luring the enemy. Yet, as the command was issued, there was no need for enticement. The skeletal archers and mages launched their assault directly upon them. With a whoosh, ethereal blue fireballs accompanied by skeletal arrows soared through the air, creating a zone of death. However, due to insufficient range, they failed to inflict damage. The scene was somewhat awkward. Richard remained vigilant, retracting into the passage and continuing to exploit the terrain to eliminate the enemy. The skeletal archers and mages pressed forward. Although the front line had dissipated, the formidable backline of these two units remained relentless in their barrage. However, upon retreating into the passage, the damage inflicted by the enemy's concentrated fire diminished significantly. The pressure abated dramatically. Richard and his forces took their stand at a V-shaped bend. 15 Reaper's axes positioned themselves about 25 meters down the passage. As soon as the skeletal archers and mages rounded the corner, their battle axes would be hurled forth. Revolution, Level D. Upon throwing the battle axe, the chain entwined around the arm can be used to pull the axe back for continuous assault. Thanks to their ability to control the battle axes from a distance, the Reaper's axes did not even need to retrieve their weapons. The frail skeletal archers and mages were utterly incapable of withstanding a single strike. This geographical advantage against these unheroically commanded, inflexible, fragile units proved to be a decisive triumph. After more than 10 minutes of combat, no enemies emerged from the corner. Richard promptly led his army back to the subterranean space. At this point, the vast expanse of Bone Land was left with only one squad of skeletal mages and 5 teams of skeletal knights. Yet this time, regardless of how provocatively the scorpion warriors taunted them, the enemy remained unmoved, merely observing them warily. Clearly, these two forces were primarily tasked with guarding the coffin atop Bone Mountain. Richard's gaze turned steely. Since luring them away was unfeasible, he resolved to eliminate them all. Everyone, attack. The skeletal knights shall charge and activate sandification. Do not mind them. Focus on eliminating the skeletal mages first. The skeletal knights were formidable, but they relied solely on physical attacks. With the upgraded sandification skill lasting a full 10 minutes, they could easily dispatch the skeletal mages before turning their attention to the skeletal knights. The additional 5 minutes afforded by the sandification upgrade instilled Richard with a sense of composed confidence. As they entered Bone Land, the bones crunched underfoot, emitting a crisp cracking sound. The army advanced gradually, the soul flames of the skeletal knights flaring ever higher. The sound of hooves incessantly thundering against the ground grew increasingly agitated. When the scorpion warriors approached within 200 meters of the skeletal knights, they thoroughly provoked the undead cavalry. 4 teams of rare skeletal knights, led by a unique skeletal knight captain, tightened their grips on the reins, brandishing their sharp skeletal spears. They charged toward the forces of Dusk City. The thundering of hooves sent shards of bone scattering in all directions. The onslaught of 5 teams resembled 1,000 cavalry charging forth with the overwhelming ferocity of a landslide. Chapter 68. The moment of post-battle harvest. At the instant the skeletal knights initiated their charge, all soldiers of Dusk City activated sandification. Richard too began to channel the power within his body, transforming into a state composed of countless grains of sand, an extraordinary sensation. Attack. With a resounding command, the scorpion warriors immediately countercharged the skeletal knights. As the distance of the skeletal knights' charge increased, their momentum became increasingly fearsome. After several breaths, the foremost scorpion warriors collided with the skeletal knights. With a resounding crash, the iron pincers wielded by the scorpion warriors were shattered by the colossal force of the skeletal knights, scattering fragments of the warrior across the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The thunder of hooves trampled the ranks of the living. As the skeletal knight charged forward, the bodies of the scorpion warriors burst apart one after another. Seizing the opportunity, the death's axe, wielded by the undead, whistled through the air. Both sides rushed towards each other at an astonishing speed. In the heat of the charge, the skeletal knight was caught off guard and struck directly. With a sickening crack, the battle axe penetrated his ribs, embedding itself firmly within his body. A few of the skeletal knights, moving too swiftly, narrowly avoided the death's axe. In an instant, they reached the maximum range of the axe's chain. With a powerful tug, the chain snapped taut, and under the immense force, the skeletal knight was yanked from his mount and crashed down into a heap of bones, scattering remnants across the ground. 2 of the death's axe's throws triggered soul executions, extinguishing the soul flames of both knight and steed in an instant. A surge of brilliance ignited the skeletal knight's soul flame. The long spear shot forth with a piercing shriek, but the death's axe could not evade in time. The knight's body exploded, sending a shower of debris into the air. The army of Dusk City, faced with the terrifying impact of the skeletal knight, found itself unable to resist. Bodies were obliterated like sandballs struck to pieces. Yet, miraculously, the shattered forms rapidly reformed. After a single charge, the skeletal knights had inflicted casualties among the ranks, breaching the Dusk City army. However, in their sand-formed state, which granted them immunity to 99 of physical damage, not a single soldier fell. Richard, amidst the charge of the skeletal knights, experienced the extraordinary sensation of being shattered and swiftly recovering. As the two forces intertwined, the Dusk City army surged towards the rear, where the skeletal mages were casting their spells. The sheer number of these mages posed a significant threat. Should they be allowed to cast freely, even the sand-formed state would not withstand the onslaught. Before they could close the distance, hundreds of ghostly fireballs blotted out the sky, raining down like a meteor shower. At the moment of impact, a chilling flame erupted around them. Fortunately, the enemy did not concentrate their fire on a few targets, resulting in a significantly reduced lethality. The rapidly healing Scorpion warriors and the Death's Axe absorbed the damage from the ghostly fireballs and plunged into the ranks of the skeletal mages. Without a front line to buffer the assault, the mages could not unleash their full potential. Infuriated, the army struck back, teaching these skeletons the true meaning of death. At that moment, the skeletal knight returned with a vengeance, seeking to thwart the Scorpion warriors and the Death's Axe. Yet, the sandform troops paid no heed to the skeletal knight. The only threat to them lay with the mages. The cursed pharaoh will use his body to block the skeletal knight, Richard commanded coldly. The skeletal knight was immune to curses. Thus, the cursed pharaoh's spell would bear no fruit, making physical resistance the only option. With the sand forming in effect, he could not perish. The cursed pharaoh charged at the skeletal knight. With a thunderous impact, he shattered into sand. Yet, his form quickly reassembled. This self-sacrificial attack bought precious time for the army. Under the relentless assault of the Death's Axe and the Scorpion warriors, the skeletal mages were swiftly dispatched. Once the sole threat on the battlefield was eliminated, the army redirected its focus towards the formidable skeletal knight. While the rare skeletal knights were somewhat manageable, the unique skeletal knight had given Richard considerable trouble. Each charge from the knight inflicted devastating damage upon the frontline Scorpion warriors, causing their bodies to erupt. The knight's lance, propelled by terrifying speed and force, proved unstoppable. Collisions with the steed were particularly brutal, sending warriors flying up to 7 or 8 meters away, often reduced to nothing but fine sand. Fortunately, the sand-forming skill had received significant enhancements prior to the battle, preventing any casualties from occurring when activated. Richard had high hopes for the Death's Axe, whose lethal skill, soul execution, had seen a considerable decrease in activation probability against the unique skeletal knight. Ultimately, he had to deploy the cursed pharaoh and the Scorpion warriors to physically restrain the knight's charge. Only then could the Death's Axe unleash its concentrated assaults, bringing down this formidable unit of 10. Throughout the ordeal, the Scorpion warriors were struck and sent flying an average of 7 or 8 times. Had it not been for the sand-forming ability, not even 3 lives would have sufficed. As the final unique skeletal knight fell, Richard observed the army with less than a minute of sand-forming time remaining, exhaling a long breath. This battle, lasting barely 10 minutes, had proven far more arduous than clearing several battalions of skeletal soldiers. Any other commander, even with an army several times larger, might have struggled against those skeletal knights. The unique units were simply too powerful. Sand-forming, the eternal god. Ding. The army you command has eradicated a group of undead, achieving victory in a micro-battle. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Ding. The cursed pharaoh, Scorpion warriors, and Death's Axe have leveled up through extensive combat. Their current level is now 6. Richard gazed at his rejuvenated army, invigorated and brimming with renewed skills after leveling up. His spirits soared. Today, the army had ascended 2 levels, significantly enhancing their power. With a sense of satisfaction, he turned his gaze towards the black coffin atop the skeletal hill. A thrill coursed through him. This undead force had proven to be the most challenging adversary he had faced. Had he fought them on the open sands, he would have been forced to retreat. Even with the advantage of terrain, it had taken hours of fierce combat to secure victory. The fruits of hard-won triumph were particularly sweet at this moment. What secrets lay within this coffin, so heavily guarded by such a multitude of forces? Mountains of bleached bones formed a grim backdrop, with countless dark skull motifs etched upon the black coffin, exuding both terror and a sense of ominous nobility. Filled with anticipation, Richard approached within a short distance and opened the attribute panel. To his astonishment, nothing appeared on the panel, as if the coffin were merely a common pile of stones. Something was amiss. He refrained from approaching recklessly and gestured for a cursed pharaoh to investigate. The cursed pharaoh ascended the hill, stepping over bones to reach the summit. "Open the coffin," commanded Richard. This mummy unit, wielding a gnarled staff and adorned with a colorful crown, had 2 straps dangling from either side of its head down to its neck. It extended its withered hand and began to lift the coffin lid. But its initial attempt was thwarted by the lid's weight. Bending down, it wedged the staff into the gap of its bandages and applied force with both hands. With a resounding crack, the stone coffin slowly began to shift. Suddenly, an unfathomably dark light burst forth from within, as if it contained an endless abyss. In an instant, those ethereal glimmers coalesced into countless twisted hands, which inexorably pulled the cursed pharaoh into the sarcophagus. With a resounding thud, the stone lid of the coffin descended, sealing it once more as if nothing had transpired. The event unfolded with such swiftness that the army, stationed dozens of meters away in a state of vigilance, had no time to react. Witnessing this scene, Richard's heart raced. What lies within the sarcophagus? Is there a living being inside?